globe is a lie.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I didn't even read it.
And there's two designs that look the same of that flat Earth shirt.
That's pretty
Like,
good design. I like the use of typefaces there.
yeah.
It is a lie, it's not quite clear enough because you read flat Earth, and then the next thing your eye sees is it's a lie, and it seems like the third thing you read is, oh, what's that fancy type say? Oh, the globe. You know, that's, that's the
Oh,
only
yeah, I gotcha.
that's the only criticism I would have of it. It just
Yeah, yeah.
almost looks like you're saying flat Earth is a lie.
But when they look closer and they see the things at the bottom, no observable curve,
Oh,
blah
okay,
blah.
yeah, I can't read all that. Yeah.
100% no proof from NASA.
Oh, 100% no proof. That's why. Okay, now I got it. No proof.
Yeah.
Okay. Did you design that?
Oh, I wish. That's a genius design. And like I said, there's two of that particular style, and they just vary a little on what it says on the.
Oh boy. Are these four examples? Are those those aren't actual shirts? They're like little. What are they? Erasers or something?
Yo, that's a T-shirt. I own
That
that.
is
I
a
bought that.
T-shirt.
I
It
bought
looks.
that off Wish.com,
Look at the neck. It looks weird.
and was gonna get a. I was gonna get
Wait,
a.
that's not a real T-shirt, is it?
Yeah,
No.
Yes, it is.
It looks.
100%.
It looks like a rubber, like a little. I don't know, like a.
like I said, I seen photos of people wearing the same shirt, and then another one of like it's identical but just a little bit different. The way it's worded. It might say globe lie above it instead of flat Earth right away.
Uh huh. Yeah. I'm sure everybody sort of copies it. Gets ideas from others.
And for me, when it's the truth, go ahead, copy the shit out of it, sell as many as you can. I don't care. Like,
Yeah. Just try to
I'm
get
gonna
the truth
copy
out
it.
there. Bringing sexy back. What is the neckline like on these T-shirts?
well, those are stickers. That's
Okay,
just
thank you. That's what I was saying.
yeah. That's it. Here. I'll post an image of one of the shirts here.
Yeah, man, you
This
gotta
is
put a
the
shirt, dude.
actual. This
Put
is
a
the
real
actual.
picture, bro.
This is the actual bringing sexy back T-shirt. It's for the ladies, but it's only like it's focused more on what it says on the shirt and the style. Though the neck is a little more low cut. The sleeves come a little higher up rather than the basic T-shirt
Right,
for
you're
the
bringing
guys.
sexy back. You got to have a low cut.
You can see you can see how the collar comes low there on that one.
Oh wait, still looking at the stickers. Oh yeah, yeah.
So that's for the ladies, and then the gentlemen are. It's just a regular T-shirt. I'll post my more recent ones. Now this one I had in my head for many, many, many years, and I only recently got it printed up. So I'm
Yeah,
quite
I
happy about
like
that.
the way you put the company logo on there, the funky tees. Uh, it would look more generic, like something you buy at Walmart if it didn't have that
So
funky tees logo.
these are two different shirts because I only put the company name on each shirt once. So this is the front of one shirt and the back of another because you see the name twice. But all of my herb friendly shirts have the 10 hemp commandments on the back. And from here on out, extra large, double XLs will have the company name on the sleeve, left or right, and then small to large is front or back.
Uh, the 10 hemp commandments: Thou shalt not double toke. Thou shalt don't roll pinners. Produce any male plants. You should get high at least twice a day. Thou
Twice a
shalt
day.
share the pleasure of getting high with others. That's only up to 6. Oh wait, Thou shalt buy only kind hemp. Kind hemp.
No sticks, no seeds.
Okay. Thou shalt always cough to get off. I don't like that one. Thou shalt not pack weak bowls. And thou shalt not narc. That is the
Oh,
most
you missed.
important one.
Thou shalt not be stingy with the munchies.
What number are
Yeah,
you
I did.
on?
Now, who made up these rules?
God.
Now
God himself.
I found those hemp commandments in one of my magazines like High Times or Skunk, and so I borrowed them and put them on the back of my t-shirts. And I
Yeah,
changed it from the 1 to 10 to the Roman numerals instead to make it look more commandmenty.
yeah. Thou shalt not pinch my bag when I go to the bathroom. Leave my pot sitting on the table. I'm going to take a piss. You reach in there and you get a little pinch for later. Just ask.
So I have two more bitch designs that go along with that first bitch design. Beautiful individual that causes hard-ons and
Oh.
uh is it beauty and total control of herself, I think was the other one.
Huh. Okay.
And then they'll want to buy all three of them instead of just one.
Why not have a bitch shirt for every day of the week?
And then I'm going to start doing some YouTube commercials. If you care what you wear, you should have at least three of these funky tees.
Remember, go back to the drawing board on that one. Make it rhyme or something, like a jingle. Funky tees, get one of these.
Have at least three of these funky tees.
Yeah.
All right, DN889, you've been unmuted. Would you like to say hello? DN889.
He's so used to getting muted, he's not there.
This person has no roles. He's new to the server, apparently. DN889, say hello. All right, here's what I'll do. I'll move you up here, and you can wait up there. Jesse.
Wait up there in no man's land.
What you learned so far, Jesse? I know you've been here a couple of times.
Well, you know how when you're looking into something, at first you end up getting a lot more questions than answers at first, and I might still be in that phase.
That's fair. Do you recall looking into the Lookout Mountain? I know I'd posted it for you, but I think a lot of other stuff was going on at the same time. I don't remember a response from you on that topic.
Oh, I remember the word Lookout Mountain, but I vaguely remember there was just tons going on, and I don't remember, it's like being in a river and tons of stuff's flowing by, and you're like trying to grab at some of it.
That's fair. I reposted in the chat if you'd like to take a look at it real quick.
Yeah, sure. Let's see. What do we got?
Now, let me add what isn't written, and that is that this is all based on the assumption that Earth is a ball with a 3,959 equatorial radius. 3,959 mile equatorial radius. I'm not sure if I threw the word mile in there the first time.
Okay, so we're looking at a lookout that can see 7 states.
That's right. That lookout's in Georgia at Lookout Mountain, which stretches between Tennessee and Georgia. But this specific location where that specific rock is in Georgia. Would you like me to show you on Google Earth?
Hello.
Did somebody just say no?
Someone said hello. Oh, hi, Messi. Too.
What's up? All right, so I'm gonna put you guys in a hypothetical situation. All right, and you
Well,
would.
no, you're not, because we're mid conversation.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Yeah, just table that. So, do you know where this location is? Would you like to see where the location is?
Let me launch up Google Earth here.
In fact, this link should take you right to the location, and then you can continue to zoom in. So what you'll see, have you pulled that link up by any chance?
I'm going to copy the coordinates into my installed version of Google Earth.
Oh, installed version. Yeah, that's fine. Just let me know when you get there.
Will do.
Hey Jesse, what's up? Hey Gospel.
Howdy.
Hey, Lionel.
May I
Hey,
speak?
what's up? What's going on?
Is it about the subject on hand?
No.
Okay, then probably not then.
I mean, it has something to do with it, though.
It has to do with Lookout Mountain, long distance observation of Lookout Mountain.
No, it's
Okay,
about
I'd rather not derail the conversation then.
Yeah, I like the way this conversation is going. You know, just we're
It's
going
about a
from
snail.
one thing to the next part, and the next part.
It's
Yeah,
a
I mean,
serious question,
just
though.
how about you look along?
Okay, sure.
That link I put in the chat, you can either use that link or do what he said he's doing, which was putting the coordinates in
Which
in
chat?
his
Lobby?
no, we would never use lobby for the live stream voice text. We would use the live stream voice text for the live stream.
Okay, my apologies. No need to get rowdy.
Is that tone policing? Because that was far from rowdy.
I know.
No, now you just want to stretch it. You want to argue, don't you?
No, it's a weak-handed tone policing.
Rowdy's when Dale Westbush comes out.
Okay.
I just want to ask my question about the snow, please.
Please. Okay, so this is why you were muted.
Right, are we at the mountain yet, or Lookout Mountain, everybody?
Where are we at?
I found Fairyland Elementary School, so
What?
I might not have pasted those coordinates in right.
Yeah. Here, look, this is what you need to see on your screen, and then you can zoom in some more. So you want to be in the upper left corner of Georgia, but not all the way over to Coal City. You want to be where Lookout Mountain is, which is almost directly below Chattanooga. It's slightly southwest of Chattanooga.
Actually, there should be like an address, or is it a tourist attraction?
Yeah, it's called C7 States. You could probably type that in; it'll take you right there.
There it is. I put in C7 and it says C7 States Lookout Mountain, Georgia.
So zoom in there.
Sweet.
All right. So did you find the rock?
I'm still looking. I found the fenced-in cliff area. I think I spotted that lookout pattern.
Yeah, it's really pixelated and awkward in the 3D rendering. But if you go all the way to Street View or whatever, I think you have to click the little man, and then you click. It'll zoom in, and it'll get you right where he took the picture. Did you found it yet, or you want me to post more pictures in the chat?
No, I found the rock garden, the rock city state, whatever that thing is.
Yep. I'm talking about specifically the lookout where it says C7 States. There's a ledge there, and it's the upper area. There's a curved here. I'll post
That'd be really nice if you post it. Thank you.
Here. It's this. And then if you actually click the little man in Google Earth, there will be little blue circles. And then you can zoom in to this. It's all jacked up because it, algorithmically or whatever, uses AI to blend the photos together in his 360 pan. But anyway, you see the location here. I'll even it's literally right next to where the blue balloon is, the little blue camera balloon in the first picture I just posted in the chat.
Huh? Oh.
Jesse, why is this
Oh,
taking
yes.
so long?
Sorry. What? I was talking. I forgot to hit my push to talk.
Okay. So have you found it? You understand where it is now?
Yeah, I see the blue dot and I see the exact land feature in mine, and so I can put my own little dot there.
All right. So right where the see the 7 states is. Anyway, drag, just like I put in the infographic, which I think is way back in the chat now, so I'll repost.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thanks. No, it's not so far up. Yeah, okay.
That's okay, I'll repost it, it's fine. You'll notice in the picture that I have on the right side is just a screen capture from Google Earth, that the tippy tip point from that spot, you draw the measuring tape thing tool from that spot, from the C7 states lookout point, all right, and you draw a line to the tippy tip point of Virginia. Sorry.
Oh.
Yes, Virginia.
Okay.
All right. What you'll notice is, oh gee. All right, let me click this. Kentucky. Here's the Kentucky Virginia line. I put it. Just pay attention to chat too, right? So I'm trying to guide you along here. What you're looking for is Pinnacle Overlook, which is literally the mountain written on the stone. Right. So I just found the.
Okay. I think I can just put that in the search box.
Sure. And then you can do the elevation, all that stuff. You've found your way around Earth curve calculator by now, I'm guessing.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
What did you say? It was Pinnacle Overlook?
A Pinnacle Overlook is the title given on Google Earth.
In Pennsylvania?
No, Virginia.
Virginia.
Yeah. I also am putting this in the chat. So.
So
Is the bottom line of this that you can see too far?
yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, the Pinnacle Natural Area Preserve. Oh, there's a little town there. What little town do I see in the graphic? Oh, if I click the graphic, it gets bigger. Oh, Cumberland Gap. Turns out there's a lot of mountain peaks called the Pinnacle. All right, so I found Cumberland Gap on my Google Earth, and And then I see the gap. Let's see. So am I looking for, what am I looking for? Is it shown here in the chat?
I'm not sure. That's Virginia, isn't it? I'm not sure.
Oh, I found Pinnacle Overlook. I did. I found Pinnacle Overlook. Right up by the Kentucky-Virginia state line.
Wow, that's crazy.
All right. Hello, hello.
Yeah.
I'm here.
All right. So did you do the math that
Not yet. Hold on. No,
I
I'm still.
already provided in the main? I literally provided everything already.
Yeah, hold on. I'm just getting my line drawn here.
Wow.
Yeah, I'm slow. Okay. But I'm trying. Okay.
Yeah,
Hey, man.
yeah. Just it's not that hard to draw a line. I mean, you just zoom. You use your scroll on your mouse. You zoom out and you zoom back in to the tip of Virginia. Are you from America?
Yeah,
Because
I'm
if you're
sure.
not, it would make sense why you would have trouble navigating around, the different state names and where these locations are.
He's doing the work that I haven't done, for example, in my case. Like he does the work.
Does what work?
He does the work. Yeah.
Does what work?
Yeah. What work? I mean,
Yep.
like, well, of verifying.
Verifying the information that I have plainly written and where I got the information from,
I mean,
clearly displayed.
No, I didn't mean to say that. I meant like he wants to like really understand what is being presented.
Yeah.
So it's quite interesting. So you guys are using Google Map right now, right?
Or,
Did
well,
we know?
Google Earth, it provides some extra information such as easy elevation height discovery, and I got the Pinnacle Mount Pinnacle. Sorry, yeah, I got the Mount Pinnacle data from a website that talks about Mount Pinnacle, but then you can also go to Google Earth and look at the elevation height of Mount Pinnacle and find the same information. The website said 2,440. When you're on Google Earth, it's 2,400. But you can move your mouse around and find other spots that are as high as 2,500 feet. It's good enough. All of that really doesn't matter. The target hidden height is 6,328 feet. To be clear, Lookout Mountain and this visual site, if you look, it would be mathematically impossible for it from this location for you to see South Carolina. It would be mathematically impossible to see Virginia or Kentucky. It just doesn't work out mathematically. And
Are you able to see more? Yeah.
Yeah, you can see way too far for it to be a ball. It's always the point.
You're still able to see 7 states only, right?
Yeah, you can see 7 states. That's what it gets its name from. It's famous for seeing 7 states, and yet mathematically, according to the globe, that's not possible. To make matters worse, where's the button for? Oh, there it is. That's right. To make matters worse, they deflate the numbers on the stone, saying that
No way.
saying that South Carolina is 80 miles away, and in no way whatsoever is South Carolina is 120 miles away at the very least. So, well, I
The
say at the
guy
very
said,
least, it's go ahead.
the one guy says they said you could see only 7 states, and I'm sitting here thinking there's a place you can see more than that.
Yeah, whatever. People can be retarded if they like, not understanding mathematics and geometry, but it is also disingenuous for them to say that Alabama is only a few miles away, because I forget. I'll look at the number. Give me just a moment. Because if you follow the horizontal, like, you can't look behind yourself from Lookout Mountain. There's
No?
there's a mountain in the way. So from this
Oh.
view, you would have to look due south or south southwest, which would put Alabama actually around 34 miles in order to see Alabama from this location, because you're not going to look backwards through obstruction in order to see Alabama. So it's absurd to here. Let's see what. So all I'm saying is they get their
Got it.
numbers wrong on every account except for Georgia, because it's already in Georgia, and Tennessee. So Tennessee and Georgia are the only numbers they actually communicate truthfully about. Alabama, South Carolina, North Carolina, Virginia, and Kentucky are all further than they state in the stone.
I mean, whoever set up the monument plaques and all that, I mean, they seem to be trying to hide just how far it is, like they don't want you to know how far you can see.
It would appear that way. It would appear that way.
Maybe they got word from government up top or something, like, to do that for some reason.
I'm not sure.
I don't know why. It seems like you'd want to brag how far you can see, like, and not lessen it,
Yeah. Well, anyway, you said you did the math, Jesse.
Yeah.
Okay, and you understand how absurd that is if Earth were a ball.
Oh yeah, but help. So I still don't have all the information yet. How do we know that it actually is visible that far? That's the next thing I need to know.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, look, the plaque has a bunch of BS on it, right?
No, not BS. It has false distances.
Okay, it's got a bunch
But
of
here,
false
hold
ones on it, right?
on. Let's say they were true.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
Hold on. Let's say they were true, which they're not according to Google Earth, Google Maps. But let's say they were true. You run the exact same thing. Change your target destination, right? Your target distance to those numbers, and you'll find that 120 miles is also not possible. So even if you were to take their values at face value and use them, even the numbers they have published on that stone invalidate the globe. Okay, but more importantly, the distances are further, and South Carolina and Virginia and Kentucky all and seeing those, specifically naming the mountains, by the way. You'll notice it names the mountains. It doesn't name the mountain for South Carolina, oddly, even though South Carolina is further than North Carolina. They give the name for the North Carolina mountain, and they give the name for the Kentucky Virginia mountain, which is Mount Pinnacle. But anyway, yeah, this is one of many debunks of the globe. But you're asking, how do we know that you really can see? Well, go see for yourself, I guess, is my answer to that. If you want to go get them shut down for lying that you can see 7 states, for the past 150 years they've been lying about this. Nobody's called them out on it.
Well, look, I'm not saying there isn't good evidence for what you're saying. I'm just trying to understand this. So we basically have a plaque that was put up as a tourist attraction to attract people into a cafe or whatever.
No, that's not
And
basically what it is. Actually, if you go to their website and read, you'll find out that this observation was first made 150 years ago
so do we have a
by a
photo that
nurse.
do we have a photo that was taken from this that shows?
Oh, Google sucks and the dead internet. Are you familiar with dead internet theory?
I've heard of it.
Okay, you understand that when you go to search something on Google that you don't find what you're looking for?
Look, I'm not discounting any other points of evidence. I'm just trying to understand how good this specific one is. Even just because this is a bad one doesn't mean that your point is bad. It just means that this isn't a good piece of evidence. Basically, we've got a plaque that's got a bunch of factually false statements on it, and the allegation that, and one of those, and plus statements that we don't know if it's false, and one of those statements is that you can actually see that mountain. I don't know if you can or not. I think someone that's saying you could should be the one that should show that you can. But yeah, I don't. It'd be one thing if all the information on there was technically highly accurate, but it's
Michael
not.
Gleason, hold on. Michael Gleason, you're hot micing. You're echoing everybody. That's why you were disconnected. Thank you. Go ahead, Jesse.
Yeah, do you see what I'm saying? If I brought a picture of a plaque and hearsay, if I brought a picture of a plaque and the plaque had a bunch of false numbers on it, plus it said that a certain thing could be seen, and that, would you take that as just like gospel truth when it obviously had errors and I was unable to present that the actual claim in question was true?
Yeah, but the point is you can actually see these known other points off in the distance that are at known locations.
He wants proof that you can actually see the places that are in stone claimed to have been seen for the past 150 years. He wants proof that those actually can be seen, which I agree with you, Jesse. That's a fair request. I do too.
It's too bad you can't apply the same standards to your globe model, can you, Jesse?
Right, that's true.
Wait. That's another topic.
What? No, it's a relevant point.
Totally
Why are
relevant.
we talking about?
I mean,
Why
if
are
it
we
says
talking
you
about
can
the
see
globe?
a certain mountain, you could probably just look and focus, and then you see that mountain over there.
Yeah. Firstly, you need to understand what the profile of Mount Pinnacle is, right? That would be a detail of importance. But one of the things that's very helpful is you can look on the map and like Google Earth or whatever, and you can find it very clear and evident that there's a valley, a 140-mile valley between Lookout Mountain and Pinnacle, or Mount Pinnacle in Virginia. It runs right through a river line and valley land. So, orthographically, if you look at the topography, you'll find that there is a line of sight. Okay.
Well, yeah, if the Earth was flat, there would be a line of sight, but
No. That would be an invalid statement and not at all the truth. So, topography very much matters. Okay, and in this case, there is a clear line of sight. That would not always be the case.
I'm not sure I'm understanding what you're saying.
Okay, a 6-foot man could block your view of a 6,000-foot tall mountain, depending on where that 6-foot man is standing in front of the camera. Do you understand that?
Yes, unless the camera was 7 feet, then it wouldn't matter where he was, right?
Actually, it would.
So you're saying a 6-foot man could block the view of a 7-foot camera if the mountain was also above 7 feet?
Yes.
Well, no.
Yes. You didn't
Okay,
know
we
that?
need. Well, this is really big news to me. But maybe you don't understand what I'm saying.
Oh, I understand completely what you're saying.
Okay, so
You
let's say
didn't
you've
know
got.
you didn't know stuff appeared smaller in the distance?
Well, help me out here. Are you saying if you've got a 7 foot high camera, a 7 foot tall object, that a 6 foot man can stand somewhere on the same flat plane, and the 6 foot man's head will block the view of the top of the 7 foot tall object?
Anybody understood the question?
I mean, if I have a 7 foot high pole and a 7 foot high camera, and I put a light on the top of that pole, we'll call it a laser pointer. The laser pointer points straight at the camera. There'll be this beam 7 feet high across the whole plane, right? And there'll be this 6 foot guy running around. Where does he go to stand to block that laser beam without putting his hands up or jumping?
On his hands?
Well, no, obviously a 6 foot man can reach up and block a 7 foot high beam with his hands, but a man was what was chosen to be the blocking object. So I'm just specifying that how can he? I'm asking how, being only 6 feet high, can he block a laser beam that's 7 feet high?
Everyone's still calculating. Hold on.
Certainly.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that whatever the plaque says you can see from the lookout point, that you can see. That's just my guess.
If it had a NASA stamp of approval, he'd probably be okay with it. So we just gotta go there and put a little NASA sticker.
No, if it's got a bunch of already known false numbers on it, I'm gonna be just as skeptical of the things that aren't
You
yet.
apply the same standards to Google. It has a
Yep.
bunch of false numbers. All right.
He
So
seems to
you turn.
apply the standard of the default is that Earth is automatically a globe no matter what.
Yeah, it's just like another spinning
No, I
monkey
don't.
cultist. Yeah, you do. So I don't understand. What is your point? I sort of didn't catch what your point of that question was. The 6 foot and 7 foot thing. Sorry for the background noise.
Well, he asked me if I knew that a 6 foot man could block the view of a mountain, and I says, well, yeah, but not if the camera is 7 feet high and the mountain is more than 7 feet high. Then the 6 foot man can't block the whole mountain. And
Okay,
so,
so put your hands in front of your face.
no,
Right?
I know I can
All
cover
right,
my
so
eyes.
it's the
Okay.
same effect. So I don't know what your attempted straw man is supposed to demonstrate,
He's
but
talking about horizontal lines or horizontal lines.
Yeah, it's the simple laws of perspective, and he and I have a totally vastly different understanding of it, and we're trying to figure out which one of us is correct and which one of us isn't. I
Well,
think,
your understanding of it incorporates Earth curve, which measurably doesn't exist, so probably yours is wrong.
No,
and not
he's
even
not assuming
probably.
that. We're not assuming the curve here.
yeah,
Yeah, he's not understanding that things look smaller in the distance,
no,
and
I
that
understand.
yeah. So it, an object that's yes. I don't know how to here. Maybe this will be helpful.
We're talking about laser, right? Laser, not just vision, but laser. Just
Yeah.
talking in terms of laser.
So your eyes, we're back to laser eyes?
Well, no, let's say I had okay, we had a big flat level surface. We've got a 7-foot pole, and on that 7-foot pole is a little laser pointer pointing
Okay.
straight and level, 7 feet high out, straight and level towards the camera, and the camera is 7 feet high. So it's just the camera and the laser source are the same height, and the laser beam is flat and level, parallel to the floor, 7 feet above. Where would the 6-foot man have to stand to block the laser? Or would he not be able to block it?
You
Are,
wouldn't.
have to
are
stand on
eyes
the laser.
lasers?
No, the
I understand
camera.
your point. He wouldn't see the laser. It's like you're assuming it's like a beam, like small beam straight. It would just go above him.
It's just
But
like
that's not how vision works, dude.
Well, he doesn't
No,
have
but
to see it. The camera is seeing it. The camera is at 7 feet, and the camera is looking at the laser.
I think what
Yeah.
you're trying to
And the
say
question,
is that let's assume there's like a 7 foot tall mountain laser. So it's projecting also below that 7 feet, from 0 to 7 feet. So then you would see it and it would look much smaller in the horizon. So I don't know, your attempted straw man is pretty weak, dude.
Hold on. Does anybody have that stuff shrinks? Wow, stuff shrinks.
oh, I see the dinosaur.
Yeah, that's the one. That's the one that I'm referring to.
Well, that's CGI, though.
No, it isn't.
I'm glad that wasn't me running from that dinosaur.
What? Okay, maybe we're talking about two different images.
Yeah, there's that one. See, those are dinosaurs, right? Dragons?
That's not a CGI image, though.
Those are toys, dude, just in case we need to
Oh,
clarify.
okay. So, do we know how high the camera was?
Well, it's below 6 inches apparently.
yeah. And the person is how tall?
Approximately 6 feet.
This dude is not very bright.
Well, if I'm not bright, then how come nobody will answer the question I did ask?
We answered your question. The mountain's not a laser, dude. I don't know. Your point is totally moot. It's not just a single beam. It's a projecting light from 0 to 7 feet.
Okay, so what if we just had a 7-foot tall white pole, and the sunlight's lighting it up like it
Yeah,
mounts,
just like in the picture.
like it lights up a snowy mountain peak, and then the camera is at 7 feet high, and the
And what
camera
if you're just bullshitting because you got caught in your little like shitty straw man?
Alrighty.
So why don't you look at that picture like 30 seconds, then get back to us.
Hey, Gospel, I'll be glad to have a discussion with you on this, but the others are just...
After you untrigger yourself. Yeah, wipe off your tears, finish your soy, get a new voice modulator, then you can come back.
That's not nice, man.
I think
We
if
are-
you're trying
we are-
to ask, I
That
think if
wasn't
you're
even.
asked how can a 6-foot object block a 7-foot beam on a flat surface of whatever distance, it couldn't. The beam would be above the 6-foot object all across that flat surface. The one way a 6-foot object could block it is if it was curved.
No. No.
If there was a bulge between the two 7-foot things and somebody could stand on that bulge, yeah.
Yeah, so the lasers are a red herring. It's all fine and dandy to talk about lasers, but we're not talking about lasers. We're talking about perspective.
Okay, so what if instead of a laser, it was a 7-foot tall snowman with a 7-foot high camera?
It's not. So perspective. It's possible for something. It's also possible to see something taller under something shorter. Did you know that?
Absolutely. If the something shorter is above the line of sight between the observer and the something taller.
May put it a different way. There, I guess maybe I didn't word that the right way.
you can view buildings that are very tall under a bridge, like look underneath a bridge and see buildings that are taller than the bridge
Yeah.
through
He's saying
through
it's still
the
a
view.
direct line of sight, which is all fine and dandy. Maybe I should point out that it's the way that light travels too. But anyway, this is all really. I'm still looking for Mount Pinnacle from Lookout Mountain.
I don't know. It doesn't travel parallel. Like it travels like in all angles from the source. It's not like a laser. So his point is totally just either a red herring at best or a straw man. I don't think he's being genuine.
No, I am, and let me explain.
Nah.
Lookout Mountain, North Carolina Blue Ridge. No.
It's true that light travels out or radiates in all directions from the mountaintop, but the beam that actually goes in your pupil or in your camera is a very narrow section of that.
Okay, that doesn't contradict any point. It has to be parallel. So it doesn't have to be parallel to the ground. Is your point?
Right.
It could just be any beam. It could be any beam, right, in any direction, go into your eye. And your eye doesn't even just get one beam. It gets a bunch of beams. Right?
Well, but let's say the beam that starts at the mountain goes off, a different direction, and it, instead of hitting your eye, it hits your feet. You won't see that beam, will you?
I don't care. You just need to see one beam to see, like, a beam from the mountain. Right?
Right. And that's where the mountain appears to be, is because that's the angle that beam comes from, right?
Okay, sure. So where's the contradiction?
Well, the contradiction is if the snowman is 7 feet tall and, his head's going to be reflecting off light in all directions, like all good snowmen do, but the particular ray of light that goes from the top of his head to the camera, which is also at 7 feet, that particular ray, which is the one that the camera's actually seeing, will be parallel to the flat floor, right?
Right.
The one you see will not.
If the source...
What?
What do you mean will not?
If the source and the observer...
So basically, the 6-inch dragon in the silly picture, if you're at 12 inches, it's your opinion that there's no distance backwards that you could ever be where the 6-inch dragon would block the 6,000-foot mountain. If you're at 12 inches.
Say that again? I think that's about... Say it once more.
You're suggesting that if you're vertically above the dragon, that you should definitely be able to see the mountain.
Yes, if by above we mean above the same flat plane with which we're referencing us, the dragon, and the mountain.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So what can we do with this information? I mean, can we either prove what can we prove with this information? We still have to make measurements, right?
It's about distances, that's all.
Well, it's the idea. So I still
Well, we already have measurements. We showed them to him already. We posted FE core for him, but he didn't like them because they didn't find the curve that he was looking for.
It's weird how lasers suddenly work when he's trying to disprove the flat plane.
Yeah, I had a
Lasers
thought
only-
about that yesterday too, because he keeps saying that he goes to the Black Swan location, or he's looking at the videos from there, and that most days that the geometric horizon will appear where it actually is, and it's not being refracted around all over the place.
Yeah.
Most days it looks like where it actually is. But the funny thing is when it comes to the lasers, it seems like they're always being refracted so that they curve to match the curvature of the Earth. So
Yeah, and it's
one is
really
there.
interesting. It's interesting how they're choosing like videos from BM LSB 69's channel that have waves in the way that go along with their misunderstanding of how things get blocked from your view, like that we're just finding out about right now with this person.
And I want to know from Jesse if refraction is so minimal on most days that you can just the geometric horizon where it actually is, then why is it that every laser test seems to have the laser curving at the 8 inches per mile squared so that you can never find your curve?
And
Yeah, how is it? They're actually straight line of sight. That's why the military used them for line of
the
sight
Earth is a ball,
targeting.
so it's always curving, correct? So at what point does my gun that has a laser sight on it start to curve? Somebody please tell me.
Yeah, exactly.
What's the distance? Give me
And
that.
then
Give me that.
how does that laser light that's bending pointing to a target, then how does the bullet actually follow that same path that the laser is bending also at the same rate, even though it's a physical object flying through the air above a surface?
Sounds like you guys are criticizing. Like you can use he's challenging us, and we
Yeah,
can
we're
go.
challenging him back. That's okay, right?
We're not
Yeah,
criticizing.
but
We're
we're not
criticizing
like
the information that goes along with these belief systems of the globe. We're just pointing out the fallacies that are also it's surrounding it.
we're doing science here. Like
So
we're not
this
trying
is
to
not.
No,
debunk
we're doing
anybody.
science. He isn't.
This is this. Yeah,
We're not trying to debunk anybody. Like we're doing
Yeah, that gets
science.
neither
very
are
trolly.
we. Neither
I
are
don't care.
we. We're
Right.
just.
I'm
I
just
don't care.
pointing out the incoherence in his arguments.
Yes, that's
Okay,
it.
did you catch it, or are you just concerned for his feelings?
I don't know, dude. I just see that he has like work ethics. He does his thing, and it should be appreciated.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, it
Should
is
be
appreciated.
appreciated.
Just bring the proof, and everything will be all good. Bring the proof of the globe, and then it'll be
Well,
settled.
we're trying to
Well, I
figure
mean,
out.
it seems like his efforts are aimed at reifying the globe. I don't really appreciate it, but you do you.
Yeah,
I don't think
exactly.
it's like this. I don't think he sounds like he's defending anything.
Well, why
Yeah,
is he here defending the globe?
that's BS, dude.
No, it's not. It's
Shit.
not about that. No, it's about.
All
It's
right.
about
Yeah, it
finding.
is.
Well,
You
anyway,
just
I
said
had a
that
No,
question.
yourself.
I had a
It is about
question for
that.
him,
It is about
now
that.
I'm gonna
now
have
the
to start
concern
muting
troll
some people if
is
you all don't
drilling.
get a hold of
Yeah, we don't.
yourselves.
Lionel, you'll get banned from here quicker than shit than white on
Just
rice.
I'm
If
not
you start
concerned about that.
concern trolling, yeah, that'll get you kicked from here.
all
Because
right.
I actually
If I get
genuinely
kicked,
I wanted an answer from
And
Jesse.
it doesn't matter what you think you believe or know or whatever. Yeah, like concern trolling is against the TOS. Period.
All right.
End of that discussion.
All right, Sonny.
And
Jesse, are you
I
still
did want an answer from Jesse before you got in there. So now we're not getting one.
you still there, Jesse?
Yes, sir.
All
That's
right.
the point.
Grab your camera. Like on your phone.
Okay.
All right. Grab like a cup and maybe another cup or roll of toilet paper or grab two objects. All right. Put your phone turn your camera on. If you have a 6-foot table, 8-foot table, the floor, whatever you got that's a line of sight. I want you to stick an object, a decent ways away on it on about as flat of the surface as you can. All right. And then I want you to move the middle object. Okay, if you have a second person that can move the other further distance object, that may be helpful too. If you have a really long distance flat surface to do this on, that'd be helpful too. But I want you to notice what happens when you move the middle object.
Hold on.
Or
Let me.
just, whatever you can do. This is the sort of thing that you can do to help yourself understand how perspective works.
All right. I'm gonna get a notepad up, and then I'll write down your directions, and then I'll actually do them real carefully. All right. So I've got a camera, and what's the camera height?
Above the middle object. Not absurdly above. Just
Okay,
above.
slightly above.
Slightly above, yeah. Enough above that you know it's above.
Okay, and how high is the middle object?
It doesn't matter. It's all
Okay.
relative.
And how high is the third and distant object, or the farthest object?
Taller than the middle object.
Okay, taller than the middle object.
Yeah.
He's writing this shit down.
Can it be the same height as the camera?
Yeah, it can be the same height. It could be a little taller.
Okay. What distance do I need, or scale of distance, like compared to the height of the objects?
Compared to the height of the objects, 20, 10, 20, 30, 40 times.
Okay. All right, I've got that written down. Obviously, it'll take me a little time to actually do the experiment.
Yeah,
My
it's not an
my
experiment. It's not an
oh,
experiment.
observation.
Yeah, it would be a demonstration or an observation. Yeah.
Okay. Can I make my prediction?
I mean, you do whatever you want, but I'm just giving you the tangible means to see for yourself what perspective is.
Okay. I actually did that a while back, but it was only over like 10 feet. But anyway, my prediction is that
No,
that the distant object will always appear peaking above the shorter object. You won't be able to see all of the distant object, but you'll always be able to see some of it. That's what I. Do you think I'm wrong?
but you can see.
Alrighty. Thank you.
Uh huh.
Well, gentlemen, thank you. And I've got an observation to do.
Uh huh.
Sure do, buddy.
All right. At least you're doing that much.
Yeah. Yeah. Come back and let us know what happened.
Yeah.
In search of Earth curve.
This is
I'm
learning how you actually observe things on a flat plane, which is when we're doing these kind of things, and how it actually directly correlates to what we actually see out in reality that are on the optics that we see. How everything ramps up, and I know people don't like people saying this ramped up thing, but that's just how perspective works. Not my fault. It just is what it is. Things that are further out on a plane are going to appear higher up than they were if they're at your feet. When you start looking out, everything out further on the water. That's why the black swan is actually so instrumental in this, because you can see the water all the way out. Each platform has a place where it goes into the water. The platform that's further out, where the platform enters the water in your view is higher up and further out, as well as back behind in the black swan image, the horizon being further back and higher up from platform habitat is the way perspective works on a flat plane. That's why we see it in reality.
Yeah, but one thing is perspective, and another thing is like when we start formulating concepts. So like we cannot depend only on perspective, right?
Yeah, perspective and size reduction with distance. So you have those things, yes. But we know how things don't occur on a flat plane. That, like, here's what we do know. If you take a ball, a spherical surface, and try to use perspective, it doesn't work. It would not look the way it looks in reality. It would drop off. It has to have this drop off point. That's the thing we've never seen in reality on Earth, is any kind of dropping off of this surface in any direction. It doesn't appear to drop off ever, anywhere. Nor is there the obstruction there, which is basically the other thing. But they have a conundrum with that, because they're saying we're on top of the ball at all times. So Bob and Alice are looking down at a chasm. It's completely illogical.
I have a problem like understanding. So like, so yeah, you have perspective. I mean, like I have perspective. Like everything seems to be going up. I look at the ocean, a body of ocean, a body of water, and it seems like the water is going up. But what do I prove with that? Like I need to do. I mean, yeah, I have that information, But like, how do we go from there to prove that like I mean, we're trying to debunk the globe. But what does perspective? I mean, we have perspective. What else? What like why? What does that mean? I mean, how do we prove the globe wrong with just perspective? Like, I don't understand that. I'm having a little trouble here.
No, you don't prove anything wrong with understanding perspective. Understanding perspective is for the sake of understanding perspective.
Okay.
Because apparently there's a lot of people with visual spatial reasoning problems.
That's really
what gets me is that every single observation that we show these globers that either shows there's no curvature or that there's a problem with their model, every single one, and there's literally hundreds of them, none of them are right. Every single one of them has a problem. It's either refraction, it's either this, it's either that, or it's whatever. None of them are right. And it's like, are you fucking kidding me?
Yeah, but we're better than that, man. Like we're not having a war or something. Like we're just trying to figure out how things work.
No, you're trying to.
We are. You are.
Trying to deal with folks that are veteran gaslighters.
I have
a futile effort.
Yeah.
I mean, that's just statistically impossible that they all could be wrong. It's literally statistically impossible. But yet that's the case. Just I can't fucking, it's just zealotry.
I don't know, like the whole thing about proving people wrong, like we're trying to like that's what really messes me up. Like when we get in conflict, dude, we go to the other, they do exactly this, like we don't want to do the same thing they do.
We aren't doing the same thing they do.
I don't care about proving people wrong. It's the globe that I care about proving wrong.
Yeah, who says we're doing with people?
So he made a bunch of fallacious arguments in support of the globe, and it's those that I wanted to prove wrong.
Cool.
And actually, all I was doing was pointing out the contradiction in his logic, too. But you got him off the hook, so we'll have to wait till next time.
Who did?
I hope they have a white knight bonus for you.
Are you talking to me?
Yeah.
What did you say?
Holy shit, God Rocket, mute your mic, please. Thanks.
Yes, sir. Sorry.
That did not work.
I said, hope they have a white knight bonus for you.
What does that mean? White knight bonus.
I think you know what it means.
I don't. I'm serious.
Okay, it's a new English idiom for you to learn.
Oh, let me write it down. White knight. What?
Bonus.
Bonus, like a bonus. Like,
yeah, you get like a little bit extra shekels.
I've got three. You know, I've got 3 shekels on my desk right now.
I don't know what you mean.
Post a picture,
okay,
so our friend knows what he's in for.
Yeah, I've got some shekels right here.
I'm rubbing my hands.
I found them. I found them at a coin shop. He's like, "Hey, I got a bunch of international coins," and I was like, "I want to find some shekels," and then I did, and I was so excited. I was so excited. Here, I'll post a picture.
What it cost you to buy a shekel?
I think they were like 25 cents a piece or something.
Oh, cool! I could afford that.
Yeah, it wasn't all that bad. It was worth it for the memes and for opportunities like this. To tell you what, here we go.
I don't know what you meant with a white knight bonus.
Well, you just keep elbowing in to save him every time we got him on the line.
Yeah, but what does it mean? I don't find it on Google.
White knighting? Just what I said, basically.
White knighting.
They're saying that you're defending a guy that doesn't really need to be defended. That's what white knighting is.
You're coming to his rescue.
You know, I'm not defending anybody. Like, it's not about defending. Like,
yes, you are.
It's not about defending. He's thinking. I'm just like I listen to everybody. I don't just listen to you
That's
or
nonsense.
not.
Whenever we got him cornered,
Like,
you
it's
just jump
not that
in with some like pathos concern troll tactics.
I know that he sounds like he wants to debunk us, but he is actually. I think that he's actually like he's not standing on either side. This guy is like genuinely like working and like looking at things really closely. And I think
Nah,
we should.
he's
Yeah,
got a bias.
you're
Sorry?
100% full of mirror, though, dude.
What is
But
it?
you're gonna call me a globey? Call me a globey. Go ahead.
We're calling you that white knight for Globies because you're not taking a stance because you're basically here to stop the discussion whenever we got a
Like a
Globie corner.
Glober cheerleader. But
A what?
congratulations,
Yeah,
cheerleader.
you're
For
like a
Globers. Yeah.
Yeah,
it's like defensive linesman for Globies.
yeah. I'm a
Basically.
globe chili leader.
Yeah, and they
Yes,
have no
that's
leg
exactly
to stand
right.
on.
Yeah, you're
They
not
have
a
no
good
leg-
one, but you are one.
They have not a
Well, you know
leg
what
to
we sound like?
stand.
You know what we sound like? You know what we sound like
You know
sometimes?
what you
We sound like
sound
a,
like?
you know,
What
You
you
sound
you,
like
you
a
know,
little triggered kid.
What do you
no,
know?
you sound,
Yeah, that's what's going to stop right there.
Well, the Jesse kid had some
Viral.
incoherent logic going on, and I just wanted him to address it, but Lionel got mad.
Give me your address. I'll send you some pom poms.
Yeah,
Anyway, y'all see the shekels?
we don't put up with that shit here, man. I don't know where you
wanted
think
to hear
you
what
are,
you sound like.
but
Yeah, he's spiraling when they called him out, basically.
You know what
Okay.
you sound like?
Yeah,
You know what you sound like? You know what you sound like? I was curious what he was going to say.
there's all types of tactics being happening that we see here like this, and it really that you think it goes past us is really odd for one.
Yeah,
But listen,
can't you just
if Lionel is completely honest and genuine with us, then he is just naive about the situation that's happening.
Yeah.
Can he just leave Jesse to defend himself? Like Jesse wasn't upset about anything that I put towards him. So
yeah, he
why'd
was
you
getting
have
upset.
to jump in?
It's fine. Anyway, did everybody see the shekels? It's really important for
Yeah,
everybody.
it's pretty funny, dude. Yeah.
All right, just making sure everybody saw the shekels. I
3
spent
shekels.
good money on.
let me just make something clear here, okay? Let me just say something. I love coming here, okay? I almost have an addiction. I love coming here, okay? I have 10 minutes, and I come here for 5, 10 minutes. Well, I love coming here. I come here for the fun, but I especially come here to learn shit.
Yeah.
Now,
Well,
when somebody gets serious, now listen. When
Good for
you
you,
guys
dude.
are talking, look, when somebody's talking about when somebody's serious, and I can sense that they're doing a hard job, I go along with it. I go along
Right.
with it, bro. I go along with it. When we're
Except
having
when we
fun,
do that.
when we're having fun, when we're messing around, I fucking love it. I mess around. But
Lionel,
when somebody's serious, I go serious, bro. I go
Lionel,
serious.
Except when
Lionel,
we're serious, and then
Lionel.
you're just
Over
trying to.
time, you'll become more and more disillusioned, and
Well, I
you'll
hope not.
actually being disillusioned is a good thing.
No, what do you mean? Yeah.
Yeah, because do you want to live
Delusional?
under an
Let him
illusion,
talk.
or do you want to be disillusioned? And what I'm trying to say is, over time, you'll be disillusioned, and you'll recognize disingenuity more and more. You'll recognize people being insincere. Okay, and it just comes with the territory. Over and over again, these people, yeah, with it, and I don't know 100% about Jesse, but he's coming across a little disingenuous. He's saying that he's going to do these things, but he also said he was going to look up the measurements on Google Earth, which takes about 20 seconds, and it took him 15 minutes. Like this sort of quite literal retarded gaslighting is really tedious and frustrating. So over time, you just get less and less patient with people that are playing games, and that's what you're seeing from others, and that's why they're calling you gullible at the very best. Hopefully, it's the best and not the worst, because I mean that's what I thought it was for you, is that you were just kind of thinking that this guy was being genuine. When yeah, I don't know. I don't know
I
how
think
long
he is.
Jesse's been in this, but I thought he was one that said he'd been in it for a couple of years, and if I'm wrong, then so be it.
Yeah, this ain't our first rodeo, so when we sense someone's being disingenuous, like
Okay,
we're basically
I can listen.
99.999% on. And
I
that
can,
guy was full of mierda.
I
And
can,
also
I'm,
your tactics are also like full of mierda. So, we're gonna sniff it out. Nothing's really gonna get past us at this point.
How many of
I'm
us
aware.
think that that guy is really going to do that experiment?
No,
It's
he's
not an
gonna go through
experiment.
Photoshop.
No offense, guys, but it's not an experiment.
I mean, not an experiment, but a demonstration.
He's gonna do whatever he can to manipulate whatever photo he takes of the observation.
Yeah, I know. That's the whole point of me giving him a task, guys, is for his own, is to reveal to himself or to others or both, and or so to reveal to himself and or others how sincere, how much integrity he has.
Dude,
What did he
yeah.
do? Did he still man the argument or not? Did he still man it or did he straw man it? And if he's going to be fair, he's going to still man it. He's going to go and say, okay, I was a quarter inch above the object. The other object was only a half an inch taller. And yet, look, I basically did the best possible scenario for you. I did it these ranges, I did it these ranges, I did it these ranges, and clearly I'm right. Or, oh, wow, I discovered that there are issues with perspective where, given these situations, it is a fact that a lower object can block a taller object, even when your viewing height is above. It is actually possible, even though that doesn't make sense to me. You know, and I don't know. 10 feet, 50 feet, very, very possible that that's not going to be enough distance for him to accomplish the end goal. I mean, that mountain picture in the little picture with the dinosaurs and the mountain and the man. And that mountain's probably 5 miles away, 10 miles away. I don't know, 15, 20 miles. I don't know how far away it is. Far, quite obviously far away. But anyway, we'll see.
Hey, I just wanted to quickly say something about Jesse. So I'm sure most of you in here remember rolling my boulder. So I'm pretty good at listening to, Roland, that Glober that was.
Yeah, I'm just joking.
I haven't
Yeah,
seen him in here for a few days or a couple weeks, but anyway, the point is, he's a Glober. He's friendlier than most Globers. Just like how Jesse's a Glober, friendlier than most Globers. And I just wanted to point out that they both have very similar sounding dialects, very similar sounding voices. They talk in similar ways. And even the very way that their voices sound is very similar. And the way that they think and the words that they say are very similar. So I just want to point out, much like how I don't think you're ever going to get through with reason to Roland, I don't think you're going to get through to Jesse. Like, these two individuals, they're just going to keep lying to themselves. Probably forever.
Yeah, he's
Hopefully
not looking for truth. He's looking
for the rest of their lives, I mean.
Yeah, you're 100% right. I mean, that's what he's here for. He's here just to be sort of attritional. He's not here to be convinced. He's just here to waste time and energy.
The first thing I said to him is that Globers will do anything to avoid directly measuring the ground because it doesn't measure the way that they want it to. And he said, that's not true. And he's been on like a week-long tirade since then, just going on and on with anything but a direct measurement of the Earth.
Exactly. It's just ridiculous at this point because just they're trying to confirm their own bias. And that's the only thing we're having a challenge with as far as the conversation, because they won't let on to that because they may be unconsciously doing it. They're just like automatons or something. I don't get it.
You need people like that. Even if he's a Globy, even if he's a Glober,
no, maybe you do. Don't put words in my mouth. I don't need
no,
like
I'm not putting, I wouldn't do that. What I'm saying is that if you have, what do you want to, what you want to have? You want to have globers that don't do any work at all and they're just stupid.
Nobody said that.
Okay.
No one said that at all. I don't know where you're getting at.
Dude,
No, I'm asking you. I'm asking you. I'm
what
asking
are you
you the
talking
question.
The globers here, the globers that come here don't do anything. That's the problem.
We just want honesty and a genuine conversation, but that's the last thing we get. We do not get an honest. You're interrupting me. So, like, we're not getting an honest, genuine conversation that can go to its ultimate end with the subject, because we can't get them to answer one single freaking question that we ask without getting an obfuscation of the whole thing and a distraction from the actual question asked at every single turn. Do you understand this?
We are only concerned with how the Earth measures. We don't want to talk about fucking space, dude. We don't want to talk about moons. We don't talk about fucking astronauts, no space station, none of that shit. We want to know what's going on the Earth. So if they're not going to stay on the Earth, we don't want them here. Okay, do you understand that?
Hey, I want to talk about the sun and the moon. Why not?
Stop.
Why not?
He means not in a way as if it determines the shape of the surface of the Earth.
In the
but
way
hey,
that
Lionel,
they do it.
I want to point out to you, Lionel. There's this. I'm not sure if you've heard it before, but there's this phrase that I've heard a few times. You can't fix stupid, and so even though it might not seem like some people are stupid, sometimes they in fact are stupid. And the thing is, you can't fix stupid. So that guy I mentioned earlier, Roland, he's what I consider to be stupid. And Jesse, he's what I consider to be stupid. You can't fix stupid.
Ding, ding, ding.
Don't try to.
And you can't fix religious, really. And that's what he is, too.
Well, I don't agree. I don't agree with that statement that he's stupid, to be honest.
He absolutely refuses to see things as they are. The thing that I asked him for was a direct measurement from the Earth. He said, oh, yeah, no problem. And then when we started talking about what a direct measurement of the Earth is, like using a laser, he said, no, I can't do that because the laser is just going to bend at the same 8 inches per mile squared that my Earth measures as. So that won't work. So I have to go on all these side quests with measuring angles on top of mountains and stuff. It's super obvious that all the guy wants to do is reify his globe. He's not interested in reality. So that's why people get annoyed with people like that.
I think that Jess is like a pain in the ass, to be honest. But okay, that doesn't mean like he helps me focus. He helps me kind of like I wanna see how like I wanna see what he's going with. I wanna see what he like. I want somebody to kind of to show him that the Earth is flat. Now I don't want him to become a flat earther, but I just want like I'm just following the argument, man. And when we start arguing and criticizing him and stuff, it's like, hold on a minute. Like I just want to go along with it.
We just shot down his argument. I don't know why you take such offense to that. Like it's like as soon as we shut down his argument, all of a sudden it becomes about feelings and like personal attacks, right? But he comes out with straw man.
He gets emotional. He gets emotional. I don't see him like reacting emotionally. Do you?
Yeah. So he's fine. So why are you jumping into his defense? He's okay. So don't worry about it.
You're the one getting emotional, dude.
I am not defending anybody. I am not defending anybody. When a conversation is taking place,
is that the punchline?
When a conversation is taking, I don't care who is when a conversation is taking place, like I find it really irritating when people come in like and just like try to destroy the conversation or something.
That's what you did exactly. So that's
love this concern trolling. It's fresh, kosher,
Yeah, because I put a question to him, like a genuine question about the incoherence in his arguments that I would like to have heard an answer from him about, and then you did exactly that thing that you're talking about and destroyed the conversation.
I have.
Well, that
check this out, guys. I want to give you another example of it's kind of the stuff you guys are talking about. I was over in Jim Pana's server yesterday or the day before, and I was having it out with Jim about refraction, and I told him that he said that it's because of the layers of atmosphere as you rise in height, the different layers, that he says because the Earth is curved, you're going to be going up and through all these different layers. And if the light is staying at the same distance off the water and curving around the curve and going along, it's staying in the same layer. I could not get him to relate to that. He said it was going up through all these different layers, but yet it was staying the exact same distance off the water. And he just totally, I said, it's when it's going flat across the water, it stays in one layer of air. It doesn't change density, it doesn't change temperature very much or anything. And he says, yeah, but when you're going up around the curve, it does. I says, yeah, but you're staying the same distance off the water up and around the curve. You're telling me that the layers change as you're going up the curve when you're staying the same distance off the water? And he just totally freaked out, telling me that I didn't know what I was talking about. But essentially, if that does happen in that way, if when you shoot a laser across the water and it bends up and over the curve, it is staying in the same layer of atmosphere. And the same as if you shoot it straight across the water, it's staying in the same layer of water. And he couldn't get that. He said no, because it's going up over the curve. It's going through all these different layers. But yet it's staying exactly the same distance off the water. What a fucking moron.
Yeah, where's the proof of any of that, starting with a direct measurement of that curve that he says is there?
Exactly. There's no, and that's another thing I asked him for. I said, show me any textbook, any teaching or any definition of refraction that says that refraction can bend light up over the curve with one medium. He says, yeah, but it's different mediums. It's different medium. No, it's not. It's air. It's the same fucking medium. Oh, it's a different temperature. Yeah, but you're telling me it's the same distance off the water. It curves up around. It stays the exact same distance. You stay in the same fucking layer if you're doing that. You're going to have very little difference, if probably basically none. And he says, no, because you're going up the curve. You're going through all these different layers. Like, what a fucking moron.
So their proof for this perfect uniform refraction that bends the lasers in exactly the same shape as their Earth is a bendy crane. And the bendy crane is not this perfect, nice-looking uniform refraction. It's chaotic. But for some reason, when it comes to lasers, it's perfect.
Yeah, the whole argument's ridiculous because there's nothing in any of the definitions or there's no demonstration that shows that light bends over water when it stays basically the same distance off the water and travels, 5-10 miles. There's no evidence whatsoever to support that it bends the light. There's no observation they can show. There's no all they do is say it's doing it. It's refraction. But in order to claim that, you've got to have evidence to support it.
Yeah.
And there is none. It's ridiculous. It's a totally ridiculous argument, period.
Is he the same guy who wanted to do the waterfish tank sugar water thing experiment? Or was it
I think Jesse was talking about sugar water, yeah.
Yeah, I posted the image he made.
Yeah. Because,
that's the one he wanted to show how it curves over.
I can't even remember the I know it's kind of red herring, but I feel like there's another fallacy category error. So why didn't you use salt water? Like, why are we going with sugar water? And is there a lake of sugar?
Yeah, because it fits the agenda perfectly. That's why. His narrative.
Why are we going with
diabetes? Are we talking about a diabetes agenda? Yeah. What agenda are you talking about?
And here's the thing: why are we going with something that has no relation to reality? The glass tank has no relation to reality in the air. The sugar water has no relation to the water or any other thing in nature. You're not going to find any of that stuff in nature. And the laser light is a synthetic light. It's not the light coming from the sun. It's all three or four different synthetic things that have been man-made, and they're going to say that that's analogous to shooting a laser over the water. That how ridiculous is? I mean,
no, guys. The lake of sugar water is real. It feeds a river, and the river flows into Willy Wonka's chocolate factory.
I mean, are you fucking kidding me?
So if everything is so bendy that it all just looks flat, where did they ever get their Earth curve measurements from in the first place? So why are they even invoking that? Why are they even using that? How would they possibly have ever measured the Earth Earth to be curving if everything inside the atmosphere behaves this way?
From
I know
sticks and
exactly.
shadows.
I'd like to point out that at least with this, they have two mediums because the laser's shining through both the glass and the sugar water. But you wouldn't have the glass if you were trying to apply this to real life. And even if we lived under sugar water, that would be only one medium.
Yeah. So they basically they got nothing, to be honest.
They're
It's
basically
an
just
ad
saying
hoc
the same thing that we are. It's flat, but with extra steps. They add a curve into it, and then they cancel it out with the refraction, and then they just end up in the same place as us, reality.
Who knows?
I mean, isn't the standard refraction model, exist, but it doesn't support the claim of moving the so-called geometric horizon by of
course not.
Magnitude of orders away, like
Because it just uses the
nothing that
radius
supports
again.
Yeah.
This is
Yeah.
begging the question of the radius, and even the standard refraction that they claim doesn't do anything to move the horizon as far as they would need to.
Yeah. So it doesn't even support the claim in the Black Swan to begin with. So
Not even
I don't
close.
understand I don't get
It
it.
has
Where
to be
they
like 400/6R, something like that.
and they seem to be steamrolling over it for some reason, and then keep going at it. No. It's there. It's a fraction.
Somebody have a better example than the dinosaur mountain man picture for being directly above an object that object, but you're behind it, that object blocks a further distant object that's taller than the middle object, but it's still blocked by the middle object. I know there's examples of this. I just I don't know if there's any pictures that can demonstrate it. Things of known height. Any ideas?
Just ask them to put their hand in front of their face. This is the first example. They need to understand this. And if it still doesn't work, tell them to slap themselves in the face. Then maybe they'll understand.
Well, he's thinking about it as if it's all on paper. You draw a line, you're going to hit the object if you're drawing a line on a sheet of paper.
It sounded like a deliberately contrived kind of straw man. So he's saying, "Oh yeah, so the laser always goes straight, and then a mountain's like a laser." But that's not how perspective and light works, right? So the light's going in all directions from the top of the mountain. That's why you can see the top of the mountain, right? There's a ray of light that's angled with the plane, with the ground. It's not paralleled. It goes from your eyes to the top of the mountain, right? And our eyes are not just designed to only perceive one ray of light in one direction either. So his example is just totally it's just specious. It's disingenuous. But it sounds like it was contrived in a lab, because once you point this out, then he sort of doesn't know how to retort. So he needs to go back to his whatever think tank he gets these from, and come back with a new pill pull. Do you understand how his example is not an example? Is not a counterexample to perspective?
Yeah, he just needs to demonstrate what he was talking about, I suppose.
And again, it's weird how they'll go running to lasers. Now lasers are the savior. It's first lasers were their worst enemy. Sorry, yeah.
I thought that they always bent through the atmosphere at 8 inches per mile squared.
I don't know, dude. It's only when it needs to. When it has to be. Then it bends.
Yeah, it's weird how refraction hardly ever strikes, according to him, when he goes out and looks at the geometric horizon. It's always right there where it's supposed to be most of the time, except for that off time where it's way further out there for some unknown reason. But then when it comes to using lasers, super refraction strikes every time. Except for what you're talking about. So, yeah.
Yeah, these people are never honest. They really think that their feelings are just the reality. It's this needs to be true, so it's true. That's how they think deep down.
But nothing else makes sense.
It doesn't make sense because they can't function if it doesn't corroborate their worldview. So it can't make sense to them. They refuse to let it make sense.
If nothing else makes sense, therefore it's true.
Earlier, somebody said you can't fix stupid. Yeah, I think that sums the whole damn thing up. All of it. Every single bit.
I don't think he's stupid. I think he's really stupid.
Well, whatever. I'm saying you can know a lot of words and arguments and ways to argue, but if you don't have, you could call it common sense, but it's a built-in, you either got it or you don't, folks. So that kind of deal.
I think everyone's born with it, and some people just learn to suppress it.
No, some people are not, apparently. At least I think that's what to take from that. Some people are stupid, and you can't fix it, so that means they were born that way.
Wait, did I just walk in on an argument that just happened, or did I miss something?
No, the same guy's been here for like a week, Jesse.
Jesse.
Yeah.
Jesse Pinkman?
Jesse Gordon.
He won't concede. He won't concede to anything, and it's either because he's stupid inherently, or he's just a dickhead,
or he's a shill.
Yeah, sure, that too.
Won't do any direct measurements. Insists on going on every side quest possible to find this
There's no difference between an idiot and a shill. They do the same work.
Yeah, man, I hope he's getting paid. That's all I always say. Like, I choose to believe they're getting paid for being this stupid. Or are we saying such stupid things?
Yeah, either you're stupid or you're teaching stupid. There's no difference.
You guys are getting paid?
I'm not. I hope they are.
I think that was his soundboard.
Oh, I see.
Got a new fella in the live stream. No row. Same yam. Same yam.
This is a
hey. Let me ask the guy who just said that a question. So, if you were to go out into the street and start talking to people about the Earth being flat, and you run into a guy who sounds just like Jesse or Roland and behaves just like Jesse or Roland, would you believe that individual is being paid to behave that way?
Probably wouldn't meet a guy like that on the street, though, would you, all right?
I don't think Roland is paid to behave that way. Did you see the picture of the guy sitting at his computer? Did you see what he looked like?
I think that's a meme. I don't know if that's actually him.
He said it was. He claimed
it was.
But
No.
You talking about Kip from Napoleon Dynamite?
No.
Oh, I think I know the picture you're talking about.
He's sitting at his computer desk, and he's got real thick, big glasses on. He's real chubby, and he's like...
I think I know the one you're talking about.
And he's sitting at this computer desk, and the computer's like ancient. It's like this ancient fucking, like, 20-year-old computer he's sitting at. And, it's just... It was really...
Got it. Let me get it.
He looked like, I'm not trying to be rude or anything, but he literally looked like a fucking retard.
No.
Well, to complete my thought a second ago, I have gone out on the street and talked to people about the Earth being flat, and I have run into not that many, but plenty of people that are just like Roland and just like Jesse. You could talk with them for years about the subject of the Earth being flat. They're still going to be a glober. And they're not being paid to do that.
Right. I totally agree with you there. They're just they're such zealots.
Yeah, they're
That's
just
what I
shills.
call
They
them.
just
It's
do it for
total
free.
zealotry.
I've been searching for the max distance of Jesse's tool, the theodolite, and I can't find one that measures angles over 1 kilometer. And I had a guy on Instagram come with me with the same argument this morning, actually, which is really weird. But they can't measure over a mile, so you can't measure a shit with them.
Yeah, no kidding. And they're usually good only really up to like 100 meters, I thought.
Yeah, that's right. They are only...
Yeah, they're made for buildings, not
That's what I
miles.
remembered, like 400 meters or something like that. But that was the very high end of it.
If you were building a building and your contractor wouldn't believe you if you were measuring over a quarter mile with it, it would just be completely inaccurate.
Yep, totally 100%. I've used them over and over. I've built some massive buildings with them. And yeah, It's like they got little tiny telescopes on the magnification of them. You put the story pole at a quarter mile away, and you can barely tell, whether it's a quarter. You're lucky if you can read it within a quarter of an inch accurate. It's just because you're looking at a line across a story pole, quarter of a mile away, and you can't really tell whether it's like on this line or that line because it's really hard to tell that far away.
Yeah, but if you're building over a quarter mile, you got the money. You don't need to be accurate. Just eyeball it. You got plenty of money.
I've only built one building that was a quarter of a mile from corner to corner, and it was the largest cold storage unit in the western United States, and Sam's Club owns it. It's here in Utah.
I bet you would do multiple shots, right?
Yeah, definitely. Well, I put a datum mark in the middle of the building, and so you reference off that datum point in the middle, and then you reduce it down to an eighth of a mile. So
yeah, you do multiple shots. I didn't see Jesse going to multiple mountaintops to measure twice.
The Earth's just too big, simply too big.
Yeah, it's just too big. We're too small. We can't see it.
Like ants on
just
like can't measure.
It's like trying to make a sniper shot with a 3-inch barrel pistol.
But we can see ships. We can see ships over the horizon, dude. That's no.
Yeah, but if we imagine that gravity makes the water into a hill, then I can explain that away.
That could just be refraction.
Oh, the next person that says that word refraction, I'm going to get my baseball bat out.
This dude on Instagram. This dude on Instagram with the theodolite. His experiment was back in 1978. So imagine a theodolite from 40 years ago being accurate. Man, I want to hear the live from last night. All that Don Pettit impersonations was the funniest thing I've heard in a while.
Wait, there were multiple? Because I feel like Glad is like the guy.
Don't get me started. I have things to do, but I will be back tonight. Thank you.
Yeah.
It is pretty spot on.
It really is. It's so good.
I like it. Man, you know what? He would win the How to Win Friends and Influence People award. It's good old Don Pettit. That guy. Who wouldn't want to be that guy's friend?
Yeah, his goofy speech is like...
I am good enough. I am smart enough. And doggone it, when you have a leak, you just have a leak.
Don Pettit here from NASA.
He's a fraud. This is the real Don Pettit.
I'm at home due to the Corvette.
Okay, I actually did say that. So
See, he was just circumventing censorship. The dude's actually a genius.
That's correct.
Wow. That's amazing.
That we've got a toilet that you use, and then a machine that goes chugga, 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 chug, and then you go to the galley and you make yourself a cup of coffee. And that's exactly what you are thinking it is.
Oh, this coffee smells like shit.
Do you have the one where he talks about the stars?
Yeah, I do.
Oh, sure. We saw stars.
Yeah. Hold on 1 second. Let me get that. Yeah. Hold on.
Yeah, so you can see the stars.
Oh yeah.
And
the
pretty much all the time.
clouds. Not a black void. I mean, it's black, but there's all kinds of little. There's all. You can, and there's more than stars. You can see planets.
You can see planets.
Right. You see the gas Magellan clouds of the Milky Way galaxy.
The Magellanic clouds.
I just wanted the
There's
Magellan
a large
clouds.
one and a small one, right?
Yeah.
And then
you can see the zodiacal light.
Whoa.
Bro, what are you talking about, man?
You can see the zodiacal light. Talk about
The
idical.
planet.
What are the zodiacal lights that they're able to see? What are those?
I think he's just talking about constellations. He instead of saying constellations, he said zodiacal lights, right?
Okay, so like
Yeah,
zodiac,
like the zodiac.
like the zodiac, zodiacal.
Yeah.
Well, I love, my favorite part is the other guy fumbling the cat the and
You can imagine seeing the zodiacal lights.
And now they're lights; they're not stars.
Hold on.
Stars to lights.
Dude, there was a Owen Benjamin bits that like Mountain Bear or whatever did that had that clip that was really good.
I may be wrong here. I was guessing, but apparently this is saying that the zodiacal light is the dawn's early light. Now on this Wikipedia, it calls it a false dawn, which I think is funny, but interesting. So zodiacal light is not what I thought it. You can't deduce the meaning from the words, apparently.
Well, maybe if you search zodiacal lights, maybe that'll actually pop.
No, you got to say it like you're talking to a first grader, like
yeah.
The zodiacal lights.
Yeah. He uptones a lot, which is always a portrayal of high intelligence. I'm being facetious there, obviously. People that uptone are typically not confident.
That's not fair because that's like everybody in Australia does that.
I know, you're right. I've thought about that a lot. I wonder why that's an entire aspect of their speech pattern. I've noticed that.
Yeah.
Very, very weird. Okay. Am I the first? I'm over here on Wikipedia looking at their important educational material, and they're telling people what this solar system is. This is news to me. I've never seen this before. Haumea, Quaoar, Maki Maki, Gong Gong, Eris, Sedna.
What? I thought those were aphrodisiacs.
What in the teetotal tarnation is going on here? What?
Did you say?
I think that's when they went to school and let third graders name some stars.
After Pluto. Oh, no. Orcus. Yeah. Oh, no. It goes Uranus, Neptune, Orcus, Pluto, Haumea, Quaoar, Maki Maki, Gong Gong, Eris, and Sedna. I've never... What is happening?
Those are the new genders.
What kind of shit is that?
What kind of shit is that? Oh my God.
I've never heard of those before.
I'm serious when I said that. I think they actually went and let some school kids make up names to some of the stars and stuff in the constellation.
Well, I identify as a Maki Maki plant.
Yeah, what are those supposed to be, like big moons or like what series?
Big
Orcus.
Here.
Haumea, whatever that one is.
Orcus is a killer whale.
They classify them as dwarfs that are supposedly orbiting the sun.
So they're basically like what they downgraded Pluto to is
Correct.
all of those things. All right.
Yeah.
I think they're dwarf killer whales and they're orbiting, it's Neptune. So I'm going to put that thesis in and I'll probably get an award for it.
Like Eris and Sedna, I feel like I've heard of them before.
If
Yeah,
I
I
could
don't know.
see it in text, I might I might relate to it, but just hearing it, I don't know.
I put it in the chat.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, I mean, they even have an entire category
Diaphragm.
of things in our solar system referred to as hypothetical objects.
Oh, yeah. Interesting, isn't it? Hypothetically.
Hypothetical objects: Fifth Giant, Nemesis, Phaeton, Planet 9, Planet V, Planet X,
See?
subsatellites, Theia, Tyche, Vulcan,
So,
Vulcanoids. Live long and
Do they
prosper.
name any of them Nibiru? Is Nibiru in there?
That's Planet X, Blue. That's Planet X.
Well,
That
I
is what
know, but
planet. Yeah.
I mean, I know that's what they say. I just wanted to hear it officially from the source.
Well, it's the see Nibiru cataclysm. Under the Planet X article, they address the
Oh, it
Nibiru.
does say Nibiru there. All
Yeah,
right.
yeah.
Very good.
Yeah,
Does it
they
say
don't
anything about the
disappoint.
reptilian Anunnaki? Does it say anything about that?
how can you have something called
Right.
a false dawn? So that must be the light that occurs before you actually see the sun. Is that right?
There's a Wikipedia article for the Anunnaki, of course.
Dude, that was a part of my path, man. Definitely crossed the Anunnaki, Planet X, Nibiru, all that stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, me
What's up
too.
with that?
I know
Why
that's
was that?
that's a lot of people. Like I was into the truth stuff early on, like early on, and I had some friends who were all about the fucking Anunnaki, Planet Nibiru freaking thing, and I was just freaking like, dude, they got so mad at me because like I'm like, dude, we're I wasn't as woke as woke as they were. Let's put it that way, because they knew about the Anunnaki, and I didn't believe in it.
What was the point of that, though? Was that like? Was that a distraction?
It had to do with, in my opinion, anyway. It was leading up to the 2012 Mayan calendar.
Yeah.
Like that, like when that didn't happen or didn't seem to happen, that kind of like went away. And
Yeah, man, that's
Y2K
crazy.
2.0.
Right.
Yeah, I was supposed to be the graduating class of 2012, so we made a lot of jokes about that. Oh, we're the last ones, man. Yeah, that did not happen. So yeah, that's funny. But yeah, I definitely did cross the path the Anunnaki, Nibiru, all that stuff. I was still a Glober at the time.
Yeah, I would make like, even though I was a 9/11 truther and all that shit, like I was. Fuck you!
Whoa.
I don't know that number.
Yeah, weird. Same here though. I was definitely 9/11.
But yeah, I was into truthing, but that all of a sudden this Anunnaki stuff was like, dude, that's a fucking fantasy novel. Like, how can you believe in that shit? Like,
I mean, we were right.
It's a fairy tale. It's a fairy tale. Like, what the fuck?
True.
Like, you're smarter than this, But no, people were all about it, and all the YouTube videos of like reptilian shapeshifters on C-SPAN with their eyes turning freaking slants. And like,
I've seen those.
to like some doom music, like yeah. Wake up, people! Like, it's so obvious. Like it's good that people start questioning things and everything, but too often idiots fall for it and they just get led astray, and it's been part of their game for a long time, and it seems like we're only just now waking up to it as a group.
Yeah, it's funny. There are definitely a lot of distractions along the way, and I definitely fell for some of them. But sometimes you have to. What they say is you gore your own ox. You have to kill off your own thing that you followed for so long. Anunnaki thought it was cool. Well, now you got to slay that, get rid of it, move on to the next thing.
Sacred cows.
So you gotta. I think that's part of like why most of us found our way here. We probably did have a lot of similar points along the way. Joe Rogan's and different types of people, Michio Kaku, freaking Neil deGrasse Tyson, all these people. So that was definitely part of my path, and it's weird that it led us here. Here we are.
Let me double check also to see if I got you pinned right then. That means you were also big into crop circles, correct?
Yo, how did you know?
Dude, like I've been at this a long time, man. I know exactly.
Yeah.
Like,
Well, it's like, 'cause
like
they were saying.
so
that
if
they
you
sent
believe,
out-
yeah. If you're one of those Anunnaki, planet Nibiru, blah blah blah, it's about reptilians and space travel and vacuums in space and aliens. Okay, it means
So
that
the crop circles definitely came into play there. And that was about they culminated about at the time the movie Science came out, right? Because they had this big thing on the big screen, you know.
Yeah, but for me, like I never believed in aliens. Like never.
Really? Wow.
Never.
Yeah, I thought they might have been. Now I don't know, but if they are, I know they're from here.
Well, I know more now than I did know back then. I believed in it back then, but I don't believe in it now. But like, yeah, Lou, that's funny you say that, because they used to say that they sent out signals on these Voyager 1, Voyager 2. We have these signs on these gold, whatever. They would just say they put these little symbols, and then they would say that the crop circles were responses to the things they sent in space. So I was like very fascinated by that.
Dude,
now we know that that's all like BS.
People still freaking push the crop circles thing, and it really like literally the crop circles. Most of the big ones that people are like, "Oh, look at this one. Are you telling me man made this?" Like, yeah, because guess what? Photoshop is a fucking thing that didn't exist in reality.
Right.
Like,
bro, but it's like a perfect circle. Nobody could ever do that.
Right.
Nobody could ever even do that. And did you see the husks, the corn? Did you see how the corn stalks were like perfectly bent in like a perfect 90-degree angle? Bro,
that's how
it's
you
real.
know it's real.
No, it's actually a couple of days ago, somebody was in here talking about that. And unfortunately, it was a day I had a lot of phone calls. I did not have a lot of opportunities to systematically dismantle their enthusiasm. But they were like, bro, when they were standing inside of the crop circle, all the bird sounds and everything went away and they couldn't hear anything. And when they stepped back out, they could hear the birds again. And I was like,
no.
Well, I mean, that's really convincing. I'll have to go home and rethink my life.
You had to be there, bro. You had to be there.
Wow.
Inside the circle, couldn't hear anything.
Not quite sold.
Like,
what?
I'm just rehashing. Somebody said that the other day in here, and I was just like, oh man, I have no availability to systematically dismantle this conversation right now. Hopefully, somebody else will address the leaps of logic.
That's mad funny.
Well, was I part of it yesterday?
I don't think so. I don't think you were the one saying that.
I don't think so.
You would know. It would be like, oh yeah, those are the exact words I said. Somebody was literally saying, crop circles, no, the real ones. And the way that we know that they're real is because like they stood inside of them and all the different frequencies went to zero. And like they couldn't even hear the birds, and then they stepped out of the circle and they could hear the birds again. And I was like, right about then, I was going to say something, and I get my phone call, and I'm like, oh boy,
definitely not me.
Yeah, it'd be like that sometimes.
That's like some stuff a Glover would say. But when I flush this toilet, it goes this way. But if I go the other way, it flushes the other. It's like, dude, what, dude? That's not proof that the water forms into a hill. What are you talking
Listen,
about?
when I'm getting a swirly, the water is always going clockwise. But when I'm just looking at the toilet, it goes counterclockwise.
Therefore, it's a Glover. No, dude.
It's like, you should probably spend less time getting swirlies, bud. Seems to be messing with you. I had some issues in school. I had a little bit of bullying situations growing up. Thank God I never had any swirly situation. That was one I never had to endure.
Hey, well, you have to know what it's like on both sides now, right? So now you do the bullying, right? When a silly Glober comes in, you have to reel it back a little bit, but you got to do a little flat smacking, a little flat bullying, so to speak. So you got to
I
know what
just
it's like on both sides. Hey,
I
guys.
just make people's toes warm.
Exactly. Yeah, turn the
Hold
fire on, raise it
I
up to
hold
the
their
toe
feet to the
globe.
fire. Yeah, yeah.
Yep.
Oh,
Hey, brother.
Danny. Maybe Danny's got an answer for my question from hours about like 9 hours ago.
It took you 9 hours to come up with the answer?
No, I don't think Danny will have an answer. He never answered me. I had a question for him this morning, and
God, Rug was like, "What the hell? 9 hours?"
Danny, you got an answer to Lookout Mountain?
Was he asked before about this?
Yeah.
Oh. Well, come on, Danny. Participate in the conversation. At least a little bit. Kind of boring when you hop in here being like a stalker in the shadows.
Well, there you go. But yeah, South Carolina observation from this spot actually also disproves the globe. It's not just Virginia and Kentucky. It's also South Carolina.
Bomb has been defused.
Aye. Come on, Danny. Say something.
I just don't get it at all, because you put the globe Earth in a nutshell, and none of it makes any sense. I mean, not one part of it makes any sense. A spinning ball makes no sense with water on it. It wouldn't stick to it. No gravity strong enough for that kind of retention of water or anything else. It makes no sense. The atmosphere doesn't stick to the globe. It would be 1,000 miles an hour wind everywhere. There wouldn't be a standing tree on the globe. The vacuum of space would rip the atmosphere off. I mean, you can just go on and on and on and on. There's not one part of it that makes any fucking sense at all, but yet they defend every one of them like it's real. And there's no defense for any of it either. There's literally no real defense for any of it, but they're just so... I don't get it. It's like,
Well, God rocking, if
got
we
to
all
be smarter than that.
collectively-
People are smarter than that, I thought. I guess I'm wrong. People are not that smart. They're just not.
If we all just collectively believe something to be true, then it's true. Right, God rocking? Come on.
No. I don't collectively believe anything just because you believe it or the next guy believes it or whatever. That's
But if
not.
I Google
That's not.
gravity,
That makes no sense. I mean, the guy could just be full of shit. The guy says he believes in fairy tales. Okay. Oh, okay. That means they're real. I mean, you got 10 million people on the earth that believe in fairy tales. Oh, that makes it right. No.
But if I Google something, it must be true.
Well, we all know that Google is the arbiter of fucking deception.
What reason would they have to lie?
Google would never lie. They want us to know the truth. We want to advance as a human civilization, evolution. Come on, guys.
They want us to bow down and pray to some AI overlord.
Yeah,
not our AI overlord, like a different one.
Hey guys, real quick,
AI.
What's a Google? What's that?
What?
So hold on real quick. So Danny, you are physically present at your electronic device.
Told you, didn't I?
God rocking your hot mic.
Sorry, guys. Sorry.
Danny, you are physically present at your electronic device, but you're refusing to answer a question. It's a simple one. It should be easy. Lookout Mountain. Lookout
Guys, I
Mountain.
think you mean goggle. I don't know what a Google is.
Don't speak about our our religious leader like that. Can you it's Google. Please be
You can
polite.
also have
With
plural
a capital fucking G, okay? Fucking be
Yeah,
respectful.
right. Black. Come on.
Reverential capitalization of
Is that like
glory.
big G? Is capital G like big G, gravity?
Oh my goodness, Google.
Extra
The
big G.
G in Freemasonry is actually Google.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, it's like straight googly moogly, huh?
Talk about
That's
an
where that came from.
anachronism of all time.
Where do you
So
think
they
that
knew about Google way back in the day when they first started Freemasonry. They knew Google would be a thing.
We all
I'm
pray to
obviously being facetious.
Yeah.
But DF over here, Mr. DF himself will sound clip anything he likes for his own pleasure and profit. Pleasure and profit. Isn't that what it's all about, DF?
definitely failing. Wait, what does DF stand for?
Oh
Definitely fucking up. Wait, what is it? DF?
That sounds something along those lines.
Deep fried.
Deep fried.
Profit.
Definitely fucked. I mean, wait, sorry. I might be getting it wrong though. Sorry.
I don't know. I liked yours, but deep fried. Oh, that's the only thing I could think of.
No, man. Hey, listen. He's a deliberate failure.
Oh, well, at least he's accomplishing what he tried to do. So, wait, that's ironic. If I ever did what?
Yeah, DF deliberately.
I'm just saying, seems deliberate. Sure
Isn't
is a failure.
Isn't it funny to accomplish failure?
It's not demonstrably falsifiable.
Oh, yeah.
I thought it was like, he's not a damn fool. So I mean maybe he is. Well, I don't know.
Sundar Pichai.
So who's this Danny 57 that you were trying to summons?
That's the DF. The definitely fumbling.
His mommy might have called him Daniel Faulkner.
Oh.
Yeah. What? Yeah, I think that was an after effect there. Too bad.
We're so sad.
What is he typing in the chat?
No, very likely, very unlikely. I don't know. I don't know what the deal is. Here, we'll just do this again. We'll just do that again.
Oh, he's fucking gone now.
Well, no, I'm disconnecting him from the voice.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, this is
okay.
Just fucking with his recording. Just fucking recording.
That's hilarious.
Basically.
Yeah.
I disconnected him from the VC before, and he came back, and that's why I said what I said about him being physically present at his electronic device but refusing to engage. I don't think.
Rules.
Well, I don't like that. I don't like.
I mean,
that.
that's
well, technically, it's not against our server rules, though.
That's true. That's true. I agree with. Yeah, I mean, I know it's not against the rules, but
well, it's not
it's not illegal. It's not illegal to be a pussy. You're just being a pussy.
Oh, damn. Hold on.
Damn.
What I was gonna say, if I was battle mod, I could say there's no parking on the dance floor. So, Danny, you gotta.
This is my channel. I'm the lead mod now. Just
yes, I'm gonna park on the dance floor, but no one else is allowed to park on the dance floor, Danny.
And when the man is called that word, he generally defends himself because he knows he's truly not a pussy. So, but continue to just sit there, Danny. We know you're gamma at best.
Ooh, what in tarnation? Interesting.
I liked all these words you use, gospel, like
I was gonna
tarnation.
say, where did that word come from?
You're so careful not to swear, and you try to keep your vocabulary to a more acceptable level, and so you use all these words like tarnation and I say various.
We trying to say, God Rockin'?
Yeah,
This is from Yosemite Sam.
Oh, I hate that rabbit.
Yep. Oh yeah, that's the one there.
Yeah.
Bing,
no,
bing, bing, Ricochet Rabbit.
1999. I made a commitment with my words because from 1997 to 1999, I played the game. I was going along with the crowd with my language. And the last day of 8th grade, I said, I don't want to do this anymore. And I never did. So
Sucker and succotash.
So it's been since 1999 that I have chosen my words more carefully.
I'm just saying I've
You
noticed
can have a lot of fun though, like Caribbean crab cakes. This is
True. Or one of my favorite.
Gospel, you know damn well, I know you do, that it's not the word that you pick, it's the intention behind it, correct?
I agree with that. Absolutely. That's why.
Yeah, shut the front door.
That's what. Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
Wow,
so that's why I choose phrases like, "What from hell," right? Because it's more literal. Like I'm suggesting that the thing that I'm referring to probably came from the. I mean, it's still facetious and ridiculous, but it still paints a better picture instead of the.
Sorry. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
I was just gonna say I had camp counselors that would like hush hush whisper with their hand in front of their mouth sideways covering it. Be like,
it's kind of a cream puff.
Hold on. They'll say, what in the HE double hockey sticks is going on here? Huh?
Yeah,
you know,
no, I don't do any of that
from
stuff.
the other adults.
Yeah,
it's kind of cream puffy though, bro.
I know.
What's that?
That is. It's milk toast. It's vanilla. But I love it.
Your choice of words sometimes it reminds me of cream puff.
Like Kirby from Super Nintendo.
Yeah.
I suppose maybe.
I'm just
Danny
still being facetious.
I know.
Yeah, so I disconnected him a second time, and I guess he's now accomplished learned helplessness. He's probably playing his victim card right now.
Now he's gonna have to come in on an alt account, and it's your
We're gonna
fault.
have to make a roll for him. Just that. What was it that you just said? Those two brilliant words.
Learned helplessness.
Yep, those are the two.
It's an important concept. It's a good one.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I think
love
that it describes probably, the Globers that exist, that they can't be bothered to do any independent research or observations. They just they want to keep on believing it's a globe and don't want to try anything else. It's I think maybe a form of learned helplessness.
That's how we know that they know that it's flat, because they won't go do the work even once because they know what they'll find.
They've been released.
No. It's not that they know; it's that they're afraid. Like they as long as they don't ever look, then they can't be wrong. Like
I think there's both ways.
Right, Lou.
I think it goes both ways.
Correct. I've always thought that if they don't allow the first snowflake to fall down the mountain, it can't turn into an avalanche. So as long as they don't allow the first one to go, it can't happen. So I think the same thing. They just block it out. Can't be true.
See if I can find that good.
I don't think any of us will ever know what's going on in the mind of a Glober. because it's someone else's mind.
Oh, it's not that hard. We all believed in the
I was
globe at
gonna
one
say
point
we
or
used to
another,
be
dude.
that
Like,
Glober. We used to be them.
Here.
Well, I was never a Glober. I accepted it
well,
within the first 5 minutes.
It depends on your definition of glober. If you're talking about the kind of person who would stand up and spend, who would spend, 6 days a week defending your ball. No, that wasn't any of
That's a
us.
ball card.
But did you believe that you lived on a ball? Probably at some point, yeah.
Yeah, we were ballers. We weren't ball tards though. We didn't defend and argue against obvious reality like that these buildings don't move. So, yeah, but I definitely believed it, that's for sure.
Yeah, I believe it too, but I'm just saying, like, these hardcore Globers that, go 6 days a week just defending the globe. Like, I don't know, man. All I can say is they belong in a loony bin. Or, they're not a danger, most of them, to other people, so no, they don't belong in a loony bin. But I'm just saying, like, they're just plain stupid, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, I agree.
Thanks, Trace, for the backup in the chat. Yeah. I like pictures, but yeah, that's good.
And I didn't mean to say that there aren't those, like, certain individuals who, yeah, I'm sure there are those too who probably know that the evidence is on our side, who probably are fairly convinced themselves, but still just can't stand the idea of it. It's just, I don't think that's the majority of what we call, like, the Globers or the Baltards or whatever you want to use.
Yeah.
The problem I have with that, Lou, is that it's their idea. Okay, it's not we didn't share an idea with them and they were like, wow, that's ridiculous. They brought their own idea. And this happens a lot. This is a phenomenon that we see with a lot of globe heads. They bring their own silly floppy disk theory in their brain, project it onto us like that's what we're defending. It just goes all downhill from there. So a lot of dummies have their own ideas of what flat Earth is, and that's why they find it, silly, and they reject it. But if they just ask, hey, one of us, hey, what is flat Earth? It'd be better than them bringing their own dumb idea.
Yeah, but the zealots, though, the ones who we actually talk to on a regular basis, like, they have to understand our stance at this point, right?
Yeah, that's true. I think they're just being disingenuous and, like, strawmanning our position at this point.
No,
Yeah.
the thing is, once you are a certain level of narcissistic and your ego blinds you to a certain degree, you don't actually listen to the words that people are telling you. You read between the lines, and you imagine up the straw man while they're talking, and so you attribute the straw man to them. It's a mental disorder.
Wow. I mean, as you're describing that, Trace, I can literally picture it, because that's exactly what they do. They don't really listen to what you're saying. They're trying to find a hole to slide in and strawman your point. I already know. They do this all the time. Because if you're being honest, you'd listen. Oh, okay, you said this, so is this what you mean by that? Oh, okay, so is this how that works? Okay, great, so I understand what you mean. No. They're
Yeah,
like that
and again, I think we can break that up.
in an interview. So what you mean is, no, it's not what I mean, dummy. Go ahead, Lou.
Again, I think we can break that up too. Like, yeah, some of them do act like that, but examples like Dr. Phil, or not Dr. Phil, whatever, Professor, whatever the fuck he goes by, Phil.
Might as well call him Dr. Phil.
Fucking, fucking Phil, like
honorary.
Yeah, he like he has to know our stance. He just plays stupid. He pretends like he doesn't, right? Like I think Professor Dave, he's just stupid. He doesn't. He never even.
Yeah,
He's
doesn't
one of the
have
ones
any
like we're talking about. Like Dave will never even attempt to try to think like a flat earther. Like which is what you have to do to honestly argue against it, right? Phil, I think he's done that. I think he's just like he gets our side. He's just like nope, and he's gonna play stupid. Like he doesn't get your side.
Oh,
Same with like Xanax and Koshos, like those guys, or Matthew Learns. Like these guys, they get our points. They just play stupid. They pretend like they don't.
Yeah. It's a religious thing almost. Or dogmatic.
I mean, I think he's been quite honest with himself, telling us that he teaches what he believes in, not what he knows as a fact. He's been saying that many times, Matthew. So he's pretty much telling you in your face.
You know how women will tell you what you want to hear. So you might just be telling us what we want to hear. So, but I do agree. I do like Matthew for that reason. So I won't take that away from him. But sometimes when I think about it, I think he's like, "Oh, let me not piss these guys off,"
That's really interesting. I don't know if everybody read the etymology for believe, but I forgot. It shares a common root in the word for that we get our love. The word love has a common root as the word believe. So I think that's kind of interesting.
Can you expand on that a little bit?
Yeah, the root of believe coming from this Proto-Indo-European root loiv, which is the same root word for the word we have of love. So
It
share the same root word.
It makes sense to me. Like they're similar. Like I would add the word faith in there. Like with you,
it's in there.
Because if you believe, faith, and love, they are definitely all connected, and it might be hard to describe how.
Sure.
Yeah,
and they're not. I mean, I'm not the only one that said. There's a handful of other people that try to remind people that these aren't dirty words. They're just different. It's different than scientific knowledge. But that doesn't mean that they're bad or inherently wrong or evil.
No, not at all. That's not that's not what I was trying to say.
Yeah, I know. It gets said over and over and over by just about everybody. Including me. I've certainly said it plenty. There's a distinction between belief and knowledge, but that doesn't discredit the value of belief. Is just in regards to an argument. That's not how you accomplish knowledge and or defense of an argument. Isn't through held belief. It won't stand up as a defense.
Yeah.
That's true, but it just bothers me when you point out to somebody that, hey, you can know things, and you're like, no, everything's a belief.
Oh yeah.
No, it's not. Sorry, dummies.
Yeah, the whole "you can't truly know anything" people are it's more that reverse gaslighting stuff.
Yeah.
Like when Jesse says there's no such thing as a perfect measurement. Have you ever heard of like an engine or a wheel bearing? That's a pretty perfect measurement.
Right. You're gonna conduct a business and you're just gonna eyeball stuff. Come on, man, get out of here with that. It's so annoying.
That's what I tell customers
General
when I
sense,
build them a house. I build a kitchen and it's all crooked, and then I'm like, "There's no such thing as a perfect measurement," you know.
Exactly. Exactly.
Well, there's no such thing as a perfect payment for your invoice either.
There's just no such thing as a perfect cut, man. Once in a while, he's gonna fuck up. You gotta.
especially if it's one of them $10 an hour labor helper, carpenter helpers.
I'm actually just like 30 minutes from Jesse in real life, so I want to take him on a voyage and do some flat earther experiments.
He might take you up on that.
Absolutely, I would. I tried to get Mark Sargent because he's an hour
Yeah,
away.
let's do it. I'm over in Paulsbo.
Oh, sweet.
Aren't you near Squim, Jesse?
Yeah, I'm in Squim.
Boy,
Dope. We should do the mirror over the water test this summer sometime.
Definitely.
Great success.
You there, gospel bearer?
For a second. What
Got
order?
a video for you.
What level did you do? Did you do 30, 40, 60, 100? Okay, I'll watch it.
Yeah, camera height and mountain height were 2 inches, and the obstruction was 1 3/4 inches, and the distance was varying from 0-ish to 8 feet, so a bit over 80 inches. Pardon my basement. It's a basement.
Yeah, basement.
God damn it! Put some paint on those cinder blocks, dude. Where do you live, in a fucking cave? Come on.
That's authentic.
Actually, that's just the imprint from the boards that were used in the mold, the forms. It was poured concrete.
All right. I'll let it slide. No,
You're a gracious man.
When are you gonna finish that thing? You got to get some studs up.
It's not even mine. I just live here.
That's not an excuse. That's bullshit. I'm just. Never mind me. I'm sorry.
So, what is the purpose of this demonstration?
He's disputing the claim that that a camera height above a middle object, that the middle object could ever obscure an object in the distance of a higher value than the middle object.
Oh, this. Yeah, Jesse, you're just wrong. I was reading on this the other day. Yesterday, was it? You're not understanding the argument properly.
So, to better clarify, hold on, sorry, Lou, what distance would his distant object need to be in order to accomplish the observation?
No, you're gonna have to fill me in more. Like, I wasn't here in the chat when it was going on, but I was kind of following a little bit, reading along in the text. But it was obvious, like he wasn't grasping. Like, do you remember the children's book? I think it's like called like Silver Moon or something like that. Like where you hold your thumb out and you cover the moon with your thumb.
Yeah. So, so it's camera height 7, middle object 6, distant object greater than 6. His argument is that no matter what, distant object will always be visible, always. camera height 7, middle object 6, distant object greater than 6. Distant object will always be visible according to Jesse, and he was trying to portray that in the video he just made.
Bruh.
All right, I think so. You're talking about like along, like looking at boats in the water going off into the distance, basically, like, or was it rigs, oil rigs yesterday? That's what it was, right?
Yeah, I don't know. We were just talking about it today, and I was like, due to perspective, middle object of a lesser value than the distant object actually can obscure your vision.
Yeah, no, like, okay, you're at a concert, right? And you want to see the stage, but there's like a really tall dude standing fucking in front of you, okay? Even though he's down a step. Like, he keeps blocking your goddamn view. You're like, dude, can you please sit down? It's kind of the same concept. That stage is huge. He's really big compared to you, but he's close. But I mean, or he's not really. He's a little bit bigger than you, but he's also very close to you. He blocks that giant stage. Like, it's just, it's very simple, trivial shit.
No, that's just Earth curvature, Lou.
I think Grace might have posted a relevant thing for you too, Jesse. There.
Oh, what's that? Sorry, I'm eating.
Yeah, angular resolution in our world video that he posted.
Life is short. Most of those are painfully long. I've got one saved that's a pretty good rundown of his stuff in about 20 minutes.
That one's 41, but yeah.
I don't get why these goofballs think that you should just be able to see infinitely. Like, we're not Superman or Batman. We don't have bat vision across oceans and stuff. So that shouldn't be your argument. Hey, well, if the Earth was flat, then we should have bat vision. No. Okay, that's ridiculous. That shouldn't be the axiom of your argument. It's silly.
So, gospel bearer.
He's here. What's up? Well, maybe he's not here.
Oh, I guess he's not.
Although gospel yours probably is more particular towards this exact argument, but actually you should watch both of these. I would probably start with the one I posted because it is short and it covers a lot of stuff. It was like the one that he made. So this angular resolution, part 1 of 6. It's a long presentation. This was his like, kind of like, you know, wrapping it up kind of for dummies thing that I posted.
Hey, I'm going to help a friend with something for a bit. I'll be back a little later.
All right, homie.
Later, bruh.
He's gonna go help him with some sticks, set up some sticks, get some shadows measured, and I think they're about to measure the curvature. So, guys, buckle up, and we'll be able to shut the server down soon.
Hello?
Hello.
Hola,
Hi.
Jason.
Yo,
Anyone talking?
not this time.
I don't want to come in and talk over. We do have a new person here. Eri? Hello?
Pete Drinker.
Hey, how you doing?
Really? Yeah.
Dude, that's not fair. How are you calling him out before he even says anything? I was the one that had got him on the first note.
I know, man. I'll just read him out. I'll just read him out that easily.
Oh, shit.
I
So
even
it
made
looks
a
like
bet
you
before he
are
starts
on
speaking.
the Flat Earth Debate Science and Pseudoscience server. So what have you learned from there?
I mean, they talk about elevation angles and stuff. It's kind of bizarre. I mean, I'm trying to measure, land. So, I mean, what is y'all's deal?
Sounds like the same person.
Yeah, I think.
Sasha.
No,
how you doing?
we already had that figured out. He literally has to say like one word, and we know for sure. But the thing is that who's that? Quetzalcoatl? You called him out before he spoke. Like that was highly skilled.
2 minutes ago, I made a bet before he starts speaking. Yeah.
Yeah, well done, well done.
I just removed one of his other accounts, so I mean, he had to make a new account for sure. The same dude I was talking to in voice verification. So I tried everything, of course, even though I knew who he was.
Yeah. I mean, it doesn't matter. He's going to keep making new ones, regardless if you ban it or not.
What's weird is like I think we all kind of like him, but he's just we can't allow.
He knows. He knows arguments.
We can't allow.
I sure as fucking hell don't.
Like you kind of like this troll, but it doesn't mean like we can stand for it. We can't make a special exception for him because he drinks pee.
No.
Oh,
I was just about to ask him, hey, do you mix sugar or stevia with your pee to attempt to make it taste like lemonade?
No, don't get
And
in
I'm
the
drinking rain
conversation.
pee right now, and I use regular sugar.
Rain pee.
That's just bad for
Rain
you,
tea.
Oh, tea. Okay, that even makes it better because you warm it up.
Wow.
That gives new meaning to the word sweet pea.
Yep, it does.
Hell no. That kind of sugar is bad for you anyway, folks. Don't do the white sugar.
So there was the angle right there, if you want to know.
It's
Well, like I tried to explain to him over there that you can't be on the side of a spinning globe.
Gravity.
No, it's not gravity. Like globes don't have sides.
You got a timestamp for any of that? I'd love to listen to that.
Yeah, but the globe has all gravity, so you don't even need sides. You just need gravity.
Take a picture of gravity, dude.
Take a picture of gravity.
Done. I'll drop it in the chat right now.
Circle gravity in the image, okay?
Gravity can't be
Would
devolved.
the globe have one side? It's like how a circle has an inside and outside.
Yeah. Circle gravity and point an arrow to it so we know exactly where the gravity is.
P doesn't stick to the side of a spinning ball.
Exactly. If you put Earth on a basketball and you spin the ball, the Earth is always going to fall off the ball.
It must be in the air.
Dude, it's hard. It's really
guys,
hard to argue with logic like that. You know what I mean?
I know, that logic
but
is so good.
Listen, friends, this is why we can't have somebody like this here, because you guys won't let it rest, right? You won't let him be normal. So now I'm going to have to ban him.
We
See you, guy. Bye.
But yeah, you don't need to have him speak. We already know who he is. But yeah, we just humored him for just a second.
Oh, you removed him? I was just going to ask him
The first thing.
a couple of questions, but that's all good.
The first thing asked is,
I mean, you guys do realize that Drinker he's a total flat earther. You guys know that, right?
For sure.
Yeah, he's a total asshole too.
Oh,
yeah.
If
he is, then he's a complete asshole because he's trying to fucking.
I'm not going to be classical, but I'm a flat earther too.
I'm an asshole, but I'm a flat
Yeah,
earther too.
in a
That's a good one.
in a bad way. There's good assholes. There's bad assholes. He's one of the bad
Yeah.
assholes,
Yep.
but not in a badass way.
I was just about to say that. Oh, CB, you fucking did it, dude. Holy shit.
Is he still here or is he gone?
Nah, he
No,
got
CB
muted and
just
then I
posted
think he
that.
got muted and then removed himself. Is what I'm thinking happened. I didn't look though.
The question is he still watching?
Oh, he probably is. That gravity, though, man. Oh, just be brilliant.
Beautiful, beautiful.
Just beautiful. It is almost as beautiful as my space one. Just give me just a minute. I'm going to show you my space one. Because I
This on the fly.
I did that in Photoshop. It was just so fun making space. Let's see, where is my?
Well,
there it is,
where
there
else
it is,
would
there
you do it?
there
It has to be in Photoshop.
There it is.
It has to be. It just has to be. Where else would you?
Beautiful.
Oh.
See how beautiful that is.
I don't know. It doesn't look very spherical. It looks kind of like lumpy, like a lumpy.
Well, what would you expect, Lou? Why would you expect it to be here?
It's oblique. Come on.
Lumpy moon. Lumpy
Why would
sphere.
It's oblique.
We wouldn't expect it to be perfectly spherical.
Why are you showing clouds?
That's curvature.
Cloud.
It's gorgeous.
It's space.
curving.
No, it's
Curving.
space.
Earth.
Space.
It sort of looks like a container containing the clouds.
Here's
like
the
You
original.
don't need that. You don't need that.
There's
Just
the
need
original.
gravity.
Wow, nature is beautiful.
See
And
the original.
sun is shining upwards.
Yeah,
I tried to make it coming over like the,
Yeah, that's what it looks
the
like
horizon.
when you're out
I
of
don't
space and you're looking at the sun cresting up across
Yeah,
the top of the globe. Didn't you know that?
I was trying to make it look good.
If you only went to outer space, you would know that. Duh.
I mean, it's not bad for a first time.
For
on
first
photo.
one, right? Okay,
Yeah,
okay.
it's not
Okay,
bad.
thank you. Thumbs up. Oh shit, Sasha, what do you have to say about that one?
For the first fakery, it's masterpiece.
Okay.
Because even NASA cannot do so.
Isn't that just amazing? Yeah, NASA can't even do it that brilliant.
That good. That you cannot fucking realize what you're doing now.
Wait,
You cannot find a mistake there.
There you go.
It's Photoshop because it has to be.
It doesn't have to be.
Oh yeah, that's the best one right there.
What year was that?
78? No, way more. No, it had to have been in the 60s, maybe.
Could be way before
boomer.
Do you want to see mine? But mine is video.
Gosh, that's awesome.
I mean, in the 30s, they probably did this as well.
Dude, Drace, is that really a NASA one? Please tell me. Please tell me that's not from a movie.
Yeah, from what I gather, it's from the 1960s or something like that. And
No bullshit. There's no way this really was a freaking
Remember when they did the stop animation one and the head turned? Someone has that. I know they have it. The stop animation and then the suit. It literally the head of the suit turned to the left to look at the camera.
Oh, I know what you're talking about there. Yeah, and their helmets, like, there's no way that they.
Yeah, this was roughly about the same time. I'm almost.
But I'm saying,
sure.
like,
this came a little bit after, but this is one of the first things they had, and it was it was just atrocious. But I think it was just flashed on the
Yeah. What was it? What was it? What was it? Little toy game thing like with LED lights that kids had that mostly girls I think like the you plug in the little lights
my gosh.
and make like unicorns and whatever else.
Yes.
What was it
Oh,
called?
light it up or light them up?
Like no, it's like Starbright or
Oh.
Lighter or something.
Yes, Star. I know. Yeah, I know exactly.
No.
And they're little
No.
plastic
You're all
pieces that are
wrong.
see-through. They're little plastic pieces that are see-through, and you inject them in kind of like a
Oh,
circuit
Light Ray.
board, and you inject it into the circuit board, and it lights it up. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. I know what you're talking about.
AI was going to correct it.
What about Voyage to the Moon? That movie from 19 something.
Yeah.
And it's finishing
Right.
that rocket will the felt in the sea, and then you have ship. It's taking that space like Apollo, from the sea. They knew it that in the 60s that we will that rocket will fall into sea. The same scenario happened in that movie, like we had 69.
My gosh.
But yeah, Drace, if you can prove that if you can prove that is a NASA picture, Drace, I'll pay you. I'll pay you money. Like, dude, it's like that's gotta be like from like a sci-fi film from the 50s.
I'm looking
You know
for it
what I
right
mean?
now, but that's what I have heard from ever since I saw this in the beginning.
And look at how the Earth starts rotating the other way. It's just so awesome.
Yeah, what was that? Oh, Light Bright. Yes. Okay, there it is. Yeah, that was the thing.
Look at
What
that.
speed is that? That's flying.
My gosh.
Earth is small.
There it is. That's it. Light Bright. I remember playing with that. Oh man. That was so long ago.
Yeah, that's how they made those constellations up there. So now,
That's right. Oh my god. Oh my god. Holy shit, it looks just like it. Oh. Well, that's even better. Oh, and you can't forget that one.
Only the first one, when you turn around, it's flat.
I mean, look at how there's no thrusters at all on that thing, yet it's spinning around, stopping in mid like a stop in mid.
Yeah, dead stop.
Nothing.
Like it doesn't slow down to a stop. It just like stops on a dime. Like it just like done. All right.
That's incredible.
All mechanical looking. Like it's got gears and belts and shit. Yeah.
Wow.
Dude, it's pure rocket science, man. It's just above your pay grade, okay?
Oh, did you guys see the CGI? Oh, it was on a TikTok that I saw. It was a backdoor CGI. It was brand new actually, and the guy was dressed up in a CGI uniform. His hands, fingers, everything was all green, and his face was all green, so he could get into the shot where she was. And then he grabbed the thing out of her hand, and then made it look like it was floating in the air, and then took it off the screen. The green guy in the green suit. You didn't see that yet. Okay, so it's brand new. But she's talking about it in space. There it is. I think that's it, right? No. Sorry, it's pretty much the same thing. But she had someone that was in front of her, like in a full green suit. Like his face was in green, everything. It was like a green man instead of a blue man, the blue man suit, green man suit. And then a green screen behind her, and she's sitting in a chair. So of course you can do anything you want in the background, right? Well, this guy takes the device or whatever is in her hand and makes it look like it's floating out of the screen, and then like just kind of takes it out of the screen. It's so weird. I gotta find it.
So with all this old fakery we're showing, especially the old stuff, what do you say to those people who are like, well, because I just heard this the other day, and I think it's hilarious every time it happens, but they're like, well, I could see where we faked the original moon landing and we faked some of the early stuff, but since then we've actually gone. We just had to do it to win the space race. Like somebody said this the other day, like, wow, cope much?
Mm-hmm.
Lol, prepared to be wowed. The first image of Earth from orbit showing a sunlit area of the central Pacific Ocean and its cloud cover.
Hey, Lou, I have a response to what you just said. You should say to him, like, oh, okay, so you're saying that this monster from this movie from the 1950s, you're saying, oh, that can't possibly be real because it just doesn't look real. It just can't possibly be real. But this monster from this more recent movie made last year, oh, that monster must be real, right? I mean, it looks real, right?
Wow.
Yeah, I think you got to drive it home harder than that. I don't think that's going to bring him to understanding.
Well, I would just talk with him about the second law of thermodynamics. I mean, that gets through to at least half of everyone I talk to. But most people understand how tires work.
I think they pretend like they're just like they think they pretend like they get it because you act like it's so simple, and most people are just pretending.
I don't know, high pressure moving to low pressure.
Yeah,
I mean, retard can't understand that, but most people can.
But as soon as you start they start thinking on astronomical terms. They're like, well, but gravity, and whatever else.
Yeah, well, anyway, we're talking about strategies. Let's stick to talking about strategies, not what's going on inside people's minds, because that's pointless.
I'm just saying, your experience is different than mine. I don't think second law of thermodynamics changes 50% of people's minds.
Oh yeah, but I mean, it's better than just arguing about what graphics look more realistic. I mean, where are you supposed to go with that?
Dude, that's how you get on their level, though. That's what they understand. They're not gonna freaking believe you unless you can show them pictures of it. They like to read picture books, finger paint and freaking use stencils and shit. Like, this is our this is the people you're trying to convince.
I don't think I'm trying to convince them. It's just nobody's trying to convince anybody. It's just if you can convince yourself or be honest with yourself.
There are a bunch of what's the dummy on The Simpsons eating paste and shit. Like, that's most people.
Oh, Ralph, yeah.
Yeah,
Ralph Wiggum.
Yeah.
I was just thinking earlier today when I don't know someone was talking about on the globe model Australia being upside down or something like that, or flushing toilets and that nonsense. I was thinking back to that much earlier on Simpsons episode where I guess I don't remember exactly what the storyline was, but it was something like Bart Simpson makes like a long distance phone call to Australia trying to figure out if toilets flush the other way, and like I don't know, they somehow end up going to Australia as diplomats, like the whole family or whatever. But as they went through the transition, I thought it was a very clever way to like. I mean, I don't know if it's deliberate, whether the cartoonists or writers actually believe the Earth is a ball or not, but whatever. But it's a clever way to depict it, the Earth being a ball, which is they just show them taking off on an airplane, and the camera or whatever, not camera, but the art, the cartoon art scrolls down, so you go under the Earth, and it shows like a T-Rex skeleton and stuff like that, and then it shows, I think it's Krishna or something, like the Greek god. I'm not Greek, I mean Hindu god. I think it was that one, Krishna, and they're in the center of the Earth, the center of the globe Earth, and that god is like blue and has like 8 arms, and they're just constantly moving around, switching switches all around, just hitting this switch and hitting that button, hitting that, and then it like wipes his brow, and then continues going back, hitting switches and stuff, and then it goes down, and then they're like, it shows them like upside down in Australia, and then it turns right side up again. Like, I thought that was clever.
You really know this episode well. I remember it somewhat from a kid. Everybody's seen that episode or clips of it and everything. But you've watched it recently, I can tell.
Oh no, because I can't remember like why they even went to Australia to begin with. Like, I don't even remember that part of the story. But they end up going there for some reason.
I loaded with a few good conspiracies.
It certainly does
Godric,
normalize the idea.
You were talking, I didn't hear really what Godric said. Like, what was that?
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
The Simpsons are loaded with a few of the good conspiracies, like before they happen. Like in 9/11, you hear about that?
Yeah, no. Yeah, everybody... I'm pretty sure everybody at this point knows about how it seems that the Simpsons have the predictive programming thing going on over and over again. But then,
what do you think about that?
In recent years, we've also seen a lot of fakery with stuff like that too. So it's kind of a bad look.
I think these days it's more like pushing a cultural agenda, like the leftist kind of direction. But I haven't watched Simpsons in years. But the last
we just had
a few years ago when I watched it, that's what it was like.
We just had the one recently with the trucker convoy in Trudeau, where it would try to get spread around. They clipped a couple episodes together and made it look like it was Trudeau jumping out the window and running away as the freaking trucker convoy came to oust him. They just did that recently. How many times has that been the case? With the Trump one, Trump going down the escalator and how it matched reality. I mean, I suppose it was actually animated, and it did resemble that. But how many conclusions can you really draw from that? It's just not good evidence. You can talk about things that are good evidence, and then if somebody's receptive and be like, oh, by the way, not saying this means anything, but check this out too. Isn't that a little weird?
You're saying it's like Nostradamus, like you find what you're looking for.
Yeah, kind of. It's just not. I mean, some people, that's all it takes to convince them. They love stuff like that. They're like, nah, it's too fucked up. Oh my god. But it's also a dishonest way to convince somebody, in my opinion.
What about clones? Do you think they have clones to replace people?
I can't say that they're impossible. I don't think when you dig into the whole clones conspiracy, I think most of their claims are just freaking bullshit. It's all whack job shit, most of it. I don't doubt that they're like as far as cloning, I don't think they're able to like make like full on adult clones with your memories and shit like that, for damn sure. Cloning can be possible, but there's nothing conspiratorial about that. You just take somebody's DNA, and I guess, through what would it be? You could use in vitro or in utero, whatever. Like, you could do it all in a lab. You could create somebody with the same DNA, but that would be still, because of nature versus nurture growing up, you would have two completely different people. They would have different life experiences. They would have different scars, different accents, different, like, I don't know. I don't think they can like copy you. The only way they're going to clone copy you or try to get close to that is going to be in like an AI simulation.
I think you can take somebody's DNA and probably make a new baby from it, but that's not what I mean. I mean, like, to copy you full grown with the full grown body and put that body in your place. I think that's a clone conspiracy, though. I don't know much about it.
Yeah, like the whole Dave Chappelle clones and stuff like that. No, I don't follow that shit.
Dave Chappelle is a great comedian.
Is a what?
He's a great comedian.
He had a lot of good stuff. He had a good run. Yeah.
The real or the fake one?
The real one was better. The fake one kind of flattened out after so many. I noticed once you went to Netflix, it kind of flattened out. The original one was much funnier. So back on this module that's going through space, that's turning like a Rubik's Cube from Miguel Souza. Apollo 11 stop motion speed times 2. I don't think they say that they have any thrusters that can perform that in space. You'd have to have, I think, thrusters 360 to be able to do those turns. Am I right? So no amount of rocket science can explain these movements in the vacuum.
If the thrusters themselves are on some kind of like gyroscopic mechanism where you can like aim them, then you might be able to get by with just a couple of them.
So where are the claimed thrusters on this module? Is there one at the bottom? Do they have some on the sides? Does anybody know if they're on all four sides? I don't think they claim to be anywhere except on the bottom.
When it comes to like maneuvering at all in space, it doesn't make any damn sense. Like the way that I was taught, years ago. I'm not that old. I'm 40. But in the 80s and 90s, yeah, it was, you gained your inertia and all that stuff, and you got your direction. You made sure that you had it set before you left low Earth orbit. And then you were kind of just a passenger, like hopefully you got your target right as you aimed to slingshot around another planet or a moon or whatever else. And You had to do, all the mathematicians had to be just so accurate. You know, they had to be very smart people. Like, no, there isn't like flying around in a vacuum. There, you have to have the direction just right and know the gravity of things and know the pull of it. Like, that's the way it was taught. And now suddenly people have watched enough Star Wars and Star Trek where they believe in like satellites, like just maneuvering around. That's not supposed to be a thing. That's not supposed to be a thing.
That's what this one is doing. It's not it's literally spinning, perfectly, without any. It's perfectly under control in a vacuum environment. It's spinning like perfectly accurately. But how is the question? How can they claim that this is real? So when you learned it, you didn't account for this kind of thing happening here in this video, right?
I'm sorry, what about this? What?
When you learned, you said when you learned it, you're basically a passenger. When you learned it, you didn't learn that you can do these maneuvers in space.
Yeah, no, the way that my science teacher described it, like I remember actually kind of questioning him, like, well, if that's the case, like even back then, I was like, this didn't make sense to me, and he was like, well, it's very complicated, and I just kind of like let it go, that's that's what they do when you're a high school student who can catch the contradictions. Because like I remembered there was like one we kind of skipped around. We did like chapter like 5, then chapter 2, then chapter 14, then chapter fucking 1, then chapter like we skipped around the textbook. But I remember we did like, I don't know, chapter 15 before 13 or something. And we learned about, I think it was probably the thermodynamics, honestly. And then we got to something else like velocity and like Newton's laws and shit like that, like law or maybe the first law. I don't know. And I pointed out the contradiction, and he didn't have a good answer. Like, I'll just say that. Like, it was just, yeah, it's very complicated. This is just 101. That's like university level stuff. You'll learn about that later. But clearly one didn't make sense with the other. Like, we learned about this and you said this only could work if this happened and blah 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 blah, but now you're here and you're saying that this happens which you said couldn't work over there. Like, I had pointed out very well that way. It was a long time ago. I don't remember exactly what it was or how I phrased it.
Was that your grade school?
It was in high school, but it was I mean, shit, like I said, I'm 40. I don't remember the exact conversation I had with my sophomore year friggin' science teacher.
Do you is it strange to you that there's not more people challenging the globe science like back when you were in school?
No, I mean, like I said, I think most people were sleeping during class. Most people were just trying to pass the test, right? Most people didn't question. For those of us who did, they wrote it off and said, you'll learn about that later on. That's more advanced. That's how they push it down the road.
Yeah, if you look at school in a nutshell, they have these textbooks and you have to get through them. They don't ask you to do any independent study. They just have to read the textbook or learn it, regurgitate it, memorize it, and take a test and give all the answers they gave in the textbook. Little to no information is learned by doing your own independent experiments. You just have to get the answer they give you. That's it. If you have a different answer, you're going to fail the test and you're not going to get through it, and the teacher's not going to pass you. That's just plain and simple. So so the education.
Yeah, there was even times where I had teachers.
It's just that you have to learn the stuff they give you to a T to get an A.
Yeah, there was times where I had teachers were on a test. He said that he disagreed with it, so he just gave us the answer and said, "By the way, on question 52, the answer is C." Like, just put that in there.
Had a cool teacher.
You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. I've
Yeah,
had
sounds
that.
like I had a cool teacher. I remember disagreeing with some of the answers, but that didn't get me a better grade. It got me a worse grade. So you just have to put the answer they give you. It's basically conformity.
So I know it's 5 minutes ago now, but did somebody say light bright? What's the kid saying Lou was asking about? Hello?
Hey, Dave, how's it going?
Light bright was that kid saying Lou was talking about.
Yeah. We somebody already got the. Thank you though, Dave.
What about Light Bright?
It's how these early 1950s, like if you look at 49 minutes after the hour, Drace put up this picture, and I'm not convinced that that's not from a 1950s sci-fi movie. He says it's from NASA. I would love proof of that, but either way they made it with Light Bright. I'm pretty sure of that.
Yeah, I believe what they initially released to the public, original NASA footage, NASA documents, original videos of space and stars and planets were basically light bright shows. And then later on, when the graphics got better, they erased those and they acted like that wasn't the real case, and they gave us better CGI. And then they said this was the original stuff. I think that actually happened.
Yeah, so to be specific more about what I was talking about in the example of science in the textbook, like we had learned about like conservation of momentum, or we were learning about the laws of thermodynamics, right? And whatever Newton's laws, all of it. So it's probably like intro to physics or something like that, right? Like, but like the whole we had already covered vacuums, and it was already like a major part of passing the test that without a medium to press against, you can't have like movement, you can't have acceleration. And then later on in the same semester, it was about it, all of a sudden we're talking about orbits and shit like that, or that's where I can't be too specific about exactly. But it's just one clearly contradicted the other very clearly, and it was separated by like probably a few weeks. Like we covered one chapter, had to pass the test. Then we covered another chapter, and we have to pass that test. But the answer to this question is in direct contradiction to one of the answers of the last test.
Yeah, that's right. And it was the knowledge was not about testing it or proving it or demonstrating it like in a real example. It's just about memorizing it.
Yeah.
And if there's a question, then go by the textbook. The textbook was the master. The teacher wasn't even the master. The textbook was really the one in charge. So the teacher had to get through that textbook. And
well, yeah, like I did have cool teachers, like especially this one, and like I remember, yeah, he said a lot of stuff about the curriculum says I have to teach this, and so when it was the curriculum says, often and it wasn't because of like he was of religious ideals. I didn't take it anyway. I think maybe there was a little of that, but it was more that the textbooks were outdated and the new science, like the updated science, like basically proved it wrong. Yet the test question was still there. And he was like, so we know better than this now, but to pass this test, like, yeah, you just have to answer this.
Yeah, I think factually the textbooks in schools, in public schools, are outdated as much as by 40 years. And there are new information and new answers. But again, it's not about giving you truth. It's about just getting to that textbook.
Yeah, so we spent a lot of time, like if we were in a certain chapter, he would talk about the more current stuff, like the way it's currently understood. But then we'd still have to take the old test. So
yeah, that's right. Because he was required to do that, and you're memorizing things that you basically, for the most part, can't test. Just memorization. That's what the majority of the education is about, memorization. Some of the kids in school, for example, are very scholastically adept and they're quick and have good learning, memorizing skills, and other kids are not that way, and they don't do well in school. They may have different abilities and different faculties, but it doesn't mean they're not intelligent. It just means that they're not equally skilled at memorizing, understanding the information given. They have like A students, they have like C students, for example.
yeah. Well, and they definitely, at least I had a couple of teachers that also, like, you could tell that they were looking out there to see who was paying attention, and they weren't really going to waste their time too much with those who didn't give a fuck. Like, if you were paying attention, like, they'd make the eye contact with you, or they'd make a point, like, directly to you. It's a give take kind of a relationship in education. I gotta, I'll be back in like 2 minutes.
Today was my first day of working at Fruit Loops, so I'm pretty happy about that.
Is that the one that makes underwear?
No, it's the cereal brand.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought Fruit Loops. Sorry. Fruit Loops.
Yeah.
So what is it that you do, if you don't mind me asking?
I'm gonna develop their website. Today was just like the orientation day.
Like there's like talk about like Fruit Loops and Apple Jacks and like Captain Crunch, or like that they're really just like sugar with a few added vitamins, which isn't really healthy food. Like how do you feel about that?
I mean, it's not super unhealthy. It just has a little bit of sugar. But I think overall it's a great brand.
Okay, so you're okay with the product. You can get behind the product that you make, the company makes.
Yeah, I mean, I eat Fruit Loops sometimes.
It's funny because like I've heard, I met someone who works at Taco Bell, and she's like, "Oh, like we did the studies. Like we have all the nutrients in the food. We have the vitamins. It's FDA approved. Everything's like very healthy." And other people are like, "No, Taco Bell is not healthy. You should never eat it." Those are like contradicting opinions I'm getting. So I'm not sure which is true. Same thing from McDonald's.
Hey, Sasha, I got something to tell you. You are what you eat. So if you eat Fruit Loops, you might be Fruit Loops.
I'm trying to remember what Fruit Loops are. I can't remember the box, the cereal box. I know Apple Jacks. I know Captain Crunch.
Sasha 2.0 is working at Fruit Loops.
Fruit Loops.
Yeah.
I can't even remember that cereal box.
I'm pretty sure Red 40's in there somewhere.
It has like a red box that says Fruit Loops with like the colored cereal as the O's, and there's
You better learn how to spell it right because it's FROOT, I think. Fruit.
That's just the label, but the official brand is Fruit Loops.
No, that's the way it actually always was on the boxes. It's a Mandela effect. This bullshit. They changed it when they added the blue Fruit Loop didn't exist until like the early 90s or late 80s. I remember we got to vote on that. We got the kids got to like send in what they would want.
I thought you were going to say it had something to do with the shamrocks.
No. But yeah, it was fruit spelt fruit. Like we weren't that stupid back in the 80s. Like it turned like the U into one of those O's, and then eventually we got this shit from Idiocracy.
I heard that most all packaged foods are bad. All canned foods and packaged foods because of preservatives. We should be eating whole foods out of the ground or meats, vegetables, and avoid those preservatives as much as possible. I mean, that's the thing. I'm not sure how true that is. I mean, for me, it's partly about convenience. Like if the fast food's there, it's like when you're hungry, it's like okay, we're gonna go. But if you have time and money and you can plan to cook a good meal at home,
Yeah, it's all of a sudden you can sound very leftist, but it's true. Like eating healthy is a luxury of the rich. Like it's
yeah, because like every corner there's fast food, McDonald's, Taco Bell, whatever you name it, whatever you have there, and they have a lot of salt and preservatives in their food. Obviously, they don't want it to spoil, and it even costs more. Like you can go to the market.
It costs more money to eat good meat and good meals to make a full, well-rounded meal, and then it also takes more time to do it, and that's a luxury that the poor don't have. They're working 2 or 3 jobs sometimes, and single parents, and it's a lot easier to buy off the dollar menu at fucking McDonald's. It really is.
A poor family's going to order a bucket of KFC with the mashed potatoes on the side and mac and cheese on the side and biscuits and the coleslaw, which is filled with sugar and preservatives. And the rich family's going to have a maid that's going to cook a whole chicken from scratch, hours before, and then serve the family, fresh, vegetables, nothing fast food, nothing preservatives.
Kentucky Fried Rat and Warthog. Wasn't that a Pink Floyd album or something?
I know, but it all tastes like chicken.
It doesn't sound familiar. I'm thinking of
I'm also a brand ambassador, so I'm supposed to be telling you guys you need to buy Fruit Loops and eat them. That would really help me out a lot. Thanks.
Give me a coupon. Give me a coupon, and I'll take it to the grocery store with me.
Did you guys know that all the Fruit Loops, like they have different colors? Have you noticed the Fruit Loops? They have different colors.
And you're gonna get your point.
A green, purple, blue, and yellow. Like we're
but they all taste the same.
Well, yeah, the colors aren't flavors. Colors are not flavors. Like Gatorade. Like, what flavor did you get? I got Cool Blue today. Like, Cool Blue is the best flavor. Well, what does blue taste like? Tastes blue, man. Tastes fucking blue.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a lot better than lame red.
I
Part
bet
of that
you
is
didn't.
advertising, right?
I bet you didn't know about that Pink Floyd album. Several species of small furry animals gathered together in a cave and grooving with a pict.
No, I did not know about that Floyd album.
That's one of my favorite ones. I know that song. It's also the name of a song too, not just
It's
an
a
album.
track. Yeah, it's actually is a track written and performed by Roger Waters from the two-part 1969 Pink Floyd.
Yeah, it's really crazy sounding, and I would suggest everyone listen to it.
Yeah,
It's just
actually-
crazy. It sounds like chipmunks, like basically trying to create a symphony orchestra.
Uma Guma's track, really good track, very interesting stuff. Yeah.
Dude, I love some Pink Floyd though. I got rid of my I was using because I had a 3-month free trial of Amazon Premium where they have like ultra high definition like tracks for their music service. And I just can't stand their freaking app, but it was nice.
I wonder if I'll be able to play this. Probably not. It's on Apple. No. Wait a minute. No, not doing it. Connect with your account. No, thank you. I'll find it elsewhere. They have one of the songs. Hold on. What was that?
Hey, Sonny, is that song copyrighted?
Probably so. I guess using a fallacy to obscurity won't work. Because the album is so obscure, no one will notice it. At least I can catch myself. No, thanks for keeping me in line. I figured that little bit. Helio's always saying it doesn't matter. He gets one every day anyway. So, but
So you're saying you can't play Led Zeppelin?
no, it's it doesn't matter what it was, but not supposed to play copyrighted materials, I suppose, unless it's flat Earth music. I think. Is that where you're getting at, Jembassy?
So we can play like ODD and Eric Dubay, but we can't play Led Zeppelin or Pink Floyd?
Right.
I'm not. I don't really care, but I'm just wondering if it's allowed in here because of that fact. Copyrighted music, whatever.
Yeah. Well, we don't know, especially also with the new guidelines too. So I guess we're supposed to be treading lightly on the thin ice.
I'm not an expert in these things, but I think the rules might be that if you play a certain amount of seconds of something that's copywritten, it's like legal. Like you're not violating the copyright. But then like if you're past like a minute or past 30 seconds or something, then you are. So I think that little bit you played is probably all right. But I think if you played like half of it or the whole thing, then you probably get whatever.
Yeah, I think that's what I kind of go
Is it
with
30
those.
seconds per day or 30 seconds per hour? You can just play 30 seconds
I
and
don't know
stop.
No,
about
like 30 seconds of a song or 30 seconds of a movie or 20 seconds or something. If it's 20 seconds or less, I'm pretty sure it's all right.
And you can play the 20 seconds and stop. And then at what point can you play the other 20 seconds? That's what I'm saying.
No. Just if you play more of it later, then that would be counted. I'm pretty sure in a court of law, as part of the other one. So if you play
Right,
more than 20
there's a
seconds of
cutoff
it,
time.
period, then you violate the copyright. Is what I'm saying. If you
There's a
play
cutoff
less than
time.
20 seconds, period.
So
It's once
listen,
per
what if
day.
yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry.
If it's
Oh well,
once per
yeah.
day, you can
I
play
mean,
20 seconds
well,
today,
probably
20
per
seconds
day, but I
tomorrow.
don't know. I think maybe at all. I think the rules might be at all. Like,
Yeah, I think they're at all.
So like in January, you play 20 seconds. In December, a year later, you play 20 seconds. Then you all of a sudden you get a strike.
Who knows? Yeah, what?
yeah, you'd have to
Yeah,
like ask a lawyer or ask YouTube.
or you'd have to go, yeah, look at their whole rules and stuff for their community guidelines. You'd have to look at that whole document or the particular section or subsection where that particular part of it is. See, here's Helio. I get a copyright claim every day, but it's not a strike. Kind of depends on the song. The channel isn't monetized anyway. Copyright strike can shut the channel down for 30 days. Oh, okay, so we don't want that. That's never happened though either.
But he's talking about YouTube, right? Not Discord.
Yeah, YouTube.
So Discord, you can play something, but not YouTube.
Maybe, I don't know. That's questionable as well. Might be someone that knows more about that than I do.
Yeah, I'm not an expert on that, but I'm pretty sure the answer is yes. Like as long as you're just in a chat room, yeah, you can play as much of whatever you want.
From what I've gathered, Discord monitors the text chat more than they do the voice stream, but I could be wrong.
Yeah, you can't say a damn thing in voice text. You mean the text.
That makes sense.
Well, they probably have bots monitoring the text chat at all times.
It would be more difficult for the bot to capture the words I say than the words I type, because the words I type are going to be there, in the text. I doubt they're recording everything that we say. It'd be more difficult.
Yeah, they do have artificial intelligent individual watching each of you. Everything that comes through your mic.
So it's like we all have our own little NSA clones, Jimsy. Is that what you're saying? That's pretty cool.
Yes.
Also, they have a computer system that's saving all the information that goes to our iPhone. Every little bit, text, voice, phone calls, videos, memes, everything.
There is a digital you in the cloud.
Right, and they're gonna create an artificial you from all your pictures and text messages and voice calls and videos, and then they're gonna send that one to Mars. then you're gonna be living on Mars, but it's not really gonna be you. It's gonna be your that fixed persona that'll prove Mars exists.
So, we got any evidence for this alleged globe thing that people think they live on?
Yes,
Cool. What is it?
club.
We have pictures of the globe. Is that good evidence?
I got pictures of King
Something,
Kong and Godzilla too. You believe they're real?
well, hang on. That's a false analogy because we know that King Kong is not real, but we know that the Earth is real because we live on it. So,
So since we know the Earth's a globe, then the Earth's a globe. That's the argument.
Hey, I heard you
right,
guys
but the
talking
pictures
about.
of the globe are real. The pictures of King Kong aren't real. See, that makes sense, right?
I can come and explain this really quick. The
No, thank you.
copyright. No, people that want to play music and stuff on here, yes, you can play like flat Earth music. We won't get a strike from ODD or any of those guys that are making flat Earth music and stuff. Some songs you can play. I even get a. They'll take my video down if I play a parody of mine. I have to actually appeal it to say, hey, it's a parody because it's just a bot that's picking it up. Anyway, so the copyright claim doesn't necessarily mean anything. It just means that the person that owns the song can monetize, make money off of your video because you use their song. But if somebody's a dickhead and they don't want you playing their music on your channel, this is only YouTube, by the way. Then they can, the record company can strike your channel, and they'll immediately shut you down where you can't live stream for 30 days. I've never gotten an email from DLive or Twitter, but I get emails from YouTube every single day, like several, because of the music we play. But we have permission from all those artists, and I mean the channel's not monetized anyway, so I'm not making any money off of it. Or at least the main channel that I can't stream on now because apparently somebody was talking about the 2020 election. But and then I got a strike on my alternate channel that I'm streaming from now, which like one or two people watching at a time. That said, there was some. Usually, I try to make sure that I say it's not made for kids, but maybe I didn't click that box on this one video, and so I got a community guidelines strike, which they give you one warning for that. And so I got a community guidelines strike already on the other channel now, not the Helios channel, but the. So I don't know why they would strike one because I'm streaming on both of them. Why would they strike one and not the other? I don't know. Really weird. But anyway, but go ahead and play flat Earth music to your heart's content. Let's just be careful about some other music that's owned by record companies. And the artist.
Hey, Helio.
Yeah, what's up?
Did you notice that apparently Sean Hawkins is out there in your chat spamming a bunch of bullshit?
I know. Next stream, I'm turning the chat back off.
There you go.
Yeah. I'm tired of those.
Helio, I like the chat. Why did you turn it off?
Because idiots like that.
Well, I mean, the Globers are in the chat. It's okay. At least they're not in here.
No, bro. I've tried it so many different ways over the years, and they just destroy and distract, and they deter people from actually joining the Discord, which is the purpose of live streaming this.
Yeah. Look, I'm the one who pretty much brought all of this about. Okay, Helio fought me for a while on this. Actually, he tried it out a couple times. He took the comments off. He put them back on. He took them off. He put them back on.
Wrenching people, and then I get people bitching about the rent, who's wrenched, and all that. It was just a.
But no, the fact of the matter is it's bullshit. To have those people there on the YouTube stream, they offer absolutely nothing to our cause in any way. We want them to engage us here. We don't want them to sit there and pretend like they're not allowed to come in here. And
just be the naysayers and have the final say on everything that goes on in here for those few random people who do come in and just find the YouTube stream and watch and whatever else. Like, to them, it's a safe haven. It's a place where the moderation staff can't reach them and they can still be a naysayer and get the final word in.
Yep.
It's all of the people who have been banned from here that still hold a grudge and still are trying to get paid or whatever else it is. Like, they're too chicken shit to come and actually talk to us. They go there.
Or actually,
We don't need to create a safe haven for them.
What about the Globers?
A lot of
though?
them
You need
have
a
been in
safe
here.
haven for the Globers.
Well, they have been in here before, and they've made a complete ass of themselves. That's why they can't come in here anymore. So then, if they have an open chat where they can do this, and then if you start moderating, and then I get freaking emails from all these Globers saying, "Oh, your chat's not fair." So I'm just like, fuck it, I'll just turn it off.
It encourages them to come into here. If they don't like what we're saying so much, because all they're doing, they're not really listening. They're just in there just talking shit about flat Earth. They don't want us having a place to speak. Well, so that's why they feel that they're needed to be there in the chat section going, these guys are idiots, ha 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 ha.
That's pretty much all
we
they
don't need
say.
to create that space for them.
There was a couple people like in my Helioskeptic chat today. Just that's all they said. Well, Helioskeptic is so ignorant. He just does. Or like, all right, fuck you. You don't even. Well, you can't come in because you've already insulted people in the server.
It's not even
and
true,
now you're
though.
in the chat.
It's not even true, though. They're too chicken shit.
Well, some
damn
of them
well.
have been here, though. Some people in the chat I've
Damn
seen.
well, any one of them that's been banned, any one of them, all they have to do is say, like, hey, all they had to do anyway when that comment section was on was like, hey, I admit I was a troll before. Can I get a second chance? I'd like to talk with you about this. Yeah. No, they don't want that. They want to be unchecked. They want to just have. They want us to host a fucking globe troll chat room for them.
Yeah, we're not going to do that. So,
well, I think you should.
No, I don't think so. Well, I mean, no. Since that other channel's down for a week, we don't have that many viewers now. But when it's going to come back in a few days, I'm going to be streaming from there again. We'll get it back, but I'm not going to put the chat back up because
we got some new people in here. Sorry,
I just want to let you guys know. I got to get in the shower. I'm going to see REO Speedwagon and Sticks.
Keep on rolling, then. Keep on rolling.
It's running, but
rolling.
It's running.
What is that, a Mandela? Keep on rolling. You got to roll with the changes. Come on.
Go with the. See, that's where you got confused because it's keep on running, or is it rolling? Shit, maybe I'm fucking.
Keep on rolling with the changes. I know my REO.
All right, my bad.
Unless it's a Mandela thing, is it, Luke?
Probably not. I'm probably fucking this up. I'm not the biggest REO fan, but I love Sticks. I love Sticks.
What's the question? What about REO? I don't know if I'll be good on this.
Is it keep on running, or is it keep on rolling?
Keep on rocking in a free world.
No, that's another guy.
Neil Young.
I'm gonna have to Google this shit now.
It's roll with the changes, Helio. Believe me.
I know.
Anyway,
it says that later in the chorus.
Let's see if it's G Dizzle thinks he lives on a ball. Do you live on a ball, G Dizzle?
At least
G Dizzle.
Bitch ass is fucking sober.
Was that G Dizzle or was that somebody else? That was Frog. It's G Dizzle. Are you there? This is your chance to shine. It's your chance to be famous. All right, somebody else talk now.
So Helio, how did the Les Pauls with the Marshall stacks sound? Is that what they were using?
I'm about to go there right now. I haven't seen it
Oh, you're
yet.
about to go? Okay, well that ought to be cool. I'm wondering what they use. I'm always interested in the equipment, but I like that sound of that Les Paul back in those
I
days.
did watch a video of Styx playing
Well,
earlier
Styx
in February.
too,
Yeah, in February, and I was like, "That's what's going to look like." I'm like, "Cool, that's what that."
Yeah, they have a lot of keyboard and sticks, but that
Dude, and every one of them sings too. There's just like freaking 5-part harmonies and shit.
Crazy.
Sonny, you would know this. REO Speedwagon was Roll with the Changes, right?
Yes,
Keep on
I do
rolling.
remember.
That's the name of the song.
I grew up listening to REO Speedwagon, the first album, in St. Louis.
And in the chorus, they sing, keep on rolling, right?
Yeah. Keep on
There you go.
rolling, keep on rolling.
Friend who heard it from friend who heard it from another. You've been messing around.
But then when I moved to California, we started making fun of that dude. So we're like, guys, where looks
All those guys are still alive. They're all still alive. REO Speedwagon. That's cool.
There's a cat dying in the background.
Well, a lot of these guys, some of they do have some member changes, but most of the one of the guitar players in Styx is not the same guy, but most of them are still the same people. Dude, maybe I'm. Let me see. I'm trying. It doesn't matter ultimately. Yeah, probably just keep on rolling.
Yeah, I like Blue Collar Man. I like a lot of those songs were good, actually.
Styx has over 20 freaking
Mr.
hits, bro.
Roboto, yeah.
That's gonna be so badass.
That Grand Illusion. Too much time on my hands.
Too much. And lady,
yeah, that one.
Bro, good stuff.
Oh.
That song was "Come Sail Away." Come sail away.
Yeah, come sail away. Don't they have what's
Fooling
that?
Yourself.
Renegade, bro. That's gonna be great.
They had a lot of good ones. Fooling Yourself, that's another great one.
Fool yourself, but you don't believe it. Yeah, so I got to get in the shower, but I just wanted to let you guys know what not to play on the live stream. But like I was saying, you can play anything you want with the bot in other voice channels. Just be careful what you play in the live stream.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's true. So, what city you have to go to see this event?
Dude, it's like 30 minutes away from me. It's in
Fayetteville.
Cool. Well, it's in Rogers. I mean, it's Walmart. It's called the Walmart Amp. I'm in Walmart country. This is where
Walmart country.
Yeah, I mean, that's where Walmart came from.
We're having a concert in Walmart country today.
Well, they built this amphitheater, and it's similar to Starplex. It's just a little bit smaller. Dallas Starplex. You ever been there? No, you're in California.
No.
But it's similar layout. They have a covered area with seating, and you pay extra for tickets, for the seats. But they have lawn, general admission lawn charges and stuff.
I saw Pink Floyd in '73 in St. Louis at the Kiel Auditorium, which is a solid wood structure. Fucking amazing.
Haven't been there.
They used to have the old hockey games and shit in St. Louis there. I think a bunch of other events, boxing, all kinds of stuff they had there. The AA convention in 1955 was at Kiel Auditorium.
You went to the AA convention there? Did they have bands
How could I go to the AA convention? I was not born for 3 years yet. I'm just saying. After when I grew up and I found out AA had that convention, I said, holy shit, it's in Kiel Auditorium in St. Louis where I saw Pink Floyd in 74, 73.
Oh, okay, cool.
That's all. I was getting high in the same place a few years earlier. They had the AA National Convention. Yeah.
Oh.
Let's try to talk to Dick Dickinson. Hello, Dick Dickinson.
Oh, hello. Yeah, I actually wanted to speak a while ago, but I was in a game. Yeah. So. Huh?
Go ahead. Just
yeah. So I was gonna ask. I've been trying to watch the live stream on the YouTube channel, but nothing's been streaming the last couple of days. What's going on with that?
We had a YouTube copyright strike. You can look it up on the Helio Skeptic channel. Search YouTube.
On what channel, sorry?
Helio Skeptic.
Oh, I thought. Yeah.
It's on a different channel.
Oh, okay. Thank you for that. Yeah, now I will get back to watching it.
Do you think the Earth's a ball, Dick?
I used to believe whatever I was told. I'll put it that way.
Okay.
Fuck.
What do you think now?
I'm not sure if I'm fully convinced that it's flat, but I'm not convinced it's a ball.
Fair enough. People
I still have like a lot of things I want to know about. Pardon?
People have to absorb this at their own pace, so don't let anybody pressure you, don't let anybody convince you, don't believe anything we're saying. We're just here to share information with you. So you got any questions?
Yeah. I think one of the most important things I've learned recently is that, like, nobody's a perfect source,
Mm-hmm. So do you have any questions? You got a whole panel full of knowledgeable people here.
I really would, but I'm in like a ranked Overwatch match right now, and I don't want to let my team down.
All right, those video games, you got to prioritize them, man. I understand.
What the fuck?
Yeah. That's why I came in to just listen, and I had like one question I really wanted to
Hey,
ask.
wait, hold on, buddy. I gotta quickly tell you something. There is one person, there is one individual that is a perfect source, and that's yourself. The first-hand experience is not second-hand experience. So just hearing people's voices and looking at pictures, that's second-hand experience. But if you make observations that falsify the radius yourself, that's first-hand experience.
I like that. I didn't think of that actually. I'm gonna use that actually. That's a clever line. But yeah, thanks for that. Maybe I'll have some questions later. I'm just trying to not die over here. Fuck.
Dumbass. You're not in a ranked match. You must be out of your damn mind. Your freaking boys would be fucking pissed if you were in a ranked match.
No, I am in a ranked match. I'm playing ranked tank Overwatch. I don't know if anyone knows the game, but I'm playing Winston.
Shoot left.
Rush B.
Shoot left. Watch out.
Rush B. Is anyone excited for Overwatch 2? Okay, I guess that's my answer. Oh shit. Anyway, I'm gonna mute myself.
It's all good.
I've never heard of Overwatch. Is Overwatch kind of like what the hell is that game called? Shit, I can't remember that game. All the kids are playing.
No, there are loads of games people are playing. People play, Valorant, Overwatch, Paladin,
he's thinking Fortnite. No, it's not like
Fortnite.
No, it's not like Fortnite. Fortnite for retards.
No, not really.
Like
They
released
Fortnite. They released a new mode called No Build, and it's actually pretty cool. Lots of people like it.
Well, if no build, then maybe. But it's
Overwatch. Is Overwatch like a phone app? Is it a computer game? What is it?
No. Okay,
what are you talking about?
It's like it's a computer video game. It looks really pretty. It has like kind of Disney-ish aesthetics, but like way more adult, I guess. And it's basically a bunch of people, like 6 people in each team, and they run around shooting each other. It's very good.
So it's like Minecraft.
You know what? I'll get a picture, and can I send a picture in the lobby?
Wait, it's like the old-fashioned Quake. Remember when Quake came out?
Bro, I'm 23. I don't know.
So Quake was before your
Actually,
time. Quake was when you were like 6.
Yeah. Wait, can I send a picture in the lobby?
I think you had to have permissions, but somebody check that out.
Okay. You know what? Whoever asked, I'll just send you like something in DMs then.
Well,
Yeah,
you got
that's
BC verified. You should be able to post in the live stream. Maybe. I could be wrong.
If you don't post it, send it to Godric. You know what I mean? And is it, do you pay to play or is it free game?
It's a game. You pay to buy the game and then you just play free after that.
So you pay for it once, it's not a monthly subscription.
Why does your Discord say you're playing Fortnite?
Oh, because it's bugged.
What?
It's bugged. It's bugged. I'm playing Overwatch, but it says that I'm playing Fortnite. Whenever I play Fortnite,
okay.
Whenever I turn off my Fortnite, it just keeps saying that I'm on Fortnite.
Yeah.
Stupid. Who was the one who asked about Overwatch?
That was Godric. Thank you.
Oh, okay. I'll send you a picture. You might recognize it, actually. Fuck.
Have we found the curve yet? Because I want to pack this room up and get out of here.
They're still looking after all these thousands of views.
Well, I had a feeling there was going to be something happening today, so that's why I'm checking in.
Wait, what's happening today?
Oh, they identified Nicholas Copernicus, their DNA, his skeleton. So he must be real.
Doesn't mean his theories are.
Hold on. They found his dental records or what?
No, they found a hair in his book, and it matched the skeleton, they said.
Were they able to determine
so
his
the
gender?
hair in the book matches the skeleton. That means the book is true and the skeleton's true, and it must be Nicholas Copernicus.
No, the skeleton matches a painting of Nicholas Copernicus.
Well, sir, why don't you believe that?
That makes me think that the whole Nicholas Copernicus is fake, because why would they even try to do that? That's the stupid shit they're doing.
Exactly. Listen, I can make a painting from a skeleton and say, look, it matches the skeleton underneath.
And the hair doesn't mean you have the original DNA anyway. You have to compare it with something else.
No, there's
not a
could
book.
be hair. Could have been hair with the skeleton. Said, oh, we found this in a book. Dumb.
Isn't there like a type of like forensic science where they like, like say that, they just build like a certain amount of thickness over parts of the skull, and then they, for the facial recognition, like how I've never thought, like since the 80s, they started showing that stuff, like using like erasers and sticking them to skulls, and like, I was like, how in the world could you say that you can rebuild the face of this skeleton? Like, fuck you.
You can get kind of close if you can determine the race. You can. There's a thickness for the skin that a chart they use. You can get kind of close.
You can say this is what he might have looked like, and that's what honestly that they did back in the day. But now they're like, here's what this guy looked like.
Yeah, no, you can't do any of that. That's retarded.
He's a glober or what?
No, he's a nothing. It's imaginary. Remember?
Oh, that's glober. That means
imaginary.
Imaginary. And globe, it's also imaginary.
Yeah, he. I don't know what he did. He did something. People keep talking about him. Anyway, I don't study. I don't study globes, so I'm not sure what he did.
He started basically this whole argument that we've been having in here nonstop for years.
So my point is, I guess I know a little bit like that stuff. Is Why would they put that out today or whenever it was just recently put out? Are they trying to create history that we have to now debunk again?
It's pushback from the flat Earth, that guarantee.
Exactly. Everything is coming from flat Earth, and it's coming from here. There's maybe 2 other flat Earth servers that are decent, but they're all connected.
Because nobody gives a shit about Nicholas Copernicus until flat Earth debunks him.
Exactly.
It's like saying, Alexander the Great existed because I have his sword or some shit. There's a hair in his sword. What the fuck?
His initials were on it.
And the initials were on it, right? And how do you know those initials weren't fabricated?
Why would somebody lie?
I have a sword.
True, because why would they lie? Exactly, because there's no motive.
No motive to lie. They're not lying. It's the actual swords. So give me 25 grand for it.
It works in court, so yeah.
Oh yeah, that would work in court, no problem.
And we know court is 100% true because there are no criminals which are falsely accused.
Never.
That's why I have a jury of your peers.
When you're arrested, that's you. That's it. You're guilty. And then unless you want to get out of it and try to figure out a way to get out of it, you're guilty until proven innocent. That's how it works.
Yeah, but the money for a fancy attorney, you're innocent. If you don't have the money for a fancy attorney, you're guilty. Pretty much how it works. Plea bargain and get a reduced sentence.
Jazz in the lobby. You guys ever read 1984? You'd love it.
What's that about? I've never heard of it.
1984?
1984? We are living that.
Yeah. It's even worse than what it looks like in there. In there, it looks like a movie. In reality, it's worse.
Yeah. Well, okay. So in movie, it is some scenes you can say it's some maybe it's worse, but
Oh, it's okay. No, I think you missed the sarcasm. Like, yeah,
yeah, but no, I'm saying this real movie it's more complicated than in 84.
Oh, it's got the same theme though, and the same guy at the top, the same one big eye.
Yeah, but we can still think. Let's say in a movie they will forbid to think even.
Oh yeah, I'm not so sure that we're allowed to think. We're allowed to think, but you can't really go and talk to people like we're doing right now. It attracts attention. Believe me, I know. I've been fighting them all weekend in the lobby.
Well,
No,
it's a combination of other books too. So like it's 84, it's 1984, but it's also like Animal Farm. Like what they've done is they've cordoned us off into our own little dark corner of the internet where we just talk to each other. We're in like detention.
But that's fine because people have to seek us out.
Animal Farm has revolution because animals like that one who are not satisfied with the man and then decide to take a power, but pigs will take the power.
That's going to happen by itself, I think.
They could get rid of us, but we serve some kind of purpose. We serve some kind of function. I think it's kind of like a canary, like they use us as feelers. Like how far are we able to push this?
Well, that was like, remember 2 years ago, everybody with the funny thing on their face? That was like a barometer of who's going to go along with what. You can just tell by, you got to do this. We know who's not really going to do it. So we got an idea. You can just walk down the street and get an idea of who wants to cooperate and who doesn't. And everybody loves cooperating.
And this is even better. If you go 4 years ago, you will ask one question and everybody will answer this. No, I will never, ever, ever do that in my life. But you will do it 2 years later.
Absolutely. And I said never, never, never in my life, and I never, never, never did. So because I meant it.
Oh, me too. But okay. We need to trust.
Well,
don't trust. Fuck, the moon is totally full.
Well, sir, what if I was forced to wear it on my face?
What you do is you don't do that, and so what? Like I did. Somebody
Why
said
you?
one person in that whole time said
Sir,
something
I
to
don't
me.
want to get fired
One
from my
per
job.
Well, you do like I do. You don't wear it. Figure something else out,
Oh,
like I
sir,
did.
you can't just
What?
refuse to
Why
follow
you?
your
Why?
boss's
Why
instructions.
you? Why
Yes,
you
you
no have
can.
tattoo? Why you
No,
have
you get
tattoo?
fired.
No, yes, you can. Yes, you can. It depends how much pressure. Even depends of that. It could be job, yeah, but sometimes depends of your liberty and your job. If you want to be slave or you want to work your job freely, it depends.
Yeah, it's a very tough fact of life. Like, okay, so let's say you're skilled at numbers and you've got yourself a nice little cubicle job just punching fucking numbers all goddamn day. Unfortunately, if you don't want to do what your corporation and all the corporations in that industry want you to do, you're kind of out of luck. Like you're starting at zero again, but still do have other options. You could go work for a small business in construction. You can move. Like there's people who have been so far untouched. You know what I mean?
Me, and
Yeah,
I work in a gigantic corporation where they brought the hammer down on people, and I said, I'm not doing that. So you guys are going to have to come up with a reason why, and that was that. And there's probably 100 out of us out of 10,000 that didn't follow along.
Sir, my corporation made me not only wear the, you know what, and they also tried to make me get the magic potion.
Well, yeah, none of that. They tried to do that with us too, and they tried to have us hand in our paperwork from the tests. If we got an A or a B or if we failed. And I said I don't do stuff like that. I don't even. I can't. I have no time for that. I'm busy because they wanted us to go online at work and fill it out. I told my boss, I'm not going through all that. I'm not even telling you anything. So take that back and see what they say. And
How did your
nothing was
boss?
ever brought up about it.
I'm working in small company, like 7 of us. All of them they did it, and bosses and all of them they know for me. And I said if you want, but they didn't say anything, and that's it. But they could say, and even that things, I mask, blah blah. We don't need to speak about that, but doesn't matter. Even that I said I will not put on my nose. If you want, I will leave. That's it.
Well, Radwin, how did your boss respond when you refused to follow orders?
He
Can you
I
get? He
told him
said, can you get a medical excuse? And I said, what do you mean? An excuse say you don't have to wear a mask. And I said, oh, let me find out. I called my doctor that day. The next day, they set an appointment up. It was over the phone, and I had a note in my online that I just printed off and gave to him. Said I do not have to wear a mask at work.
Yeah, I should have done that.
Yeah, look, it's all on you, the individual, to just stand your own ground and determine like what you're willing to put up with. Like, how valuable are you? I understand if you have value, then you have a lot of bargaining chips. You can
Hey, that's
fuck with
right, Lou.
people.
Because here's the thing. Probably 50 to 100 people were fired for trying to do what I did. Okay? But I was in a position where we started a whole new department, and it was my department because I'm the one who came up with the idea and the technology. So they were kind of stuck. And now that's all in the past, and I have 5 engineers under me, and we're moving way faster than I ever thought.
What do you do for work? Are you a software engineer?
Kind of. I'm a programmer. I design IoT devices, networks for automation.
Yeah, I'm trying to get into something like that.
Well, I have no schooling, so everybody was sad when I got my job.
Sasha,
At work.
Sasha, you've already proven yourself to be too stupid to do anything like that.
Sir, I guarantee you I'm smarter than you.
Why you think about me like that?
You don't have to put yourself at his level, regular Sasha.
Regular Sasha.
You guys realize I'm the top of my class, right?
No.
Yeah, so is Joe Biden, according to him.
Hold on. Let me look you up. Give me all your information, I guess.
I'm not doxing myself.
Well, then why would you say something like that?
Well, he just assumes that I'm dumb.
Well, you believe the Earth is a ball, right?
Yeah, that's actually a good
No,
thing.
And you have no evidence for it, right? You have no evidence
No, I
for it.
have
So
evidence. I just don't feel like
No,
arguing.
you use the word assume. I did not assume anything. You've been here enough where I could gauge you myself. There was no assumption involved.
It's kind of ironic considering you're a flat earther.
wow. We're the ones that only measured it and because nobody else will do it, and or they have done it, they all know, but we're just putting it out there for people to know. Actually, we're not doing anything. We're sitting here and people come to us. Isn't that funny? I don't do anything, and I must defend the lobby like it's like an army in there. You guys only get to see probably 2% now.
Sasha, can you repeat your last sentence about flat earthers, please?
I can't remember what I said.
Okay, sorry.
You guys should not assume that I'm dumb because I'm a globe earther.
Well, no, I don't think that you. I don't think that you. I think that you're intelligent. You have another problem. I told you one time, but I don't. You
think
didn't.
the same thing.
Did you stand in front of mirror? Did you speak with yourself anytime?
Yes, I did. I've been doing some self-reflection.
And did you win or your ego? Who won on the end?
I think I did.
Oh, great. Then you have some progression.
My point is, nobody said you're stupid. Well, Lou, but
how do you do the mirror test?
Hold on.
The ego test.
Hold on. I want to know about. He's not dumb or stupid, but he believes in imaginary things. Okay, so what do you call that? Just imaginative?
Maybe schizophrenic.
Okay, I'll go with that.
I have a schizotypical personality.
What
no
we
excuses.
have,
no excuses.
Okay. That's
Sasha,
actually you do sound like a lot of schizophrenics. You sound a lot like the pea drinker, who's also schizophrenic, and his friends that he came in with. Like you sound a lot like him. And the way that you bounced from globe to flat, back to globe, and the way that you try to play, like you lost another flat earther. Like, dude, you're very, I think you're right. That's a good diagnosis. I can't believe I didn't place it already. Actually, you're schizophrenic. So thank you. Now that we know how to properly evaluate your fucking perception of reality
and how to handle you.
Well, you guys know the difference between genius and insanity is a very, very thin line.
That's what they just tell you anyway. It's not true.
Well, what about
I'm above your genius level, and I'm not insane.
Well, have
I
you
just
seen
cut
the
the
guy
grass
from A
like
Beautiful
normal. I
Mind?
have a dog like normal. All the kids are normal. We're all normal. I'm sarcastic as a motherfucker.
No. Nikola Tesla, he was a tortured genius.
Sasha,
Do you think he was typical?
Sasha, did you ever was near to schizophrenic people?
Wait, could you repeat that?
Did you ever was in contact with schizophrenic people?
I mean, yeah, I see them all the time on the street.
Really? I had a friend.
Yeah, that's cool. I mean, there's people at my school that were schizophrenic.
And he was also, you can say he was genius, clever, not genius, clever, intelligent, but also schizophrenic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, that's how it usually is. Usually
But
the
you can
people that are
recognize that, you
females
know,
are
and say, yeah, of course. But that things is schizophrenic. It's not, you can recognize that. That's not clever thing, you know.
I guess.
Because of that, you are not clever. Because of that, you are, that's on the scale, that's starting to be, how to say, weight, big weight.
To me, it's really interesting just how many schizophrenics are attracted to this topic, though. We get them on both sides of the argument. I don't know what the fuck it is about this topic that attracts the schizophrenics. That's very curious to me.
No, or point of view, like we are that who are having some wrong approach. What shall we do? Because that making observations, that's wrong approach. How, which approach we need to do to prove the globe?
I think
Like
observations are good. You just gotta
okay,
prove
let's believe and say, okay, let people believe because science all these years saying that, and look at this modern technology and blah blah blah, and that's it. Don't ask because it's, you see what you see, because that's why you want to
I mean,
look,
you guys should do more
why you
tests. You
observe,
need
even
to look at
why
the
you want to
books.
observe Earth, why
Hey man,
don't go to do that.
which part of the scientific method says la 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 lu lu lu? I'm not listening to you.
I think Glatflob's trying to troll us.
Sorry, what?
I don't even think I heard Black Flow. Dude, your perception of reality is so far off from like what's actually happening. I don't know why we give you a mic.
I think I actually have a lot of esoteric wisdom. Like, I think my version of God is a lot more true than your guys' version of God. Like, I think I
Sasha,
know
can you
these
tell, you
secrets.
said you guys, can you tell me my vision of God, because you're saying in plural and I'm
Okay.
inside of that. Now tell me which is my vision of the God.
Most people in the server just follow the
Most
Christian
people, it's how
version.
much most people? 97%,
I'd say like
37.5,
at
or
least 90% believe in the
how
Christian
did you
God.
make that math? That means that you collected all from the live
Well,
stream or
almost
from the
every
all
person I've
subscribers?
talked to believes in the Christian God.
How many people you talk to? With 17, 72, or 30,
I'd say
33?
like at
Because
least
for
50.
90% of 33, you need to have something like 49 or something like that. When you make that data,
I'd say like 45 out of 50 people on this server believe in the Christian God.
45. Can you now name it all 45 people, because that will be true what you are
What was your
saying.
sample size there, Chief?
I just said 45 out of 50.
Yeah, but how you know that it was 45? Maybe it was
I mean, it's
37.
not
You're wrong.
exact. It just seems like everyone I talk to, most of
But
them.
that what that mean? Everyone, what you talk to, 9 or 45?
I mean, it depends on the day. There's different people in here on
Yeah,
different
that mean
days.
that you don't. That mean that you don't know that you are only spiraling with numbers now.
I mean, yeah, it's like an estimate.
Okay. That means globalization in your mind. Like I can say, 37% of people on the earth think that Earth is flat, because I think like that.
Yeah.
Because of this.
37%? I'd say it's like
Yeah,
1%.
because of this server and other servers, and I
No,
spoke,
no. It's like
I spoke with
1%.
that it's in your mind, it's your math. I am telling you my math. Your math was that you spoke with 54 people, but you don't know with how much people you spoke. I spoke with 137 people, but maybe I spoke with 1,000 people, but doesn't matter. It's still 37%.
Did you really speak to 50 people about this, Sasha? 2.0.
Yeah, I mean, over the years, I've talked about God a few times, and
I
it
would
seems
really
like
appreciate seeing
every
that data. Got the data, the numbers, the figures. I did not think so. So your parents, if they have taught you anything, have taught you how to make excuses.
no, parents taught me very wise lessons.
Hang on. Sasha, tell us about God. Go ahead.
For example, Sasha, if you want to speak percentually, for example, I getting £1,000 salary per month, and then my boss gave me next month £200 more. That means that I get 20% more salary. I didn't get 54%.
Godric wanted me to tell you about
Are you assuming? Do you know that?
Yeah, go ahead. Tell us.
Well, have you guys ever heard of Euler's formula?
What?
It's the sine and cosine formula that forms a perfect circle, and it actually, if you take the numbers, when you add them together, it adds to 0 perfectly, and it creates a bunch of circles. And there's a pattern called the tree of life, and I think that's how something came from nothing, is because of this formula, because it all adds to 0, yet it creates something at the same time.
So let me get this straight. A formula came out of nowhere and actualized itself. Is that what you're saying?
Well, I don't think it actualized itself because I don't think this is reality. I actually think this is a dream.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
Is this like simulation theory?
Well, it's not a simulation. I think it's God's dream.
Oh, dude, why do you have to say it? Literally, I have to agree with you, dude. That's the way I look at this shit too. But I'm not schizophrenic like you. I'm pretty sure. I don't. Maybe I am. I don't know. But like,
Schizophrenic is only a label. All they do is label people.
no.
So they
Here's the
can give
thing.
them
Okay,
medication and
no,
make them a
I want to
patient.
get to
That's
it. I
all
want to get.
schizophrenia
Don't
is.
worry
People
about the
think they're
I'm
insane.
schizophrenia. I've
I'm
been
only
disagreeing
interested.
this whole time, but this now I have to agree with them because I mean, it's very new agey, and all those who are very, like Bible oriented and all that stuff, they're gonna take offense to this. It's a touchy topic if you want to get into it. So I'm gonna just like glance around the edges. It's up to you guys how deep you want to take it, but like, uh, it, I personally agree with him, and this is my own personal feelings. Okay, it's just, but reality itself seems malleable to a certain extent. It has to be within the parameters of logic, and it has to be in statistics even. But once a seed, a logical seed, is planted in the collective consciousness of all of us, like we're all a part, we're all one figment of God's dream. Like God dreamed of you, and he dreamed of me, and he dreamed of Sasha and all this, and we're all brothers, okay? Like, but and when you harm your brother, you harm yourself. Like all of this is it's very, like I said, new agey, but I think once a logical seed has been planted, it now has become possible. It has to spread throughout the consciousness before it can manifest itself in reality. And I mean, there's a lot of sci-fi bullshit that's involved with that, but there's also some like quantum like physics and shit that like supports it too. It's crazy. It's a wild thought. And I don't think Sasha is way off base when he says that. Although I think he still has a poor perception of the earth itself.
So, Lou, what happens if God wakes up in your theory? Hello?
How
If
I
we're living a
understood,
It's
dream,
not.
how
It's
I
more.
understood
It's more like
that
a. Hold on.
more,
It's
Hold on, it's more like a daydream. Like he's conscious of what he's thinking of. You know, like it's not like us when we're dreaming, where most of the time it's unpredictable. You know, like it's all with purpose.
Like a, can I say a little something maybe stupid? I don't know.
No, go ahead.
Like a dream to somebody wake up like us.
No, you're trying to be too literal with it. Like
Not,
I mean, maybe you're not, but I think a lot of people would be.
How is it made for us or it is not made for us?
No, we are. I think we're made for him.
Yeah, but all this is made for us.
Yeah, it's all a part just to make it sound, to make it a possibility.
Really,
Again, statistically, yeah.
Look at everything, skin, everything, air, everything, everything. It's really made for us. You have extremes, of course, but if you look everywhere, it's really made for us. And then we
But
are
here's
not
the thing: is that
doing.
like
We are not doing.
I think it's a collective learning experience for all of us as a whole. Like individuals still exist, individual learning experiences, like on a soul level, like soul travel. Possibly you have been through this 5 times, 7 times, 10 times. Maybe this is your last playthrough. Maybe you're doomed to be here a few more times because you're just that low of a fucking vibration. Like I don't know, but it seems that the path that we are given is preordained. It's understood. It's predictable, and we're headed down it once again. Okay, so like I don't want to come back here. I want to learn the final lesson and fucking evolve to the next layer, the next level. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah. That's cool. Yeah.
So if we're dreaming and then we have a regular dream like at night, so then it's a dream within a dream, like Inception movie.
I'm sorry. Give me a couple of minutes. I spoke for a little while.
Leonardo DiCaprio Inception movie. That's a dream within a dream within a dream. That kind of deal.
Dude, you have this like weird habit of like mumbling in the mic where you can't understand what the fuck you're saying.
Sorry. If we're dreaming now, if this is like a dream at night when we do dream, is that like a dream within a dream, like Inception movie, Leonardo DiCaprio?
Sort of. I think, yeah, I think once you, I mean, more of a loop. I think when you go to, in my opinion, again, I'm not saying this is the fact, it's just kind of the way that I'm picturing to make sense of the world around me. Like when I go into a dream state, I think that I'm actually connecting with the actual, like more like the ether, this fluid, um, no place and no time, like I don't know, like just pure energy, like that, like no physicality, pure energy, consciousness, like which cannot be explained, like just consciousness at a higher level. I think that's what the dream state is. You're kind of mingling in with the hive mind once you're in that dream state. Or you're back together with the God consciousness. That might be a better way of putting it than a hive mind. And so no, it's not like a dream within a dream. It's that once you go to dreaming, that this is where you have to collect yourself in order to organize your thoughts and to regroup with the rest of the group. And like we're a very social species. We're, like it's and we're obviously connected, and this can go into the 100 monkey thing and like blah 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 blah. Like there's so much stuff about this, like, but it's very hard to prove.
Eric DeBay actually made a pretty good video about the one, or the theory of the one God that is everything. Have you seen that video? I saw it like many years ago now, but I feel like that literally explains everything that you tried to explain.
You never followed Eric Dubé too much. I mean, I know who he is. I've seen a couple of his things, but he always just kind of bothered me. Like, I don't like listening to him.
I mean, I just mean it's because like that just rang a bell. It's not because I look at his work like a religion or anything like that. But when you said all these kind of things, that made me remind me of that one video he made about this oneness. I'm pretty sure that many other people have also made videos about something like that, or written stuff about stuff like that.
No, what I'm saying is not original completely. Like it's original because nobody's ever probably phrased it the way that I have, but many people have come to this type of and tried to convey it.
Isn't it actually also like a part of not Buddhism or not Hinduism, but something around that region that they actually think in these links?
I don't know enough about like Buddhism and stuff, but I think you're right. I think they have a lot of thought, like down this road, this path or this process.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't really dwell a lot in it. To me, it always comes down to like the hen and the egg dilemma. So let's say we are in a dream, but where did that God that is dreaming this dream, where did he come from? And beyond, you know what I mean?
God's dream is the only way that's not exactly accurate either. Like I said, the word dream, it's just the best way that I can phrase it. Because it's kind of like the mix between a dream and a simulation, honestly, the way that I picture it. But I don't like the word simulation, and so to better convey it, because when you say simulation, instantly you have people like, oh well, that's just a paradox right there on its face. Like, what are you simulating? Like there has to be a reality and da 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 da. And so it's more about like look at in the Bible at creation and how everything was spoken into existence. It was the word of God or the idea of God. Like when I think the word image, when they say like we were made in God's image, I don't think that means we were made to look like God. That means that we were made in his imagination. He had an image of what we should be.
Yeah.
So we were made in. He imagined us and he spoke us into existence by the Bible. That's literally the first fucking book.
And if he had 3 heads and 27 arms, he wouldn't design us with 2 arms and 2 legs. Okay.
No, yeah. We might look something like he imagines himself, or something maybe he is physical. How do you make if he's not physical? Because here's a problem too. Like in Christianity, he's not a physical being. He had to have Jesus to become a physical being, right? Like, how do you make somebody in his image if he doesn't have a fucking image?
I mean, I think the question is so big, and we as mere humans, we cannot really comprehend what it means at all, because like just like we can't really imagine stuff like concepts like infinity. Like we can talk about it, but if you really have to be honest with ourselves, we can't really imagine what that means. You know what I mean?
Because there isn't an infinity.
No, exactly. Like we couldn't even imagine it if it was. Like there would be an end and a start.
In order for there to be an infinity, we'd have to be on a globe. I'm telling you.
Infinity is a concept, right? You can't show it in reality.
Wait, no, it's a real thing. I drive it.
But that's my point is like so if there is a creator, even if it's not physical, what was creating that reality of the creator's reality and so on. That's what I meant with the hen and the egg question. That's what I always come up with when I'm thinking about these kind of things.
I can guarantee there's not a guy sitting up there with like casting spells and watching us in the bathroom and all this crazy shit that people would think that would be. I guarantee he's got better things to do right now.
That's not what I meant either. Like I don't think there is a man.
I'm just saying it out there.
Yeah. I'm just saying it's for my little mind. I can't comprehend a creator at all. But I do believe that there is some connection between everything, and that's it. That's pretty much what I end up with.
Do you believe that I can create things?
You're giving God the
attributes of man. I believe, I know that you can take one component, add it to another component, and those two components in combination can do stuff.
Exactly. So I can create things. I'm a creator, right?
I guess, but that also means that if there is an almighty creator, he must have been able to take
well,
these
we know there were people bigger than us. You know that, right?
I mean, I know there's stories about it, and I also know that there's skeletons.
It's not that there's stories. There's skeletons of 28-foot tall people. The skull, the guy could pick you up and put his head in your mouth and drop you down. That's how big the people are. The skulls are uncovering. So, if you think about that, that's just one size. So far, they've got one that we can pretty much, since there's probably about 10 of them right now, 22 miles tall. So, how big do you think a creator needs to be?
Damn, you say 22 miles tall?
Yes. How do you think those big trees got cut down?
I do wonder that.
Yep, there's like 10 of them laying on their back.
You really think there are people that are 22 miles? That's ridiculous.
Of course it's ridiculous, because you just don't understand what's going on around you.
But yeah, I have seen a lot of all this, like all of these giant trees and giants and
Sasha 2.0. Sasha 2.0. How do you explain 28-foot tall people? Lots of them everywhere. Akron, Ohio. They dig them up all the time, and they just get them. They get sent away. They get sent away. Gone. Smithsonian picks them up. Oh, we have to preserve this. This is history. You never see it again.
Well, 20 feet is a lot different than 22 miles.
28 feet tall.
Okay.
How do you explain that?
Well, I still think that's fake also, but 22 miles is just ridiculous.
Oh, that's fake also. Okay. All these people are hiding gigantic skulls and bones and people in the ground.
Sure, it was a human. It was probably like something else.
Let's call them humanoids.
I don't know how much I can trust. Like, what is that? Archaeology or anthropology or whatever the fuck it is.
Paleontology.
Like, yeah, all this stuff that they're known to be hoaxers. Like their whole field is known to they're trying to get rep by discovering something new.
Why would you discover a gigantic skull and have it disappear?
I don't know. Maybe if you just could have it be in a gray area where it's neither confirmed nor denied, maybe you can get some rep that way.
So you haven't seen the actual dig pictures, like the construction guys next to the road when they hit the skull?
I've seen Egyptologists dig up some shit I don't believe in too. Like that's the thing. Like I don't need to see.
I've never seen a dinosaur bone come out of the ground.
No, neither have I. But then again, why would I believe? Because I've never seen that. Why would I believe in a 28-foot tall skeleton that I saw on the internet?
Well, why do we have 3 feet tall people and 2 feet tall people?
Do we?
Oh, is that
right now?
Midgets? Yeah.
12
feet.
feet.
What is the record for the shortest?
What about the tallest people that are at record right now? They were taller back then.
I was gonna ask Sasha who thinks the tallest max. If 28 is like fake, then what's the max? Just out of curiosity.
Just above basketball players, I would assume.
Yeah, maybe.
I mean, there has been recorded some pretty big people throughout the last recent years. To be honest, I believe there is also some living right now that is extremely high, also higher than basketball players.
Pretty sure that your magical books say there's giants, there's
Well,
midgets, there's
CB, are you asking about
people.
humans or something else?
The size of giants
Yeah,
and the
no,
size of trees has
we had pygmy
Like-
people that were supposed to be like basically like smaller than your midgets you're talking about. Like they were actually proportional sized, like, or maybe not pygmy, but that might not be the right word. Yeah, I believe I've heard that mainstream science or evolutionists or whatever, like, or they've claimed that there have been people who were discovered that were proportionally sized, just much smaller, like they would stand at your knee.
Yes, that's not a myth. That's what people were. There definitely were small people, and if they were that small and proportionally correct and lived normally, because there's nothing wrong with them. I mean, miniature dogs live just like big dogs.
No, that's fake.
Dude, it might be hard to believe, but how can you write it off as fake?
No,
It's only hard to believe because they want evolution to be real and not something else. That obviously there was a mud flood everywhere because we're digging the buildings out. They can't cover that up.
evolution was cool for like a little while, but it's not that cool anymore. So Sasha's
Yeah, but it was only cool like when you knew you were going to the moon someday.
What does the size of giants and the size of trees have to do with God the Creator?
Because I'm saying that whoever created this is bigger than this place. You won't even see something that big. How do you like that? You can't see the big ones that are laying on the ground right now.
The
Unless
size
you
of
look
God
at
is just a
them.
concept. It doesn't have to have a size, right?
Oh, this is a machine we're inside. It's obvious. Please. It's not magical.
Why would God need to be
It's
big?
not
I
magical.
want to point out Sasha's. Like I said, like how could you say that it's completely fake if you believe that you came to existence through a big bang and shit like that? Like everything is possible. Like everything has to be possible if you believe in your story.
It's possible, but it just doesn't make sense.
But it's your side who claims that these people existed.
My side, evolution does not claim that people were 28 feet tall.
No, dude, there was giants, and there were also, especially, you will definitely find information. Instead of going big, go small. Find information that there were tiny people, like and races of tiny people.
Yep.
But
Look for that first.
They'll tell you that because we were bigger, Neanderthal fucking ate them. We cannibalized their motherfucking asses.
And that's the reason why the 28 feet tall people probably got wiped out, because they were eating people our size.
Have you guys heard the giants, the Nephilim giants were much stronger and much faster than humans? Not because of the size, but proportionally.
And there's supposedly one standing up, and you can see they look completely different, but they are not. they're an animal of some kind, and they're giant, all right. I don't know how tall this one was, maybe 2
They
miles
should also
or
be
something.
red-haired and blue-eyed, like the Aryans or the early Aryans.
Yeah,
Dude,
CB,
anyway,
I recommend
the
what
point is,
CB says. Watch Attack on Titan.
I mean,
Yep.
Sasha, you keep on like throwing out the arguments that your side puts out. You just disregard them like nobody said it. Put
Dude,
together
no
the
one
actual
said
picture.
in evolution that people were
Put
28 feet
together
tall.
the actual picture that's trying to be painted, and tell me that that's realistic.
I think unless Radwin or whatever his name is can actually show proof of 28-foot people as far as the skeleton, unless he can actually show it, he's full of bullshit, and he's here to embarrass the flat Earth community, and he should be disregarded until he can actually show proof. Because until then,
That's hold on, Jim. That's a really caustic way to call somebody out. Radwin's been around a long time. You and him might have a disagreement here. In fact, I guarantee you do.
Not only that, Jim, we're having a
But
conversation.
that was a one hell of a way to call a dude out who's been here way longer than you.
Yeah, I want to see 28 feet people in a skeleton. That's what I want to see.
Okay, so the thing is, all we really have to go by on that is we have newspaper reports of eyewitnesses. Yes, I agree. It is a little bit unstable as far as you would consider proof. But as a whole, when you put all of those together, then you have to make some kind of connection and go, now, why are all these actual newspapers with the dates on them? And I mean, okay, so yeah, we know Photoshop has been around. Okay, can that be done with old newspapers? Yeah, sure. So you just have to go through that process. And what I found in looking at it myself is overwhelmingly eyewitness accounts have shown that like there's
Sonny and Redwood. What if we are the Giants?
I think actually the other way. I think we are actually tiny, possibly even.
What if we're the Giants? What if that's why the trees seem small? That's why the pygmy people got eaten up, and we're still here.
No.
What if we're the Giants?
No, I think the Giants were killed off, but I think the bloodline lives on, and I think they're actually the ones that are in controlling everything from behind the scenes. The wizard behind the curtain, and those initial families are still in control that lined up with this evil, whatever it is, this evil bloodline. So the cannibals never went away. Their bloodline is still in those families. That's what I believe.
The cannibals are roaring right now. That's a thing. It's not fake.
Yeah, it's going
Hang
on
on,
for
Jim.
real.
Jim, do you believe in the Bible, Jim?
Me, myself, Jim?
Yes.
Yes, and I believe
Weren't there
that.
Nephilim in the Bible?
And I believe that Goliath was 9 or 10 feet tall, and that's fine.
Hang on. Weren't there Nephilim in the Bible?
Was he
What's that?
Was he one of the Nephilim, or a seed of the Nephilim, or the hybrids? One of the hybrids.
I just believe that he was around 9 or 10 foot tall.
So it's just your imagination.
Well, so you're taking it out of context. Were there Nephilim that came from the Watchers originally, and then mated with women of Earth?
Do I believe that something other than the creation of Adam and Eve in the Garden of Eden went into something else other than men and women creating other babies that were men and women, and they created something that was bigger or something that was around that was bigger? No, I don't believe that at all.
Well, it's in the Bible.
6,
It's in the Bible.
To the daughters of man. Can you explain that verse?
It's in the Bible, so you're taking things out of context then.
I am saying that I believe that people like Goliath, 9 or 10 feet, did exist because the Bible says it existed, and I'm not going to speculate on anything else other than that. Belief.
Measurements. They had measurements back then in the Bible.
Jim, that's fine. Jim, that's
Belief.
fine. But like, what
Belief.
is reality or what was reality is not necessarily determined only by the Bible.
Belief is the enemy of knowing, and so we can have our own belief system. All I can say is if somebody claims that there were humans that or something that was 28 foot tall, that is a claim, and let's see it, please.
Debunk the pictures, or I'm going to mute you.
Debunk the pictures of what?
The giant skulls.
Jim, the sons of God came to the daughters of
No,
men and bore children.
in my opinion, again, Radwin, I think that's taking it a little far too.
No, listen. He fucking sat there and just called me out like I was a punk. He's going to do some proving now.
No,
I want Jim to explain
that's
Genesis
stupid.
6, please.
That's stupid. I don't do that to anyone. I don't do that shit to anyone.
Radwin, the truth is, the way that our standard works around here is you would have the burden of proof to prove that those skulls are real.
Really? So we don't have to have that standard for Globers?
That's what we do tell Globers.
So I understand, Lou, that Radwin has been around a lot longer than me, but at 6:51 or 51 after the hour, Radwin comes in and goes, ban Jim 777. So if somebody disagrees with Radwin, he should be silenced. Is that correct?
Away.
No, look, right now there's a personal grievance going on, and I don't really care to
I never heard of this guy before. Never heard of him, never seen him before.
Sir, you were only banned for 3 minutes. I've been banned for months at a time.
I want to see proof of 28 foot people. That's what I want to see. I want to see proof. I want to see
Jim, I have proof in my giant video. It's 29 minutes. Look up Godric in the live stream.
I'm in live stream right now.
29 minutes.
Kobe.
Take a look and come back. And then tell me also, what does Genesis 6 mean? Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for giving that. I'll go back and scroll up. But to say to ban somebody because they disagree with you, that is such totalitarian BS. I can't believe it.
But you're judging him for saying
Jim, I'm gonna ridicule you on this.
Go ahead.
Don't fucking appeal to emotion and shit like that. Like, dude, just get back on point.
So you said old dude put something down at 29 minutes after the hour? Does it start with Twilight Zone?
No, hang on. First of all, it's Godric. Look at 4:52 p.m. Pacific time.
52.
Giants emerging everywhere. They can't hide this. YouTube video, I believe it's 29 minutes.
29 minutes
after. The universe inside you. 4:52 p.m. Pacific time.
52. Okay.
4:52.
Oh my.
So Pacific time 4:52, which would be 6:52 here.
You're on the East Coast?
No, I'm in Central time zone.
Oh, okay.
So you said 4:52 p.m. Pacific time?
Right. Inside you, giants are everywhere.
I don't see anything that says 6:52 on live stream voice text here.
Today, Junior.
I see some. Is this Tim talking?
Jim, it's exactly 18 messages up. It's a YouTube video. Giants are everywhere. They can't hide this.
I see something from Tim at 6:58, which will be
No, it's Godric.
4:58
Look
your
for
Well,
time.
Godric.
sir, you know there's
For
a
Godric.
search bar. You can search for messages from users, and that's how I would do it.
Okay, Boomer.
What's about me?
I'll post it again if you can't scroll up. I'll post it again.
Thank you. Godric, right? At 7 p.m. or 5 p.m. your time?
Yes, you see it?
Thank you. I'll take a look at it right now. Thanks.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, Godric, you posted in that video. It looks like there's an astronaut getting a spear through him. Do you have any comments about that?
No, I haven't seen that part. Tell me what time zone that is.
Well, it's in the thumbnail of the video you posted.
Let me look. Hang on.
That's an astronaut with socks on.
Okay, so the story. Okay, so there's eyewitness story about some military troops from America going to Afghanistan and confronting a real giant. And he was like, he had red hair and pale skin, and he killed the guy by impaling him on his spear, and he killed some other people. He ate them, some other military troops. So it's not an astronaut. It's just a dude in military gear. It's just a drawing. It's just a story. You can take it for what it's worth. That's my comment. And not in this video, but there's a story about that where they had to pick him up with a military plane. They had to put him on a pallet. He was over 1,000 pounds. He had 6 fingers, 6 toes, red hairs, 2 rows of teeth. He smelled very. He had a horrific smell to him, like he never took a shower. And he ran like so fast you couldn't barely even see how fast he ran.
Seems like we lost both Jim and Radwin.
Let's get Jim went to watch the video, so we'll see what he comes back with.
Also about those pictures that was posted earlier by these giant skeletons. Like, I know it's from National Geographic, but there is a full article about how the hoax started with those skeleton pictures. Just to add into the whole conversation, I guess.
Yeah. Is God Rocking in the house? Are you there, God Rocking, or are you busy?
Hey, Jim.
Like he's busy. How you doing?
Big
God
fan of
Rocking was
listening.
just in the. Go on.
I was going to say, I'm a big fan of listening to your stories about Japan.
Oh, thanks. Yeah. Well, it's currently 9 o'clock in the morning. Full sunshine. Probably 20 odd degrees Celsius, something like that. Let's have a quick check. But yeah, I was just in the Gem Panda stuff with God Rocking. God Rocking came in, right, to talk about refraction. When he came in, they didn't really welcome him as well as best they should have done in Gem Panda. So, for the interest of the listeners, I said, the guy that's just talking, his name is God Rocking, a man of high standing and impeccable integrity. With that, Gem Panda got upset. Because why are you telling the people that, Jim? I said, well, he's a competitor of mine. Yeah, you didn't do your job. You didn't welcome him in, did you? And they got really upset with that. You know? they just went into one. And then God Rocking hit them hard with refraction, covered most of the angles, and I peppered them with the actual looming images, and they just lied. They just lied. That's what really pissed me off. That they just lied, as you know. And were treating him bad as well. You know, they were really treating God Rocking totally uncivil. God Rocking told them, he goes, "You're not being, you're being a bit brash and that." And then Gem Panda apologized, but that's how we are, he said.
Yeah, it shows that they're losing hard when they're that butthurt and have that much of a temper about it.
Oh, yeah. Because I welcomed it. I did the red carpet treatment for God Rocking, as I do for any of the 24/7 that go in there. You know me. On my own, I smash them to hell. I said to Jem, just before I come in here, I goes, "Jem, I'm going to wear you out. Your health is going to degrade by your mic. Guarantee you. You are nowhere near my league. I feel sorry for you. You'll do the right thing and you'll unmute my mic." And he unmuted it.
Isn't Gem Panda the one who shouts really loud?
That's the one. Yeah. That's
He's
the one.
so
Yeah.
annoying. I don't like him.
He's really upset.
Yeah. And you should see he's upset now. Yeah. Screaming at the high level. But I scream at them back as well.
I mean,
I hold them to task.
I mean, we must be on the globe. Just look at how upset that guy is.
And anyway, on the last little topic, hi Jen, nice to see you. On the giants in America, so here comes the plethora of information from photographic evidence of when they're actually digging these things up, all the way back to Spanish explorers, actual reports themselves of eyewitnesses of people that were twice as tall as the tallest men on the ships. Magellan, for one, and other explorers had these also reports. So, okay, so I guess if you consider at a whole, all those eyewitnesses, all the newspaper reports, all the actual archaeological digging that is verifiable with their own photographs, I mean, that's fine. Eyewitnesses of the actual bones being displayed in museums that were taken out subsequently. So stop repeating me. Who's hot Mikey? I don't like that.
Might be me, sorry.
Anyway, so there we have bunches and bunches of evidence you can dig through, just like the information I dig through on the Proto-Hebrew speaking Cherokee. It's the same thing. I mean, am I saying anything definitive? No. How could I? I didn't dig the bones up myself, so no, I couldn't. But if you just want to ignore all of the evidence, then that's fine. I mean, that's your choice.
Well, Sonny, I mean, it is up to you if you're going to say it to back it up with whatever your best ability is. You didn't have to necessarily dig them up, but this is kind of like how stories of Bigfoot and the Loch Ness Monster get started. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, but you don't have
I'm
any.
really hanging around with
But you don't have any bones that are big enough to fit over a regular man's head from a Bigfoot. But you do human heads that are twice as big as a regular human head that could fit over, like the jawbone could fit over your face. So these have been found.
Yeah, but can you verify them that they're human bones? Can you? Have you touched the bones yourself?
Yeah, can I?
Have you had a look? That's
true.
the only way I'm going to
true.
believe.
Yeah,
I want to touch the bones and magnify them under the
that's
microscope.
true, and that's not a. You're right.
Face.
That's not a hill I would want to die on. That's true. Any more than I would with giant bones being dinosaurs. I wouldn't. Yeah, I wouldn't die on that hill.
Yeah, mountain ranges being freaking titans and trees. Like what do they call? What do they call them? Mesas being trees. It's
silicon trees. Yeah, I know. That to me is a little far fetched as well. I.
Of course it is. Yeah.
But very interesting.
There might have been the occasional tall man, and in Africa we have those tall men, but giants, no, man.
Well, okay, then what about the Native Americans? Then they have their own native oral traditions about these giants that were stealing their women and children and eating them, and they locked them up in a cave and burnt it, and then
It's a
83.
story. It's a story.
I know it is a story.
It's a
Okay, so
story.
do we just
It's a
ignore
story.
all
That's all that
stories?
is. It's a story. Let's not. Let's. It's not. It's
Let's.
not. It's not. You know what? Yeah, that's what I'm going to do. Yeah. I mean,
Well,
it's
listen,
not.
the only
It's not
reason I
really going
do
to
it
have
is
any.
because it
It's
was mentioned. I find it very interesting. That's the only reason I look into it.
fine.
I'm not, I'm
Fine.
not saying like
It's
anything.
okay. Don't say yeah. But you've
It
got to
is
be
what
able
it
to
is.
discern if it's true or not. It's
Yeah.
interesting,
Yeah, no,
yes.
no,
Is
no.
it
Well,
true?
here's the problem: is finding it interesting is one thing. A lot of people find it interesting. Too many people around here like to try to talk about that stuff as if it's fact, and then they back it up with
Yeah,
the
I don't
Bible,
like that.
or even worse, they don't even use the Bible. They use the removed books from the Bible. You know, like all of a sudden it's like here's the Bible didn't want it. You know, because it was too crazy.
Jen,
Reality now doesn't want it because it's too crazy, but because it was once written down, it's now true.
What about the buildings that
Jen,
have the steps that are only for awfully huge people? What about those buildings, Lou?
Dude, what you're
I
talking
don't
about, some
know.
of the big steps, that's how you quarry stone.
There are steps in front of a building, dude.
That's how you.
They
Dude,
quarry them right in front of the
when you're
building to
quarrying
look like
stone and you
steps.
want slabs of stone, like you make these giant steps to cut the shit out.
They're in front of a building, dude. To
Yeah,
the
what happened to
doorway.
the giant furniture then that was in the house? All the giant finishings and furnishings. No, man, there were no
I'm
giant
not
men like
saying it's
that.
proof of anything. I'm just saying there's more than just, there's actual buildings that got steps going up to the front door that they're 10 feet fucking tall steps. You got to use a ladder to get up them. Who in the fuck
Someone's
used
playing silly
those?
buggers. That
Who in the
is,
fuck was
someone's
using
playing
those
silly
is what I
buggers.
want to know. I'm not saying, I mean, who was it? And when you get to the top,
Someone's
the
playing
doorway is
silly
fucking 30
buggers with
feet.
history. That's what
Doorway's
happened.
30 fucking feet tall. Why?
Yeah, yeah,
Jen,
yeah, yeah,
Jen,
yeah.
Jen,
I've
the
seen
flood of
it.
Noah, is that a story? Just a story? Noah's flood?
Yeah, go on.
I'm asking Jen because he doesn't believe in stories.
What I'm saying is that that stuff is a story at the moment. I mean, you can see the building; it's real. Yeah. Where are the people who used to live in them? What happened to them? Where are they?
That's a good
That's
question,
what I'm
Jim.
saying.
We would like to know that.
Yeah, yeah. Because I just think someone's messing with history or grandeur gone wild. Who knows? But come on.
All the bones are recovered by the Smithsonian.
Yeah, I don't trust Smithsonian for anything these days. They've lied so much. Unless I can actually touch, smell, and get this stuff in my hands and then put it under my microscope and that, then I'm going to say, yeah, okay, it is. Indeed, that's what it is. I'm not going to take their word for anything. I can't do that now. They've
Well,
lied
they're
so much.
saying the Smithsonian, Jen, is saying that there are no giants. They came and took the bones. The people that were on site said the Smithsonian showed up, took the bones, and now they're saying that they don't
Nah,
exist.
look, here's the thing. Like, there's a big difference between like larger than normal humans to where the average size is like 20, 30, 40, 50 feet tall, or some of them are literally like miles tall. If you want to go down this route, all of a sudden you're talking about mile tall people, 2 mile tall people. Like, that didn't happen.
Yeah, where's all the equipment they used to make the stuff and that, to build it? Must be some remnants of this stuff somewhere.
Well, that's just it for sure. I'm a builder, and like I said, these buildings that we see around that they show horses and buggies around them, and they're saying that that's the technology they used to build them. I call bullshit. You can't. You have to dig a big hole in the ground. You got to put huge footings in the ground to hold a building of that size, or they settle, they fall apart. It's standard procedure for building. You got to have a footing and a foundation, massive. They don't do that with picks and shovels. They had some form of equipment that we're not aware of. It's been hidden
Yeah,
from us.
where is that equipment? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, this
I don't
is
know,
it.
Jen. It was probably metal, and if it And if there was any kind of a flood, or if it sat outside for eons of time, it rusted away, it fell apart. Metal, you can't leave metal outside for 100 years, Jen. It turned back to dust. I don't know if that's what took place, but that's at least one explanation for at least some of it.
Yeah, you've got to find something. Now there has to be something. They can't all just die.
They have found huge wheels and huge like that look like equipment of some sort that's petrified. It appeared to be steel at one time. Steel does petrify and turn to stone. There's tanks. They got pictures of World
How
War
long does
II
that
tanks.
process take, though?
It depends. It depends on the environment. There's pictures of World War II tanks or World War I tanks. I'm not sure, where they were submerged in mud and they are now turned to steel. They're metal.
Check the video I just
Or I
posted.
mean rock, stone.
Tanks
They
are
turn to
metal,
stone.
don't they?
Stone. Excuse me. The metal turns to stone. My bad.
Sorry, yeah. When you said they turned to metal, what turned to metal?
Yeah, the metal turned to stone.
You got me there. Yeah, you got me there. I thought, what?
I mean, there's pictures of that. They've been found, and obviously it didn't take very long.
Metal turning to stone.
Yep.
Metal turning to stone.
Yes.
Complete stone tank.
Yes.
I've got to see this stuff. I haven't seen it, so I've just got to see it. Hard to believe.
I mean, all I can is.
Does that mean the metal is fossilizing the stone?
No, that means that the metal was replaced through I don't know what it's called, but when it's submerged in mud, and as the molecules as they decompose and fall apart, they get replaced with a piece of mud or whatever, and then it solidifies and turns to stone. The basic.
I can't understand how that could happen, because you've got the original metal shape. Now, hang on a second, please. How can that, let's say the turrets, yeah? Okay, how can that dissolve or whatever and then rock form? So the rock has to form on the metal. The metal must still be there. Can't change the stone, can it? Because this is a precision tank. It's a vehicle that's got precision.
It appears that it did.
Nature's hazard.
It appears that it did, because it was submerged in mud. All I'm telling you is what it appears to look like. I haven't seen it with my own two eyes. I've just seen pictures, and it looks like they've turned to stone.
Yeah. Okay, you've seen pictures. That's fine. It's still questionable, isn't it? It's still up in the air.
Yeah,
it's
of course. Of course.
Yeah.
But when you believe petrified wood is real?
Yeah.
So it does happen.
Yeah, it does happen. Oh yeah, I do believe petrified wood is real. Yeah.
Did all you guys see the hammer, the wooden hammer handle with the metal top was found inside of a rock that it was dated to be like 1 million years old.
And it was still metal?
No, I haven't seen that.
It was still intact.
1 million years old. 1 million years old. Mm.
Well, we all know
a metal hammer with a wooden handle, dated 1 million years old, inside of some other granite rock.
Well,
okay. Did it look?
I don't know anybody here that believes that there's been here for 1 million years. I mean, I don't believe that. So whatever.
Yeah,
that's the whole point with carbon dating. It's faulty.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, it's not reliable. Exactly, it's not reliable. I was going to say. And did this 1 million year old hammer look modern or primitive? Was there anything that did it resemble something that could have been made recently? They're the things I'll be looking at.
Well, that looks
it resembles something like from, I'm going to say, the 1800s, like a hammer that you can make with smelting ore and taking a piece of fashion, handle and fashioning it and making it tip of a hammer.
So, okay.
Let me see if I can find it.
How does wood get petrified?
Well, they say it happens under extreme pressure, like in mud with extreme pressure, like from tons and tons and tons of mud on top of it, and then tons of water on top of that, and it pressurizes it so hard that when each molecule decomposes in the organic material, then it gets
That's a
replaced
nice
with a piece
story.
of silica. It gets
That's a
forced
nice
in from the
story, but
pressure. Well, that's
it
how
doesn't
petrified.
make.
How does petrified wood happen then? What's your
Then,
explanation?
listen,
Well,
then I'll come out in the desert right near me, about 100 miles east of here. There's some places you can pull off the side of the road, and there's tons of petrified wood. You can see the grain in it, but it is truly rock.
yeah,
It's right on the top of the surface of the sand.
So how did that
yeah.
happen?
So it's not
Yeah,
very
exactly.
deep.
It's not deep at all.
So
It's right
I
on the
would say you need to have uh, extreme humidity, like mud, and then you need to have for a couple of years heavy winter, extreme cold.
But wait a
And
minute. I'm talking about a place that is only sand. There's no soil.
yeah.
There's no other life. It's just sand and
Yeah.
brush. That's
But
it.
you don't know what it was
Yeah, that's
1,000
true.
years ago.
That's
Yeah,
true. We don't know what 1,000 years looks like.
yeah,
Yeah, we don't
yeah.
know at all.
I hate to interrupt, but there is no person here. If y'all want to
Does anyone here believe in time travel?
good advising.
If they do,
My
No,
mic's
time travel. Time travel is the
my
worship
mic's
of
not working.
Lucifer.
if they believe
Yeah,
in
you
time
might
travel,
to Dave.
kick them
To the
out.
new person he wants to talk to.
All right.
I mean, it's impossible to time travel.
No, I just went from the kitchen to my living room where my TV is, my computer, and so I traveled a distance. I traveled a distance over a certain amount of time. So
What if
yeah,
they
I
had a
traveled.
whole lot of liquid helium? They couldn't time travel?
No, I
Liquid
think
helium? No.
liquid mercury, and you have to
Time
drink.
travel.
You have to drink a gallon
Is
of
travel
milk.
through time all the time. I'm traveling through time right now. Forwards.
Time is
Yeah.
not even a
Time
thing.
travel.
Oh
right.
Lord.
The arrow of time.
Like time traveler's wife?
My mic working.
Hey,
Yeah,
God,
Yeah,
yeah,
it's working. Yeah,
Godric.
You mean
Dave.
Yeah, what
with
is it?
this time travel?
So at 1644, that's not a fake. That's the actual giant in film there.
So let's say
My
you have
God.
a time machine. How you
Are
would
you talking about my
you
video? Hang on, my video?
Yes.
would you
You
use
like
the
that? I
Gregorian
like that.
calendar
I
to
thought that
Yeah.
was
set it out?
a good video.
Yeah,
Share it.
Wait,
that
there
ends
is someone.
all arguments.
Wait, guys, there is someone willing to ask a question about time machine. Something?
Go ahead. Sorry, go ahead.
Was that me, you meant? I was just saying,
Yeah,
let's
you
say we
were.
have a time machine. Would you use the
Okay.
Gregorian calendar to set it up to like where you have to travel to? Because time is a man-made construct, and so are the calendars.
Yeah.
How would you actually set it up if there was like some sort of machine? How would you do it? Like,
Dude,
You
it's
can't.
all about gravity and black
impossible.
holes, bro. It's all
It,
gravity.
science.
it violates the second law of thermodynamics, so it'd be a
First off,
foul.
Sonny,
Gravity
don't you
and black holes. It's
I'm
all about
surprised none of you remember this, but in order to go back in time, you have to reverse the planet like Superman did. So it is possible.
Yeah.
It is possible on TV, at least.
Didn't Einstein prove you can go back
Hollywood.
in time if you float around the Earth because of gravity displacement?
Can I get a mic check? Is it working
Hey,
now?
Dave.
I can
Coming
hear
through.
you.
I've
You're
been
coming
trying
through,
to
Dave.
tell y'all for 5 minutes. There's a guy named or somebody named Fred Rising here. Need to welcome him here.
Hi,
He's so
Brad Rising.
verified.
Hi, Brad Rising.
Hey, how you guys doing?
Pretty
Great,
swell. How are
great.
you?
Glad to have you.
Bad.
There's your petrified tank video. It's at the bottom.
What?
Putrefied tank.
Seen any Earth curve lately, Brad Rising? We're still looking. The search
Still
continues.
looking.
Sorry, what was that?
No curve here. Still looking.
Still looking. Everyone's still looking.
can never find any of that darn curve for Earth. I
Can
don't
I
know.
just say one thing about that? I'm not looking anymore because I already measured, so I've moved on from that.
Yeah, me too. Yeah.
Well, I mean, it's just a leading question.
Oh, I know that. I know that. I just wanted to say I'm not looking anymore.
Exactly.
Well, you should always be seeking truth.
Well, I can do more observations.
I already found it. I found it
Yeah.
already.
Well,
I
I think I
pretended I'm
already
looking
found my truth, so
just to lead them on a wild goose chase.
We can do them over and over again. That satisfies the requirement of a repeatability, and that just keeps bludgeoning the ball Earth into the ground like a big jackhammer. You know. So apparently there's just scattered petrified wood all over in the desert out here, everywhere, right on the surface. So I don't know what happened there.
What do you mean? You can go get some?
Yes, exactly. I can go get some. Yeah, I could get some easily. Yeah.
Wow.
I've had it in. I pulled it out of the sand myself. I've kicked it around. I've kicked out over the sand, and see big piles of it under the sand. And you could just grab handfuls of it if you wanted.
Can you get any big chunks and I'll pay for shipping?
I would have to get my son to go see my ex, but that's their mother, so I'm sure there's no shortage of the petrified wood from what I saw. It was right where they were living, right where she lives.
Well, we can't get any here in Ohio, so I'd like a piece.
Damn fresh out of. Hey, I'll look into it. I'll talk to my son.
There's some here in Utah. I've stood in an area where there was petrified trees laying on the ground.
There you go.
Where's that?
In the
Utah.
Uinta Mountains.
Closer.
Oh, really?
He's closer.
Well, I'm in 1200. I'm in 1200 foot elevation where I'm at in Ohio, and I'm starting to look at the elevation maps, and it looks like we're on some kind of shelf going to Lake Erie.
You're from Ohio too?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Hey, there you go.
Cleveland.
Above the
Cleveland.
Yeah. The bad sports teams.
You live in the good part of Cleveland or the bad part of Cleveland?
No, I don't live in the city of Cleveland anymore. I did when I was like 20, and that was a long time ago. I can't give my location now, but I have quite a different place now.
Yeah. So I'm betting that NASA picked up their petrified wood at a bargain basement.
Oh, so they had to go out there and get as much as they could find because they didn't want people grabbing that shit and saying, "Why is this a tree?"
Yeah. Clearly is a tree. So, like all the artifacts found in rock and stuff like that, now either the million years or whatever they claim that strata is true, or things petrify much quicker than they say. That's all.
Well, I have a tank video I have to watch about that now. It's queued up. And I also have a big giant on my 87-inch screen looking at me walking in Japan. That's crazy.
Well, there are tree stumps that have been cut in the 17 and 1800s, and now they are petrified.
Well, it doesn't take thousands of years to petrify things.
Yeah.
My point exactly.
I say it takes only a few winters. One special winter, and that's it.
Yeah, I didn't think it was anything to do with age. I just didn't know how it was done.
Yeah. It's a very interesting. I mean, the man who will discover how this thing is happening He's gonna be able to make all sorts of gemstones.
He's going to be able to make Medusa.
Yeah, yeah.
I used to be married to Medusa. Fuck. You don't want to meet her.
What'd you do? Send her my way? I had one of those.
I'll give you the address. You can turn to stone when you get there.
Well, you know they're showing that Medusa on TV all the time.
Starbucks.
Is that what it was?
Yeah.
Oh, that on their cup. No, they have a commercial where Medusa's walking around, turns people into stone. TV has become a new tool for me. Now it's just fun seeing all the programming that's really going on. Evil people are funny and they have devil horns and they perform magic tricks.
Yeah. Clowns.
So do
you
Mormons.
guys are heretics. You don't believe.
I know there's people that back east that actually think Mormons have horns.
I got one for you. Picture Moses in your head. Does Moses look like a human or does he have horns?
I don't know what Moses looks like, Lou. I don't even know if he was a man that lived, but I would say he
You know
looked
that Moses has horns nowadays, right?
I didn't know that.
Hey,
what do you mean nowadays?
Did Adam
I'm talking
have a
about like a
belly button?
Mandela effect. If you look, all of a sudden Moses has horns.
Not the Moses I remember.
He's got like nubs, like where the horns were cut off. Like God like removed them or something, but like he's got like nubs.
What's that
Interesting.
superhero dude? They cut his horns off, and you got these stubs coming out of his head. Who was that dude? I can't remember.
Oh yeah, see, he's a nice guy. You know what I mean? It's
Yeah.
okay. They're okay, especially if their horns are cut off. They're really nice.
Hellboy.
Hellboy, there you go. That's him.
Yeah, Hellboy. Not Hell Monster. Hellboy.
Well, he was a real person. You know that, right?
What do you mean by that?
Well, he lives. I seen it on the telly.
Yeah.
Well, that is true.
I'm speaking for 99% of the normies.
Well,
TV
they sure do show horned people a lot on TV, don't they? I mean, all the time.
Yeah, but that's the weird part is even the Bible supports this now. Like I'm talking about Mandela effect type stuff. Like the Bible supports these horned people being in existence, and so does I believe like what God Rockin' was just saying. Like it's a really freak occurrence, but like once in a while there's people born where they have these nubs where horns would be, shit like that. Like they have these bumps on their skull.
Genetic past to the horned people.
Are you sure it's not evolution that we were a goat once?
No, I'm not. Of course. How would I know?
Yeah, I would definitely pick monkeys before goats. You know what I mean?
I'd like a pair of monkey horns on the wall. That would be kind of cool.
I'd pick a moose.
Now a set of moose horns from a big bull moose, they are fucking huge.
Those are gigantic. I saw just regular, moose in Canada, like on the side of the road, and I wanted to shit my pants.
Just tell the truth. You did shit your pants.
That is
That's an
something
underestimated animal.
you do not want to look at those and have them get your attention. And they're like you got their attention because I don't even know what I would do. I just kind of saw them and I said, okay, that's close enough for me.
I've stood 20 feet from one once in the mountains. He didn't seem to care one bit I was there.
He's just so small, probably, or he didn't see a lot of people.
It's not a moose or anything, but the job I'm working on is in what we call lake country around here. Like we got all these tons of tiny little lakes where like there's just a little bit of land in between them. Like they're really basically one big lake. And the deer, I think the deer around there, I think are so used to people. They're so docile. Like we're working construction, got radios blasting, firing nail guns, yelling at each other. And these deer are coming up within like 25, 30 feet and just eating off the trees. Like we're shooting nail guns at them and they don't even flinch.
Never seen you before. Or they've seen you so much that they just don't give a shit.
No, they do not give a shit. Like every day, this one brings her Bambi right through. Like there's like the tiny little Bambi like we see every single morning. It just comes like I mean, the kid that we're training, the 20-year-old kid, he really thinks he could go and tackle it. Like, and we told him we'd give him $100 if he tackles the Bambi.
You give him $100 to go into the hospital?
Yeah.
I got $100 at least.
Yeah, no, where he's chipping in 50 if he can tackle the Bambi.
Yeah, go ahead. Go for that little one. That's an easy takedown, too. We got those all over the place in my yard. And when I see the deer, I just, hello, and I go back in the house. See, we had one time at my other house, nested up against our house in the backyard, and I almost had a heart attack when I was just walking through there, and it was there by itself. And at that point, I just looked around and I just got out of there, and I went back later and it wasn't there, and I was like, oh, that was close.
I was doing some work on a cabin up here in a place called Causey Estates. It's a private community. And I built some terraces in the background for the homeowner. And I was staying up there, because it's so far away, I just stayed in the cabin. And I went out one morning, opened the back door, and there was a bull moose laying on the terrace I just built the day before. He was just laying there, a big bull moose, and it was probably 40 feet from me. And I just stood there in the door and looked at him, drank my coffee, and he just looked at me. And after about 10 minutes, he got up and walked away, like no big deal. Moose aren't scared of people at all.
Well, deer are scary enough when they get mad. So
yeah, you don't want to piss a moose off. If they're coming for you, you're probably going to die. But if you just leave them alone, they really don't give a shit. You don't just encroach up on them and invade their space. But if you stay back,
you don't try to tackle their young. Is that what you're trying to tell me?
Yeah, pretty much.
I wouldn't try that with a deer either, but you can tell your guy to go ahead, but I recommend not trying that.
No, it's all right. During the winter when or like in the fall or early spring, when there's still a little bit of ice on the water, if we're near like a lake house or like a pond or something, we tell when it's really, really thin, like we'll throw something out there on the ice and be like, I'll give you $50 if you can get that.
Oh, that's an easy win for me. I'll rig up something to get it.
Yeah.
Yeah, get out the lasso.
Yeah, I will definitely win that $50. And I'll say, want to go double or nothing?
Dude, it's pretty funny. Kids will do anything, especially when they need the
I know
money.
they will. That's what I mean. I know they will. And they'll run out there and fall. And I'll be, why would you go out on that ice? You know it's too thin. Just go lasso that thing.
Of course, we save it for the end of the day. We'll challenge him during the middle of the day, and he's like, "Yeah, I'll go do it right now." It's like, no, you're waiting until the end of the day when we're done working you. Like, you can improve it then.
Yeah, when we're getting our stuff packed up, ready to get out of there, just do it then. It's a lot easier. We'll all have a laugh.
Then he can get in the truck and warm up from his fucking accidental break through the ice. Unless you planned on leaving him there.
Dude, if he fucking dies, we're leaving him. We had nothing to do with that.
I don't know what he was thinking. He said, I'm going to go catch that deer, that baby. And then we've never seen him again.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, it's like the fire in the sky. You know, the guy. So it was the deer this time.
That's right. 4 days missing.
I don't know. He just didn't show up to work one day. But you know what? That was not unlike him. I mean, he's your normal 20-year-old. He likes to party at night. I don't know what happened to him.
Maybe he got another job.
Turkeys around here are ridiculous too. Like we get so many turkeys, and they're not afraid of people. They just come like right up, like within like 15 feet, like just come like strutting by.
That's how they are here. They're wild turkeys everywhere. Just go by them. They don't really run too far. Unless you try to go after them, they'll stay out of the way. That's about it.
Yeah, no, dude, he's pretty sure he can catch a turkey too. We've got a bet on that one also.
How do they taste?
You ever eat them, Lou?
Do they taste kind of
Dude,
gamey?
no, we don't hunt the wild turkeys. I mean, I'm sure there's like a season for it. Like, but no, you can't just like shoot turkeys because they're strutting through your yard.
You cannot shoot turkeys if they are strutting through your yard. That is correct. There is a turkey season here in Ohio, though.
Yeah.
That's why there's so many wild turkeys around, and
they
keep building homes, and the turkeys aren't moving. They're just coming out of the woods and doing their thing, and they're getting displaced, but they're still running around where they were before. They're getting pushed our way. There's a deer path and some small animal path that crosses from one side of the woods to the other through our yard, and then a big hole from one side of the woods to the other where the deer go. And I threw watermelon rind out there the other day, and it was gone, and I don't know who ate that.
You got baby deers out there, don't you?
Yep.
We got big ones out here.
Yeah, there's some big giant ones, but that's rare. Right, especially this time of year, you're just listening to see the regular size. But they're all over the place. It's like having birds in your yard. At night, it's just too freaky. You don't even know they're there because our neighborhood's not lit up. You have to light up your yard if you want to see shit. And I don't light up stuff. I'll go outside and I'll just get a little glimmer, like a reflection of something. I'll be like, oh, that deer is standing right there next to our house, and then it'll just be standing there, and then I'll go look out my side window. There'll be like 8 of them down the side. Like, oh boy, they don't do any real damage, but I do notice they like to eat the flowers in the front in the tree that we hang.
One of these days, the kid that we're training, he's gonna come running back to us. He's gonna have a turkey hanging from his jowls. It's like he's gonna have a turkey by the neck in his mouth. He's like, "I got him, guys." That's how we're gonna know that he deserves this promotion. I think it's funny.
May I ask Lou if we want to have this discussion now about the 30 minutes of a video I just watched about the giants? Or should we wait till scientist comes back?
Oh, I don't give a fuck about the Giants. I have my own opinion about it, and I'm not gonna hate on people who are for it or people who are against it. Like personally, I think it's highly unlikely. Okay, like here's the claims that I've heard. There be large people.
You're very robotic.
Large people. It's just where do you draw the line? Like how large? You know, like that's kind of where I'm at.
Hey Lou, I don't have a real good connection with you. I want to go to a different part of the house.
Yeah, Lou, okay? But robots have no opinions.
What's that?
Talking to Lou, I'm telling the robots no opinions.
No, I have my own. I have my own opinion. I'm just saying.
Yeah, but you're roboting.
Well, I don't know what to tell you. My fucking internet went down. I'm getting hit by lightning around here. I'm on my mobile data in the house.
Stop with the excuses.
So Lou, is it fair to say that
I got a red connection? I can't do anything about it. I'm on mobile data with a red connection.
You can mute yourself.
You can fucking come over here and fuck me for a while.
Yeah, you can mute yourself since how we can't understand a fucking word you're saying.
Until fucking 10 seconds ago.
No,
yeah, I'm good either talking about this or not talking about it. I'll go whatever Lou wants to do. I'll defer to him.
No, like I said, no. If you guys want to discuss Giants versus no Giants, that's like it's kind of a fun topic. I'm not gonna like pick a side and say who's right or wrong. It would be more about like what is a logical argument and what is not. You know, like that's where I would interject. But my own personal bias on it is that I mean they Giants. Like I said when I was probably roboting, was that it's like where do you draw the line of Giants? Like how big are we talking? Are we talking about 12-foot people? Are we talking about 30-foot people? Are we talking about 50-foot people? You know, like I might be able to be on board for 12 foot, even maybe 15 or 18 or 20 foot. Above that, I'm not really on board. And mountains becoming giants, no, or giants becoming mountains, no, not on that.
I can concede to 10 or 11 feet, just because I believe that Goliath was 9 or 10 feet, and obviously I wasn't there. At the end of this 30 minutes, they did state that they believe that dinosaurs and big bugs lived millions and millions of years ago, and I don't agree with that whatsoever. So they're basically giving us an evolutionary viewpoint of these supposed giants, which I totally reject. But I appreciate whoever gave me, I forget whoever did send me that 30-minute video. I thank you very much. It was very good, very informative. I can talk about it with scientists someday, or in this group, whatever you like to do. I like to have scientists around if it's possible. But Lou, I think you're very fair, and I appreciate the chance to talk with you here.
Well, that's kind of. I never even actually wanted to be a moderator. This is what I did as a silver or as a gold or whatever. They just kind of were like, since you're doing the job, you're going to have this role. And it's just what I'm going to do no matter what. This is how I behave. Thank you.
And I will concede that I came in hot before, and I apologize. I shouldn't have, and I apologize.
Well, your behavior is unacceptable, Lou.
Yeah, well, you believe in friggin' like 100-foot tall people, so
I do. Who told you that?
No, I don't know.
I believe that there were giants on the earth, but I'm with you. At what height do you call a giant? I mean, I really don't know. I think there's evidence that 8, 9 foot tall people. There's still people alive today that are that tall. There's people in countries where there's 9 feet tall people alive today. So how can you say they don't exist? They do.
The one thing.
Are they giants?
Ahead,
I don't think
sorry.
So. Are they giants? I don't think so. They're just really tall people. Now, a giant would fall into a category to where you don't see average people, or even throughout the times where you'll see occasional 8, 9 foot tall people. I think giants are a different thing. They're probably 15 feet tall, or 12 to 15, maybe a little taller. I don't know. But Titans, I don't know. That's a whole different story. I've read a little bit about it. Does say some stuff in some of the esoteric books about the giants. There's the Book of the Giants. There's several different things that you can find about them. Now, that doesn't mean they existed, and I don't know how tall they were. As tall as the cedar trees in Lebanon is one of the stories that kind of come from the esoteric type scripture type books, that there were giants as tall as the cedar trees in Lebanon, and they were like 40 feet tall. So I don't know.
Have you ever looked into petrified organs? Any one of you?
Petrified what?
Organs.
Organs? Like bodily organs?
Yeah.
Yes. Selenium.
I posted
Selenium
a video.
7, there's a guy on here that comes here to visit us, has done quite a bit of research on that, and he's been here and talked to us several times.
He was here today, I think, earlier.
Oh, was he?
I posted a video of a stone I found in our garden, which I don't know what it is, but it's not a normal stone. I really think it was something organic someday. No, maybe someone of you knows what it might have been.
I left my hot mic in yesterday. I don't know. I guess
By the way,
I forgot that I was.
I would
I
highly
forgot that I was
recommend.
on the computer.
Sorry. I would highly recommend to watch the video I posted. Good.
I don't really complain about people hot micing. I think it'd be the pot calling the kettle black when it comes to me.
I think the only two things I like to say further, and then I'll leave it alone. And they're positive comments. When they mentioned the one time they mentioned a 28-foot, creature or person, they showed two people, two skeletons laying side by side in a grave, which looked perfectly normal. But I find it fascinating that they mentioned 28 feet and then showed two skeletons, laying side by side in a grave that looked perfectly normal. And then the other time they mentioned 28 or 30 feet creature because of a footprint they thought, and the footprint was sideways into a rock. So in other words, the creature would have been laying down and put his foot up against whether it was mud or a rock or whatever, and would have had to make it that way. So it was perpendicular to the ground and not horizontal to the ground. So I found that very, very strange. But so anyway, thanks, Lou, and whoever sent me the video. Thank you very much. It was very informative.
That was the sleeping giant, by the way.
Yeah, it was good. I'm glad I watched it. It's 30 minutes long.
I got disconnected. Did Bread Rising ever talk or anything? Are you there, Bread Rising? Not here.
He just said he couldn't find any Earth curve either.
That would hint at that he's a globe skeptic at the least, then.
Yep, can't find any curve.
I guess he doesn't want to talk right now, so. Back to silence till the next person talks.
Yeah, again, I think there's a lot to a lot of things that we have not been taught, or maybe even the modern science has not ever considered yet. To look at it in the wrong way. But certainly having these huge rocks that very much like bones, where you have this extreme high irony substance within them, just makes a lot of sense, because you can see similarities with any other organic or with any other human being, and bones and so forth. I definitely 100% think that it lines up giants being a point. I mean, the perversion of genetics is nothing new, right? It's going on today again, where they pervert the blood. Maybe not that was in the days of Noah, but certainly people are willingly perverting their genetics. So this nothing new under the Yep. Yep. It is what it is.
Why are all the Globers hiding? They owe me Earth Curve.
They will always be hiding, man. Over on the debate flat Earth channel, I certainly now see the pattern of how some people trying to get themselves in the religion of the heliocentric absurdity really begins to make sense. I see a pattern.
I like that, the religion of the heliocentric absurdity.
Yeah, I mean,
should be like a
it
book
is
title.
what it is. It is what it is. Like, actually talking to some of them has no point because these people are not willing to accept or either not willing to research regarding the very roots of the heliocentric beginnings of the people that created this whole thing. They just disregard. They don't want to hear it. They just disregard that it's literally openly occultist, Satanists, Luciferians that are running the S show.
I think the point is to expose the heliocentric absurdity. That's the point in talking to them.
Right, but the problem is they're so blind that they don't even get behind the root. I always like to look at the so every tree has its roots, right? And to find out what the fruit of a tree is, you just need to look at the roots, and later on the fruits will make even more sense if they're rotten or not. So if you look at the root of the heliocentric religion and what people stand behind it, what was the influence of creating NASA and so forth, you just come to the point of where you're going to be further interested in understanding everything else we flat earthers say, because you realize these people that created this whole system are deceivers. I mean, it literally says it in the word NASA. Like, how much more obvious does it need to be when you have, for example, one of the most famous astronauts who was on the moon supposedly doing the 666 and the one eye? Blatantly obvious, and these people are like, it's just a coincidence. Like, what? I wish to know what is going on in the brain of someone who sees a picture of someone openly showing you Luciferian gang signs, and you can just disregard it and move on. Like, it's as if normal people would do that. And that's just like a fragment of all the things we point out. Not even to talk about all the screw ups on the ISS and whatnot. But even today, with the Black Swan, they will always find an excuse. And I pointed out, like they told me, the Black Swan is wrong because it is refraction. Then they showed me a picture of where they point out refraction on these cranes on the Black Swan, while disregarding that the horizon, which is further away from these oil rigs, is keep on rising in the background, shows no distortion, shows nothing of a very wavy lines or whatever. The horizon is completely perfectly straight and line. And also the fundaments where the oil rigs are standing on do also not show any refraction. And then they just disregard it. They're not talking about that. They completely disregarded that point.
The purpose isn't really to convert them or to convince them or change their minds, because you're not going to do that, really. It's just to expose the rotten roots of the absurdity. That's more so why I argue with them. I don't think I'm going to turn them.
No, I mean neither. But it's just sometimes the reason why I go so deeply into it, I just want to understand these people. And I think I understand that now. It's just really the deception is too great that some people are completely falling for it. They're deceived.
I said convert. I should have said deconvert, because they're the ones practicing a religion.
Right. It's just very hard to get someone who's deceived out of the deception, especially when deception is so, what is it called, so sweet, so to say, so like honey, so feels so good, because it's so cool. And they would lose a big part of their life. Actually let it go, right? I mean, imagine what you need to sacrifice in a certain way when you become a flat earther. Especially if you're someone who wants to be honest with your fellow human beings, right? Maybe your family and friends and so forth. Some people just never talk about it, but I personally I do, and I don't care, and so far I don't really had a huge problem with it. But it just will turn your whole worldview around, and it's just a problem what most people will face. That's why they're just gonna ignore further on everything represent as an inconsistency of their claims.
Oh, you're talking about the Jim Spanda server?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was hearing that shit.
Where you have like 5, 6, 7 main people talking, and the rest are just weird trolls in the chat that tell you how tell you what kind of person you are, while never contributing anything. It's unbelievable. It's just like, they're just there for.
Those people are rabid, dude. They're suffering.
Right.
Yeah, they're pretty mad because they get debunked like every 5 minutes for someone. I mean, they're not happy at all. And I mean, as soon as you get a point, they just run away. That's exactly what they do. That's exactly what they did to you.
They're just clinging to this obviously false, debunked ideology.
Yeah, that's
so they're having a hard time.
That's what I really seen today with the Black Swan that thing Jin posted. He they pointed out that you see these two cranes being distorted, like you would see when heat waves are going up, right? And you see this heat distortion only on that part. And then pointed out, why is it that the horizon is far away is perfectly flat and horizontal, and it's not showing this distortion. And they had no answer. They just went on because of what about this, what about that, right? They didn't want to acknowledge that.
Just ask them to walk you through the steps, like tie the bendy crane to the perfect, uniformly flat-looking horizon, which is actually curved. Like, show me how one equals the other, and you'll never get them. They'll just start raging and mute you.
They didn't want to do that. They won't do it, and they didn't want to do it.
It's obviously completely non sequitur. One thing has absolutely nothing to do with the other, but they think they can just point at a bendy crane and therefore globe. It's the stupidest thing I've ever heard.
Right. Exactly. I'm just sorry for these people, right? They just let themselves be deceived. Like literally, you can obviously expose these NASA people for what they are, or let's say the popular ones, the ones that are in the on the stage of things, so to say, and you show them what they openly admit to do and their hand signs and whatnot, and what they themselves said, and their inconsistency of what they say, one astronaut contradicting the other one and whatnot, and still they don't care.
They're in love with their lies. Prefer their lies over reality.
I really think that if you're a liar, you're gonna be happy with living within a lie, right? If you're a liar from heart, you will support and contribute into the lie. You know what I mean? Like, if you're an honest and true person who loves truth, you would never stick to, NASA, for example, lying to you once and just say, okay, I'm going to disregard it. Maybe they just messed up, You will then start already be critical and look further. Then you're going to see them lying often and more often. And then you're going to say, okay, actually, I need to be honest with myself. These people have been lied so many times. I cannot further go on and just lie to myself and say, this is just a coincidence or something, But maybe on the other point, it could be that these people are just not capable of connecting dots. Maybe they're just somehow too, I don't know, what is the right word?
Rigid. Or, I don't know. That's not what you're going for. Never mind. Low pattern recognition skills. I don't know. But I think also that they're just clinging to the ideology. Like, I mean, this story that they were taught of the heliocentric paradigm they think they're in, they just don't want to let that go. But I don't know. I mean, it might come down to the individual in every case. Don't want to speculate on, the minds of that many different people, but they have a problem somewhere, that's for sure.
Right.
Yeah, they said that the black swan was this story. They said, but they don't mention anything about refraction. So they don't say. I mean, they don't go like deeply into it. They don't explain. I mean, is it? I mean, stooping or
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean,
No
what
such
is
thing.
it? You know, they
Yeah,
don't they don't
wanna-
explain it. Like, I mean, show me what's wrong with the picture. Just like it is. Don't call me with it is
Well,
like this. No, you
that's what
come
they're
up
saying the horizon
with
is.
something.
It's a distortion, right? But does it look distorted? It's perfectly flat, uniform, and
Yeah.
horizontal.
Right. And the other thing is, when you see a distortion, for example, when you drive on a flat road, right, in a hot summer day, how does a real distortion look like from heat, for example?
Yeah.
It
Not
looks
like
crazy, right? You don't get a horizontal line, right? And I told them that, and I hear it in the voice that he didn't want to recognize it. He knew that what I was saying is true, but he could not go on to the point because he has no explanation for it. And yesterday, oh man, I even had a more retarded conversation with I mean, he's a nice guy, right? I mean, the moderator or owner, at least for conversation I had so far with him, Mr. Panda or something. He seems to be, kind of reasonable, but I. I pointed out the stars, flimmering within the waters, right? And he told me that these stars or the lights that's in the sky are flimmering like if they are in water because of the distance of the camera that you're pointing at them, right? So you have a maximum distance of 30 meters, and then things are getting what is it called? Out of focus, and when they're out of focus or not in the right focus, they just tend to look like as if they're flimmering underwater. So that was his proof of things, right? And then I said, okay, let's say I have my geocentric model where I'm going to build a small scale of a light which I put into water, and then I'm going to look at it from the outside while it's in the water, and I get the same outcome, right? And he said that's stupid. So recreating something which we, you know, or at least I think could be reality, and it shows the same thing which
You don't even
also
know
see in
better,
reality,
so
is then hello, what is going on?
Hey, Twad, you're hot micing.
Yeah.
What?
And
Oh shit!
No worries.
And is then for him not justified enough. So it's crazy what they come up with. It's unbelievable. Like
Fantastic.
I who can create something which supposed to be, you know, we're saying this waters above as biblical cosmology believers, right? I personally, I don't think that every philosopher would do that, but that's my explanation of why the stars, when you zoom onto them, look like as if they're underwater flimmering. And then I'm telling him I can do an experiment where I just recreate in a smaller scale what it should be, and I get the same outcome. And he says that's rubbish, that's stupid, that's retarded, that's foolish. And but on the other hand, he claims that his you know out of focus proof or claim because the camera has a certain you know distance of where things are being you know
I mean, they're the ones equating bendy crane with miles and miles of missing Earth curve. So
they also told me today that level means curved in a certain definition book. I told them in German we have a definite explanation of what level means, and it's not curved. Level means Ebene, and by per definition, it's like plane, and you know we all know what a plane is. So I don't know what's going on in English, why you guys have so much complicated stuff, but in German it's pretty obviously plainly obviously what level means.
Yeah, well, German's also a really messed up language, so.
No, it's not a messed up language. It's a very it's a very detailed and what's the
Sasha, do you speak German?
Definitive.
Definitive language, right?
Yes, I can.
So, for example, you say bicycle, right? We say Fahrrad, okay? Because within the word it already explains what it is. So let me explain to you what Fahrrad means. I mean, Fahrrad is bicycle in German. But if I would translate it word for word, it would say drive wheel or drivable wheel. Okay? So you say bicycle and we say Fahrrad because it's a rad that you can drive because it's a wheel that you can drive. Two wheels you drive, right?
Wait. How the Germans mess up language, Sasha?
Well, look at the word I just posted in chat. Like, that shouldn't be a word.
Kraftfahrzeughaftpflichtversicherung. You just proved my point, man. This is the perfect explanation. Thank you. So Kraftfahrzeughaftpflichtversicherung is just showing how perfect German is because it really tries to, in a short way, tries to put everything in there to explain to you what it's talking about. That makes sense. You just don't know what the word means and you say it's messed up. That's so unlogical. I know the English language. You do not know what Kraftfahrzeughaftpflichtversicherung says. I think
It's like insurance for a motor vehicle or something like that.
yeah, something like that. But you cannot even say the word, right?
Sasha, I remember we were talking about Ukraine earlier. I got a meme for you, man. I thought about you when I saw this meme because you know all the like people on the left, the virtue signaling people. They're like, "Oh, Ukraine, they're standing for freedom, and no, Russia doesn't want to be free, and they're so progressive." Check out this meme.
Okay, like what is this supposed to prove?
That destroys the whole narrative of them being some
I'm
like
pretty sure this is
leftist.
just false. Like I think this is false. This is misinformation.
No, it's not. So that kind of destroys the whole narrative that they're like some leftist, ideologically progressive state that needs to be defended. There goes that whole virtue signaling narrative.
But yeah, again, German is a very, very nice language. But I'm pretty sure, man, again, I think even in English, level has a very common and definite explanation. I asked them if they could send me literally the sentence that says that level means curve, but they didn't send me it yet. So I must think it's actually just a claim they try to use to justify their retardedness. But anyhow, I think level is level, right?
Of course. Like what's
It
so
always
funny is
is.
Sasha's rebuttal was that German's messed up language, as if level does mean curved or something.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter how many polled said that they believed in anything. They're talking about the government doesn't allow it.
So Sasha has
Okay,
the
well, the
language
government
messed
doesn't
up.
represent the people then.
Sasha, you have the
Okay,
language messed up, and that's why you have a problem with the language when it's right.
Witzit, you know what the great thing even is in German about, for example, sea level? We even have you know what we say when it's about sea level, or what sea level means in German? It means sea mirror, also Seespiegel. So we don't say Seegrade, which would be sea level. We say sea mirror, because water creates a mirror if it lays flat.
Nice. Why'd you
That's
guys cuck so
awesome.
much to hate? But you guys cucked way too much to hate speech laws, and
What?
you guys cucked to hate speech laws, and you guys can't talk about one of the most important historical events.
Yeah,
You're one of the hundreds of countries that just like ain't even talking about it, and you guys are really kind of turning into like a socialistic society. So I love a lot of the stuff you guys have come up with. I'm actually German. I have German in my ancestry, but you guys are kind of losing the plot. I'm just going to be honest.
They got
No,
conquered,
but
bro.
it's not my fault, right? It's the deception that rolls on with the
Well, of course,
the pride stuff, gender. They want to change it. Like they already gender many things. Like for example, you get a letter from the government, and it says everything must end with a feminine. What is it called? Feminine.
Suffix, yeah.
Yeah. So instead of for let's say you say Lastkraftwagen Fahrer. Now because Fahrer at the end is a masculine pronouns or whatever you call it, or vocal. What I don't know. I don't know how to describe it in English. Now they need to say LKW-Fahrerinnen. So you need to add the feminine part of it. It's so stupid. Absolutely crazy. Like this is literally
You just do it
revelation.
the way you're taught.
Yeah, but it's literally revelation unfolding. Everything turns into Sodom and Gomorrah. Everything. Everything. I mean, America is even more worse, right? I mean, the whole pride thing, it's even more progressed over there at the moment. But, man, people are so blind. Like they're waving around the rainbow flag, not understanding what the biblical meaning about it is, which was the establishment of the Most High showing us that he's not wanting to send a flood again, and these people wave it as a pride symbol of their disgusting filthiness. It's like pointing the finger straight up towards the Most High every time. Making fun of him. And these people are unaware of it. Or, I mean, maybe some are aware, but it's just disgusting. Just disgusting. 100% disgusting. There's no excuse. I know, Witzit, have you seen the Alex Stein videos where he exposes kids being in a, weird bar and weird transsexual men?
Yeah. Have you seen the one where he talks about his daughter Lizzie, the lizard, who identifies as a lizard, and he tells the city council that he needs needs what's it called? Terrarium?
Yeah.
A terrarium in the class. He's like, I understand that we can't keep it at 85 degrees for all the other students, but the least you can do is get a terrarium for my daughter, Lizzie the lizard. And they have to like take him serious because they're so crazy. It's pretty funny.
Yeah. I think there was also, there was that one time when he played that transsexual woman with using this
What?
as a swimming body wear thing. I don't know, swimming suit or
There's
whatever.
no harm in taking them seriously, so why does that matter?
And
They're taking
he
them seriously because they're so stupid that they have to take people's opinions like that seriously. It's hilarious. They
right,
do
and
take
he
them
got
seriously.
Yeah, but there's no harm in taking it seriously, so you might as well just do what makes them happy.
Oh, so you should be able to go tell you should be able to go tell a school they have to put a terrarium in your classroom because your daughter thinks she's a lizard. You think that's legit?
Yes.
Sasha, you're never gonna get a girlfriend, buddy. You're gonna have to grow up.
Well, you realize
Girls
most
don't like
girls,
beta males,
no,
dude. They don't
most
like
girls actually agree with me.
that. But they don't date you, do they?
That doesn't matter.
It does matter, Sasha. The reason they don't date you is because you're just a dime a dozen. You just agree with whatever they say. They want a man to tell them when they're wrong. They want a man that stands up for what's right whenever it's not popular. They don't want the guy that just regurgitates CNN and thinks that makes them special. That makes you weak. Okay? So when you're like, oh, there's no problem in taking them seriously, how is there not? A 7-year-old can't be a lizard. It's a girl. Okay? So what are you talking about?
Like if they say I support Biden, I think Biden's bad, but I don't even watch CNN.
All right, Sasha, I can't. I tried to big bro you the other day. Look, stop watching so much porn, man. I gotta go. We're gonna play a game, but you guys have a good night. Later.
Hey, thanks with
Yeah,
They might virtue signal about it, but no girl's gonna date a lizard.
No, the girl is the lizard.
Ah, whatever. There's a guy, whatever.
I'll be honest, man. I rather want to have any girlfriend as if my girlfriend would accept people identifying as lizards. I would rather walk alone all my whole life instead of having any girlfriend that would ever accept the fact that identifying as a lizard or a trans woman is normal. No, thank you. I actually don't even want to live in a world like this, but I'm somehow forced to right now. But I know there's a day coming where I don't need to anymore.
Hey, Clay.
Yeah.
You can check out any time you like, but you can never leave.
Yeah, I mean, there's a reason why I'm here, right? I mean, I need to expose these pedophiles and disgusting human beings, or at least the demonic entities which are behind them. I don't certainly think that it's almost the fault of these people. Most of them were in their childhood being, raped and, many bad things happen. That's why their mind is all messed up, actually, most of the time, case, it's sad, but it's not good if you support it. Okay? If someone is mentally ill because he was, as a kid, was, maybe raped, or there are so many other things that could happen to change, the mind of a growing teenager or whatnot. It's not good to support it and be quiet about it and just support their feelings based identity. The love also means want someone, and yeah, that's what I do. There's a reason why the rate of suicide has been shooting up lately. Why also the rate of people do not even know what gender they are is also shooting up lately. People are just completely confused. I mean, this is the time of confusion, right? I mean, I don't know if it can get any more confused. I mean, we're already living in the last minutes where people think they live on a spinning ball. How much more confused does it need to get? people. And now they're gonna top it off with making themselves, I don't know, identify as a helicopter. Who knows? Who knows what's next? Or identify as a child so they can go back in kindergarten and molest some little children. You know? Who knows?
I tend to identify as a airplane that goes 50,000 feet up in the air so I can see the curve of the Earth.
I knew. When you said identify as an airplane that goes up, I already knew
Larry,
which
are you there, Larry?
What you want?
Just wondering if
Hurry
you've
up and
been
mow the
watching
yard.
the newest season of Hank Hill.
No, is there a new season?
The most recent one.
Yep, haven't seen it. I don't watch much TV.
Did you say,
Got time for that shit.
Did you say, Larry, you're mowing a yard? Is that what you said?
Yeah.
It's kind of hot outside in Texas today, isn't it? To be mowing a yard? Goodness.
Well, it's my only day off, and the sun is already behind the trees.
That's true. That's true. I guess if you're going to mow the yard in Texas when it's 100 degrees out, you do it early morning or after the sun goes down.
Well, you do it early in the morning. The grass is all dewy.
Yes, that's
So
true.
You do
That's
it.
true.
You do it. I'm no expert. Okay, I just got my first lawnmower like last year.
Oh, really?
But I've figured a few things out.
It's been 105 to 100 degrees the last 3 days, hasn't it?
I don't know. I guess so.
It's a warm one.
I don't keep up with it. I just keep drinking water and keep moving.
That's all you can do.
Sasha?
Yeah.
I identify as a broke down McDonald's shake machine. Does that mean I don't have to go to work?
I mean, you would have to consult your boss about that, I guess, because it seems like you don't actually identify as that. You're just saying you do.
Oh, I do. I do. I really, really do. I told my boss, and she don't give a fuck.
Wait, you're assuming something? Isn't that like the biggest sin you can do in that new religion of brightness?
Yeah. Why are you not accepting me, bro? Why are you being so judgmental?
Well, I mean, that's not really a sexuality. Being an ice cream machine is not a sexuality. It's usually like you're a non-binary or something.
Well, I
like
mean,
How can
you can
you say
identify
that's
as a
so
different
hateful?
race. You can identify as a different age. You can identify as
that. I mean,
anything
that
you
would
want
be
to. There's no
identifying as an inanimate object.
Sasha,
There's no limits, bro.
can you please stop your hateful behavior? Man,
Yeah, your hate speech is really bothering me right now. Your
No, that's not
microaggressions are
hateful. I'm
piling
trying
up.
to help you.
you're so hateful.
Yeah, you need to be more tolerant, Sasha.
No, I'm trying to help you guys. You guys can't identify as an ice cream machine. You should just say you're non-binary.
Why? Why
Well,
can't
if
I
you
identify
identify
as
as
a...
that, just say you're non-binary.
But that's not true. I identify as a broke down McDonald's shake machine. So you're
Well,
just not
as a
getting
member of the
anything out of me.
LGBTQ community, it sounds like you're being homophobic.
You're being homophobic. You should
You're
be more
pretending
tolerant
like
of
you
my
identify
views.
as something that you're
Wait,
not.
I'm not pretending.
Are you assuming
I'm not
something?
pretending.
Stop assuming things,
I
Sasha.
really identify as a broken down shake machine.
Don't be so hateful, Sasha. Are you a Nazi, Sasha? Are you
No.
secretly a Nazi?
Yeah, we
I'm
punch
not the one
Nazis
who's
around here.
German, bro. You're the one who's German.
Look at that freaking
Bro,
haircut.
that's
Sasha,
terrible.
Look
Not,
at
not all
Sasha.
Nazis were German. Not even back in 1933.
assuming
Not all
nationality.
Germans were Nazis.
There is no nationality,
Look at
Sasha.
Sasha's hair. Of course,
We
he's a
just
fucking
all
Nazi.
one consciousness, Sasha.
Yeah, I
Thanks.
agree with that. It is all one consciousness.
He's a gay. Oh, so all right. Anyway, so apparently now, if anybody wants to get off Facebook, all you got to do is use some slurs, and they will disable your account. So you remember how people say I can't get off of Facebook? That's how you do it. So I call one of my boys a fag, just fucking around. And apparently they sent me some shit saying your account will be restricted or disabled if you continue. So I'm like, oh, really? It's like finally I can get off this motherfucker. So you want to get off Facebook? Just call
Hey, I
somebody.
saw a video. I saw a video of a guy walking into a store and
girl was following him, and the lady, you know, at the store says, "You can't film here," and he's like, "No, she identifies as a camera."
Lol.
So they couldn't stop her. That's ridiculous.
Next time you're robbing a bank, oh sorry, I identify as the bank director.
I identify. Oh shit.
Sorry. I'm the real. Don't you dare assume I'm not the real bank director. It's my feelings that's telling me that's right to be the bank director, okay? So just accept that, okay? Otherwise you're homophobic. And a Nazi. I mean, I don't know how often the Pride movement uses the Nazi term where in the US, but in Germany they love to say that you're a Nazi, regardless of whatever you're gonna criticize on the movement or about the movement.
I mean, guys, it's okay if someone's non-binary. Like, I don't know why you guys are so upset about that.
Not upset, just I'm sorry for them actually because it shows how much confusion has
Yes,
processed.
Sasha, you kind of look that way, Sasha.
Feelings.
Sometimes I feel that way.
Yeah. Feelings is not reality. It is
That's why
just because you
you
feel a
damn
certain way
atheists are
doesn't
so
mean it.
confused.
Just
You damn
because you feel a certain way doesn't mean it is what it
yeah,
is.
dude. He's an evolutionist, so he believes in you can be anything you want to be. So they're fucking weird, man.
Right. What I see with that whole evolution theory right now is going very much backwards in society. People seem to be going the backwards path of evolution, slowly degenerate. I'm not saying you, Sasha. It's just the overall experience that I have so far with generation of zombies. I personally don't know you enough to justify that or anything like that. But trust me, I'm just sorry for this society, really. Yeah, where grown men dress up as dogs, half naked in front of kids. Yep, that's really what a dying society looks like. Thanks, Jim. Like, imagine showing this to someone who lived in the 19th century, where the supposed evolution must be way much, on a lower state. What do you think these people would have reacted? Do you think they would have hanged these people right away or just shot them right away? And I'm not saying that this is what I think you should do, but I probably think that it's what these kind of people would react to have to when their child would have been exposed to men like this. I'm not
They would have
saying
been
that
looking
it's
for
the
the
right thing
circus
to do.
tent.
Huh? Or
They
the
would have been looking
circumstance.
for the
Yeah,
circus
right.
tent.
Maybe that could also be the case.
The freak show goes mainstream.
Right, yeah. Yeah, they had freak shows back then. They were just, yeah, they had their place. What was his name? Who was the guy with the circus?
Anyways, there was something I wanted to say, but I forgot. The funny thing is, many people do not agree with the whole Pride movement. Whole Pride movement just tries to make it look like as if people agreeing with the whole stupidity. But actually, we had a discussion in our classroom one day where we had this vote calculator thingy where you put your preference points in and then it shows you what party you should vote for. And we did it with the whole class. And then there was one question of should we have a gender language be implemented into German society. And guess what? No one wanted to have that in the class with 32 people or something. So yeah, it's just them trying to make it look like as if whole society has already accepted their weird way of thinking. But it's not actually the case. Some people just don't want to say anything because they're too afraid to offend. Which
I identify as a rich person, but I'm trapped in a poor person's body. So you guys are required to send me money so I can live who I'm supposed to be.
Oh man.
We're supposed to send you money because you're a politician. So you identify as a politician. Therefore, we need to send you money.
Jim, did you like my giant video?
It was excellent. Thank you for sending it. Are you talking about the 3-minute documentary by National Geographic?
Yes, sir, but not National Geographic, by a lady, a nice lady who did some independent research.
I thought it was good. I think we're talking about the same video. I think we are. It's 30 minutes long.
Yeah, from Godric.
Yeah, I think it. It was very interesting. The last part. If this is the same video we're talking about, we may not. But if it's the same video we're talking about, the lady who narrated it basically said, dinosaurs lived millions of years ago, and there were big bugs around, stuff like that. And it's like, okay, because I don't believe in that at all. And
Yeah,
so,
well, she's a normie, so you have to take that in context.
Yeah. So, but I appreciate.
She also said that Captain Cook went around the globe, because she's a normie.
Yeah, I appreciate you sending me that. Thank you. It was interesting to watch. I'll say that.
Yeah, and that's probably all the proof you're ever going to get, because even if you saw a giant skeleton, you can just say it's faked, like the T-Rex skeletons are faked. So you can't really prove anything.
Well, I heard that the dinosaur bones from 65 to 225 million years ago are not on exhibit. They're behind closed doors to protect, because they're so delicate. So the people that brought us the myth, keeps it behind closed doors because they're so fragile.
Right, and the T-Rexes that are in the museum are plastic.
Yeah, they are. But my brother-in-law, he is, he has his church and he's kind of keeps to himself. So he's been living with my wife and I now for about 6 years. So we went to see the Tom Cruise Top Gun, a couple weeks ago. And I think tomorrow or Wednesday we're going to go see the new Jurassic Park one. So I can't wait.
Life is
Entertainment
always
is not
fun to
necessarily
make.
real.
I guess the dinosaurs invade a city and start eating people inside the city. So I can't wait to see that.
Can't wait to see this whole thing burned down.
Yeah. Yeah, that Hotel California song that came out quite a while ago. You listen to the words, it's kind of weird, but at the end it says you can check out anytime you like, but you can never leave. That's like the last 27 months. It's like I want to check out, but I can't leave.
Good song, good band.
It really is. I mean, the bands back then, 70s and 80s, they were just.
As far as Eagles, have you heard the song "Last Resort"?
I may have. You may have to sing it. You may have to sing it for me right now.
The way you said that, that means you haven't. You have to.
Okay.
YouTube Eagles "Last Resort" and listen to the words.
Eagles Last Resort. I'll do that. Thank you.
It's worth the listen, and because you may not have, meaning you have not. You need to know it.
Okay. I'll do that. I'll do that right now. Thank you.
So back on binary, what does it mean non-binary?
It means you don't identify as a man or a woman. You don't have a gender.
That's fine, but does that
people are
mean we have
non-binary.
to accommodate you in some special way?
Well, you should respect my pronouns.
Okay, what are your pronouns?
He, him.
But isn't he a male?
Well, I never said that I'm non-binary.
Oh, I'm not. Okay, sorry, I'm not talking at you. I'm just asking
So why
questions.
do we need to
I'm ignorant.
we have to respect your pronouns? So explain why how do we respect other people's pronouns, and what's the answer his question?
Yeah, if I want to be called like Lord and
let me answer. Let me answer.
God, hold on. If I want
Thanks.
Shit.
Hello,
Just lost him.
You were to refer to me as Prince or Your Lordship.
He just wants to be called.
Okay, well, the way to respect someone's pronouns is to ask them their pronouns when you first meet them, and then after they
What a
tell you,
load of
to
different
call them by
shit,
that.
man.
That's awesome.
Shove that shit up your ass.
It's amazing.
It's going to be hard for you to find a job if you don't listen to people's pronouns, because that's
What a load of
what all the
No,
good
no,
jobs
no.
do.
Because guess what? That's called discrimination, and then you can sue. Look it up. You're fucking moronic, dude.
Dude, people can fire you if you
You
don't
can
call them
sue
fake
if
pronouns.
you say bad things in a work environment. So don't come at me with that. There's a guy, look him up. He gets jobs just to sue them. That's it.
But is
Thank
it for
you.
the pronouns, or what is he suing them
Yes,
for?
he finds people just sitting in like the library, or not the library, the work zone, or the cafeteria, just talking about sex or something like that, and then gets the company, sues the company, and files all of this stuff, and wins $10,000. Look it up.
That's the problem with America. It's become so litigious that it's retarded.
Yeah, it's basically Sodom and Gomorrah in a nutshell. Like, these people even want pedophilia to be normal, right? Like, the next nice step to say, identifying as I guess they're gonna have a nicer word than pedophile, is a good thing, just because my preference are little children instead of normal people.
It might be that we're at the end of the Roman Empire.
Yeah. We're at the end of the end, brother. Not much left. That's why I'm so annoying with what I'm saying, but what should I do?
Stay positive. Pray.
Dude, I'm super positive. I know what I'm happy, what I'm looking for, what I'm looking forward to, so to say. This whole place being burned down on Judgment Day. Because I want to have all these things that these people do in secret exposed. And then I want to see the faces of the... No, actually, I don't want to see the face because it's terrible. I hope as many people can be saved before that, but at least the faces of the people who had a choice and we're already really aware of, just standing there and listening to the books that are gonna be opened, right? Like, is that a joy to wait for? For me, that's pure joy. Comes back with fire. I had actually a vision of this, when everything was burned down, walking through a valley where I saw dozens of bodies burned like bacon. I mean, it sounds crazy, right? It sounds terrible, but it's just what is written, right? He's coming back to bring a sword.
Why would they be burned like bacon?
I don't know. I can't describe it. It looks like very dried up, like dry meat, but very dark. And the weird thing about that vision is I was not scared, right? It was not as scary like when you're in a horror movie or something. It was actually not at all as scary. It just every house was almost completely destroyed, and they had like these bodies in the foregarden, completely burned down. Everything was, I don't know. It's the same as if you put meat on a grill too long.
Do you believe in nuclear bombs?
No, no. I'm talking about the one who really brings the nuclear bomb, which is fire. I can read to you what will happen if you want to, but I don't think that's
So
something you want to hear.
Sodom and Gomorrah, the Lord destroyed the city with fire from above.
Yeah, fire and brimstone.
Can that happen again?
I don't know if it will happen in that kind of setting. I can only take what is written in Revelation, right? He comes back to bring a sword. He will burn everything with fire, as if the farmer would get the weeds and put it in the oven because they had no fruit. They're just weeds that no one needs, right? Yeah, let's just separate, destroy the things. I mean, it's actually essentially the whole creation itself, right? He's like a farmer who has spread out seeds, and there are some good seeds which bear fruit and grow to very good trees or plants or whatnot. And then there's the weeds between it that needs to be eliminated, so to say. Move on, right? Just the exact same thing that you do in your garden. Have good fruit, you need to get rid of the weeds which are behind it, between it.
I will reproduce with a robot cervix.
Your robot is start again.
Yeah, you're roboting.
I think that was his point.
Well, did I robot?
No, he was
No,
pretending
you're
to be
fine.
a robot.
Clander Seal, you're fine. It was the other guy. I think he was citing the verse. I think.
Okay.
Clander Seal, how do you know that the Bible has not been corrupted by man? How do we know?
That's a very good question. The only answer I can give you is information I have with the spirit I received. It's just as if you read something that is alive and it talks to you in a certain way. Also exposes you sometimes with your own kind of foolish thinking and whatnot.
So you're describing a spiritual experience.
Right. It's hard to prove to you, right? Can't prove it to you, actually. And I don't need to.
Well, I would say that the proof is in the personal experience, but it's not
Right.
it's not
Yeah, that's
generic
exactly it.
proof.
You're right.
It's like a personal life path proof.
Right. I can only say it lines up with many other people having the same experience. That makes sense when they read scriptures.
What do you take, Clanderson? What do you
Sorry
take?
for interrupting. Excuse me. I know the question wasn't directed at me, but I'm going to go ahead and answer the question. The same question was asked to this guy from Dallas. He's basically like one of those double doctorate, scholar, so to speak. So he's like the creme de la creme of scholars. And what he said was basically there's three criteria in which they hold an ancient text to be valid or not, right? So criteria number one, the number of years between the events happening and getting written down. In the Greek New Testament, it was 100 years or less. And with people like Alexander the Great, it was like 500 years. So automatically, it's more valid than the guy who took over the world with military might, right? And comparing him to the guy who took over the world without raising an arm, Christ has his own kingdom all over the world. You'll find the remnant in every country, I'm assuming, pretty close to it, at least. And criteria number 2 is the number of accuracy between the copies. Because if you were like Dan Brown and you went into the Vatican, you could just change the original, and then everybody would believe that, Christ had children and he was married to Mary Magdalene, but you can't change the copies. In fact, the copies that were still buried up until recently, they found a mummy in Egypt and his face was wrapped in the Book of Mark. So you can't go back and change those because they haven't all been found yet. So the number of accuracy or the number of mistakes was 0.6%. So instead of it saying like the Messiah, it might say the Son of Man, or instead of the Son of Man, it might say the Son of God, or it might say 66 instead of 666. But nowhere in the doctrine is those mistakes changing the doctrine. It's just like spelling errors, etc. Right? So 99.6% accurate, right? And then the third criteria is the number of copies. Now, the reason the number of copies is so important, like I said earlier, you can't change the copies. And with the number of copies, you get to see how accurate they were. So this raises the validity up to the most historical accurate text ever, because the amount of riches we have in the Greek New Testament alone is 5,300 copies. So when you compare that to like Alexander the Great, Iliad, we're talking like 15 copies of the originals. So those 15 copies could be easily changed. And you could have a story about Alexander the Great who maybe wasn't so great, but that's how they wrote it down, because he ordered 15 copies. Or maybe he ordered hundreds, but only 15 survived, right? So, not to mention the 10,000 Latin New Testament. As far as the Old Testament goes, it's a different story. The Greeks did have copies of the Old Testament before Israel was sacked, and there was a Hellenization period where they exchanged culture, and some of it was copied, but it's not as accurate as the New Testament. Now, whether or not you want to argue whether Christ walked on water, right, whether he raised the dead, that's a different argument. But like, can you honestly argue whether or not he actually existed or not? That's just an argument made by ignorant people and people who are dishonest. Because if you're going to throw out Christ, the man, then you have to throw out like all these, ancient historical figures who have way less, documentation. Thanks.
Thank you, Hank, for that.
By the way, I can cite my source if you want to hear the original, because, I copied them the best I could and remembered the talking point the best I could, but I'm sure I left out about an hour and a half worth of stuff.
Put it in the live stream for us, please. Okay, back to Clay Garcia, or also to Hank, if whoever wants to answer this. Genesis 6, and the sons of God saw the daughters of man, and that they were fair, and they took all they desired, and they bore children, were men of renowned.
Mm-hmm.
What do you make from that?
The sons of men are fallen angels, or are angels, which had intercourse with human beings. What it says there. Short touch on the perversion of genetics by the sons of men, which are, does that make sense?
So Nephilim?
Yeah, the outcome of it wasn't them, yeah.
And where are these Nephilim today?
They supposedly died in the flood.
From the flood?
What?
Evil spirits.
They were washed away by the flood?
Yeah, killed by the flood. Like drowned.
Did any survive?
Can't say that. No, I don't know.
Well, how do you interpret men of renown?
great men of renown. I mean, it's not specific. I mean, I think there's a book of Enoch that tells more, but a lot of people don't accept the book of Enoch.
Men of
Besides,
renown would be like Alexander the Great, or Jesus Christ, or Muhammad, or in modern
Men of
times,
name.
maybe like Donald Trump or Bruce
Big
Willis.
name.
Like everybody knows who they are. Yeah, big
Elon
names.
Musk. Elon Musk.
Yeah.
Just 5 seconds. Does Larry go by Hank as well? So I know.
That is a fact.
Okay. Thanks, Hank. Do you prefer one or the other?
I prefer to be called Larry. I can't
Okay.
afford any titles.
Okay. Good. Thanks for letting me know.
Yep. I posted the guy who did it. I think this is the original. If you're kind of on the fence about this sort of thing, I did see a video where he's debating like a scholar who's a biblical scholar, but Bart, I forget his last name, is agnostic. So if you're the type of person to where you want to see both sides of the coin, that stuff is out there for you. Let me see if I can find him debating Bart just for the skeptics.
Yeah, I haven't looked at a lot of debates, but I certainly gonna to it. Probably not today anymore because already 4 a.m. I should have been long in bed.
It's okay, bro. Just save it and watch it later. But yeah, for anybody, who doesn't necessarily believe that Christ raised the dead, I'm not arguing this proves that. My argument is that you can't discount Jesus Christ as a historical figure and accept, all these other ancient historians like, the ancient Greek philosophers, Alexander the Great. You have to throw all that history, like the ancient dynasties of China. If you throw out Christ, you have to throw out the lesser verified and bona fide historical figures also. Thanks.
Yeah, as a flat earther, for every flat earther, I would highly recommend watching this video right here of Sodom and Gomorrah, because since you know that the only explanation that from mainstream is a show of comets or something coming down, which destroyed that city. But these sulfur bolts are so uniquely, perfectly pure that it's just a stupid excuse of literally God's judgment on Sodom and Gomorrah. So yeah, I can highly recommend that video.
Are you gonna post it for us?
Yeah, I already posted it. I would recommend to watch it, but for yourself when you have some to concentrate on it and not just skip through it or something like that. But it would really maybe make you think, hopefully.
Yeah, the book of Jasher gives a more detailed account of Sodom and Gomorrah, of what it was like, and the depravity and the corruption that existed there.
I mean, if I look at what we have established today, I can certainly, I don't even need to know the details. I mean, I don't want to sound ignorant or anything like that. I would look into it, but I'm just saying from what I see today, I would not be surprised, of why he wouldn't.
Comparable, yeah.
And I mean, I'll be honest, man. I know my own heart, wicked. Like everything about the carnal mind and flesh is wicked. It's the only reason why I need savior, because otherwise I would just go back on the road that I was in years. Can't go onto my own feet. It doesn't work. Well, my carnal mind and my heart is very wicked. Every man's, no one's good. Yep, yep. Guys, I think I should go to bed. What would be a wild idea.
Hey, then when you wake up, it combined Ben Lennon's
What?
or whatever you said. Whenever you wake up, you can be a donut.
A donut?
Yeah, don't you remember Kennedy? Ik wijn in Berlin.
Ah, okay. Ik ben een Berliner.
Yeah, it's only about 90% of what you sound like and only 10% of what you say.
Ah, okay, gotcha. Yeah, let's see if I wake up tomorrow again. Who knows? I'm kidding. Anyways, guys, I love you. Thanks for the conversation. See you tomorrow, I would say. Or, I mean, not tomorrow, in a few hours. For me.
Good night.
Thank you, Clay Seal.
Gute Nacht, lovely people. Ah.
So, Larry, what inspired you to change your name?
That is his name, isn't it?
Well, before he went by a different name.
What's up? What's it? How you doing today?
Good. What up, bro?
No, not much. Just seeing your mic unmuted. This thought I'd say hello.
How you been, bro?
Been doing all right. Yep. Just living life. When you get
So,
as old as I am, you just kind of Take it one day at a time, brother.
So, God Rocking, what type of things do you build?
What type of things have I built?
Yeah, like what do you build?
Well, started out pouring concrete at the age of 12. In the summers, my grandpa taught me how to pour concrete. Finished my first driveway. And then worked in the summers for him. He was a developer. Learned to run heavy equipment, graded the lots with a D3 cat. And then I went into pouring concrete in the basements and then sidewalks and curb and gutter, all that kind of stuff. And then I started framing residential homes. Did that for quite a few years. My dad had his general license, general contractor's license. He had his electrical license and his plumbing license. So when we built the house, we did it all. We poured the footings, the foundations. He had a conform foundation company too. I ran the crew for that for a few years. Then so we'd frame the house, do everything in it. He had quick quality paint and drywall too, a company. So I learned to do all of it: electrical, plumbing, drywall, painting, framing, you name it, shingles, roofing. And then when I got older, I started working for bigger companies like the 17th largest construction company in the nation is out of Utah here. And I built some commercial buildings, huge ones. Mormon Conference Center for one, the cold storage unit in Corinne, the largest cold storage unit in the western United States.
Wow.
The ice skating rink for the Olympics in Salt Lake.
You seem like a man of many skills. Have you considered building your own business?
I have before. I've had many businesses. I was contracting for a while, and then I also built a speed shop because I started drag racing, and I had a speed shop called National Speed Equipment, and I sold high performance auto parts and built race car engines, and stuff like that, and drag raced for a few years. I had a real pro stock car. I don't know if you know what a pro stock car is, but there's only 3 pro classes in drag racing. It's top fuel dragster, top fuel funding car, and pro stock. And it was it. In 1987, it was ran on carburetors and gasoline. It's the class that you can't have blowers or turbos or any like shit like that on it. It ran 180 miles an hour in 8 seconds in 1987.
Oh, wow.
And so I did that for a few years. And so, yeah, I've done a lot of different types of construction. I can do it all pretty much. Journeyman in like probably 7 trades, I would imagine. I haven't counted them all, but I don't need, just give me the blueprints and leave me alone. I can do it on a skyscraper or anything. Doesn't matter. When I worked for the big company, I was assistant to the superintendent. I was the only other man on site that had a full set of blueprints. And I would wander around the job site and lay stuff out for people, and shoot grades on all the elevations for the floors, and set up the datum to shoot the grades for the entire building. And then I just walk around and check the layout or do the layout for the floors, the walls, whatever needed to be laid out. If the guys couldn't handle it, I would just go lay it out for them. What? No, I'm good. Thanks. Yeah. No, I'm good. Thanks. So anyway, yeah, just a lot of different types of construction, building houses, skyscrapers, race cars, all kinds of shit. I've got a good life, and I've had a lot of fun. I love to build. It became a
Did you
no-brainer.
ever travel to Las Vegas?
I've been to Vegas many times.
Do you play poker or blackjack?
No, not professionally or not. No. I mean, I do, with friends, stuff like that. We used to have some big, huge poker games, me and buddies of mine back in the day. I won like $5,000 one night playing on
Oh,
Christmas Eve.
nice.
Yeah, I like to play poker.
Yeah, I really like playing poker, but I'm not very good. But I want to try to get really good. But right now I don't have that much money, so I can't really play that much.
Well, you can learn online. You can play on some free sites. They give you free money to play, and you play with real people. You can play.
Yeah, but it's not the same. I feel like people bet differently when it's not real money, you know what I mean? And then like that kind of puts you off.
Well, not really. Not from my experience. If you just bet with your hand, don't worry about what they got. You know, you see the cards like do Texas Hold'em, where they roll out the cards where everybody uses. You got two
Yeah, yeah,
cards in
yeah.
the hole. You
Watch the
can
movie Good Will Hunting, bro. Go watch Good Will Hunting, Sasha.
you watch what?
Good Will Hunting.
And what is that?
Oh, it's just a famous movie with Matt Damon about poker.
Oh,
I gotta go. I gotta do something.
yeah, you can learn how to play online with you just thing of it is I played online on a couple different sites and I could win I could be either win the table every time or be second place every when you get to the end where there's just two people left. Sometimes you can just go on for quite some time because neither one of you really want to go all in or risk your whole winnings. But it's pretty easy to not really easy to tell, but as long as you pay attention to the cards that have been played and the cards that are on the table and what you have in your hand, you can kind of figure the odds, you know what I mean, what your chances are to win, and go ahead and figure that by trying to understand the guy you're playing against with the little bit of time you've had, to play with him. You can do. I mean, I've either won the table or taken second place. Got to where I could do that every time, either take first or second place. And so it's just a matter of looking at the cards and realizing what his chances are to get if he's really good, playing with someone that's really good, and he's got the game in the hand. He's got the game pretty much wrapped up, but he suckers you in and makes it look like he's maybe not got quite as good a hand, and he kind of waits it out and waits till the last minute and waits for you to go all in when you think you've got it, and then he just follows you in and then he wins. I mean, there's always things like that that can happen, but just pay attention to cards that are on the table and the odds of him getting like winning on the river or whatever. That's not a very good bet ever. Bet on the very last card. Yeah, you can learn good online. I would imagine. If you want to practice, it's free. Give you fake money they're real people playing this. Kind of boring around here. There's no Globers to talk to, isn't it?
Is Witzik there?
Said he had something to do.
Okay.
He said he'd be back. I'm sure.
I just had a question to ask him.
I would assume he's coming back because he said he had something to do, but he left his mic open and he left his name. He's still here.
I can be a closet glober if you want to. I can say light bends, and I can say refraction all you want to, and I can say Chicago is a mirage, and I can say you're all crazy, and I can say you shouldn't breed or procreate, and you're meth filled. I can do all those things. So ask away.
Someone had a question? Someone said my name?
Oh, Witzik?
Yeah.
Hi. Thanks.
What up?
Have you had the pleasure of debating not Professor Dave?
No, he's scared to debate me. I reached out to him 2 years ago on GM, and he won't debate me.
Yeah, I think you would absolutely destroy him. No doubt.
He said he doesn't want to propel my career.
Yeah.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah.
Because
Actually, I'll send screenshots of the DMs. They're pretty funny.
I get the idea that not Professor Dave caters to the lowest common denominator of globies. Obviously he ridicules flat earthers, but he talks down to globies and just lies to them as if they would not think twice about believing his lies about us.
Yeah, Professor Dave's disgusting. He really is. His whole approach to the whole thing is very amateur. It's just got to be pretty much brainwashed 100% to believe in his stuff. And there's so many people like that, then that's why he's got so many.
They got the algorithms on YouTube such that if you just punch in flat Earth, he comes up like 2 or 3 or 4 down if he doesn't come in first.
There's my DMs with him.
Oh, nice.
From a couple years ago. Called me an ant.
An ant? Oh my god. What a dick.
He said enough time. That's more than enough time wasted on an ant. I have a few people trying to set up a debate with him, though, so maybe it'll happen.
I mean, that just shows his intellectual level, just calling you when he knows damn well, probably heard of you from other, he knows probably too knowledgeable for him. So,
yeah, he said he was saying I can't respond to his stuff or whatever, and he's like, why would I waste time debating someone that is not only objectively wrong but can't even construct a coherent thought? What would you say in a debate if you can't say a single thing in the way of refutation here? Why are you so desperate to be humiliated? The only reason I'm even responding to you here is that when I check social media, I'm procrastinating. You're a joke. I said, cool story, bro. So again, are you afraid to debate me live in front of an audience? He said, so again, you can't explain why anything I say is wrong. You're not going to bait me into an interaction to propel your career. Save your breath, kiddo. We are done here. So then I said, Globe Earth is a positive claim of specificity and has the burden of proof. You make videos attacking strawman models founded on presuppositions. For example, in your latest Flat Earth video, you presuppose the solidity of the moon. We also don't know the makeup of the medium differentiation from us of the moon, altitude, or attenuation properties. I would obliterate you in a debate. So again, are you afraid to debate me live time in front of an audience? And he didn't respond.
not not after that. That is so fucked up.
I saw this Witzik for the first time yesterday. I want to get your opinion. NASA's been getting $23 to $25 billion a year for a number of years now, and I saw that, in the 2023 budget, that's come up, the Space Force is getting 24.5 billion. So NASA's getting 23 billion, and now the Space Force is getting 24.5 billion. So they're almost getting $50 billion not to go into outer space. What do you think about that?
That's awesome, man. That's progression. That's progression. I'm glad they take my money.
I just find that shocking. 50 billion. You can line a lot of pockets with $50 billion or buy a lot of propaganda.
Yeah, they probably spend very little.
They're going to bring. They're definitely going to bring a new level of space propaganda videos, in my opinion. They're gonna it's gonna be a new era of CGI.
Yeah.
Who knows? Maybe not, because they're kind of nervous to fake stuff again, I think. That's why they're going to crash the ISS supposedly in 2030.
You're going to crash it? You say it's going to falter?
Yeah, they said they're going to intentionally crash into the ocean, but they're not going to go retrieve any of the parts. Why would you not put it in a museum? That's pretty convenient, huh?
Yeah, I'll say.
Yeah. And then, of course, we won't get to see it, in its normal orbit and then coming down and getting more visible and then going all the way into the ocean. You'll just see something fall out of the sky into the ocean. They'll be like, yeah, that's the ISS, but you can't go check on it. You can't go see it. We're not going to get any of the parts, but just believe us.
Yeah, same old fucking horseshit.
I think they probably won't even actually crash it. I think they're just saying that so people kind of forget about it. But I think that I don't even know what that light in the sky is. I don't know if they have something up there for real, if they have fleets of something, or if it's something that's naturally there. So it's possible that they don't even control it. Also, you have electrogravitic propulsion, and it makes the flower of life over top of the Earth. And so if you were to go to that high in the sky, which is nowhere close to 152 miles, but say it's 60 miles up, 50 miles up, you have 100 to 120 volts per meter increase going up. So if you're that high up, there's tons of electricity in the air. So you would be able to move crazy, crazy fast and change direction and levitate and utilize magnetic levitation or quantum locking, electrogravitic propulsion. So they probably do have something up there, honestly, but it's obviously not what they say it is. People aren't hanging outside of it.
Yeah, there was a video I seen where there was a couple of retired employees that were in Antarctica, and they recently became flat earthers. And I can't remember where I seen it, but one of them was the guy that said he installed some equipment down there to map out the center of Antarctica. And then when he went back, that's when they laid the fiber optics there so that it could transmit this information back and map out the interior of Antarctica. And when he got back down there, he went back down and it still hadn't mapped out the interior of Antarctica. So he looked into it and started poking around and trying to figure out what was going wrong. And then he realized, well, it's because it's not there. There is no center, and the way they show it on the globe. And so that's when he realized that there's a ring around the plane, or it's a ring or not exactly.
Yeah, have you guys heard the theory that Antarctica actually isn't an ice ring?
No. Why? What is it?
Yeah, there's a theory that it's not actually an ice ring. It is some form of continent. It's just really big. And that one day they'll roll out look, we can prove it's a continent, and therefore it debunks flat Earth. Because the truth is, we don't know anything about the Southern Ocean. We can't go that far. We don't know what's out there. We don't know how it's mapped out. We don't know what Antarctica is. We don't know anything. So I don't know. It's an interesting theory. I don't know.
And then on that same video I was just talking about, there was a gal that was there, and I can't remember what she said she was doing for government or NASA or whatever, but she claimed that they had vehicles just like what you were talking about, that they were locked into some magnetic field of some sort up there, and they could stay up there for indefinite times. You got these surveillance and whatever type of vehicles up there, and she claimed that they have them and they are there, and they
of course,
yeah.
I think it's like a foregone conclusion.
Yeah,
I mean, like the Nazis had electrical propulsion in the 30s. I think that existed like thousands of years ago. I think there's definitely stuff up there. I watched them launch Starlinks. You can see Starlinks in the sky. Like you can see what they call the ISS in the sky. You can see that light in the sky.
Right.
Yeah, there's definitely stuff in the sky, in my opinion, and it's just uses like electrostatics effectively. Like it's like a bumblebee. Like if you've ever seen a dragonfly, it like basically reverse engineer the dragonfly. You get the helicopter. I think it's the same thing. They reverse engineered the bumblebee flight, and so they create like basically a little aura around the device, like a force field, and so they're not affected by air resistance or anything like that, or what people call gravity, which is just effectively incoherent dielectric acceleration. So it's just like weight. Gravitas is just weight, and so you would be able to displace weight based on electrostatic manipulation, and then you'd be able to go left, right, super fast. You can do all kinds of crazy stuff, and I think they do have surveillance up there that does that. I think they are creating like a Skynet with electromagnetic propulsion. So, I mean, it's like, yeah, satellites are fake as in what they claim and where they claim they are, but I wouldn't go as far as to say nothing's up there. I think they set some truther traps. I think Antarctica might have been one of them. I think the star trails in the south might be one of them. And I think that satellites are one of them. I think that, yeah, we're right about the fact they lied about what they are, but we're not completely right with the mainstream flat Earth depiction of it.
I know this. I know this would probably be speculation, Witzik, but are you thinking 25 to 50 miles high these contraptions might be at?
Yeah, I think like 50 to 60. Yeah.
Yeah. Thanks.
Yeah, it looks like they have like a superfluid medium up there, and so you'd be able to fly like crazy. You would have no resistance. And if there's actually like a vortex, which there clearly is, if there's like a vortex in the background, right? Because you can detect different precession with a gyro, which is just interferometry, like it's cross patterns of lasers, like little lasers that shoot really precise measurements, like in a cross pattern. That's all that the gyro is. And anyway, you get a different precession higher at the same latitude, which debunks the globe because it should all be the same axial rotation at the same latitude. But anyway, my point is that I think it's a vortex. And so, yeah, there you go. Like there's a vortex up there. And if you're that high up, you'd be in like the widest part of the vortex. And so that movement, all you have to do is basically jump in the train, if that makes sense. Like you just have to just ride the movement, and then you'd have electroconvective propulsion to change directions. So when they say it's a geostationary satellite, well, it's moving, but they claim it's just moving with the sky. I mean, moving with the Earth. No, it's just moving with the vortex, right? So that's my opinion.
Are you pretty literal on Genesis 1:6-8 and Psalms 19:1? That when it says firmament, it means firmament.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, but like I think there's actually, scripturally speaking, there are 7 layers to the firmament. So like 7 density layers prior to like the strongest bronze final barrier that can't be penetrated. I think they can go up within the bottom layers, and that there's a medium difference. So they're kind of like laughing at us because they're like, we totally went to space. They know we lied about all of it, but they have no idea what we're really doing. I think you really can go up there and do some crazy stuff, and there's probably really some crazy stuff up there within the firmament.
Thanks.
I think that's why the rainbow has 7 colors, and the rainbow, because it's the 7 layers, and the rainbow is showing you a reflection of the dome, quote unquote, which is the firmament, and that's why it says that it won't flood anymore, because during the flood the heavenly gates opened, and so when you see the rainbow, it shows you that the firmament's intact, so it can't flood again. So it's like literally showing you like physical proof that the earth can't flood because the firmament's still intact, as opposed to the mainstream Christian explanation, which is nothing. It's just the rainbow's pretty, it means it won't flood, but it actually makes literal sense, and I think that's why it has 7 colors, because there's 7 layers. And many of the texts that were removed from the scriptures explain that there are 7 layers.
Yeah, that sure. 7 different realms of heaven.
Yeah, quote unquote. Which heaven comes from Hashemayim, which means the unseen existences. So heaven comes all the way down to the ground level as well. Like it's what can't be seen.
Right.
So it's pretty deep, and Yeah, like we've just been lied to about everything. I think that they are playing like crazy metaphysical games up above us. Because who's the prince of the air? I think that he effectively, literally, reigns over top of the earth prior to Messiah coming back. So I think they're playing like that's why they name all their stuff after gods. And I think that the quote unquote planets are wandering stars, and they're lower altitudes, and so potentially accessible or like much more accessible. That's why we can see them a little clearer. We can see their cymatic patterns clearer. I think they're at a lower level, and then they move a little bit different because Enoch says they're chained up for being rebellious. So anyway, I'm just saying I think that they actually worship these things that they can kind of get close to in the 7 layers, and then they've made up this whole story to disguise it. This is speculation, obviously, but it's pretty deep to think about.
Right. And supposedly they're supposed to be, since they rebelled against they didn't fall into the same pattern with all the other stars. They rebelled against the Creator, and they'll be punished for it and pass judgment on them for becoming part of the deception.
Yeah, and like because they didn't adhere to their order, like their appointed order.
Right.
They rebelled, yeah, and so that's what wander means. It wanders from their way. They wandered from their appointed order. And it says in Enoch that in the end, that the order of the stars in the sky will be hidden from the sinners, and that they'll completely not understand it. And in fact, they'll begin to worship the wandering stars, which is funny because all the planets are named after quote unquote gods.
So what's going on?
So that's thousands of year old text that just happened to predict that.
Yeah.
So Witzik, when you go talk to your evangelical church going friends who believe we live on a spinning watery curvy bendy ball, and you tell them all these things, do they give you that deer in the headlights look, or do they engage with you?
Usually the first part, they just act like they're just super lost, and then they ask me, "What's it matter?"
Okay.
Yeah.
What's it matter?
What's it matter? Wow.
Yeah. What's it matter? What the Creator? You believe these are the words of the Creator? What's it matter? What it says? Okay.
Yeah. What's it matter if Genesis 1 is true or not? Who cares?
That's a whole new level of disrespect, in my opinion, for the Creator right there. Wow.
What's it
can
with
be
the
argued it's more dangerous.
created?
Yeah, it can be argued it's more dangerous to claim that you believe it and twist it than to claim you don't believe it. But I mean, that's my opinion.
There's a lot of reggae songs that speak of iron sky, and they must be referring to the firmament, right?
Oh yeah. Well, like when what about Lucy in the Sky with Diamonds?
Yeah.
Yeah, what's that talking about? It's like, well, what are the stars? And actually, was there some type of like metallic composition to these things in the sky? And they vibrate at certain frequencies that create the light within the medium, the fluid medium. I don't know. It's crazy because then think about watch the movie Transformers, and what do they say? Like Transformers, I think is truth hidden in plain sight about the Watchers. I think they have like a metallic composition. That's why they came down and told men to dig into the earth to find the metals that are malleable. And that's why the story comes from like, the mainstream ancient alien story about Anunnaki using us to mine gold. I think there's something to the metal thing. And now we build everything with metal instead of stones. We build everything out of metal now.
What do you think about monoatomic?
Say again?
The monoatomic gold, white powder gold, is edible.
Yeah, I think they actually used to use that to get high back in the day, and they call it Messiah DMT. And like whenever Moses, well, we're getting into some gravy, but whenever Moses, he came back from the mountain and he saw that they were worshiping the gold calf, and then he melted it down, and then he poured it in the river and he told him to drink it. I think it's basically because he was like, it's like you caught a drug addict that you let stay in your house. You gave him one more chance, and then he came back. He's doing coke again on your kitchen table, and so you throw it in the floor, and you're like, you want your coke so bad, get it out of the carpet. I think they literally used to get high off of monatomic gold, and they call it Messiah DMT, and it makes you supposedly feel like you have the powers of a Messiah, and it gives you all these metaphysical perceptions that you're not supposed to have. because the natural veils over it, and that's why they were so obsessed with gold back in the day. And I think Moses was basically talking to the drug addicts, like, you want your gold so bad, like, get it, drink it out of the river.
Yeah. So I've always thought that once I learned about monoatomic gold, I've always thought that got to be something to it as far because they said stuff I read about it said that it allowed you to have like more telecommunication, telekinesis, and stuff like that. Communicate metaphysical beings and or people on the other side, or have just these dream state like communications with beings that you can't see, different things like that. So you right down the same lines of what you're saying, basically.
Yeah, well, I mean, like, why was gold so important? Like, why did every major civilization compile gold at like a staggering level? Like, it's not because it's shiny. It's not just because it's durable. It is. It is like the most magnetically permeable, seemingly like the most magnetically permeable element. But I think it's much deeper. Like, yeah, I mean, it's got like insane conductivity capability, but I think it's literally about like ingestion. I think that the pharaohs and the kings, they would ingest this, and people looked at them for their wisdom and treated them like gods because they had like metaphysical knowledge that they did not have.
Well, there was that movie where there had the gods that were living in Egypt. Well, I can't remember the name of the movie, but when they cut their arms off, they bled gold. Their veins were full of gold. But I think that was sort of a metaphorical way to say that they were ingesting gold. But I think it was in the
Yeah,
monoatomic form.
and maybe it does integrate into the blood supply, right? Because blood is the life force.
Right.
So,
Yeah, that's what they say when they hit a gold vein.
yeah. And really, what is the earth? I think it's just like a giant living being. I think it's sentient.
Yeah,
We're getting into crazy, crazy gravy right now.
I think it is.
Yeah, we live on top of a crazy graveyard.
Yeah. Like, I think resilience is an attribute characteristic of sentience. And I mean, what's more resilient than the earth? You can't kill it.
Exactly. If anything sentient, as far as the bodies that we live on or see in the sky, the earth has got to be one of the most resilient. I mean, it's just can't do anything. I mean, you leave it alone and it would be back to pristine, back to natural, the way it was when it was created, probably in a very short period, without man on it, polluting it and whatever else. I think it would take very short, right back to pristine, 100 years minimum.
Turn
Yeah,
all of our
absolutely.
Doppler radar off, and maybe we could see what weather really looks like.
And that's what a living
That's
being does.
gravy too. What's
It
the source of weather? Is there like sources on the corners that create the weather?
Yep. Well, that's got to have something to it.
Crazy.
Yep.
Because gold is still like the standard of wealth. Like, Russia just moved it only sold oil for their currency or gold, which is backed by gold. It's still like the standard of wealth. So there's something to it, right?
Yeah, I think it's wealth in more than one area. I think it's not just monetary wealth, but it's it's like spiritual wealth as well too.
Yeah, I think that's its actual value is metaphysical.
Yeah.
I wouldn't even want to consume it though. All right, I'm gonna go watch a movie with Kai. I love you guys. Peace out.
Thanks, Witzik.
Yep.
Oh.
It's kind of hard to sound smart after a whip that throws down. We need some more Don Pettit.
My dog is smarter than Don Pettit.
Yoke Smasher is going to have to work on his Don Pettit impersonation. He's going to have to. If he can do that, he'll just be like, "Wow, please, Don, say something, please, please."
He's got to take lessons from Glatt.
Yeah, Glatt's got it nailed, dude. We need to make like a whole sitcom over that voice. So good.
Yoke Smasher has that Seattle sophisticated talk to him, so he's going to have to dumb it down a little bit.
Whenever I visit Alabama, where my dad's from, they call me the Yankee because of my the way I talk. I'm like, dang, I need an accent.
I'd go to the moon in a nanosecond. The problem is we don't have the technology to do that anymore. We used to, but we destroyed that technology, and it's a painful process to build it back again.
This film you're making now, what is it? Does it have a name? I mean, do you have a name for it yet, or are you
calling it Did We Go?
Did We Go? Okay, okay.
Doesn't have an ethos from Sony.
Right,
Doesn't have
right,
doesn't
right. We've been unable to track it down. I mean, we don't know where this telemetry data ended up, and we don't know what path it may have taken. So, unfortunately, I'm afraid I can't really give you much of a clue as to where this data ended up and whether it still exists.
I haven't seen anything that indicates the telemetry data is even in existence, and as I said, even if we had it, we don't have the machines to play it back.
But your own research has shown the telemetry data is missing.
That's right.
Shoot. Okay, let's get off. Forget the camera. Okay, 10 seconds. Port stage, push. Mission arm is at. Okay, I'm going to get to pro. 99, proceeded. 3, 2, 1. Ignition. Right away, Houston.
Perfect.
You're roboting hard, man. It's can't understand.
It's because he's in space right now.
Of course, yes. And there's that delay as well. Yeah.
You have to wait till the satellite goes right over the United States. Then it works.
You just look straight up and see it then?
then you have a signal.
Each cell phone that they sell gets us on the satellite.
Do you sound like you're far away on a radio or something? I don't know. You'll barely hear you too.
Underwater, maybe.
Oh, he's underwater. Yeah.
It's that it's that old technology that they destroyed.
Damn, it's crazy. That tech is older than me.
Here's a question I've always wanted to ask, and we have an open forum here. If we evolved from monkeys, then why do monkeys still exist?
Because they the dumb ones. Just kidding. I don't know. I always say like, man, like if I had my tail, I could just hold my tray of food and open the door with my tail. It would be so much easier.
And your feet have opposable digit thumbs as well.
Man.
Which is really handy. Really handy. Get it? Oh.
I mean, did we evolve from the smart monkeys or the dumb monkeys? That's what I want to know. And are the dumb monkeys or the smart monkeys the ones that are living among us now?
You got to
Damn.
parrot the correct pseudoscience. They used to say we come from monkeys. Now they say we have a direct descendant in common with monkeys. So that means that we're all related to monkeys and bananas. So you got to parrot the correct pseudoscience. Don't want to straw man them, right? We can debunk their silly nonsense as it changes. I'll give you an example. So they say that we can see light from 13.8 billion light years away. And somebody said, hey, how's that possible with the inverse square law? Well, the retort was, well, hey, it doesn't ever go down to zero. So I was like, okay, well, if every single light source radio signal on the universe still exists, that means I can see Mr. Chin's Wi-Fi signal is like passing through my body right now, even though he lives in China. If it never goes down to zero, and we'll call that the ether. Thanks, Glover.
Damn.
So what's rotating once per day overhead? The luminiferous ether. Because if the stars are doing it and they're creating it and their signal never goes to zero,
So what were we before we became humans? Hominids, was it? Hominoids? Hominids?
I want you to remember this. If you can't remember it, write it down. There are 0 human fossils in the pre-human fossil record. Think about what that means for a second. So that means
Zero what?
0 human fossils in the pre-human fossil record. That means that Neanderthals are Homo sapiens sapiens. We bred with them. And if you find a small skeleton, today we would call that, like a, what's the politically correct term nowadays? A tiny person?
Dwarf?
Right?
Midget?
Midget?
Well, I have some more wisdom. If one of those guys ever attempts to give you a high five, don't leave him hanging. He'll high five you in the balls.
Oh.
Too soon?
Hey, what's up, everybody?
What's up, baby?
What's up? Is that Smurf?
What's up? You know, the earth is flat.
What?
Prove it.
That stuff is flat, man. Can you prove that anything moving? Like, can you got any proof that something moving around? Because,
Yes.
look outside.
Water moves around.
What's up?
Water moves around.
Air moves around.
You know, the water does move around within the container that we drop it into. But yeah, man, I'm looking for the curve, man. I'm looking for man. I've been looking for that curve. You know.
Yeah, but the thing is, you're just going to go around in circles forever if you keep looking yourself. So what I did is I went out and measured, and it's flat. So now I know it's flat. I gave up on the curve.
Yeah.
But you can do that all you want. It's fun if you want to go out there and try to find the curve over and over. Some people will. Some people will try over and over.
Shouldn't he be looking for the Smurf?
What's up?
Oh.
I'm just here, Smurfs up, buddy. Looking for that curve. You know, we got some advice here how to the curve. You know, has anybody found this curve?
I've heard if you go 150 miles up, you can see a slight curve. That's kind of what I've heard.
Wow. You gotta get there. 150 miles up.
Yeah, that's what Neil and Bill and I talked the other day, and they said they think, because they haven't been 150 miles up either, but they thought, I could see something if I got 150 miles up. So.
Wow. Well, I don't believe a goddamn thing that you just said, but you know what? That's interesting. That's interesting. Does anybody else have anything interesting to say?
Are you guys dumb? Just look at this. Look at the sun. Look at the moon. Look at the planets. They're all round.
What do you think that thing is that goes across the moon during a lunar eclipse? I mean, obviously that's the Earth's shadow. Come on.
No.
What else could it be?
No.
What else could it be?
You should not assume that you know what anything is up there because God placed the thing of the sky that is like beyond our comprehension, man. It's like a big thing. It's like the kind of stuff up there is like the stuff God places. You know what I'm saying?
I think that was spoken to in Genesis 1:14 to 19, if I remember.
Is that any different, Smurf, than the stuff down here?
Oh, I've been trying to figure that out, man. That's a great question. Oh God.
I would say no.
Go ahead. you go ahead with that question. I don't know.
Well, I would say no. I mean, he created this place. Everything it's here is because of him. It's not just the sky. It's this magical earth we live on.
That makes a lot of sense. I agree with you. Now, what that man just said made a lot of sense. Now we need to look at the big picture, the really big picture.
Blue marble.
How big is it?
Oh, it's really big. Now let's get back to this really big picture. Does anybody have anything to say about this?
What's the picture?
I've seen it. It's made by Rob Simmons. Blue marble.
Yep. That's a
really big.
Lovely picture. Hey, where are the stars and satellites in that photo?
Well, you know what? I think that picture's a lot bigger than you can figure out, man. Okay, now that stars and satellites are all fake and gay.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not going to repeat it, but I agree.
Now, okay, so I love you guys. I love all you guys. Everybody.
Smurf, did you get a new microphone or something?
Okay, what about what?
Did you get a new microphone?
No, I'm still dealing with the same broken piece of junk trash. But anyway, listen. I love you guys. I love all of you. Now, listen, we have to get to the.
Hey, Smurf, it does sound actually really good. So it's not really shitty.
Sound fine, Smurf.
Thank you very much. We need to get.
For your tone is a little.
I was saying we need to get to the bottom of this. Now half of the stuff I said is making no sense, but we have to get to the bottom.
Why can't we go to the top?
That's Biden talk right there. That's
Is the bottom by the top?
It's just Biden talk. Don't worry.
That's a good question. I never thought about that.
Wait, who's got the really weird sounding mic? Like he's on a bullhorn outside.
Well, that's somebody else. But that's a good question. We should get to the top of this situation.
Right. I don't want to go to the bottom. I feel like we're already at the bottom. I think we need to claw our way through the top. To the top.
Yes.
Yeah, and
yes. We gotta get to the top. You guys are all right. We gotta get to the top. Okay. So well.
All right. What's the plan, Smurf?
All right. Yeah. We're at the top here. And, here we are.
We build a new tower.
At the top. Yeah. The top. Maybe top.
A tower? Why?
To get to the top.
Oh, we're not allowed apparently to do that.
They were going to build an elevator. What happened to that?
Oh, right. Yeah, that was something.
Except they realized that the Earth atmosphere didn't follow the Earth perfectly, so that strip elevator they were going to put in would have been a disaster.
The top. We're at the top here. The elevators just work. They just work here. Everything just works at the top.
Smurf, can you take a question seriously?
Yes.
Don't lie. Please don't lie to us.
I would never lie to you, man. I love you.
I love you too. Okay. Well, I don't have a question for you, honestly. I do have a question for those still suffering the cognitive deficiency of believing in a spinning globe in outer space. More so, us living on one of those. Yeah. It's out of this world, isn't it?
Well, just say it, man. Just say it.
What am I to say?
Yeah, just say it. You have a question for the ball believer.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I think you're right. I got lost in my own nonsense. Thank you. My question is, What makes you decide every day to continue denying Earth is flat?
Oh.
What's the big idea?
Oh.
Because it sure isn't reality.
Can you just say that one more time? I heard you, but you could just say that so everybody could hear what you just said.
I want to know why, despite 100% evidence to the contrary, people who look into this subject still choose to believe that we live on a spinning globe in outer space.
Oh.
I want to know why they do that. I'm moving past curvature. I realized that it was unfair to ask for something that cannot exist, right? Unfair, and that was little of me, and I apologize. So now I'm trying to be a bigger man here and ask something that you might be able to answer. I'm so close, Smurf.
Hey,
So
dude,
close to
you
being
could
done.
just stop what you're doing and just ask that question one more time. Don't say anything else. Just say what you said. Just say that question and don't. That's it, dude. Don't,
No smurfing around?
let the man say the thing that he said. Say it.
Okay. No more smurfing around, okay? This is the last time I'm going to say it. I'm not going to say anything else afterwards.
That's it.
Those who look, this is two, those who look into this topic and still choose to believe that we live on a spinning globe in outer space. My question is, why do you do that?
Can I add a side note? Can I add a side
Sure.
note to that?
Yeah, please do.
Especially the red colored ones in here still that have been here for a very long time.
Correct. If you've been a glober, right? So you've been looking into this, globe versus flat. If you've been a glober for years, you're doing it wrong, man. You need to restart life, hit the reset button, and kind of just, pick back up from point A.
Take the rocket off the shelf down in the basement, like you got it on a shelf. The model that you built when you were a kid. Get rid of that thing. Take the NASA books. You don't need those anymore. The moon landing stuff that didn't happen anyway. If you want to draw, you could change the cover, put Dr. Seuss on the cover, and keep that book then.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, just give me the why. Like when the Globers ask, why would they lie? Well, you guys have asked that question enough to where you deserve this question. Why are you still forcing it? It's not a globe. Quit it. Let's talk about it now. Go ahead. Sorry, I thought somebody breathing heavy into the microphone meant that they turned it on so that they had something to say to us.
Check this out. I can breathe heavy in the microphone if you need. Yeah.
That's God rocking.
Sounds like somebody else is taking
No,
over.
hold on. I can do it.
It wasn't me.
Hold on. Okay.
I was just being a dick anyway.
You need somebody to breathe into the microphone. I can do it.
No, I don't. Nope.
Okay.
No one needs that. Did you know that? That no one ever needs that?
I believe you. I've been trying to figure out.
I actually need that to fall asleep at night.
Just like
why you're always sleepy, aren't you?
Oh, nice. Some older gentleman named George just breathing heavy into the microphone.
Yes, I need that. It's
George
like my dolphin
Mueller.
noises.
His name's Mr. George Mueller, and he used to be a bank executive, but now he's just a cat man. 14 cats. Breathing heavy into your microphone.
Catman do.
That's right. So is Jesse doing more homework, or by homework I mean research on this topic, or not? Are we going to see him again saying nothing to us?
Well, you know,
We
there's a
sent him
lot
on
of
a
research to
mission.
do, though. There's a lot of research. It's a tough thing to research. You just
You're
go
right.
to the lake and you see somebody far away, and the end.
That might cost $0.
Well, they want to go straight to the great Google source. That's their extent of research, and
maybe we should update Google.
Yeah, we sure as fuck should.
God rockin', I really liked Jesse's still photos. Now you got to appreciate, the artistry that went into still photos.
We need to update Google before Google updates us.
Google is updating a lot of things.
Well, they need to update their Jesse Gordon, too.
What's up? I was drunk and the phone shut off. The phone turned itself off. Yeah.
Amazing.
It's just the Chloe's messing with you.
Smurf, I thought you quit smurfing.
We waited very patiently for you, Smurf, so don't trip out
I'll
on
be smurfing until the day I'm smurfed.
when the phone dies on you like that. Just let it be for a minute.
Just let it happen.
Yeah, everything will be fine.
That's just the CIA and Mossad downloading everything you said that day. That's why it does that.
I'm here to smurf
more
up.
you know.
Smurf it.
So Smurf. Smurf.
What's up, brother? I'm here to smurf up, man. Smurfing.
Have you smurfed any good Smurfs lately?
Smurfing all the time.
Oh, that's Smurfs.
I have to die.
What?
I have to go to court because I've been smurfing around, smurfing too much, smurfing up. Man, I got in trouble for smurfing, and I'm going to court.
Have you observed any Smurf curvature?
A negative. There's zero curvature. We have offered Smurfette as if anybody can find the curvature, just, Smurfette still there. Nobody can find a curvature, so I've been banging a Smurfette. No curvature anywhere, man. You can't find anything. Just nowhere.
No smurvature.
Nowhere.
No smurvature to be found.
So just saying, there's no curvature anywhere. Hey, QE, what's up, bro? Yo, QE dude, man, hello.
Wow.
Where are you seeing QE?
QE?
This dude doesn't say anything. Now, I'm here saying the real thing. That the Earth is flat. The Earth is very flat, and it's always been flat.
That's not very flat.
Very flat.
I gotta go up and down hills all day long.
What are you saying?
It's not very flat. I go up and down hills all day long.
Shit, I go uphill everywhere I go.
Well,
there and back.
Pizza. It's kind of like a pizza. The Earth is a rigorous terrain.
Here's what we're gonna do. Can we please speak with Sofa King Stew Pit?
We are
so sweet. Videos.
Sofa. We're gonna call you Sofa, Mr. or Mrs. Sofa King.
Retarded.
No. It's different.
Okay.
We Todd Ed.
No, he didn't do that. He said Stew
Sofa King.
Sofa.
No
Well,
fucking
you're.
retarded.
Anyone else?
All right, somebody mute Smurf. Thanks. And then so he says, "The fuck do you guys want?" And then so I say, "Sofa, you are VC verified, and you're in charge of 8 kingdoms apparently. So why don't you tell us about that? Because you're in the live stream voice text and you're in the live stream itself.
Yes.
So no excuse not to talk. Ready, go."
That's on P Diddy.
Speak up, my child.
Sofa Pit.
Sofa Pit. King Stew. All right, well, Sofa, we gave you a chance.
That was a bust.
Sofa
So
Stupid.
far, so
Your
good.
kingdoms are none of my business. Oh, I know who this is.
King Stupid.
Is this Pete Drinker?
Is it who I think it is?
No. No.
Sofa King Stupid. Don't you get it?
Anyone remember?
Yes.
It's the
That-
Sofa King.
Unmute this. Anyone
No.
watch Aqua Teen Hunger Force ever? You know that
I
one
did.
episode?
Yes.
You know the episode with the "Arise, chicken, arise," and then he said, "We are Sofa King, we taught Ed."
Yes.
You are Sofa King, we taught Ed.
That's right.
That was
Yes.
probably the greatest moment on television.
No, but it was good.
I mean, for me, that was basically the zenith.
The greatest moment on television will be when television ends.
That would be pretty awesome. They just like make television illegal. Under threat of like,
Well, they will never make that illegal. Holy buckets! If there's so they're like, hey, you're gonna own nothing and be happy, except for your TV. You're definitely gonna have to have one of those.
Well, you got to stay safe.
Right. Because if you have a TV, then you don't need to go out into the world to see what's going on. It's right there on the television. Smurf,
A couple of years ago, I went outside to see if I could see things that were laying in the street from all the crazy shit going down. There was nothing. Just nothing going on. It's kind of dead around the town a couple of years ago.
Which town?
Oh, around Cleveland area.
Yeah.
So Copernicus is alive or whatever. I think we can rebuild him with DNA now.
Yeah, sure. Why not? Fuck it.
just like Jurassic Park, Copernicus.
Can we mix Abraham Lincoln with Albert Einstein and see what happens?
Can we throw Stephen Hawking's in there and have half Lincoln, half Einstein, and half Hawking's?
Well, wouldn't the thing be wholly disabled because of Hawking?
Not
Or
for
would
a
it just
while.
be like its shoulder and left knee, right shoulder and left knee are disabled and the rest is fine?
It'd be good till he's 20s, I think.
Alrighty.
DNA, mix that up, and then you'd have some like ultimate genius.
I think the reason, Sleepy Joe, that was funny at the time was because there wasn't a lot of cursing on TV compared to what there is now. And I don't know if Adult Swim allows cursing now or not, but they didn't back then, really. So they had to kind of snake around it. So, yeah, I am Sofa King. I am
They
Sofa
do
King.
allow it now.
Yeah,
but
great.
For the most
HHF
part.
was still a gem, regardless. I mean, that's
Yeah, yeah.
That was my favorite cartoon at one time.
Yeah, it's a good one. Definitely a good one.
They won't ever make anything like that again. Like until there's a
Jake is the best. He's just like, yeah, we're doing this, you guys. Okay, you're going in the blender. See, look, you're done. Like, wow.
Goodbye.
Yeah.
Meatwad.
Of course, you got Frylock. He's gonna fix everything.
So Locke of like
Carl was the best character. Let's not pretend otherwise.
Of course, Carl.
Of course he was.
Yeah, that's Kramer.
Kramer.
That's the Kramer of that show, or the George.
Master.
Seinfeld.
Got it.
Master Shake was like the Kramer. I mean, he's the crazy guy.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know.
Carl was like just this normal New Jersey guy being harassed by these food people.
You know, I finally got it. It's racist. Frylock. Look at it's dreadlocks. The fries are dreadlocks.
It is. That's exactly what it is.
Jeez, I just got that now. I can't believe
black
it.
voice. You know that, right?
Yeah, that. And I was
Yeah.
like, he's got some style too. But I never put the. Oh shit! Wow. Okay.
There's an
welcome.
episode. There was a joke about that where Shake. I forgot what he said exactly. It's been so long, but he's like, "You're black, right? I mean, your voice is black." And Frylock just looks at it. It's just like really awkward. All right.
No, I hear you loud and clear.
Yeah, I think that was the episode where Shake got bitten by the radioactive black man and then turned black himself. Another classic. And then he got really good at basketball.
I always liked the spider.
You mean the monster in the attic?
No, the one that had the Chris Rock sounding one, or that.
Oh no! God, you reminded me of that one. Oh my god!
That spider thing that lived up in the bringing him stuff, bringing him food. I don't remember that one. I have to look that one up again. That was hilarious.
Mm.
And the Moon and Knights.
Moon and Knights. Oh yeah, those guys are.
Moon and Knights, man.
They're the best.
Well,
I used to know the quotes. Oh my god, I'm embarrassed. I used to know all the quotes.
Don't be embarrassed. That shit was funny.
I used to know all that stuff too. So
I would just say this shit randomly, and then people would be like, "What are you talking about?" And then some people would be like, "Oh yeah, that's hilarious." You're just quoting that show. I also think it's funny. Their landlord had Get B Get's voice, kind of. He was like that vampire.
It's racist against vampires.
Carl, have you seen the deadbeats around? The food. And no, they kind of left in the middle of the night. That's because I had demons drag them off into the night.
it was the one where Meatwad had that was listening to DJ something in his room, and they went and saw him. They had to take him garbage or something. I don't fucking remember.
That was a classic one. Yeah. He got brainwashed by the song to gather garbage.
Yeah, and bring it to him.
I think it was a cow was the villain. Oh, the Christian fruit, another classic. God. This would not fly on TV today. Sorry, I'm just waiting for the global
Bible fruit, the god of small fruit.
They're like coke addicts. You slowly figure out that they're all recovering coke addicts.
Isn't everybody? Wait.
Oh, here's what. Here's the rap, I think. What were the rivals to the Moonanites? They were like those German, like aliens. What were they called? I can't believe I forgot this. I used to watch this show like religiously. Must be those darn 5G waves scrambling my memory. So where's the Shield Team 6 that's supposed to show up? What's going on? Like, where are the Globies? Guys, we gotta get some Globies in here, or we gotta unmute Smurf.
I unmuted him already.
Oh, does he know that?
Doesn't look like it.
Okay, we'll see how long it takes him to figure out.
Hey, what's up? Hello, everybody.
That was
just kidding. I jest.
Smurf, you've been unleashed. You're on parole. All right, I'm just gonna keep spamming.
Oh, hey there, what's up? I'm kind of upset right now. If you want to talk about how fake the it's all fake and the Big Bang, it's all big fake stuff. But
Yeah.
I'm upset right now, and I would like to confront my accuser, whoever is. You want to talk about how fake and gay is space is fake and gay. It's all fake. And your shit's all gay. It's fake, dude. You really believe in that moon shit. You know that. I've had enough of this moon landing shit.
Yeah.
I've had enough. Just tell me what the fuck, man. I've had enough, dude. My name is Smurf. Go ahead. Anybody.
They landed a Smurf on the moon.
There was no Smurf on no moon because that moon is fake. It's fake, and we can see that shit is fake as hell from the highest mushroom that we. You know what? I've had enough, dude. Anybody? Come on, let's do it.
You can't prove they didn't go.
Say what?
You can't prove that they didn't land on the moon.
Yeah, Occam's razor says it would be easier to go than to fake going.
What, are you crazy? They have to first prove that they've landed on the moon. You want me to prove that they've not done something before they've even proved that they've done the thing that you're claiming they did.
Well, they went to the moon by default. That's the default.
Why would they lie?
Yeah, they have no reason.
You have to first prove that they landed on the moon. Can you do that?
Bro, we have pictures.
If you believe that shit.
We have movies.
If you
That's right.
Movies.
That's credible evidence. Come on, man.
Yeah, they can't just make a movie like out of fiction. That doesn't exist. If you saw it on TV, it's the real thing.
If the president made that phone call, I believe it. It's got to be real.
They met reptilians on the moon. That's why we haven't been back. Stops talking.
We know it is made of petrified wood, Smurf. They gave some. They gave a piece of it to... Who was it?
Yeah, the Dutch government, they brought back petrified wood and gave it to the Dutch royalty or whatever it
Yeah.
was. Yeah.
It's in the Dutch
Hey,
museum.
Mr. Smurf here. My phone died. I've got to wait about 10 minutes, and I'm gonna come back and I'm gonna lay it out, man. I'm gonna lay this out, man. You know, your
Yeah.
moon rock, you could just eat them, okay? You know, I'll be back in 10 minutes. My
All right,
phone.
can't wait.
Yeah,
Smurf's gonna crush the moon landing. Can't wait.
Bring it.
I'll be back. I'll be back very soon.
Okay.
I'll come back in 10 minutes, okay? You're gonna get this moon rocks right up your nose. I'll come back.
Sounds good. I'm gonna go grab a beer on that note.
Go
See you
grab
guys
you a
later.
beer. I gotta recharge. You're gonna get it, man. You go grab yourself a beer, man. I'll be ready in 10 minutes.
I'm all for it.
I'll come back in 10 minutes, okay, everybody? Come back.
Yeah, I didn't hear how many minutes till he comes back. I didn't hear it the first couple times.
Was what was it? 10? 10 minutes? Yeah, 10 minutes. Definitely 10 minutes. Just give him 10 minutes. He'll be back in 10 minutes.
Around here, we call that a little tinny tin tin.
Well, apart from the entropy denying area that they claim to have traveled through to get to the moon, I wonder what else Smurf's got up his sleeve.
We have a quiet time here at the server. Been interrupted. There's somebody new on the call right now, so if anybody wants to talk, feel free.
Damn, there's hella gunshots in my neighborhood right now. I'm driving to go investigate.
We've got shots fired somewhere in California, according to Flutterdine.
Yeah, right here on the avenue, Ventura. I heard them like about 7 minutes ago. There's about probably 25 or 30 shots, and then I just heard them again, but coming from a different area, about 6 or 7 shots. So I'm like, what the fuck are they doing?
You're about to drive toward them?
Yeah, I'm trying to find out where it's at.
That must be rare. That's a rare event there, right?
That many shots in a row? Yeah. Usually shooting like every weekend, but it's only like 3 or 4 shots, you know. But I mean, these are just drunk people, you know, pointing guns in the air and shooting up. It's not like, you know what I mean? Like how they show on the news and stuff. And stuff like this here never makes it to the news. Like a year ago, somebody got killed at the corner where I live. No, didn't make the news or anything because it was a real event. Actually, I shouldn't even use the word event. It was real.
Well, there shouldn't be a shortage of crisis actors in the area.
No. In fact, what's weird is I just came down to the project right here. There's a couple dudes who have like bright like orangish or yellow those emergency shirts underneath like black hoodie zipper sweaters, and each one has like an ear thing in his ear. I'm gonna go back and see what's all that all about. I might be tripping. It's a full moon now, or it looks full.
Yes, sir. I got a full moon here in Kentucky right now.
Says on the calendar that tomorrow's the full moon, but I don't doubt it's full tonight too.
Yeah, it looks pretty full.
I can't see shit. We got cloud cover.
Hey, bro. Hey, compa. Hey, did you hear cohete shots right now? Do you hear gunshots right now? Mucho, huh?
Están tirando
¿Cuánto blocks? Like cuatro blocks?
Sí.
Okay. These guys are over like pointing towards the east more.
Where the fuck do you live where you're hearing gunshots, dude?
Ventura Avenue.
Yeah, perhaps it's time to move.
It's a normal occurrence here, just not normally that many in a row. The first one was like 25 or 30, and the next one was like 15.
That's not even a good thing to say. That's a normal occurrence here.
Well, I mean, people just shoot them off just like they do like firecrackers, but it's only like 1 or 2, you know?
We'll keep you updated on the drama on Ventura Avenue in California. Meanwhile, we need some globe evidence. Anybody get any of that?
Globe evidence.
I'm gonna assume you guys already tried Sofa King stew pit. Is it pea drinker? Hello, Sofa King Stupid.
I don't think it is. You won't talk nevertheless.
You was typing in the chat a minute ago.
He was earlier, yeah.
Give us a full report from the UK. Am I right? What's going on there?
I'm in Australia.
Australia, my bad.
Yeah. No, that's all right. Yeah.
From my land down under. Women glow and men plunder. Have you ever seen any men plunder down there?
Kinda, yeah.
And the women glow. That's cool. Men at Work, classic band. Anyway.
Yeah, they actually got sued for that. They used an old, they used a tiny portion of a tune, with an old song called "Kookaburra Sits in the Old Gum Tree." Mary King of the Bush is here. Yeah, and they got sued. Yeah, Men at Work got sued over that song. Yeah, years and years later, like relatives of the original author of the Kookaburra song, yeah, took him to court and won.
Well, the Men at Work were good, but in my humble opinion, you know who the best Australian band is?
Who would that be?
Midnight Oil.
I was going to say Midnight Oil. I bet you're going to say Midnight Oil.
How can we dance while our world keeps turning? How can we sleep
Right.
while our boots are burning?
Yeah. Yeah, no, there's some great Aussie music talent. Definitely.
Of course, AC/DC, you go about classic stuff.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
On.
Yeah, they probably put Australian rock on the map, I'd say.
Yeah. They paved the way for a lot of bands. Anyway, extra so still draconian rules in Australia and everybody's got a mask on, or what's going on?
That's not too bad. Yeah, settle down a bit.
Lighten up. Cool.
Yeah. Yeah, there's still some stragglers, but for the most part, it's pretty relaxed.
Around here where I'm at, I see like maybe 5% of the people still all masked up, and even in their car and everything. It's like 5%.
Yeah, probably a little bit more than that here. Yeah.
I wonder if the TV is still telling them they need to. I don't really pay attention to it that much.
Probably saying you don't have to, but it's safer to. Probably saying that.
Yeah. Might as well be safe than sorry, right?
Right.
So does the good gentleman live in Sydney or Melbourne or Victoria?
I'm between Sydney and Brisbane.
Brisbane. So I've heard that in Australia, like when you had your vote in May, that if you don't vote, you're fined for not voting. Is that right?
What?
Yeah, one of the only countries in the world that have one of 3 or 4 countries in the world that have compulsory voting. Yeah.
And how much if you don't vote? What's the penalty?
I'm not sure what it is now. It could be like a $500 fine, something like that. I know there has been it's a rare occasion that somebody doesn't and gets actually fined for it, and then doesn't pay the fine and doesn't bother contesting it or anything, and ends up warrant for their arrest. But that's sort of that's the sort of shit we deal with. Yep.
So if you don't vote in Australia, you could actually be thrown in jail if you kind of ignore everything, huh?
It could lead to that. It could, yeah.
That's the craziest thing.
That's bullshit.
Yeah. There's like a couple of exemptions based on religious grounds, I think.
Sounds like jury duty in the U.S.
Yeah, true.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. There you go.
Have you gone out? I've heard Australia. Have you gone out to see? I know the southernmost part of Australia, which is just, I know Tasmania is part of Australia, but the southern part of the main Australia goes down to about the 40th parallel south. I don't think you're that far south. Have you ever gone outside and looked and see if you could see the North Star Polaris from where you are?
Yeah. My son brought that to my attention one day, actually, like a couple of years ago, before I investigated flat Earth. And I was like wondering, what's he doing? And then I looked it up and said, no, you can't, But I've thought about it since. I've thought about that since and thought about, finding a nice tall hill or mountain lookout or something and see if I can actually do that. Yeah.
Yeah, it'd be awful low because of law of perspective and vanishing point, but I think it'd be really interesting. There was somebody, I don't know, it might have been on here, that said they lived in Africa at 25 degree south latitude, and I said, can you see the Polaris? And he said he's trying to get back with this, but I kind of wondered if you wanted to get back with this and just kind of say, hey, I went to a little elevation and I saw it.
Yeah, one day I'll give that a try. There's maybe a few good spots where I am. I could think of trying to make that observation from.
Feel free to try, Wad, but I think I remember from researching back in 2016, or it's been a while, but the farthest south anybody saw Polaris is like 30 degrees, 30-something degrees.
Yeah.
I've
heard 20, 24 and a half, and 30. That's what I've heard.
And now from pretty long ago, like 100 years or 200 years ago, wasn't it? Those observations. Doesn't seem like anybody's interested in trying to make that observation in recent times.
I'd have to look mine up, but I think the one I remember is sometime in the 1900s, 1940 something, maybe. Anyway.
If somebody had the means, financial means, and maybe relatives or friends somewhere else, could you actually leave Australia and say goodbye to it?
I don't think I would, no.
I asked people in Australia, could you actually leave if you wanted to leave, like go to Hawaii or America or Mexico? Could you actually, go?
Yeah. I don't see why you couldn't.
So people are around you there that have freely traveled around in different countries.
Yeah.
Okay, that's good to hear.
Yeah, of course, they probably have complied with recent restrictions, but yeah.
You just worry about you guys in Australia because all the mainstream stuff here tells us it's like a draconian state, where y'all are just shutting your houses and suffering and stuff. Hopefully that's not the case.
It was like that for a while. Yeah. It seems to be just something that's like fading away into the background now. But of course, there's still all those things that they put in place. Employment's going to be hard to get.
Sounds like they had that thing last fall or when you were in your summer last year, that you had to stay within 3.1 miles or 5 kilometers from your home, and that they actually had people coming out to beaches with their blowhorns or microphones or whatever, and saying, if you're more than 5 kilometers from your home, you need to go home, and we're going to come by and check and see, get your address and see if you're actually complying. But here you are, 6-8 kilometers from your home on a nice day on the beach, and they're telling you to go home.
Right. Yeah. That happened especially in like the big city areas, metropolitan areas. Like we were pretty blessed here in the rural areas. We're sort of the last to get it, and even when when it came into effect here, it wasn't really policed that hard. Though I did hear of a couple of incidences where got a bit some people had some brushes with the law, so to speak.
Yeah, I know 2 or 3 people from Australia from Instagram that can't find jobs, can't get work because they decide not to comply, and they're living on their savings and their credit cards, and I don't know what they're going to do when they run out of their money. I know at least 2 that just kind of hang out and don't really do too much, and they just don't want to comply, which is what I would do, not comply.
That's gonna, I suspect that's gonna be the case all over, like everywhere in the world. It's but yeah, it is like that. Like I said, employment's gonna be hard to get, and certain types of travel, international travel will be harder if you don't. Like, you can get exemptions, I know that, but I'm not sure. I don't really worry about any of that because I've got no intention to do international travel.
What I found interesting about Australia, you have 2 really great flat Earth markers in Australia with the Trans Australian Railroad, which is 301 miles in the middle part of the country, southern middle part of the country. It's 301 miles, and you should have 11.42 miles of curve, and it's straight as an arrow. And then you have a little bit south of there the Air Highway, which is 90 miles long, and it should have 5,400 feet of curve, and it's straight as an arrow. So Australia has a couple great places you can demonstrate flat and not bendy, not that bendy land or bendy curve.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, if you're going to do some long distance observations on land, those places would be perfect. Yeah, I've just even gone on, Google Street View and had a look around in the desert areas, and just sort of look for landmarks, and then scoot it along 10, 20, 30 miles, and see if you can look back and see big landmarks, like Mount Connor and things like that. Yeah, I'd be interested. It's a shame you can't climb Ayers Rock anymore. I'd love to go there and then do some long distance obs from there. Or Uluru, as they like to call it.
Well, I wish you well in Australia. I think in America we started learning about you last July and August.
So you broke up on that last bit. I didn't quite catch that.
Man, what are we going to do about this missing Earth curve everywhere?
I don't know.
How do we handle this?
Central banker, if you don't know by now that the Earth is too big to be able to see it with the eye, it's just too big.
Oh, that's how we know.
Yeah, it's too big to see it, even though Bill Nye says when you see a boat go, disappear from sight with the naked eye, that's observation of curvature.
So it's too big to see any curve. That's how we know it's curved. I got it.
It's only logical.
Yeah, that makes sense. Except we can see it when boats go over the horizon. Except we can't because the horizon gets refracted to somewhere else. Or something.
Right, yeah. So what are we seeing? Are we seeing the actual boat go over a refracted horizon, or are we watching a refracted boat go over a refracted horizon?
Don't you love it when they claim the boats over the geometric horizon thing, and then you show them one of those boat zoom videos, and they're like, "Bro, it didn't go over the horizon." Well, it disappeared, right?
It wasn't far enough away.
So then why did it disappear? Like originally their claim is it disappears because it goes over Earth curve. We show them a video of it disappearing and being zoomed in, and then it's no, it didn't go over a horizon. It's like, what are you even saying at this point? It's a lot of fun.
It's not so much fun debating and talking to people that are on the other side that are paid shills or just good-natured people like Matthew. But it's another thing to get a globe normie who just assumes all their life that they live on a spinning water curvy bendy ball, and you rattle off a few things at them that's like prove that they're on a flat stationary plane. They give you that deer in the headlights look. It's like, okay, and they have absolutely no response, none. They're just dead in the water. They have no idea that they could be wrong.
A lot of people just have a Pavlovian response to just fight it, I find. I mean, not just like the anti-flurfs that come in here, but just normally, just out in the world. But your mileage may vary.
Yeah, most will just call it nonsense and not even know why they're calling it like nonsense. Just because that's what they were taught. That's just what they were told, and that's what they remember. So flat Earth's nonsense.
Yeah, they've been conditioned forever to think that. I was. Although I never got hysterical like some of these ones do. Well, no globies to toy with today, huh?
No.
Sad.
I'm interested in learning more about this whole elevation angle thing because apparently it's what the globe model is based on originally, and so I want to learn a bit more about that.
Flat plane geometry.
Right, yeah. Apparently they cannot even begin to beg the question of Earth being a sphere without first measuring Earth to be flat.
Yeah, you can't
Assuming
ignore
it's
the
flat.
curve. Can't ignore it. The curve.
Oh yeah, you just find it everywhere. It's inescapable. Yeah, hilarious. Flat plane angle measurements equals globe.
Right, yeah.
And I was making a point the other day, something like Globers do absolutely anything to avoid directly measuring the Earth's surface, because when they do, it doesn't turn out the way that they're wanting it to. And that Jesse guy who's been in here for like the last week was like, "That's not true. I measure the surface directly." And then he's been on a spiel for about 5 days since that, doing anything but directly looking at the surface.
Is that main surveyor?
No, it's a different guy, but
okay.
Same sort of thing.
Because even those guys, like they will take plenty of heaps of observations through their theodolite until they get one that matches their expectations.
Yeah, exactly. They're like, "Oh, okay, that must be the right one." See, this is what they do. Anytime they get something that doesn't match the presupposition, they throw it out and they go, "Oh, well, there was something obviously wrong with the measurement." Like I told them, why don't you just do the same thing FE Core did? Use a laser to measure any sort of divergence between that and the Earth over distance. And it's like, "Oh, no, because lasers refract and it'll, curve at the same 8 inches per mile squared that the Earth does." So, like, the writing is on the wall here, I'd say. So yeah, he can't do that. He's going to go do the angle measurements and get just the right ones that he's looking for and come back and be like, "Aha, I found the globe."
Right. But if it's any kind of elevation angle measurement, then you can't suppose that the Earth's curved.
Right, because it depends on a flat baseline to begin with.
Right, and that is supposed to be representative of the surface you're standing on. So, because it's from
so crazy.
Your feet to what you're taking an elevation angle measurement of in the vertical plane. So it's like, and the surface to form the angle. It's just crazy.
Where's the curve?
Well, it ain't on Earth, that's for sure. Have you heard that Jesse guy at all in here, Twad?
No, I must have missed that.
He's been in a bunch lately. He said that, in most of BLMSB's observations, that the horizon is seen in its correct geometric position. In most of them, it's just the odd anomaly where for some reason it appears way far back there. But
oh, right.
Well, I mean, he didn't show us, but he said that. And then I asked him, why don't you just do the same laser test that FE Core did and find your drop over distance that way, right? And the answer is basically, oh no, because the lasers will always refract. So on the one hand, with the geometric horizon, he's saying, well, most days there's not that much refraction. You just see it where it actually is. But for some reason, if he does a laser test every time, he's going to get the super duper refraction, never be able to measure the drop.
Yeah, it's like we don't want
Just
to
having it both
test
ways.
we don't want to test our claim, test the 8 inches per mile square. So yeah, definitely not going to do that.
He's flying in the face of other anti-flat earthers that declare there isn't any such thing as no Atmos day. So it's always refracted. So you can never see the geometric horizon, Mr. Sensible and
Yeah,
all of them.
I know. Yeah, this is a new one, and I was just pointing out the contradictions in his own claims. Like, most of them don't even say that, and he didn't show anything to back it up. But just pointing out the incoherence in their own arguments is enough usually.
Right. So he claims to actually see the geometric horizon on most days.
I think he was just appealing to BMLSB, that guy, because he said in one of his videos that most of the time I can't see further than platform habitat or whichever one it is, right? But like, I mean, that's an old video, and I don't think he was necessarily saying that he usually sees the horizon where it would be geometrically. And there's so many observations that absolutely shatter the geometry that, from him that I don't know. He's just going off of something that BMLSB said one time, and he's not even talking about actual observations that he's seen.
Yeah, they just look past the black swan. It's 10 miles away. It should be like 66 feet below. You can still see this.
This is just fine, though. No problem. Refraction's making my globe look like it's 6 times the size I think Jupiter is. That's fine.
And then you see the horizon behind that, too. It's like, oh my god, what are you guys claiming at this point? Where is your curvature?
So, central banker, do you think Jesse, because he sounds like he's about 25 years old, do you think that he's in here just because he has a lot of time on his hands? Is he in here because he's maybe doing a school project? Is he doing it to, what do you think his motivation for spending the last week in here for a couple hours a day?
Yeah, I don't know. He is pretty sus, and he is pretty motivated. Like, he goes out into the field and tries to gather angle measurements and stuff that will support the globe. So he might be doing some sort of a project, but I could only speculate. I don't know.
Because he doesn't seem to be in the category of being a paid shill. I think he's not quite at that level where they're going to actually pay him to go do stuff like come in here. But so I get the idea he's doing some sort of a school project.
Yeah, he probably is. It usually just comes down to them talking about us, though, and not the actual argument. Like the one that Danny wrote, calling us a cult or whatever. He's not. Is he even talking about the argument, or just talking about us as people?
I don't think reading his autobiography, but his biography on his website. I don't get the feeling that he's teaching at a university anymore. I think he's some sort of independent or part of some institute. So he'd be getting money from that. Of course, he's getting money from his books. So I just kind of wonder, what kind of income he's getting as opposed to being a full-fledged professor in a college or university setting. Kind of, unless he's doing online teaching.
The funny thing about him is he won't even open his mic or talk. Like that video with him and Nathan Thompson, he doesn't talk there either. He just doesn't talk.
He's worried. He's worried as soon as he does, someone will ping Quantum Eraser.
Or he'll get clipped or something.
Right.
Saying something goofy.
Yeah, we'll never know because we'll never see an account, of his, but I wouldn't be surprised if he's not getting some sort of stipend from somebody in a government agency to do what he's doing. I wouldn't be surprised at all.
Someone in Danny's position? Yeah, probably.
Now that we know that NASA gets $23 billion a year and the Space Force is getting $24.5 billion a year, they've just kind of doubled their budget for propaganda and to pay shills to push their nonsense.
Yeah, maybe that's where all this money's going.
Hey, Don Pettit, you be good now. I'm gonna start thinking you're a paid shill for the enemy. So you be good.
So this loser just showed up in my DMs. I'll post it in the voice text right now. I wonder if he's getting paid. I hope so for his efforts.
Yeah, you'll get all kinds of weird stuff.
Either that or he's just seriously suffering. Right. And this is all he can do. This is all he can think about. Sad, Phil.
It's just a measurement.
He said triangle. Number 1 is first sphere proof. Triangle. Well, I guess he doesn't know what a sphere or a triangle is, or both.
Take any two places on the equator and you find that they are further apart. Two places.
Yeah, like my bottom of the journal. From any two continents from the southern hemisphere. Oh, begging the question of his ball. Gonna need a ball to have a hemisphere, Phil. Gonna need a curve to have a ball. Let's see that observation of Sigma Octantis, by the way, too. Like, is that just coming out of Stellarium, or can you actually show us that observation IRL? Because this story has been repeated many times in here, and nobody ever comes in with anything to back it up. And anyway, that is a lot of avoiding direct measurements of curvature, which is exactly what I said you guys always do. So thank you for making that point for me again, Phil.
Yeah, it's kind of weird thinking that Australia is upside down.
This is what this guy does. He sits and he just creeps on the live stream and just slides into people's DMs. Like, what is he doing with his life?
Weirdos.
Well, this. Like, are you griping that hard over the loss of your ball? What did the Globe ever do for you anyway, Phil? A paycheck, maybe.
Do you think Professor Phil is a professor, or do you think he's kind of like Professor Dave and not a professor?
He's not as goofy as Dave, but...
So I wonder if we should start calling Professor Phil not Professor Phil until he tells us where he got his master's from.
Yeah, listen, if you put professor or prof before your name in a fucking gaming server, you're not a professor.
Hey, central banker, you hear that? When you've been talking about wanting to call yourself professor or central banker, so I guess you can't do it now.
It's over for me. I'll never be a not professor now.
I know we have a Dave Hinkle in here. That's going to break his heart that he can't be Professor Dave Hinkle now.
Well, sure he can. He can be a pseudo professor of fucking anything, right? Just like Phil.
Okay.
Just like Dave. Just like Albert Rooney.
I've asked you good people to call me Professor Jim at just one time, and it'll make my entire month or year or lifetime. I don't care.
Well, I'm not going to do it right now. We got to pull that out when you least expect it. Professor Jim.
Oh, wait a minute.
Gotcha. Got him.
I have a special moment in my life. Let me savor it. Glass of wine.
Cheers, brother. Cheers, Professor. Professor Jim, everybody.
Professor.
Congrats, Professor Jim.
Yes.
Hey, you know what? The thing about being a professor is technically, if you're getting paid to profess shit, you're a professor.
So
doesn't matter what it is, right? Doesn't fucking matter. You could be talking about, the language cats speak to each other. It doesn't matter. Professing it and you get paid, you're a certified professor.
So if you have an 8th grade education and the government or NASA is going to pay you to profess their crap, then you're a professor.
Oh, I think if you have an 8th grade education, you're overqualified. They won't let you in.
Oh. Hey, thank you for making my year.
Yeah, man, go back and clip it out. You know, listen back and take a clip of it.
So is the YouTube streaming now?
I don't think so, no. Helio's probably got like 3 or 4 days left on his timeout. It's just so funny, like, we clearly talk about things we shouldn't. But then when we talk about the thing that rhymes with the word suspection or inspection, we can't talk about that. It's fucking, like, mind-blowing, man. Why? What? Like, when was the last time you couldn't talk about that in America?
America, God bless the USA.
Back when they were at least pretending that they were an open democratic process.
Yeah, I guess, yeah, that's right. Now they know that most of us know it's fake, even if we still vote. Oh, man, sorry. Change the subject. Sasha is talking about the ISS photos demonstrating curvature.
Okay.
No, more stories, more reification, Sasha. That's all you got. You just tell stories because you can't directly measure the thing that you're telling your story about.
I feel like you don't know what the word photograph means first off, Sasha.
Yeah, that would be the first problem.
And then the word demonstrate, and then the word demonstrating, and how they're both similar. Then the word curvature.
My cartoon CGI video demonstrates.
And then curvature, the thing you're never going to get.
Well, what's your demonstration of, Sasha? Cartoon curvature? That's great, but we're talking about the Earth. Oh shit, he's not in the chat. Well, I ain't typing all that.
Well, I wouldn't worry too hard about it. Like I said earlier, I'm no longer asking for curvature. I don't care because, well, I do care. The thing is, it's like asking for, it's just asking the impossible, okay? And that's unfair, and I realize that.
Hey, they put themselves in that position.
I know, check it out.
What about the ISS photos?
Shut your mouth. So all I want instead is to have a glober or anti-flat earther, right, go and do tests on the Earth for once. Just put any effort out there. This is why I like Jesse, barely. Jesse's acting like he's putting a lot of work into it. Now, it's not going to fly. It's not going to land, okay? It doesn't have legs, obviously. But at the very least, he's using his Adderall to, do a little research every now and again. Maybe do one kind of test. See, y'all won't even fucking go out and do observations and get the data from that and come back and talk to us about it, like apparently this Jesse character is doing. Now, I know it's a ploy, it's a ruse, I get it. But it should at least motivate you, on the side of what should be so fucking obvious, Earth is a globe, to go out and really try to find out, Really try. Can you do that? I'm not asking for curvature, I'm asking for effort, bruh.
Well, their effort is to just sit there on the couch and watch NASA, fake live stream videos.
Oh, that's perfect. Perfect segue. Sasha 2.0, do you think that it's impossible to edit a live stream?
No.
Was that a no or a yes?
No, sir.
Oh, good. So it's possible to do that, to fake a live stream then, right? It's possible?
Well, why would they lie?
Never mind, but you did answer the question.
Asked first.
Why would they tell the truth?
Why would we lie to you, Sasha? Why do you think we're the liars and the proven government liars are not the liars?
I don't think you guys are liars. I think you guys are just misguided.
Yeah, because we sound like we're dumb enough to be misguided at this point. I appreciate that. You're a dickhead.
Yeah, so Sasha, here's the deal. So those cool cartoon videos of Earth curve that they're showing you are only that because we've measured it directly on the ground, and we know that it is not curving at the necessary 8 inches per mile squared rate, right? That the globe needs. So therefore, automatically, any of those so-called live stream videos from space are just cartoons.
The reason I called you that name, dude, is because you're it's like offensive at this point to think that we're the misguided ones.
Well, he's misguided, so he sees people who aren't misguided as misguided.
Yeah. I got it.
That's cult mentality.
Yeah. So the ground would have to be curving, right? Measurably curving, Sasha, in order for those videos to add up, right? So if it's not, they're just showing you some bullshit, like a movie, basically. What do you say? Yeah, I mean, it would have to be, right? It would have to line up, right? The measurements of the ground would have to line up with what they're showing us for them to validity. You admitted yourself that videos can be doctored, they can be manipulated, so all you're doing is taking that stuff on faith. Faith that they wouldn't lie to you, because that was your very next point. Why would they lie to me? Like, are you kidding? You're only 22. You'll get it. I have faith in you, buddy. Man, Phil is still creeping into my DMs.
Phil Bell?
Yeah.
That guy is that just one guy?
I think it's just one guy, unless he has handlers on his accounts.
A lot of energy, a lot of manic energy.
He's either getting paid or he's just seriously depressed over the Earth not turning out to be a globe.
I think he's got like 23 hours solitary confinement, and like the 1 hour he's out, he just like spams our DMs.
Yeah, it's something else.
What's his end game? Like, what does he hope to gain from bombing our DMs?
Maybe it's just a paycheck, but I can only speculate. Phil, why don't you let us know yourself? You're in my DMs. Shoot us the answer.
Yeah, or
What are you
let
doing
your
this
wife
for?
know, and she'll let me know. Did I say that out loud? I meant to think that.
Well, I think his whole life has already spiraled into this, so he probably doesn't have a wife at this point.
No wife, no life. A lot of strife. It's rife with strife.
I posted that video because it shows one of the reasons why the lie.
Cool.
I mean, Sasha, what you posted is the real Black Swan. Because
No, that's the white swan.
yeah.
And how do you know that that's Earth curvature?
He doesn't. But
What
when
do
you
you
go
mean? Look at the
outside, you
photo.
never
Like,
see
you can
this shit.
totally see the
No.
curve.
But how do you know that that's Earth curvature? How do you know that? See, here's the deal, kid. What you got to do is measure that shit. So you think that's a curve? Go ahead and measure drop over distance.
That's what you
In
gotta
that,
do.
right there. See where the fucking video and the pictures are taken? You go there, you gather the data yourself, demonstrating Earth curvature, or it's your lips that get zipped permanently. I hope you understand that.
Yeah, and so, Sasha, what's the distance to the horizon in that pic? You got a measurement?
The horizon.
Oh, you don't know what the distance to the horizon is? What's the observer height? Do you know that?
Well, that's not what it's about. It's about seeing the curve of the
Oh.
power lines.
Oh.
Can't answer the question. How about this one? Do you know how to tie your shoes yet?
So he
Yes.
doesn't even know if that horizon he's showing us falls within the globe parameters or not. So why the hell are you showing it to us?
I'm not
You don't
talking
have to
Velcro,
tie-
pal. Real
you don't have
shoes.
to tie Velcro.
Shit, we said kind of the same joke at the same time. Go ahead, guys.
Yeah. Why would you show that to us? You haven't figured out anything about it. You don't even know what it shows you. A
You
curvy
can
bendy
literally
bridge?
see the curve. You don't need to know anything
What
about
curve?
it. You can see
What
it.
curve? What's the
Hey, did
distance
you
to the
yeah,
horizon?
exactly. Did you see what Platter posted at 37 after the hour in the live stream voice text? Do you think that picture's fake?
Did you? And also, did you see
It
what I
looks like
posted in
CGI.
response?
Hold on.
Okay.
Hold on. It looks like what?
It looks like CGI.
Okay, then here's what you do. Prove it.
Well, you made the positive claim.
No, there's no positive claim. As you can see, this is a photo. You have to say, "Oh, no, it's not a photo because I went there and I tested the fucking Earth."
Well, you're the one that
Against
has
the
to prove
positive
that it's
claim
real,
of
not
curvature.
me.
What?
I'm not the one who has to prove that you're evidence.
Why do you truly
The
say
hell are
that?
you
I know you don't
talking
believe it. Why are you saying that to us? That we have the burden of proof. You clearly know it's
If
y'all
you're
who have it.
using a photo of evidence, you're the one that has to prove that it's real.
No,
Yeah, but that's what you just
sir. Here's what's going on. You come
And
here.
you call it evidence.
Right. You come here and you make a claim. Earth is glob. Okay? That's the claim happening. That starts the discussion. So, do you have evidence for your posited claim?
I think what Professor Phil said was pretty smart. Like the
So is
fact
that a
that
yes or a no?
yes, I'm explaining it. So if you take 3 points
No,
in the globe and then you measure the internal angle, it should
So
be
no
more than
drop over
180.
distance.
Therefore, it's
So
the globe.
no drop over distance then. Just reifications, angle measurements that are usually done wrong.
You couldn't explain your way out of a wet paper bag, kid.
Yeah. So you don't
You're gonna
know
end up
any.
in one at this rate.
You don't know any of the metrics in that picture that you showed us there. So why are you showing it to us? Because you don't even know what it actually shows.
You don't need the metrics. You can
No,
literally
you
just look at it.
do.
A
You do,
5-year-old
buddy.
could look
You
at
need
it and
to
see
you
the
need to
curvature.
determine that what you're showing us actually lines up with your claim, and you have no clue if it does or not. And then the video I posted to you shows us seeing right across that same lake. And how far is that? Like 26 miles or something like that. Should be a couple hundred feet of earth curvature or something like that. At that distance, we see straight across it. So why are you even showing us this white swan, so-called white swan pic? What's the point? We already know we can see across that lake when the conditions are good enough.
I thought it would convince you guys, but I guess not.
You don't think that we've seen that like a million times? It's like the only thing you guys have. And you don't know the distance to the right. You don't know what the observer height. You don't know anything about it.
But
You
that's
just see what looks like
irrelevant.
a
That's
bendy
not what it's
bridge.
about.
Okay, so you're not trying to prove glob?
I'm proving the globe through the curvature of the power lines.
Okay, then we need the distance to the horizon. Curvature of power lines. That's not the Earth. You know that power lines aren't the
What?
Earth, right?
Yeah, but the power lines are all the same size, so it would have to be the Earth.
Do power lines refract into like misty nothingness like that physically?
Power lines aren't
I
the
don't
Earth,
know.
Sasha. So maybe you got lost on your way to the 24/7 curved power lines Discord, but this one's about the Earth.
He took a left at Albuquerque.
Flat power lines Discord, whatever. Yeah, I'm not sure which one you were looking for, but it sounds like it's not us.
He was looking for wet paper bags Discord, but he couldn't get there.
Yeah, so nice job on the curved power lines proofsy there, Sasha, but the search for curvature continues. You tried.
Tried so hard and didn't get very far.
So Sasha, are you just gonna hand wave what Mod Justin posted for you there? Just gonna ignore that and come back with your same bendy bridge picture tomorrow? Is that what you're gonna do?
It's a black
Stay in here lying. Because we can see right across it. I think that's about 26 miles. That's way too far.
Wait, that literally looks like CGI. Is that even real, Justin?
That's from a video off of YouTube. Yes.
At the beginning of the video, it looks like CGI. When it loops, it looks at the beginning, the power lines look fake.
It's refraction, brah.
Let me try to find the video.
No, that's just light.
I'm just bugging them.
How's the globe an observation? Sasha?
Now he's saying
He
everything's
said that
safe.
they observe flat Earth, so I'm allowed to observe the globe.
What globe? There's no globe to be observed. That's like saying I'm allowed to observe unicorns, Mr. 52 genders, or whatever it is now.
Hey, Sasha 2.0, why do we call the black swan the black swan? Do you know?
Yes.
Go on.
Why?
Because you need one black swan to prove that black swans exist.
No, you need one black swan to prove that not all swans are white.
Swans are white.
So even if you
Exactly.
show us lots of white swans, after we've already found one black swan, not all swans are white. So all we need to do is find one observation falsifying the radius, and the radius is falsified.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody's playing a trick on you.
I've told you before, Sasha, right, how big your globe has to be for that black swan horizon to be geometric, right?
How many what there has to be?
How big the globe has to be for the black swan horizon to be geometric?
I don't know. How big does it have to be?
You don't even know that, and you hand wave that observation. That seems like important information to have.
Well, isn't it like 10 times further? So I'm guessing the globe would have to be 10 times bigger or something?
No, that's not how that works. 10 miles, you need a way bigger radius.
It'd have to be infinitely times bigger.
Yeah.
Well, no. Okay, I'll tell. Oh, well, it would have to be.
Which means it's a plane. So you guys will eventually get there. You just got to keep making it
times
bigger.
bigger. It's just flat. But in that particular observation, it would have to be like a 268,000 mile radius compared to your 3959 mile one. So that's like 6 times the size that you guys think Jupiter is. What do you think of that?
Jupiter.
Do you guys think that light refraction is making your 3959 mile radius ball look like it's 6 times the size you guys think Jupiter is? That's what you think's going on?
I mean, that's what I think, but
That's just
there
crazy.
could be another explanation.
Yeah, the other explanation is there's no ball. So if refraction's making it look like it's 6 times the size you think Jupiter is, at what point does the refraction stop doing that and then we actually see the curve? Like, is there an altitude that we can go to where we can actually begin to see it actually curve? Or is refraction just going to hide that curve all the way up? Like, what's up?
I mean, I don't know. I'm not a physicist.
Doesn't sound like you know much.
I mean, what do you guys have to say about Antarctica?
I don't think there's any curve there either. So what do you want me to say about it?
Yeah, what goes on in Antarctica stays in Antarctica.
You found some curve in Antarctica that you want to show us? Otherwise, I don't really see why we have to talk about it.
So you're begging the question of a globe to begin with. So what is it doing when you cry refraction on top of that?
Just canceling your globe claim, Sasha, is what you're doing when you cry refraction. Why do that? You're just claiming a flat Earth with extra steps.
Refraction, so no geometric horizon then.
Sasha, you just posted a cartoon. What for? Are you for real, buddy? This is just a troll. I like how he says airplanes would be too small to see.
And what
As
about
if
the
he knows
20,000
it's a hypothetical fantasy. They would be.
What about the 20,000 satellites?
They would be too small to see too. If they existed, that is, they would
The
be.
satellites are in the abyss of space, so I guess you can't see it.
Oh, okay. So they would just be absorbed to the blackness because that's how light works.
I mean, yeah, if there's no light, you're not gonna see it.
Don't they just tell you that those pics are composites? Like, what's the point here?
Hope you got a pair of clown shoes and a big old clown nose you're wearing right now.
How long have you been a flat earther for?
Well, since I was born on planet
Sleepy
Earth.
Joe, Sleepy Joe, Sleepy Joe. Sleepy Joe, are you there?
Oh, what's up?
How long have you been a flat earther for?
Since at least, let's see. I'd say I was fully convinced by near, like, right at the beginning of this 27 months debacle. You know what I mean?
Why do you ask? Why do you ask, Sasha?
I'm just curious.
So, Sasha, how long have these globe delusions been going on? Is a globe in the room with you right now?
I've believed in the globe pretty much since I was learned what a globe was.
So
probably since I was 5.
So even before you had the skills to even think about it critically.
I guess, yeah.
Yeah, same. I used to too.
So how long did it take you to accept that Santa Claus wasn't real?
Probably when I was 12 or something.
Are you fucking telling me Santa's not real?
12? You're kidding, right?
Oh my God, I knew Santa Claus wasn't real when I was 5 years old.
All right.
And I feel like I was a late bloomer.
Things are starting to make sense now.
Yeah, they are. If it took him till he was 12, then yeah, there's a serious problem here. A serious problem. Oh, the kid at 12 years old, you would have had to, that's like 6th grade starting junior high school. Every kid in the junior high school had to have been telling you Santa Claus is not real. What is wrong with you? And you're going, oh no, he's not. He's real. Is that what was happening? I mean, seriously, kids find out about Santa at a very young age.
Though they believe in 79 unicorn genders now, so it's really getting complicated.
One day, Earth curvature is going to be a gender. Then they're
It
going
will
to say,
be.
"Look, I'm Earth curvature." So there.
Yeah, have you asked the Earth whether it identifies as curved or not?
The Earth identifies as globe, so it's a globe. That's what they're going to say.
It's a social construct.
Reality is a social construct. And we're going to tolerate the shit out of you if you don't accept us. You don't accept our psychosis.
You admit you are under psychosis, Sasha?
Could you repeat that?
Huh?
Did you ask me a question?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch it.
Did you say something about psychosis?
I never said anything about
that. I thought
that was me.
I thought it was you. On my bad. Sorry.
Shit, do I have the same voice as him? Shit.
Sounds pretty similar.
I'm going to rage quit. See you guys.
It should be like Sasha 2.0.
We're both the Zoomers.
Sasha 2.0 explains ball, like a play on words as if it explains all.
I mean, there's so many things. There's so many things about the globe that just cannot be possible. One of them is it's spinning at 1,000 miles an hour. There's no way the water could stay on the globe spinning that fast. It would fly off, I mean, at a much lower speed than that. It would just fly right off.
How to get water at rest in that situation?
And the fact that it's spinning 1,000 miles an hour, there would be 1,000 mile an hour wind. There wouldn't be any trees standing. The Earth would be spinning 1,000 miles an hour, and the wind would be 1,000 miles. There wouldn't be a tree standing on the Earth. It would have been mowed down by the wind. Completely mowed down by the wind, going that fast. So it's just there's so many things that make it impossible. They say that we're in a vacuum, and the atmosphere. If you understand what a vacuum is, the air around the Earth would just instantly go into the vacuum.
Equalize into that vacuum, which you say is infinite or infinitely expanding.
I mean, it would just be so powerful the positive pressure of the Earth would just push right out into the vacuum because there's no resistance, so to speak. It's just like there's nothing holding it down. The vacuum is empty, and the air would just instantly, I mean, within seconds, be all gone. Just poof. Like when you open a pop can, it's high pressure, like the Earth. You pop the lid, it goes, and all the air goes right out to equalize with what's outside of it. So that's the same scenario. So you've got that, the 2 or 3 other things I've explained to you, and it's just there's so many things that are impossible to happen. It's just totally ridiculous to think that this ball could exist in a vacuum. The air would just completely exit, stage left.
And you'll notice that instead of any positive proof for any of this crazy stuff they claim, they'll give you nothing but excuses for why they can't give you that positive proof.
Right. Apologetics.
That's all we'll ever get. I mean, the Earth is really bendy, but the light is so bendy too that it all just looks flat. And the speed that it's rotating at can't be felt because it's not accelerating enough. So it's just like there's no motion at all.
Exactly. After someone like Sasha having learned what we know, and then still leaning towards the globe. Right? Well, he's come to that point where he's making an actual choice. It's not like when you're born and you're just indoctrinated and you just take it for granted. He's actually making a conscious choice now to believe in the globe, in the spinning globe fantasy. He would rather choose to believe something he can't prove for reasons I don't know. It's on him.
Bet you there's social reasons.
Right. Than to accept observable, demonstrable reality.
I think he'd rather just think the thing we're all supposed to think.
Well, my question for the flat earthers is What if when you're like 90 years old, you realize it's a globe, and then you realize you wasted your life on flat Earth for nothing?
Sounds like a lot of projection.
Yeah, that's what you're gonna do, buddy.
Yeah.
Get ready for it.
Well, 90. I mean, you better do something. Get healthier if you're gonna make it to 90. But
He's projecting his own fears onto
go
us.
outside.
It's an appeal to the future fallacy. He's in the mindset that, well, it's still possible that it could be a globe.
Yeah, so just to be
it's
safe,
not.
so that I don't regret my life when I'm on my deathbed at 90, I better just go on believing it is one, because one day there might be proof.
Wow.
Right. And then I can say, well, at least I wasn't like those stupid flat earthers. Yeah. But
It ain't gonna happen, Sasha. It hasn't happened already after the 500 years you guys been trying, or thousands if you want to stretch it that far. It's not happening now, or in 90 years.
I imagine
I think,
Sorry.
I think the Earth is just a social construct to Sasha, though, like pretty much everything. I think there are social reasons that he chooses the stance that he does. Don't think it really has to do with the stuff that we talk about here.
I think the trend of calling things a social construct is a social construct.
Hey, central banker, the Earth is a donut, and it tastes great.
I see no reason to doubt that.
You think Neil Armstrong lived a long, fulfilled life into old age? Like on his deathbed, he's like, "Yeah, like I was right. It was a globe.
I made the
I'm
right
so happy."
choice in the globe. Yeah.
Yeah, because I was from space, and me just being an alcoholic for the last several decades was just something else that was unrelated. But at least I know it's a globe.
I want to know if my donut globe is glazed or not. I hope it's glazed because that tastes better.
I mean, it technically be a donut hole if it was a globe, right? Anything but flat. That's what they're
So
thinking.
Sasha found Phil's little proof C's very compelling there. I wonder if he can even tell us what they were. Or if he just found them compelling because it sounded globe positive.
It's because if all triangles have to measure to 180 degrees, but if it doesn't measure to that, that would be because of the Earth curvature. So
It's a nice story, but what measurements is he talking about, and what measurements did he throw out when he got those sums? And also, why didn't he just directly measure drop over distance? That's the question it always comes back to. Why are you fucking around with angles and trying to get just the right angle measurements that you can get these results that you want to reify the globe when you could just measure direct drop over distance? And he just told stories too. I mean, the thing with Sigma Octantis, they say that all the time, and they never bring any observation to support it. So, I mean, it's just stories. So, why is that convincing? Like at least we could tell stories too. We could just say, "Hey, there is no drop over distance," and just show nothing like these guys do. But at least we back it up. Well, that's not fair, I guess. I mean, like the main surveyor does bring in his reifications, but most of the time we just get stories.
Sasha, are you with us the last week or so because you like being around our dry sense of humor and you're a closet flat earther, or is because you're a third year university and you have some downtime, so you decided not to do anything destructive with yourself, but come listen to us? Or are you working on a project that you're going to turn in and try to get an A on? So I guess it's an A, B, or C question. with D being none of the above. So what do you think?
Probably B.
Probably B?
Yeah.
Cool. Okay. Well, thanks.
This is coming from the guy who thinks the Earth's a globe, though. So just keep that in mind. His answers might not be 100% accurate.
So you're okay, Sasha, with your globe looking like it's 6 times the size you think Jupiter is in the Black Swan pick? That's cool. You think light can do that?
Yeah, I'm not too worried about it.
Okay. Cool belief system you got there. Cool religion.
Worried about it. It's an interesting way to put it.
At this point, I mean, you might as well just be in the 24/7 Easter Bunny Discord.
Hey, I like my Easter Bunny.
Yeah,
Leave
don't knock
my
that
Easter
Discord.
Bunny alone. I had a really hard time when I was 24 when they told me Santa Claus didn't exist. So come on, give me a break.
So, Jim, what do you do for work?
What do I do for work?
Yeah.
I am retired in Dallas, Texas.
And before that?
What's that? Say again?
And when you did work, what did you do?
I was a graduate gemologist in the jewelry business.
Oh, that's cool.
He sold Easter bunnies.
I sold Easter bunnies with amethyst draped all over their neck.
It's
Yep.
a Cherokee Easter bunnies.
Yeah, and Indians really like their Indians really like their turquoise. I mean, they're really big into the light blue stuff.
That's
So
right.
I tried to sell a lot of turquoise as well. I'm telling you right now, guys and girls, that the Iroquois and the Creek Indians loved turquoise. They just loved it to death. And you throw a little onyx in that black and light blue.
Nice.
They would spend tons of money on that stuff.
It's good stuff. It's precious stones.
Precious stones.
That refraction is good stuff, man.
It's funny when you study gemstones, refraction does come into it.
Do you know? Really? Oh, that's right.
It really does, because it changes medium. It gets inside there and changes the medium.
What? And we like the curvature on those stones. Curvature comes into play too, right?
And you know who really likes curvature on their gemstones? The Cherokee.
Cherokee.
That'd be cabbing, right, Jim?
What's that?
Did you do cabbing? You cabbed a few gems, or?
As far as cabs, not really. I was into some of the appraisal stuff, and then I was into some of the selling stuff, and that's what I did for majority of my adult life.
Right, yeah. So did you actually have to measure the refractive index?
Say again?
Did you actually have to measure the refractive index on them?
Yes. Uh-huh.
Cool.
Because with gemstone, you get into species and variety. And when you identify gemstones, you have to kind of eliminate what they aren't. And so you do that through a process of elimination. And there are certain tests, and one of them is refraction. And it's been a number of years, so I can't. In 1998, I went out to New York City and finished, and it was all experiments and everything. And to pass, to become a GG, you had to be given 10 gemstones of their choice, and through process elimination, you had to be correct on the species and variety of all 10 of them. And then if you were, you passed. If you didn't, you had to come back the next day and do it over and over until you got it right. And so that's one of the process of becoming a graduate gemologist.
Damn. So, Jim, man, I got a flat earther friend on the panel here, and he's not here now, but his name's New Perspective. You might have talked to him a couple times. You know who I'm talking about?
Who you talking about, Flat Earth dude?
New Perspective. New Perspective.
Is that his name or her name?
That's his name on the panel there.
Oh, cool.
His name is Dave, but anyway.
Dave.
Well, he went out. He's got a bunch of stones, man, that he needs to help kind of figure out what the hell they are. Some of them, but I'm sure he'd like to talk to you at some point. It's kind of where I'm just going with that. But next time he's on, if you see him, man, just ask him about his stones and see what's
So
up.
when I see New Perspective, I should ask him about his stones. Okay.
Yeah, ask him about his stones. That's it.
Hey, Flat Earth dude. I can seriously tell you I've never asked the guy about his stones ever.
Oh. Well,
Have you ever asked a guy if he's been stoned or if he is stoned?
I usually see that without having to ask.
Right. Yeah, that one's pretty easy to spot. Pretty easy.
Uh,
So I'm kind of on a little trip, but has everything been good around here today, man? You got some good. It was a Monday, man. It's Monday. I usually like to come on Monday nights, and there's usually some fun stuff going on. Was it a good day there on the panel, or and Globey?
Man, you missed so much glow
in
proof
here?
today.
Anybody? Ah, shit. I thought that I see you guys rename the server to Hot
hey,
Wheels
Flat Earth dude.
24/7 Hot Wheels. Cool.
Flat Earth dude, we found Curve of the Earth
Yeah.
today. We found it. It's all over.
Oh,
You missed it.
It feels so much better.
You missed it. It's in California,
so
right?
Relaxed.
It's in California, right across from the Black Swan. We found Curve.
I found some interesting stuff. Let's see if I can drop it in the voice text. Let's see. I took some pictures yesterday from my stupid phone.
So the first day you were out there at the Black Swan, it was cloudy. So did it clear up the next day and the next day?
Oh, it did clear up, but I wasn't at that location. I was at a different location, man. Let's see here. I thought this sunset shot I got here was pretty sweet, man. Let's see. It's 10:10. There you go.
Hey, that's nice.
That's pretty sweet, huh?
Yeah, the sun's moving away from us.
I know.
You know, becoming a flat earther, you have to change your vocabulary.
Oh yeah. Moving away.
Moving away.
Getting closer.
Yep.
We got a full moon right now, man. I'm staring at.
Yes, it is. It's full outside.
Pretty
Yes, it is.
sweet, though. Pretty bright out here tonight.
Hey,
I enjoy the full moon nights.
I've heard when we have an eclipse and the thing starts to be covered by a round sphere, it's the Earth. Have you heard that too?
Well, I've seen a shadow go across the moon on eclipses, and it doesn't actually eclipse it. I mean, I think that's kind of a misnomer. I think it kind of shadows it, not eclipses it. I think it's a bad name. I think we should change that to moon shadow night instead of an eclipse, because it really doesn't eclipse. Like when I saw this solar eclipse, man, that fucking thing, it just went black, man. There was nothing there, man. Although there was a lot of like light coming off the edges, you could still see.
Well, according to Dr. Danny Faulkner, Aristotle was right 2,500 years ago. It was, it was the Earth shadow going across it. So, hey, got to be right.
You know, the 25-year, 100-year history in our knowledge, what we know about, it could have, somebody could have fudged some stuff. Yeah, it could have. I don't know. Could be wrong. People
No,
like to get famous. People will do almost anything to get famous. If they're into something and they look at something and go, "Hey, man, this is what's happening. Check it out. Here's a paper."
Well, when it comes to something like 2,500 years ago, we wouldn't necessarily know the difference between what they told us and a story.
Exactly. It's automatically under suspicion. They didn't actually nail the speed of light to some cement shoes until 1972. Yeah, and they say they had this figured out. It's anyway. That's when they finally said, "That's it, 186,500 miles a second." That's definitely the number. 1972. Most of you cats weren't born yet.
Yeah, but you know the thing I hate about light is whenever you use a collimated ray of it to try to measure the Earth, it bends at the same goddamn 8 inches per mile square that the Earth does.
That is an interesting phenomenon. We should
I just
discuss
hate
that
that.
more around here.
Phil Bell hates that.
We should do a deep dive 24/7 into that. I don't know. It just does get kind of ridiculous, right, Jim?
I think that we'll let Flat Earth Dude do the first mile and analyze 8 inches for us. And then somebody else can analyze the second mile and they can analyze 32 inches for us. And then 3 miles, 72 inches for us. And whoever wants to do the 666 at 10 miles has to volunteer because I'm not going to assign that to anybody because that's the devil's number. Anyway, and of course 100 miles is 6666. So I'm definitely not going to give that to anybody. They got to volunteer.
I think the 666 is the Kabbalah. That's their frequency or something. They like that. I don't know. I think they like the 660 hertz tunings on their piano. I don't know. I could be wrong.
It's hard to say. I mean, I think the more you're into Revelation 13, 16 to 18, the more you assign that 666 to the planet. Excuse me. I am so sorry.
That's the expired.
You have to hang up. Hey, you have a timeout. You have to time yourself out.
I'm putting in cog disc, Jim.
I am
You know
so
what? We have to have a flat Earth fucking pool. If you say planet, you have to throw a 5 spot into the
I
pool.
am
What do you guys think of that?
sorry. I remember on Instagram, I did on Instagram back in February, I did my first live, and my first live ever was by myself, and it was on Flat Earth, and it was about it ended up being about 35 minutes, and I said planet accidentally, I caught myself. It was like, what an idiot,
dude! You see how deep the brainwashing is? It's so deep. It's fucked. I hate it. I hate that they totally pulled one over on us and made us think these words and believe these words and believe these.
So
believe the Cavendish.
I deeply apologize.
Well, apologies.
Don't worry, guys. I took care of it in the chat. I timed it out to the cog disc room for 5 seconds. He'll be okay now. He'll get his act together.
There you go.
He doesn't want that to happen again.
That was an alpha move, dude. It's like alpha mod.
That's terrible. That's terrible.
That'll teach him.
That'll teach him. Yeah, I love these people who do these little lives on Instagram, and they think they're real smart. They say, "Oh, I looked around the planet and I decided that I was going to help the planet by trying to sell some stuff to save the planet." And they say "planet" like 5 times in 30 seconds, and they think they're really smart for saying so. Oh.
I'm just reading the chat here a little bit. I see what's going on out here. Yep, you're cog disc, bro. Sorry.
I'm done. I'm finished. Is Jesse?
It's all over.
Is Jesse in the talk now?
Yep.
I hope he didn't hear me say that 6-letter word because I feel bad now.
It's okay. We've all been there.
We've all been there.
It happens, man. I'm way better than I was like 3 years ago. I'm like,
big shout out to Flat Earth Dude. How you doing, my man?
big
Kenny Dude?
here in Japan, the Earth is
Here-
flat, and I tell everyone I know. I don't know. I love you,
Konnichiwa,
brother
mina.
Jim.
Konnichiwa. Way.
Konnichiwa.
Hey, the next time somebody says to me the words, "What planet do you live on?" I'm going to say, "Why, none at all."
None at all.
That's right.
I don't live on a planet, dude.
That's right.
Sorry. It's a flat stationary plane, man. Yeah. It's a beautiful place, man. I heard you on here, Jen. Yesterday, I think it was. Man, you were going off,
Yeah.
man. It was good. You were talking about going in the other servers and how to deal with those cucks.
That's right.
And I you've kind of encouraged me to maybe I should go in there and just hold my ground and just let the audience hear how stupid these Mongos are, right?
That's right. That's exactly what I'm doing. That's
Well,
it.
they're suffering in those rooms, man. Like they just have a mental breakdown the second you go in there.
I know.
That's right.
But that's the audience needs to keep seeing that so that we move along the truth. We move along the truth, bro. And you can see that they're lying and cheating and stealing. And we're just like, we got concrete truth shoes, bitches. Smoke that in your pipe.
They're really upset about it. Yeah, we should show people that.
And it's good when they melt down and they go into full cog dis and cuck it up and lie and lie and lie and lie
And lie and lie and lie. Yeah. I don't want them to feel comfortable in their lie. You know, sometimes I go in there, I don't say anything, or I might listen in the YouTube, right? And they just everything they say is a lie. And you know, and you know, they never address their listeners till I get in there.
Never, ever.
And then I
they
say,
never go, hey, shout out to the chat, man. Or no, they never talk to them.
They don't do that. I do that. I said,
what you do is you go, hey, blue face, purple dude in the chat. Hey, man, do you see how these cucks are lying? Do you see that?
That's it. That's it. I say to them, I say, look, Jim, don't keep calling me a liar. Why don't you let your listeners discern whether I'm a liar or not? And then they can put it in the comments. They can actually put it in the comments on the video saying that Gin CBO1 is a liar or whatever. Why are you always saying that I'm a liar, but you don't give anyone else a chance to speak? You are exposing that you have something to hide, Jim. You're compounding your situation. And things like that,
After hearing you say that, I was like, that's a really good point he brings up, because when you have the truth on your side, man, it's pretty easy. You just go rocket.
Yeah, it's goddamn easy.
Hello.
Imagine having to do this, the cartwheels of cognitive dissonance that those guys have to pull off over and over again.
They must.
We got so much less to remember with the truth.
They're like the Nadia Comaneci of mental gymnastics. These people, all of them.
That's it.
Exactly.
That's it, exactly. Guess what they say? But Jin, you always repeat yourself, Jin. Jin, you keep repeating yourself. I said, repetition breeds excellence. It's called driving or pressing home the truth. And I like to drive and press. Yeah. You know what I mean?
It's like,
I just tell them, I'll repeat myself as many times as it takes for you to get the point.
Yeah.
Well, I think that was a really kind of encouraged me. I might go in there maybe later in the month or something.
Yeah, go in there and wake them up. God Rocking went in there yesterday. Okay?
I prefer, but
yeah, God Rocking went in there yesterday because I got a question for you guys. Right? Now, God Rocking goes in there. He's polite.
Right.
Silky smooth with his politeness. Silky smooth. God Rocking, right? Do they introduce him? They don't even introduce him yet. So I said to the listeners, I said, because God Rocking introduced what he was going to talk about. He was talking about refraction, okay? and the black swan thing. Okay, now they've already started trembling and lying already. So when they finished shitting up and not really addressing what God Rocking was going to talk about, I said, well, welcome to this episode of the Debate Flat Earth and More, and I am the more that you're going to get. Now listen up. The man that just spoke, the man that just spoke is his name is God Rocking, a man of high standards and impeccable integrity. And after I said that, Jem Panda went berserk. What? On this server? Why are you saying that? I said, because you didn't introduce him to your listeners, yeah, and you failed in doing your job. You know what I mean? You know, and he's a compatriot of mine. He's a compatriot of mine. Of course, I'm going to pick him up. What do you think this is? Huh? Sorry about that. And I yield to the right respectable gentleman, Godrock, and then I carried on. I let Godrock carry on describing refraction, right? And he was talking about how you can calculate refraction, okay? Calculation of refraction. Go ahead. Right? He was talking about calculating refraction.
If I had to go to a debate,
so they think that a calculator proves
some globies.
That's
crazy.
Right. Now I asked Godrockin a couple of questions, right? And Godrockin said, "Look, basically, he was trying to say that wouldn't really be possible, would it? How could you calculate refraction and refraction across like the black swan, yeah, across the ocean, when the atmosphere is constantly changing by the second, by the minute? What calculation are you going to be able to make and be accurate?"
Yeah. What measurements of this density gradient that they always talk about did they actually take?
That's right. So because I called them a liar, he put me on mute, right? So I just had to wait and let them go on for like 30 minutes. And as soon as they unmuted me, I said, right, I'm going to tidy this refraction up. And as I was trying to, because now it's going to be damage control now, I'm trying to speak. And he's jumping in. Jem Panda's muting me all the time. Yeah.
Well, here's the thing with their refraction story. It's based on another story called the globe radius, so that's basically the end.
Sorry about the noise. Yeah, go on.
Yeah, no, that was it. Their refraction story is based on another story called the globe radius, so the end.
That's it.
Unless they're going to grab that measurement for us now.
I'm glad you said that. I'm glad you said that. I'm glad you said it because that's roundabout what I said, but I said it because I was so angry by this time because he kept interrupting, and I said, look, you don't live on an effing ball, so where are you getting this refraction from, folks?
Yeah.
Where
you got
have you seen the curvature, I said.
You got no so-called terrestrial refraction if you've got no radius measurement to base any of that bullshit on, which is what they use, right? So,
yeah. We don't live on a bloody spinning ball, so you're never going to. Things are not being refracted or looming up from behind a curve. That's not happening. We don't live on this thing. That's why we're here.
I just love the mental gymnastics of these people. Like, you debunk their radius, and then they just use their radius again to prove their radius. Like,
yeah.
I've had enough of it.
God Rocking was patient, and he said, by the way, I think you guys are being a little bit brash because they were being a bit rough. And he goes, oh, and then Jem Panda apologizes. So, yeah, sorry about that. That's how we are here. It is what it is, sort of thing. And I said,
yeah, we're coping really hard here. Sorry, guys, we're butthurt.
Yeah, it is what it is. I'm absolutely angry because I've had to do that many, many times about the refraction. It's impossible to calculate something that is in flux, always changing. And then, the convexed Earth documentary, those Brazilians that bring to bear 7 pieces of high technology, cutting edge technology, all of them are fully fleshed heliocentric globe heads, a lot of them, professionals in their field. And at the very beginning of the video, right? At the very beginning of this video, it states that there is no scientific evidence for the heliocentric of the globe. All evidences that have been presented thus far is not proof. Right? That's the first, opening 60 seconds.
Just a disclaimer. No proof forthcoming.
Right. And then you have all these professionals talking about, I can't believe the Earth is not a spinning ball. We've known it for years. We have all this information, all this data, all this. Yeah. And then when and these are serious individuals from Brazil. When they measured over the ocean, they became flat earthers instantly. One of them was saying, we're going to have to change our education system because the earth is not a ball and gravity doesn't exist. And then they were eating flat earth humble pie and drinking flat earth energizing drink.
You see that, Globers? Intellectual integrity. Try it.
Yeah.
And why did they change their minds?
Try it. It's very comfortable.
Because what they saw in the ocean?
Because what they saw across the lake, Titicaca, the reservoir, the dam, two buildings, one across the whole length of one from the other side of Brazil to the south side of Brazil. They used the GPS to check the buildings, theodolites, laser beam tests, 2 laser beam tests, of which they had targets that even today, that those bastards in that server haven't mentioned the second target. They accused me of lying, right? One of these women, her name is Missy. She hasn't watched the video, yet she's called me a liar, okay? Up until that point, I afforded her the highest respect, even though she's mistaken. You know what I said? You need to go and stand in front of a truck. That'll end you completely there, then you don't have to worry, yeah? Calling me a liar? Go and play in the road, yeah? You old hag, I went berserk. Put his penis in your mouth. You might get some pleasure there, perhaps. But, now, I was just going berserk. Yeah, silly cow. You know what I mean? You just got. I just went berserk in there. Deserve it. They deserve that because
send a video.
They're just liars.
Well, they drag you into that because they are berserk there 24/7. So.
Yeah. Unbelievable. And then they said there was no target. And your Gem Panda, guess what? This is how it started. Gem Panda is saying that no flat earther has done a laser test that hit the target, okay? Right, and he was talking to someone else by the name of Tom, I think his name was. He's a flat earther like us, okay? Now, and this is 2 days ago. So this is going to be, when I go back, it's going to be like the 3rd or 4th day. 2 days ago now, he was, shouting out that no flat earther has done a laser beam test that hits the target. He claims that the laser beams fans out, as it goes across the distance across the ocean, where it starts to spread out, yeah?
Right.
So that's when I dropped this Convex Earth documentary, okay? Because in this documentary, they customized a laser beam. They had one specially made so it wouldn't fan out, yeah? It had to hit a small target on a pole.
Right.
So you've got to focus your beam now. And I'm talking the target they would have to hit would be something like in the region of 3 inches square. 3 inches square, okay? 3 inches square across 35 kilometers. That's 21 miles across Lake Titicaca, or 18 miles. That's 18 kilometers, 9 miles across this reservoir, okay? Okay, it has to be focused, yeah? And then they said, when I gave them the video, I said, take your time because they hit 2 targets. And Gem Panda goes, I've seen that video 6 times. You do not see a target, he says. He goes, what is the target? I said, I gave you the video. You watched it. You should have seen the targets. There were 2 targets. No, you're a liar. And then he changed my name. You're a pathological liar.
Listen to the red herrings from these freaks. So, here's the thing. Is there a laser test that shows divergence between the laser and the Earth? The answer is no.
Nope.
All right. That's right.
So distractions, right? They just keep trying to distract you. It's like, what do you mean? What do you mean our laser tests aren't good enough? What do you mean they're fraudulent or whatever? Is there a laser test that FE Corps did that found curvature of the Earth, divergence between the Earth and the laser that they're covering up or something? Like, no, that doesn't exist. So still no Earth curve, buddy.
So they slagged off generism. They discredit. They tried to discredit generism. Then I mentioned Roxanne Glenn. Okay. Then this other guy brought up some of his videos, and then I decided to put this convex Earth documentary in there. Right. And now I said, Gem, they hit 2 targets. Gem, they hit 2 targets. Go back to the video. Right. You've got to give me a timestamp. I said, Gem, you know that Jin never gives you a timestamp. And then the woman chimes in, well, why don't you do that? Because I want you to watch the video and go through the emotional transition that I did when I watched it. Look at the integrity that they do. These people are fully fledged heliocentrists that become flat earthers. Why did that happen? You need to feel that transition. That's why I'm never going to give time. I've given you the
Intellectual
material.
honesty, bitches.
Right. I've given you the material. You must watch it all the way through. That is the sign of a teacher. A teacher doesn't give the kids the answers to a problem. They said, here's your homework. Go find the answer. Get it done. Right? And with that now, you know, they've had to, of course, they're going to have to go and watch it. So some of them have lied that they watched it because they missed the targets. They've lied that they watched it. I said, you haven't watched it because if you watched it, you would know the technical name for this target. You would know it. They prepare you at the beginning of the documentary. They tell you how they're going to use the equipment. Then they use the equipment and you see it hit the target. What target, you know, and they're calling me all the lies and that, okay? Then one of them was 36 hours later. 36 hours later is now looking at the video, mentioning one of the targets. He doesn't realize that's the target. He's talking about a pole. I said, great, you're now vindicating me. Fantastic. You're not quite there, though. So you've got the pole. Isn't that not a target? He says, no, okay. Now go back to the video and look at the target again, that pole. There's a piece of equipment that has a special name. The name of that special equipment is called total station. So you have your laser beam, and your laser beam will hit and communicate to the total station at a given distance, and it flashes. It flashes, yeah? And they miss all that. You see? It flashes. That's when you know the target's been hit, when the light is flashing. Isn't that not right, folks?
21 miles.
21 miles, right? So, and then the second target is where they hit a bunch of trees. That's the other target. Granted, it was like a few feet high, maybe 6 foot high, but then they bring that laser beam down and they put it across the water, across that lake. Yeah? Zero.
Yeah.
So
hey, Jin, that laser was bending at 8 inches per mile squared, though, so they can't use that because that matches the curvature of the Earth perfectly, so it looks flat. You know, everything is so bendy in reality that it all just looks flat.
Right.
Well, if the U.S. Navy uses lasers to guide missiles, they must be pretty accurate, right? Yeah? No? Am I wrong?
Yeah.
Definitely. Can someone please send that video of those experiments that the gentleman was just talking about, please? I've never seen it.
Okay, I will post it for you in a few seconds.
Post it for us there, Jen.
I'm going to post
really
it 24/7.
appreciate it.
Yeah,
Thank
give me 2 minutes. I'm entering my
Yeah,
library
take
now.
your time, man. Take your time.
Yeah.
Take your time.
Oh, sorry, I haven't got my library card. Hang on, she says I can't come in. Where's your library card? Sorry, love. Hang on. Let me get my library card out.
I just posted 3 laser, experiments on just a few minutes ago, 3 of them. So if you want to look at those, I think one's the FE Core one, the other one's a Utah one from last year, and then another one.
Yeah.
Nice, thank you.
Thank you for that. Yeah, because Gem Panda lied, and he's been in this server. Okay, this is the man that comes to this server and accuses us all of having too high a standard, and we should do away with the scientific method. And then that's when I shouted. I said, "You don't have any standards, then."
Well, yeah, the standards
Then we don't
are
have
too
any
high for
standards.
him. The standards are too high because if our standard is reality, then yeah, he's never going to reach that. So we definitely have to lower the bar for him.
Oh, I just went. We laughed. All of us laughed when he said that. We clipped it. We've clipped that, so it's there for future prosperity. That one.
Yeah.
Okay, where Gem Panda says we've got to do away with the scientific method because it's too high a standard. Ah, fucking hell.
Right. It's too high a standard.
Yeah, we got to use up other standards of proof, so it's easier to prove unicorns, guys.
And we gave him the opportunity to watch the FE Core laser tests. So that's what got me even more livid. He lied again that we didn't have no flat earther has done a laser test that hit the target. I thought, you lying bastard. Fuck. What do we do?
You guys want to talk about a liar? Check the voice text to see the creep that's in my DMs right now.
What Mongo's in your DMs?
Well, just guess. Just take one guess.
No.
Hey, Professor Phil, buddy, get out of my DMs too, or at least use the right account. You keep DMing my other account. You're a moron.
What a numpty. So Professor
Yeah.
Phil doesn't understand why the horizon fluctuates. It's because it's not physical and geometric. It's not a hard location, a physical location in reality. It's just apparent. So one day it's here and the other day it's there. It's not limited by Earth curve. The end. Cry about it more.
Yes, that is the atmosphere changing, constantly in flux. That's the beauty of this flat Earth. That's the beauty of
See if
it.
you can
That it's
explain it,
constantly
Professor.
changing. Wow.
See if you can explain it, Phil.
Well, he can't explain it. He can't bring himself to explain it because there has to be there has to be a globe for Phil, and there's no globe in these pictures. So,
okay,
Phil, I understand how disappointing it is to find out that during your entire career, you've never communicated with a space satellite. I'm sorry, dude. That's gotta suck. Oh, jeez. Talk about your meaningless gold watch, huh? Fucking A.
Now you're going to laugh here, okay? Sunday morning, I'm on there. A Sunday morning in UK time, so it's evening here in Japan. Okay.
Yeah.
Now I'm always addressing those in the chat room who are listening, right? And I'm talking to them about how they could never have seen the curvature of the Earth because Neil deGrasse Tyson says you cannot see that from 24 miles up. Okay. Now I've been talking to them for like maybe 5 minutes. Jem Panda comes storming in. Now you know he has just woken up. You know you got the scratchy voice. Right, I can see the eyes are still bulging, bad breath, and he's trying to do damage control. You know what I said to him? I said, Jim, I know you've just woken up. Are you that desperate to hide the truth that you can't just go and clean up, Jim? It's Sunday morning, isn't it? Go and have a wash, clean up. You're lowering your standards to this level. That you're going to talk to us from Saturday night's drinking breath in Sunday morning. This is disgraceful. That's what I said to him, right? People are laughing by this time.
So did you look at the next thing I posted from him in there? What do you say to that, if so?
Crazy, man.
So he's got a light that's moving across the sky that he says is moving impossibly fast for a jet or anything like that. I think that he's presupposing the distance to these types of things, and he's making all sorts of presuppositions about what they are and where they are, and then he just reifies his globe with that because he can't measure any direct drop over distance. Sorry about that, Phil.
Right, and assumes that it's reflected.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. And again, I posted that video, by the way, gentlemen. Anyone interested in CBR1 has posted that documentary now. And then remember this, yeah? They bring the best technology to bear in this documentary. Now, granted, the last 30 minutes of the documentary goes into like the outer ponders, the outer regions of the Earth, across the planet where they bounce. Outer ponders, yeah, where they found some new land. Okay, now that's speculation on my as far as I'm concerned. So I'm not really concerned with that aspect of the video. I am more concerned with the technology they bring, the integrity and the earnestness. They earnestly and urgently want to prove the Earth as a globe, and the way they speak at the very beginning, like they are the authority. We know it's a globe. Everybody knows. You understand? These Brazilians, Carlos, Rodriguez, Paulo, I'm trying to remember these individuals, Marius, these people, right? Yeah, and there's a few others. They're all experts in their field with their degrees and masters, okay? In geology, topography, this stuff, okay? And the way they speak, it's arrogance. This arrogance is pouring out, okay? But when they find out there's no curvature, and they actually say gravity cannot exist because the water is not curving over the ball. That's when I love that part, because you can imagine them eating flat earth, humble pie with the flat earth energy juice, just drinking to wash it down. I thought, yes, they become instant flat earthers like instant coffee. It was that quick. Yeah.
Well, the gravity is just a reason or an excuse or a story for why things don't fly off the ball into the adjacent outer space vacuum. And there's no ball and no adjacent outer space vacuum, so we don't need that story about gravity.
Right. So now Jem Panda is trying to control me step by step. Yeah.
Yeah,
Now, Jen
density,
Panda's,
equilibrium, that'll do. We don't need gravity. There's no ball, no vacuum.
there's no vacuum. There's nothing. So Jen Panda's trying to control what I say. I'm doing damage control. Now it's like Mike Tyson where he's got his man on the ropes and you're bashing him. So that's what I'm doing as my flat earth troops coming out, damaging the server. So he's had to mute me every 3 words. He mutes me. So I'm still talking so I can keep on the flow. He unmutes, I just carry on from where I am there. Bam, 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 bam. He's getting pummeled. Then he mutes me and then he DMs me. He goes, "This cannot go on, Jim. Because I said in the server that I'm gonna wear you out. Your health is going to decline, but with your mic in your mouth,
Oh God, those
going
guys'
to
health is
decline here."
it's long gone, dude. Their health is long gone. Their mental
Yeah,
health,
I
especially. Like, just
know that.
listen to those people.
Yes, I said one of them, continuous cold. I said, you with the one that has a cold 24/7. Yeah, you want to deal with CBR1? And then I posted videos of me doing my exercises in the park on the parallel bars, Olympic hoops, chin ups, leg ups, right? Each step of the way, Post, I said, you want to come and deal with this at 60? A man who has nothing no reason, not scared of dying. That's what I was saying, You can't stop this at 60. Yeah? With all my cycling gear on. I got all my cycles. I went out and did a 18 kilometers, 20 kilometer cycle. And I did these exercises in the park and then I do another 20. Right? So I posted that in there. You people are unhealthy. You don't do your exercises. You see, with the flat earthers, we energize ourselves from the flat earth. We know it's level plane. It energizes us.
So I was just like for a
Right.
second to address the straw man that Phil left in my DMs there when I just rebutted his two black swan images where the horizon looks closer on one, and told him that the reason that it fluctuates is because there's no physical earth curve limitation to the horizon. Now he's in there saying, well, of course it's physical, light refracts and reflects off of things. Yeah, I wasn't talking about light. I was talking about your earth curve. That is the part that's not physical, that's not real, okay? Get it right.
Yeah. Yes, Professor Phil. Professor Phil. Why don't you go and fill up the toilet with the verbal diarrhea that you're pouring out, Professor Phil? Why don't you go and put that into the toilet and fill that up, Professor Phil? That's all you're good for.
Right.
Verbal diarrhea of the worst kind, toxic.
Stop reversing the burden of proof, Bill.
Is this Mongo? Is he allowed in the?
Let's just bring him in and tear his up. Just tear him up.
Let's
Yeah,
just
tear
do
him
it.
to
Let's
pieces.
bring his ass in here, man.
Yeah, bring him in here. Let's have some
Clown's
food.
got something to say. Show up.
I'm
We'll
hungry.
handle you.
I'm hungry. Bring him in.
Is your line of sight straight, Phil, or is it bent to the horizon? What have you got? Decide. Pick one.
What a wally.
Pick one.
Everything's so bent
on.
that it just looks
Come on,
flat, right, Phil? And you have no measurement of curvature to base any of your cool stories on, right, Phil? Why are you so stuck in Storyland, La La Land? I mean, most kids get over Santa at age 5. Sasha, it took him till 12, but even he got there. What the fuck is the matter with you?
The thing is, he's a paid shill because the way he articulates in the chat room and he's speaking, he's an intelligent man. And as I've said before, understanding the flat earth does not require a doctorate, a master's, or a PhD. A child of 8 can discern this easily. It's child's play, okay, to understand the flat earth and how the heliocentric model is not a spinning ball in the vacuum of space, hurtling through the universe at breakneck speeds. It's very easy, easy peasy. And most of it you pick up when you're a little boy playing in your bath with the rubber ducky and the balls. When you push it down, it popped up, banged you on the head because it can't stick. Water doesn't stick to it. Yeah, you know this. You knew this when you were a little boy. But you were waylaid at school, told it was a globe. But he knows. Phil knows the answer. He knows the earth is not a spinning ball. It's impossible.
Bring his clown show in here. Get in here, Phil.
He knows it. He knows it 100%. possible. His intellect betrays him. The level of the English language that he commands betrays him. You know I know you, Phil. You know I know you, Phil. You know the answers. You know I know you're working for an organization that's paying you, or you are willfully denying the truth. It can only be those two.
Now he's back
I think
pretending
he's the
like I
first
didn't
one.
answer his questions on the live stream that he's still creeping on. I don't know what this guy's issue is. He's really disconnected from reality.
Well, because what it is because we can't put our hands on him. That's why he can do what he does there, because he knows if I was in the same room as him, I think he would know what a new pain means.
Yeah. Phil, what do you mean answer the questions? I answered and you're responding to my answers. What are you talking about? How out of it are you? Clown.
Baby. Come on.
I'd love to have it. I'd love to have him in a dojo, right?
Don't
and we're
be
doing
a
wrestling.
don't be a cock.
And we're
Philly.
doing wrestling and get him to submit. He's got to say flat. The earth is flat. He's got to say the earth is flat, and then he submits. Yeah, I'd love to do that. He's so unhealthy.
You'll sleep better at night, Phil. You'll sleep better at night.
It'll
Phil.
be a load off when you just drop the ball, man. Let it go. It's weighing you down.
It's weighing you down, man. It's like ball and chain, dude. It's really fucked up. You don't want to go there, man. Trust me.
Look
man.
at what it's doing to you.
Yeah, it's destroying. It's destroying every fabric of your integrity. Every fabric of your integrity has been destroyed now. You know, you don't have it. Not one shred now.
It must suck, man. It's gotta be.
What
It's gotta be
sorry
really
life
bad.
you got. What a sorry man. Sorry excuse for a human being you are at this moment, man. You've degraded to this level. Hiding on a server. So
Sad.
toxic.
It's totally sad, man.
It's
totally
called
sad.
separation anxiety syndrome. Disorder, sorry. Separation anxiety disorder. Sad. Very sad indeed.
He was really looking forward to terraforming Mars.
His choice to engage with any one of us is a concession.
Sad.
A concession that he has to even bother to try and prove the globe. Otherwise, it wouldn't matter. He would just go off and go about his life, and it wouldn't bother him.
Let it go.
Yeah. Sorry, man. He is. Sorry.
So
Yeah,
this is what he wants, right? He wants to hijack the live stream. He's every day in Nathan Oakley's YouTube chat. He's slipping in DMs of flat earthers. This is a disorder, right? It's not.
It is.
Sad.
It's a disorder. You got it correct. It's sad. Separation anxiety syndrome.
Roger, do you think we can bring him in here at all?
No, he's not allowed here. Phil uses alt accounts, slips in DMs, tries to pull back people that are hesitating, right? We don't need that kind of people here.
Yeah, that's too late.
When he's caught on an alt account, he's not even man enough to concede that he used an alt account.
So in my schooling, I've come upon a few things that helped me form a definition of, just the type of character Professor Phil is. And I call this disorder, he's got a disorder, and here's what it is. It's called globus hystericus. Or you could call it bipolar disorder if you wanted to get cute.
Glad, is that you who coined that? Because that's a tag that we have.
No, I stole it. Somebody else did it.
I like it.
That's good.
Yeah. Okay, so here's the disorder. Are you guys ready for the definition of this kind of person?
Go on.
Oh, yeah.
This is really just for the audience. It's not necessarily for us. We know who the fuck this loser is, but for the audience, you might be coming in new saying, who's Phil? What's going on with this guy?
Global hysterius?
Globus hystericus. It's a non-existent Latin-sounding word. Okay, just let me get through this. Here's the definition, and y'all can...
It's a species.
Y'all can have fun with it. Species, yeah. So, someone suffering from globus hystericus disorder They are an individual that consistently defends the globe model and, as a result, experiences both acute and long-term periods of irrational excitement, hyperactivity, delusions, further delusions, euphoria, known as mania, and other periods of feeling sad and hopeless, known as not having an argument.
That works.
Yep, checks out.
That works.
Phil, we just read your bio to you. How's that?
Love it.
Yeah. So, thank you, Phil. I think actually there hasn't been a person so far.
Here's your Bible.
That fits the bill like that, such as yourself. I mean, congrats on that, right?
Yeah, tailor-made for him particularly. Correct.
That's the guy.
That's the guy.
It's going to be his picture in the dictionary next to that one.
That is his MO.
That's right. And I think I'll keep the crying globe with water spilling off the bottom because that represents the argument a lot better than Phil ever will. So
poster child.
I mean, isn't that Phil? That's what I thought.
It's a cartoon version of him with, but the cartoon version has way better teeth and a better looking tongue.
Globus hystericus. Is that right?
Globus hystericus, correct.
Disorder.
Hey, thank you, Globe
hystericus.
Hey, what I want to do is help people out, okay? And the best way to do that is to hold up a mirror.
Hey, is it Dr. Glatflobe? Or
no,
is it just Professor Goodenough?
It probably won't be Doctor.
Okay.
Professor Glatflobe.
So we're going to leave that for Dr. Danny Faulkner. Okay, we'll leave it for him.
Yeah, exact doctor. Fucking Danny. Yep. Is he supposed to be, does he have a license to practice medicine? Anyway, go ahead, Flat Earth dude.
I gotta like.
This can't go on.
I gotta spit. What's the stuff?
It's a lot of roboting.
Yeah, Flat Earth dude. Maybe try reconnecting.
Flat Earth dude, can you please mute your mic when you're not talking and or roboting? Holy shit. It's going to take a while, isn't it, guys?
Oh, shit.
You're roboting, Kenny. You're
figure
roboting.
out what we live on.
Kenny, you're roboting, man.
I love
You're
it.
roboting, bro. You're roboting.
Explain something. I was trying.
Yeah. You're roboting. Sorry, Ken. It's roboting like crazy.
You're good now, man.
Like crazy?
Yeah, that was crazy, man. That was like, wow, you were possessed.
Holy shit.
Yeah,
are we back? Is this back on track here?
That's the satellites are fucked up. Anyway.
Sure they are. Just yeah. Hey, but when you're not talking, could you mute, please? Thanks.
Yes, I can. Yeah. So I'm trying to talk. I was trying to spit something out, man. Jen will appreciate it because they always take it to the stars. Like this proves that we're on the ball. I like to take it to the ISS bathroom to prove that you're not on a fucking ISS. Right,
That's right.
I haven't been up in there since the renovation.
It can't be up there. It's too, according to their story.
According to the story, they have to.
Go on.
ISS
suction. They have a little suction tube that takes care of their poo-poo and pee-pee. But if somebody had explosive diarrhea,
that $23 million contraption, $23 million contraption that was fitted 2 years ago in September of 2019. Because the one prior to that, 19 million, backed up. It was backing up all the poo and the piss. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Don Pettit here, and we had to spend $18 million to unclog that toilet now.
That's basically what it was. It was a $22 million plumbing.
23.
And that is exactly what you are thinking that it is.
Sounds like a pretty good money laundering scheme.
That's what it is,
Right.
yes.
And if you look at this contraption, if you look at this toilet, looks like the old vacuum cleaners from the 1930s. You know, that aluminium capsule looking thing with a tube hanging out one end and a cable. That's what it looks like.
Yeah.
You know, like an oval shaped capsule. One of those, $23 million for that.
I want to reinvent.
$23 million.
I want to reinvent the entire pooping system, man. We have to reinvent it. Come on, Jen.
Yeah.
We can do it.
We got it, man.
We kind
Yeah,
of
you know,
incorporate
I was saying
satellites
this.
into this somehow.
Well, it's the ISS.
I was saying, right, that listen.
Oh, yeah.
Listen, you're on the ISS, okay? You're on the ISS. Go to the toilet. All you've got for privacy is this little screen, okay, that goes around you. Now out there's a guy doing his training on the upside down treadmill, pumping away, right? And you're doing your business right there. Now that's $23 million. But I'm sure if you go, when you've flown in an aeroplane and you go to the loo, now that cubicle is perfect, isn't it? The vacuum is nice. You know,
sucks it right
powerful
out.
vacuum they've got there. And that's not $23 million for that.
No,
that's not $23 million.
It's it's $47,000. That's it.
Yeah, it's so perfect to have one of those, and it would be just right in the ISF if they were up there. You know, they shoot themselves in the foot every time. You know,
the whole tube thing, man, threw me off. Like, and then you got
it's ridiculous.
No.
Yeah, the thing is, the previous model that broke down in 2019, at least the cup for the women to use to go for a number one, at least it had the curvature on it to follow the contours of the vagina area.
Right.
The new one is just a round hole, only good for a penis to go in.
Yep.
Yeah.
Only good for a penis. Sorry, ladies.
Good for a penis, not good for the woman. So I was thinking, how could this be better? How could this be better? There's going to be a lot of mess. The women are going to mess that up. That's going to spray, get wet. How are you going to hygienically clean that properly when you can't have water flying around everywhere?
Yes.
How are you going to attain that level of hygiene?
We're talking about hygiene here, people, man. We're not talking about, I mean, I could have just, poop in my shop vac, but, that's not cool, man. Yeah.
Not cool at all. We're talking the level of hygiene where, I'm talking the level of hygiene we're talking about, you got to be able to lick that thing and not feel uncomfortable. Yeah. Smiling. Because you know it's that clean. And you can actually lick it. That's the level of hygiene I'm talking about. You're not going to attain that.
We need to have like a clean room kind of environment here, is what I'm thinking. Because if somebody had explosive diarrhea, I'm going to have to I better wear goggles and a hazmat suit just to float around. No.
You don't run for your life. You got to float for your life.
You got to float for your life. Because there's fecal matter going into my eyeball. Thanks. Oh, that's just great. That's not going to work out well. Have any of you guys ever had pink eye? Ugh, it's not good.
No. I've never had it, but I've seen it.
You've never had it, Jen? You've never been sick.
No, never had that. No,
you've never had pink eye. Damn.
No.
All right.
No.
Well, apparently it comes from fecal matter getting into your eyeball. I've heard.
Do you eat pink? I've had red eye.
No.
I've had the red eye. Red eyes, but not pink eyes. Because pink eyes, it's like a pimple. It swells up, doesn't it?
Yeah. It swells up.
Yeah, no, I've never had that. I've seen it, but I've never had that. No,
oh, okay.
I've never had anything.
All right.
I've had red eyes. Yeah.
Sure.
I've had shit in my eyes.
Dust
I've never had
and
pink.
dirt, shit gets in there.
Yeah, correct. Yeah. In my younger days, I haven't had it. Like I said, 41 years. 41 years not been sick. That's I'm still trucking.
Man,
well, anyway, guys, do you think lovers can tell the difference?
Write a book, Jen. Fuck, quit fucking around. Write a book, Jen. Go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. I should do. Yeah, I should.
Mm-hmm.
Well, your Sky stuff, there's Sky stories that they try to divert to, got me thinking about whether or not they can tell the difference between left or right.
Well, how could they? How could they?
Well, because they always say, "Hey, look, when I'm in the northern hemisphere and I look towards Polaris, I see a counterclockwise rotation of the stars." Right? I guess they just didn't realize that when they're in the so-called northern hemisphere, that they can also turn around and look south.
Right.
Exactly. Stupid. Oh, honestly.
It's
and there's
ridiculous.
southern stars. There's southern star. What do they call that? You know, what's it called? The southern star.
Yeah, Southern
Star,
Cross, right? Yeah. When I'm looking towards the Southern Cross,
yeah.
I see clockwise star rotation. Hey, buddy, east to west.
Yeah.
It's like standing on one side of a street or another and seeing the cars go left to
Yeah.
right or the other way. That's all it is.
Yeah.
East to west, you're looking south, you're looking north. That's the only difference.
Yeah. The thing is, right? It's not the same as the Polaris, where it's almost above your head, almost. Yeah. That's like looking outwards to the horizon. Where's the South Pole? It's wrong. It's in the wrong position. It's not conducive to a globe, is it? It's not, is it? Am I
not
right?
at all.
Am I right?
It's trying so hard. It's also seen from something like 27 degrees north latitude as well. Should be totally impossible to fall.
Totally not conducive to or congruent to a globe. Just doesn't make any sense at all. And when I say that to them, it's like when you have a beehive and they all go into a frenzy. That's what it was like.
Bad news for them all the way down.
Yeah, it is.
Bad news.
And then I hammer home the truth by saying, and folks, you won't believe this, folks. They've been down there supposedly for 60 years, and yet they don't have a single video that actually shows us the 24-hour sun above the horizon for 3 months. They don't have it. 60 years they've been down there. Only video you will see is one that's been doing the rounds since 2016. It's a CGI sun, and it's on a loop.
Yeah, I saw that.
There's copies of a copy of a copy of a copy, folks. That's what.
Well, I mean, they've got the live feeds that they edit so that you won't see that sort of thing. So there's,
Yeah. And then we have that video from Generism where they had the stick in the ice, supposedly down at the Antarctica, and you can see the sun coming across only 18 hours, and then it returns back to zero. The shadow goes around for 18 hours and then returns. 18 hours and then returns. And then Generism rang him up. He goes, "Excuse me, why can't you show us the whole 24-hour cycle of the sun?" I said, "Oh, we don't have the bandwidth. We don't have the bandwidth to do that for the videos."
What a sob story.
Hey, man. Fuck.
Man, tough break, guys.
Tough break. Yeah. That's a bummer, man. Damn.
It's a bummer, man.
$69 million a day, 70 million, whatever it is. Just don't have the bandwidth.
$67 million.
Well, that's not.
$67 million.
You know, the military's even more, so I don't know what the fuck they're doing.
It was only $52 million a day.
Yeah.
Remember the Space Force is getting $24,500,000 a year on top of NASA.
Wow. That's
almost
ridiculous.
almost $50 billion a year.
And they're not doing anything. All they're doing is training, I would imagine, at this point.
Hey, Jen, we got a guy that comes around here, man. He works for Space Force. And he's been in the Discord here many times. Not many, but a few times.
Yeah.
And he's been out here explaining to us that he looks at these monitors on his computer. And it tells him exactly where these satellites are doing and where they're at. But he has never seen like a video or a picture of the satellite that he is supposedly tracking. And he'll admit it. He'll admit it, man. I appreciate him admitting it, that he hasn't ever seen,
Yeah.
So
he's looking on a monitor down on Earth, but he hasn't actually seen this satellite physically with his own eyeballs. Can you see that, folks?
Yep.
How can you, in good faith, believe that? How could you? You cannot believe that. You must have cameras on these satellites that can be moved around to check. As Robert Persano said when he was speaking about the Hubble, He asked the man who's supposed to be looking after this thing for 25 years, hadn't set eyes on it.
25 years, dude.
25 years, he hadn't set eyes on it. Works for NASA, the top man looking after this Hubble telescope, yeah? And Robert Pisano said, well, because you know what? The enemies, the terrorists might come in. Cyber terrorists might come in and want to take it out. So there's no cameras on this thing? No ways of eyes on? Are you sure?
The only time they had eyes on, man, is when they repaired it, right?
That's right.
They don't have eyes on it like after they release it, man. That's it.
Yeah.
There's no camera on it. And Bassano's rebuttal to that was like, dude, I've run robots out in the desert. We have a camera on the little robot to see where it's at, you know?
Yeah.
To see if it's got a broken wheel or whatever, you know? And that was Bassano's like, you know.
Yeah. And then he mentioned he mentioned the price of the Hubble telescope and how much it costs, right? And then the ST missions to go up to service it and whatever, right? And then he highlighted that Hubble was supposed to be the largest payload ever uplifted up to space, transported to space, and it's not in the Guinness Book of Records. It's not there.
It's not there.
Okay, and it's not in the service manuals or schedules either.
Dude,
it's not even there. It's not being mentioned.
When I first heard that, dude, I was in my shop, man, and I was jumping up and down, going, "What the fuck?" I'm like, no,
the audacity.
This is not fuck.
Didn't he also work out that the altitude, the claimed altitude, it has. He confirmed that it has no propulsion systems on it, so it
that
can't
is correct.
That's right, correct. And it's not in line. Its current altitude isn't in line with where it should be according to mathematics.
That's right.
And every orbit it makes it has a it's going to
orbital decay. Orbital decay.
Yes, it's going to decay.
Yeah, that's it.
And come back to, oh my goodness, I was jumping up and down, man, when he made
this. Me too, man. Me too. Look,
you got to
pick up my jaw.
Can I get a picture of an orbital decay that isn't a cartoon, please, Professor Bill?
That's a whole nother thing, man. Orbital decay. They don't even talk about it anymore, man. We need to keep those cucks on that fucking little, because apparently, man, every time the ISS goes around, it loses so many hundreds of feet or thousands of feet. What?
That's right.
Remember. It's supposed to be coming back fucking down, fucking to gravity, man.
You know, it would be a risk to the ISS. You could collide. Should be able to see this thing. Come on.
But, orbital decay is one of the things that Bassano did say, man, he goes, according to my math, the orbital decay, it should have been in the Mariana Trench, years ago. Years ago.
I don't know about you, but I know the maps. I like the maps. Remember that when he said that? I don't know about you, but I've done the maps on
when
this
he said that? I was like, oh,
yeah,
shit.
That's what he said.
I'm like, of
he
course
said that.
Yeah.
I don't know about you, but I've done the maps on this one. Because he loves the maps.
Love it. Yeah, he's really the best at it, man. Excellent.
Yeah, he's I wish he'd come back.
Plantes Veritas. Thank you.
Planete Veritas. Planete Veritas 2.0 and 4.0. He's got a couple of channels out there now. But you want to go to the original one? I've got it all, man.
The original is like...
Yeah, I've got all the originals, man.
Good stuff, boys and girls, man. Yeah. I recommend it. Highly, highly recommend it. And so does Jen.
Yes. Yeah, most certainly.
I learned most of my orbital mechanics. Yeah.
Because he was with Quantum Eraser. He was with Quantum Eraser at that time.
That's right.
They were a
force fucking to be reckoned with. You're gonna get wrecked.
Dangerous.
To get reckoned with is to get wrecked. And they were wrecking the fucking globe.
They were knocking the speculation section of their discussion. Just uplifting. Just uplifting.
It was just uplifting and it was just incredible,
energizing.
man.
Yeah, when they do the speculation, and when they're talking about the reality we live in, well, I mean, you're going to enjoy your IPA every second you're listening. You're enjoying your IPA as well. Yeah.
What was that other list he found? He found this other list with satellites and figured out they're all balloons. It was something to do with.
Correct.
What was that?
That's right. That's right. Yeah. If anybody's
Something to do
interested,
with service repairs or something. I don't know.
That's correct. I'm going to post that very documentary. I'm going to post very shortly because
good stuff, man.
Yeah. Let me get my man.
This is ace
Denzel
shit.
Washington, alias. Pisano.
Pisano, man. Oh fuck.
Yeah. This is fucking.
I mean, he was a foul mouth, smart motherfucker, man, and he would just tell it like it is, and I'm not fucking with you. Here is the numbers. Fuck off. If you don't like it, the way I talk, I don't give a shit.
That's right.
He was so like.
If you've got any children, you might want to get your children into the other room, he said.
Yeah.
And then suddenly his children would come in. His children would come in, and I love it when his children come in. Yeah, man.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But the great thing, man, was he would, when we was talking to just going through paperwork or whatever, man, or math, he'd be like, fuck, check this shit out. But when he got on with those cucks from fucking NASA, he cleaned his shit up, man. He didn't cuss once, man.
Yeah,
he was
that's right.
so
That's
precise.
Right.
And
yes, he was that graduated student.
Yes.
Studying two courses of study he was doing. Yeah.
Yes,
he got it
and he
down
would
to
be
a fine
very, very, professional and
yes,
right
sir.
to the
He would say to the man,
point.
yes, sir, and all that. Yes, sir.
Yeah, and he would be like, "Well, here's what I think it is. I think it's superfluid helium. I think space is superfluid helium."
Yeah.
Like, what? What the hell's superfluid helium? And he had a little
I had to
video.
go and look it up. Man.
We watched a little video and what it is, And the guy he was talking to from NASA was like, "Well, that's interesting," or basically is what he. Yeah, it was cool, man.
Do you remember this bit in that video? Kenny, do you remember this bit? When he was asking, were there any eyes on? And he said, not that I know of. And then he asked him again, what? You got no eyes on? Are you sure?
You got no eyes
on? Not that I
that?
know of, he said. He got angry, didn't he? Not that I know of. I thought he was going to hang up at that point. I thought we were about to lose him. But Robert Pisano rescues that moment and keeps him hanging, keeps him hooked. Yeah,
he got that, and then the Sophia thing. Here's the thing: when he went into all the Sophia stuff, he figured out that the Sophia program cost the same amount of money as the Hubble telescope program.
That's right.
And he was like, "What? No." I mean, it was like whatever billions of dollars it was. But it was the same amount of money, man. And I thought, well, that's like a,
Kenny, when I heard that, right, Kenny, I was actually servicing my motorbike, right? And I had my little iPhone from 2009 hooked up on this electric meter there, just listening. And then I dropped the spanner when I heard about the Sophia being a 747, taking that. I dropped my spanner. Man.
Right.
You know what I mean? I went, what?
Oh, and
I had to rewind it. I rewound it.
So he got a hold of the guy that's in charge of Sophia too, man.
Yeah.
Are you kidding me? And he put him to the task on, I took this picture on this date. I was on Sophia that day. And it was the exact same picture that Hubble took.
Exact.
Oh my! And Bassano was showing us the two pictures on the screen, right? And they were exact, right?
Exactly the same.
Exactly the same. And I thought that was like fucking just like another nail in the coffin, man. It was so powerful. I was like, wait, what? Wait. that Sophia took the same picture. No, fuck off.
Do you remember that guy? Do you remember the guy from that channel called the Unsilent Majority, the one that used to shout out all the time? Do you remember the guy? Unsilent Majority.
He wasn't Scottish, no?
No, he was an American. He was an American.
I don't
really
remember
loud.
that.
Loud and brash. He always used to pick up Robert Bassano, this guy. Okay.
Oh, excellent.
They took his channel down because he was so volatile.
Right.
Okay? Foul mouth, volatile, loud as fuck. Unsilent Majority, his channel was called. The Unsilent Majority.
Oh, damn, I missed that one.
Yeah, he was good. He was around he was around right there with Robert Bassano at the same time, always there. Great guy, you know. He you know, because he got demonetized, okay, he went into gaming instead, this guy, okay? Just to keep on YouTube. He's not around now. But say, you know, maybe he's still doing something a little bit, but before that, he was volatile, slagging off the government, slagging off the space agencies, heavy hitting, right?
I love it.
Heavy hitting.
Love it.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. We can still heavy hit these guys, man.
Yeah, he always picked up Robert Bassano.
But to have somebody, you know, calling up these guys and getting them on the phone, you know, I'm nowhere near Bassano or QE or anybody that could really handle that. But
yeah, brilliant. What about
really?
What about, you know, you were talking about satellites? Yeah, do you remember you were talking about satellites? And then he exposed how these companies are fake, putting up satellites and payloads into space. He said he's got this rocket project going on, and he's wondering how much it would cost to set my project into space. And do you remember? Right, and he was ringing up these companies to find how much it was going to cost. That was fucking brilliant as well. That was another expose, exposing how these companies just get the money, but they're not putting anything into space at all.
Shit. They put it on a balloon at best.
Yeah,
at best.
Yeah, at best.
At best, they'll put it on a big old balloon. Yeah, thanks.
Yeah.
So my favorite.
He was asking how much it would cost him to have his project go up into space via their system, their launching system. You know. Yeah, man.
So my favorite bust of NASA is when, or just space in general, is when Samsung came out with the selfie satellite, and the selfie satellite was a big promotion that they were you're gonna be able to take a picture of your picture in space.
Now I remember. Now, yeah.
Right, and it took a picture of a video screen in space, and you know, and they had this big promotion with all these celebrities, and people were taking selfies, and you know, like a week later, man, this thing crashes back down to Earth, and it's connected to a fucking balloon.
Yeah, and it's beeping.
And it's beeping.
Still operating. Still
beeping. And it says Samsung selfie right on it, you know. It was like,
that's right.
That's right. Fuck off.
That was fucking brilliant, that one.
Shit me, bro. Man, that shit, I cannot believe.
I think I might
it's so
that
funny,
video,
man.
because there's I've got that one because there's a cluster of videos that I have where satellites have landed in people's backyards, still attached, still beeping, especially in Brazil. And the Brazilians are talking, what is this thing?
I remember the Brazilian
name comes
one.
up, Samsung, like you said, yeah.
But there was one, that thing crashed, I don't know, somewhere in the United States, and somebody's farm, and she's like, what? Hey, this thing just fell out of the sky over here. Check it out. You know, and she's walking around.
Dangerous.
Anyway, Samsung selfie satellite. Are you kidding me? On a balloon. Boom.
There you go.
There you go. And
it was just that one they put up on a balloon.
It was only that one.
Yeah, the rest used the globe radius, and
yes.
Yeah. And they get deployed from a spacecraft. Yeah, their deployment. And
just the ones that come down are on balloons. Just those ones.
Yeah.
Exactly.
And whilst it's being deployed, you see a man's head just looking to make sure it's deploying properly in space. Yeah, you know that video? Do you remember that video, guys?
Yeah. All the ones you see in cartoons, those are definitely in space. Yeah, just the ones that come down are on balloons.
You hear the and
the
thing spinning away, coming out of the air, the space shuttle, and then suddenly you. Honestly, man,
well,
the shenanigans they play.
As far as I know, I'm the only one to capture a moon transit of a balloon with some kind of payload on it. I don't know, man, but I've been waiting for somebody else to capture it too, man, but it hasn't happened. But
and the other one that Robert Pisano did was about on the moon. The moon is not 258,000 miles away. Okay, and he explains how from the Earth looking at the moon, you can recognize certain craters with the naked eye. Okay, right.
Mm-hmm.
But then he goes, but when you're looking
like
at the
Tycho.
Earth from
Tycho.
Yes, when you're looking at the Earth from the moon now,
I can see Tycho right now, man. It's full moon right now.
Brilliant. You can't recognize any landmass, he says. Any landmass at all. Yeah?
Right.
No. But with an ordinary pair of binoculars from the military, a pair of binoculars, folks, you can see the moon clearly with a pair of binoculars.
Yeah.
258,000 miles?
No, just a pair of binoculars.
Yeah.
You can
but
see
it's the way he emphasizes the binoculars, a pair of binoculars. Binoculars, folks.
I mean, you could see a crater that's only 7 miles across, according, whatever they say.
With a pair of binoculars.
With a pair of binoculars? Really? Oh, that's interesting. That's some really, really nice binoculars, man. Really nice.
Yeah, that's what he said, and he showed you them. He showed you them. When you have these binoculars, and you can put them on a stand in the middle. It connects to the middle of the binoculars, the two eyepieces, and it's a long pole. He shows you it, spinning it around. He goes, "This is a pair of binoculars."
Yeah.
And then he said his daughter was looking through the binoculars. Okay.
Yeah.
Or his niece, perhaps it was, right, looking through the binoculars, and then she asks him, how come she can see the moon so clearly? And he said, because the moon is not 248,000 miles away.
That's right.
That's why. It has to be closer.
For
you to be able to see it. Yeah. That's a good one.
That's a great one, man. So many. I mean,
I'm going to drop that one in the chat right now as we speak.
Thank you. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you for doing that, man. People get up. Jen, man, people get on you for Flat Earth Revolution. And
man.
I'm not on you about that, man. I'm with you on that one, bro.
Thank you. You know what? I've been talking in the other servers, like the Geo servers and that, okay? You're talking their politics. I said, look, you have a two-party dictatorship. That's what's going on. Now, Jesse Ventura was saying that there's only one thing left for the US, and that is revolution. Now, he wants to, at the time, he wanted to run for presidency, okay? Presidency, he said. But you people have to put my name on your ballot. And if you do that, I would be compelled to do this, to become the prime minister of your country. But you've got to write my name on your ballots.
Right.
Okay? So that's all that's left. Okay? That's what he said, He goes, and the first thing I would do is cut the military budget and return all American personnel from all those bases back to America, because I don't want to see America as the world police. Who gave us that permission? He said, Jesse Ventura. I said, yeah, you see, there's a man who wants to do it right. You see? Yeah? And integrity, they are speaking. He was the mayor of Minnesota before and then he became the governor. Before he was a wrestler, Navy SEAL.
Right.
He has a right to speak, right? And he doesn't like what he sees. Yeah?
Right.
So yeah, there you go. There's your man.
Let me ask you, Jen, man, why do you think he got promoted with that television show about conspiracies, man? I mean, that.
Well, I mean, he's got to make his money, isn't he? He's got to make his money.
Got to make the money. I get it.
Yeah,
I
he's
guess
making his money.
Is
And he did look, because he wanted to look into the Kennedy thing. He knows he knows it was an inside job. He knows 9/11 was an inside job. So quietly he's livid, because the country that he thought was kind of like squeaky clean, a beacon of freedom, is not. He knows it's a prison. It's a 24-hour film set out of control. That's why he's living in Mexico, off the grid. He literally lives off the grid. It's solar panels, clean water coming in. He goes to the US 6 months of the year. He lives on his property in Mexico 6 months of the year. No one knows where he is. As a military man, you can hide yourself. Yeah, yeah. And he speaks out clearly. So he's showing a level of integrity. The only thing I disagree with him on is that he thinks he's on a planet. That's the only thing, man. He thinks he's on a planet.
Fuck.
Yeah, he thinks he's on a planet.
Speaking of integrity, man, Jen, you are the epitome of integrity, man. I'll give you that, brother. Thank you.
I appreciate that, Kenny. Same to you, man. Right back at you, man.
Right back at you, man. I mean, we're 6,000 miles apart, according to the globe.
Right.
And I think we're much closer, by the way.
Yeah.
I do, man. I don't know. I saw something last week. Made me rethink where Japan is from where I'm at.
Oh, we're closer than that. Yeah. Oh, we're close.
Yeah, I think we're closer.
Oh,
but
of course we are. Come on.
From the lakes of Minnesota to the hills of Tennessee.
You know, Jen and you and I have done many solar observations together.
Yes, we have. Yeah.
Just like, where's the sun for you right now, or where's the moon for you right now? I mean, the sun is probably at about 45 degrees over your head right now.
Yeah, that would be about right.
Right there, right?
Degrees.
45 degrees east, right? 45 degrees east, right?
Wait a minute. Let me just have another quick look at. 1 second. Give me a moment.
Okay. The moon is about 30 degrees on my horizon right now. It's a full moon, and I'm looking straight at it, and I can see Tycho with my naked eye, which is only like 50-something miles across. From 238,000 miles away, I'm seeing something 50 miles across. What?
It's currently it's coming. It's just gone 20 past 3. Okay, so it would be it's south for me, over my head, but more to the south at the moment, just slightly.
So it's
southeast.
Southeast.
Yeah, at the moment.
Yeah. All right.
But by about 5 o'clock, okay, it moves over to it's kind of like northwest on its path. Northwest.
Right. Northwest,
okay?
Yeah.
Yeah. By about 5 o'clock in the afternoon. So the next 2.5 hours, it's going to be moving across. It'll end up if I'm walking west, if I'm heading west, the sun is to my right, which is northwest.
Yes.
If you know what I mean.
Okay? Yes. Exactly same here. Yeah.
Yeah. Beautiful,
man.
Yeah. Oh, I love
hey,
it, man.
Flat stationary plane. We're not spinning, people. Get that through your noggin. Come on now.
Yeah. We don't move. We're not spinning. Nothing like that is happening.
Hate to burst your fucking bubble globe. Sorry. I'm sorry.
Yeah. That thing doesn't exist. That thing doesn't exist.
Your little fairy tale bubble globe thing, man, is It's in the past. Sorry.
Yeah.
It's in the past.
You know, we've been doing this for 7 years straight.
Yep.
And when I joined the Hangouts with Poncho Pete and that, I couldn't believe I'd landed in another university. I thought, wow, the level of intellect there was just blowing me away, you know?
Hey, I liked what you said about the server yesterday.
Thank you. Yeah, it
About
is.
being a university.
Yep, that's what this server is.
And it is.
Yeah. Oh, it is. With integrity, because, you know, that's why we have the standard. I mean, it's so true because Jem Panda said it. We've got too high of a standard here. I said, we can't be like you with no standards. That's why you're in disarray, confused, delusional. Come on, man. No. We have to adhere to the scientific method. Nature's laws come first. That's it.
Yeah, and you know those Mongos over there, man. They just, I don't know if they're making money doing what they're doing, but
you know, look, they're making money. Look, if a man is panicking, jumping out of bed, he hasn't even brushed his teeth yet. He's still got yesterday's beer breath.
Yeah.
Stubble, and he's trying to do damage control. You can tell he's panicking. Come on, man. They're getting paid.
Hey, Elon Musk is paying me by the hour, guys. So hey,
there you go.
That's good.
It's good. I'm not going to tell you how much either, because you'd be jealous. You'd be jealous.
Uh-oh. Excuse me, gentlemen. Hang on.
Go ahead, Jen.
Okay, let me.
From the lakes of Minnesota to the hills of Tennessee, across the plains of Texas, from sea to shining sea, from New York to the mountain, New York to LA, I'm proud to kill a few Vietnamese, 'cause I'm an American, I can say. I'm proud to own a AK-47 when I go to Vietnam, and kill a few Vietnamese because LBJ told me to, and I gladly stand up and kill Vietnamese because I was sent here to do, and there ain't no doubt I love this land. I love killing me some Vietnamese.
I'm glad you're retired, Jim. You have time to.
I do.
Bust out a few truths in music, rhyme, rhythm, whatever you want to call it, man.
If I could play the guitar like you, I would be dangerous.
Dangerous, dude. You'd be like, you'd be like Truth Central, dangerous, man. Like,
hey, I was gonna ask you, do you play James Taylor on your guitar?
No, I've never played it. I can't. I mean, I could. I mean, I'd probably sit down and learn a couple of his songs, but no.
You would be awesome as a James Taylor. He'd be great.
James Taylor's. I saw him in concert once, man. Pretty chill, man. Pretty chill. Truther. He's dropping.
You would be awesome. I've seen fire and I've seen rain. I've seen lonely days that I thought would never end.
Right.
I've seen lonely times when I could not find a friend. But I always thought that I'd see you again.
Yeah. No, we live in an amazing place that tells us everything we need to know about this living place. Why? Because we live on it, Mongos. If you think you live in outer space, man, you got another thing coming, man. As Judas Priest would say.
Excuse me.
You got another thing coming if you think you're living in outer space and shooting outer space ball space thing.
And if you want to call yourself a monkey, go ahead.
Mm-hmm. Hey, I'm just a speck of dust that turned into a monkey that landed on a rock. Come on, Jim. We're monkeys that landed on rocks, dude. That's what happened. From magical fairy dust that came out of a unicorn's fart, okay? And it totally works perfectly with refraction and gravity, okay? Come on. It's
I love these people who get on video and say, well, we're in this big universe and we're just a speck passing through and we're nothing. It's like, thanks very much. Speak for yourself. Don't speak for me.
There you go. and that's a good position to have, actually, man. It's like, do you really think you came out of some magical fairy dust, Big Bang, spinning monkey, gravity, shooting star, galaxy, universe thing, man, that potentially could have come from some asteroid with, some bacteria on it that created sand and
some
what?
bacteria on it.
Yeah, what? Really? What evidence do you have for some Big Bang unicorn fart that created bacteria? What do you got? You got something for me, bro, man? That'd be cool, man. Yeah.
If you share it with me, I'd really appreciate it.
That would be so cool, Professor Phil fucking Monroe. Shit. They got fuck all, man. That's the cool thing of where we sit, man. They ain't got nothing. They ain't got shit, man. They just sit there and go, it's just an imaginary Disneyland unicorn fart that created everything and it's perfect. And what? No. You ain't got nothing.
And the sad thing is, I think they know they got nothing, but because they're getting paid, they go through the motions.
Yep.
I think that's exactly what it is.
Yeah. The guy that turned me on to the potential of a flat Earth, and just kind of got me thinking. He's like, dude, man, there's people out there that are calling me going, hey, man, we'll set you up. We'll start your own business. There's, you know too much, We'll
You've been approached by the other side?
No, not me. The guy that turned me on to. And they got approached and said, yeah, we'll set you up and this and that. So if you ever wonder why people have, a 27,000 square foot house with a pool on the ocean, they got set up, man. Somehow they decided to play for the other team, man, and that's good luck with that, man. Good luck.
They control the printing presses. They can run them all day.
Yep.
People don't realize that he who owns the gold owns the world. They don't realize that.
He who prints the money. The gold is
right. The gold doesn't exist, man. It's minuscule compared to the printing of digital currency, man. It's ridiculous.
You can transfer $100 billion in about 10 seconds today.
But we look around, we see houses, we see cars, we see airplanes, we see all kinds of buildings and facilities and roads. I mean, somebody's building this shit, for fuck's sake, man. And thank you guys for building all this cool shit, man. Otherwise, I wouldn't be sitting in my car talking to you guys on my fucking phone. So there's been some cool people out there that did some cool shit, man, and built some amazing shit. But does it lead to outer space, spinning, shooting ball through space millions of miles an hour? I don't think so, man. It's not that cool. It's a cool concept. It's a cool story, bro. But it's not reality. Reality says we just sitting here, man. And it's nice to just sit here sometimes. Just quiet. Yeah.
Are you on the beach now or close to the beach?
Yeah, I'm like, I don't know, 8 miles, 7, somewhere in there. Close. I'm really close.
Oh, I'm jealous. I love the beach.
I was there yesterday. I was at the beach. It was nice. I put a picture in the live stream a while ago.
Yeah, the pretty sunset.
There was a little
Of the
cool
sun moving
sunset.
we
Sun moving away. Yes, it was going on the vanishing point, as we call
it. Yes, it was.
And
people don't understand when we talk like that.
No, they don't. Yeah.
The sun never sets, folks. I'm sorry. It just moves away.
It goes beyond the vanishing point.
It goes to where we can no longer see the light. I'm sorry. They got no clue what we're talking about.
Well, I mean, it's real simple, man. I always take people to street lights when I try to explain vanishing point. It's like,
Yeah,
dude,
that's about
okay, let's stand under the street light. It's over your head, right? Okay. Let's start walking. Can we walk? Let's walk away from the light, okay? If you get like within 100 yards from that light, it's already dropped fucking like a minimum of 45 degrees, right?
Yep.
Hey, you walk another 100 yards, it's gonna drop even more, man. And it's not gonna take too much longer before you're not gonna see it. Maybe a few miles at the most. Yeah, depends. It depends on your view. But literally, man, if you stand under the light, which is 90 degrees above your head, and walk away 100 yards, it's dropped half at minimum. It's dropped 45 degrees minimum. I think it's more than that. And if you keep walking, what do you think's going to happen, man? The thing's going to disappear and be beyond your vanishing point, bro. That's it, man. It's not a complicated thing, man.
I had somebody send me a note tonight. They said I sent them one of those sunlights, suns moving away from the in the meme, and I said law of perspective and vanishing point, and they put it in the notes. They said, "Yep, painters and we learn about that right at the beginning. The very first thing when I was a painter, very first day we learned about law of perspective and vanishing point, but they never teach globers that."
No.
Because if they did, they'd ruin their life.
Just show somebody. You can 100 yards is nothing, man. I mean, you just stand under it and walk away 100 yards. Where is it at? It's halfway between over your head and the horizon. That's it, man. Boom. Halfway, 100 yards. That's all it takes.
So where's Flatter Day Saints tonight?
I don't know, man. I hope he's safe and sound, and it was cool of him make a little video of us on the beach. That was nice.
That was really cool. I'm sorry you couldn't see the Black Swan.
Yeah, wasn't meant to be. We'll do it again some other time, but I was there. I had my P900. I was ready, but it got a little fogged in.
You have a P9000, a P1000,
P900,
a 900. Oh wow! How long have you had it?
Over 3 years, for sure.
Wow, that's awesome.
Maybe 4.
You got every tool in the book to destroy the globe.
That's all you need, man. It's P900 globe killer.
Yep.
Yeah, globe killer. Oh, the cops are here, man. Oh shit. Earlier, I heard some fireworks. I think they're coming to check it out. Anyway, I'm at my friend's house, but he's a light sleeper, so I came out to my car, and I'm just sitting in my car here, in his driveway. I'm talking to you, good people that love love perspective, man. Perspective is so cool, man. I love showing people perspective.
Hey, man, listen. Why'd you call the cops on your friend?
I know, right? I'm such a cuck. Fuck.
You're like, he's a light sleeper, so I'm out here. Is it bullshit? You're out there waiting for the cops, you son of a bitch. Yeah, he's in there. He's in there, real light sleeper, so it shouldn't be a problem.
Well, I'm sure those fireworks woke him up, man. That was pretty loud.
Maybe not, man. You know, I slept through. I'm just kidding. Who knows?
I'll ask him tomorrow, man. Say, hey, man, did you wake up at like 11:45?
There's a SWAT team.
What the fuck?
Next door for like 6 hours.
You're
tearing up the place. You didn't hear any of that? Good Lord.
Tell me you're a light sleeper. You're lying.
Yeah, right.
You fucking lying.
Okay, well then I will wake you for nuclear warfare, okay? Shit.
So, stand under the street light, look up, and say, hey, man, and walk 100 yards away and see where it is in your perspective. That's all I'm asking, man. I'm not asking a lot. It's halfway on the horizon already, man. Halfway. Minimum. And just keep walking. Eventually, it'll go beyond your vanishing point. Oh my!
I don't care about any of that. I want to see them. One of them measure
the
surface of what we're living on. One measurement, right? They're like, well, what's an acceptable measurement? Motherfucker, we got videos upon videos. You figure it out. Gotta be kidding me.
10 miles, man. I'm gonna go. Can you give me a 10-mile measurement?
Dude, you could debunk it 3 to 4 miles.
Could.
It's silly. It's a fucking silly thing.
Under 10 miles.
Certainly under 10. Yeah, 1 foot observer height to under 10 miles. And like, how is that hard? For real though.
It's not.
It's obvious. It makes it obvious. Like they're like, well, we're just gonna hang out on the internet instead. Like, no. Did you ever once think that maybe if you could provide the evidence for the thing that should be so obvious, we wouldn't be here. We wouldn't know each other. I wouldn't be pointing out your character flaws like this. But here we are. Silly.
Here we are, man. Professor.
Yeah.
Come on.
Depressor.
Depressor. You guys had some exchanges with some DMs. I don't know. I didn't get any. Thank you.
Good. That's good. He's leaving you out of it.
Yeah.
He's just yelling at us. That's all it is. He's saying, I'm right, and I'm yelling about it. Yeah.
Hey, did you just describe Radius from a pirate?
I did. I sure did. Yep. Also, no, I don't know what you're talking about.
In R we trust.
But yes, R. Oh, now I get it.
We're going to trust the R, that it's correct. And we're going to put our cement shoes in this R.
It's strange. They're like, well, we don't have to go from point A to B to get a measurement from A to B, right? We don't have to go to the center of the ball and dig to it, find how long it really is from the surface to the center.
No.
We don't have to do that.
No. No.
But hold on. Every other radius found has to do that, but not when it comes to the Earth. Nope.
No, 90 degrees. No.
Yep.
It's a Jupiter. Jupiter says that we're round. Is it Jupiter? Yeah.
I don't think Jupiter says anything.
Well, didn't they take some calculation? And
I'm
Matthew
sure they did, yes.
Matthew would agree. It's a calculation.
Right. Hold on a sec. I want to take this opportunity to welcome Bull Knox. Bull Knox doesn't have any roles. If somebody could just automatically VC verify this person so we can have a little bit of good copy happening here before I crash out for the night.
Yeah, me too, man. I can.
Bull Knox. Let's see if somebody
Bull
will.
Knox. Let me see. Let's see if I can do it from my phone, man. I don't know. Let me try. Bull Knox, where are you? B. Bull Knox. All right, click on Bull Knox. And what do I get to do? Mute? Unmute? He's not muted.
No, he needs VC verified to speak, I think.
Oh, fuck. I don't know where to do that.
Bull Knox, you're getting the late show
late
here.
Night, yeah, it's late night fucking Mongos in here, man.
But can you type in the live stream voice text, Bull Knox?
Damn it.
Suppose that's a no.
Alright. This could have been good, damn it.
Right, just a nice quick one before bed.
Right? Yeah, it's like, it could have been good. Could have been good.
Oh well. Okay, Bull Knox, I gotta let you know something. If you can hear us. The reality of the situation is that the Earth measures flat. Everywhere anybody measures it, anybody observes it against the globe math, it observes and measures flat. We don't have to talk about anything else. They can't detect rotation. They can't prove that we are pressurized but next to a vacuum. You know, they can't prove that shit either. But the best part is that the supposedly most obvious thing about a globe, right, would be that it's rounded, it's curved. We can't seem to find it, so everything else is just kind of irrelevant at this point. Even though we've destroyed those quote-unquote arguments as well. So I think what the thing is if you're a glober, if you're listening, because I know I just scared you off, that's fine.
I don't think he went up. I don't think he went to DC, did he?
Just go out and measure. That's all I'm trying to say. No, he's in my DMs though.
Oh, is he? Oh, there he's back.
Yes, back. I can hear you. Okay, Bull Knox. Let's try it again. Go to the live stream voice text and type there at the very least. Oh, he doesn't need verified. Okay, yeah, just well, whatever.
Open your mic, Bull Knox.
Bull Knox, I think it's up to you, partner, on this one now. He says he's suppressed.
He probably needs to be verified role.
Well, I think so. I think his mic is on now. Bull Knox, can you hear us?
Hello.
Oh, no way. What's up?
No way, bro. What's going on?
What's up, dude?
All right. So we got a live one. Bull Knox, what brings you in this evening?
Exploring, you know?
You're exploring. That's good. That's good. Yeah. Wow. Okay. So did you come?
Not here to negate. I'm just, I'm just looking to explore, you know?
So are you here to learn?
Yeah, sure.
Do you have any questions for us?
No, I don't think so. So context, No, I don't think I need to give context, but I'm very curious to kind of learn like what you guys have, in terms of teachings, so to speak. I come from a mechanical engineering background, so.
So you might be able to get this. Okay. Well, best way to learn is ask questions. So once again, whatever you'd like to know, we'd love to tell you about.
I will say, you guys put me on the spot right here. I'm a little saucy bossy today, so.
I think we can handle it. I think
No,
we're good.
I'm a little sauce today, dude. We had a good night out, and so
sometimes that's just what the doctor ordered. So
exactly.
Yeah.
So
what's your favorite drink?
It's probably gonna. This might be contradictory to a lot of people's palates, but I like a smoky Scotch. So
Okay. All right.
Lefroy 12, 15. I do like a Macallan. I like that. Not that smoky though. But yeah, Lefroy was tonight's poison, I'd say.
Very good. Very good.
Yeah.
So it's nice you had fun. Can I just ask what part of the world or what part of the state you live in?
New York City.
Ooh, okay. So you're in Manhattan, huh?
Yep.
Well, very cool. Very cool.
Well, did you hear my spiel about measuring flat?
So, sort of. I was trying to finagle a bunch of settings here, there, and typing and this and that, but
literally, that's all the juice I had for the rest of the night. No, I'm just kidding. Cool. Well, simply put, if I can do that, we'll see, folks, if I can do that. Earth is flat and stationary. No matter how hard we try to find that globe, we can't find it. That's the reality situation. And we've tested every single micro or macro way to try and find that globe. And every time we believe the official narrative down the road of one of our tests, experiments, measurements, observations, we're disappointed because we don't find the globe math to match reality whatsoever.
I got a fun question for Bullinox.
Do it.
Okay.
Do it.
What is your best globe proof without NASA and without pointing at the sky?
I got nothing for you guys.
Can I ask a question to Mr. Bullinox from New York City?
Oh, why am I getting pummeled, dude? I'm in a poker tournament right now.
Oh,
no, you're not. I'm gonna bow out. Because I got some shit to do. So go ahead.
So are you a Yankee fan or a Met fan?
I'm a Met fan.
Okay. Hey, they're pretty good this year.
They're doing pretty. I mean, I'm a bigger NBA fan and hockey fan, so it sucks for our Rangers, but yeah, the Mets are doing all right. Maybe.
So are your Knicks ever going to get back on the saddle?
I'm a Nets fan. I'm sorry.
Oh, Nets.
Sorry.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm from Jersey, so dirty Jers. For all you want to troll me.
And, the Nets underperformed a little bit this year, but that's okay.
They really did, but hey, at least Boston's in the finals, so
yeah.
Boston's gonna win it. I think Boston's gonna win it.
Well, Boston had the lead going into the fourth quarter, but they blew it tonight, so they're down 3-2. Anyway,
I'm curious, in everyone's opinion, Jesus Christ, I'm on the wrong headphones. My bad.
Uh-oh.
In everyone's opinion, how is Flat Earth doing this year?
Are they in first place?
What kind of? I feel like that's a loaded question in this.
Well, it certainly is, but
it's in last place this year. Like, come on, dude.
Hey! I just looked at the standings. It's Flat Earth has 49 wins and 25 losses, and the Globe has 0 wins and 74 losses, and there's 24 ties.
I mean, seriously, honest. I mean, dude. Well, I mean, seriously, honestly, is that if you say seriously, honestly, then you just make yourself look like a dipshit, which I just said. So then, how about if I say, with, from what you've experienced so far, from your you being involved with Flat Earth for however long, it doesn't matter. So this year is Flat Earth. Is Flat Earth on the upside or the downside? Love you guys.
Hey, did Flat
Yeah,
Earth make?
I'm coming back from the Styx concert, and I'm just.
Oh, you are. How was it? Good.
It was fucking awesome.
Oh, that's great. Styx is awesome.
I just posted a video on Facebook that my mom took from her Kindle. So bad. I've watched it like 6 times. The Mr.
But you can take
Roboto
video
song.
from a Kindle now?
You can take video from a Kindle the whole fucking time. What are you talking about? I
thought it was still black and white.
I have a fucking Samsung S9 Plus, and she took way better video than I could take, because I was trying to take pictures and video, and everything that I tried to take, I could everything was fucked up. But what happened was she was sitting in the wheelchair. She was sitting in her wheelchair watching Styx, and she started trying to do it from her phone. She was like, "Fuck this! I'm pulling out the Kindle," and boom, she captured this badass freaking video of Mr. Roboto, the whole song. It was fucking. I've listened to it like 6 times now before I jumped in here. It was so freaking awesome. And so, yeah, I mean, I don't know how my 70-year-old mother freaking captured a better video than I could, from my freaking Samsung.
I mean, it's
phone.
either that or don't let it end. Like, those are the two that you got to
Dude,
see.
I promise, man. I promise. The video is just freaking badass. I already posted. I shared her. I shared.
Where'd you see that?
She didn't
Where'd
know.
you see Styx?
Yeah, I saw him tonight. I was with my mom.
Where at? Where was
in
it?
In Fayetteville, Arkansas. Well, it was in Rogers. It was in Rogers, but it's really close to Fayetteville.
Cool.
At Walmart Amphitheater. But anyway, we went there. We went there, and we pulled her up in a wheelchair, and she had everything ready, and she's sitting there recording Styx, all the songs and shit. She's like, I'm hitting record, and I'm trying to record and take pictures and